Chapter 1. The Supernatural Incident of Bus Route 330 in Beijing. Have you heard of the sensational supernatural incident involving Bus Route 330 in Beijing? It is said that as the bus passed near the old summer palace, three individuals clad in ancient attire boarded the vehicle, only for the bus to inexplicably vanish into thin air, leading to a mysterious disappearance. When it was discovered again, it was the early morning of the following day. Strangely, the bus reappeared in a reservoir over 100 miles away, yet all the passengers had vanished, with only one survivor remaining. This tale unfolds in Beijing in 1995, around 10 o'clock on the night of November 14th. A bus on Route 330 was navigating the vicinity of the old summer palace, serving as the last bus of the day. Due to adverse weather conditions, the streets were becoming increasingly deserted, with only a handful of passengers aboard, aside from a couple. Among the remaining passengers were Li Zongping and an elderly lady. Given that it was the last bus, there was no rush. The driver and the conductor were engaged in light conversation when suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, causing his cigarette to drop to the floor. One passenger muttered, "Why not wait at the bus stop?" It turned out that three oddly dressed individuals were standing on the road, attempting to flag down the bus. As a bus driver, such passengers were the most irksome. With a frown, the driver hastily pressed the brake, bringing the bus to a stop near the bus stop. "You lot, hurry up and get on, don't dawdle." The other passengers began to murmur, urging the newcomers to board quickly so they could return home and rest. Annoyed, the driver swung open the bus doors. As the vehicle drew closer, it became evident that the three individuals were garbed in ancient clothing. Although the driver was displeased, he ultimately halted the bus, aware that missing the last bus would mean being stranded. The three figures slowly ascended the bus, two dressed in Qing Dynasty official robes standing at either side, while the one in a white prison garb took the center. Despite being in close proximity, the driver could not discern their features, as the three did not raise their heads and made their way directly to the last row of seats. From the moment they boarded, the passengers felt an abrupt drop in temperature within the bus, accompanied by an eerie sensation. The sight of them dressed like this at such an hour was indeed unsettling, causing several passengers who had been resting with their eyes closed to shiver and open their eyes to assess the situation. Every passenger turned their attention to the three peculiar individuals, feeling waves of chilling energy emanating from the rear of the bus. The conductor also sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly reassured everyone, suggesting that the three were likely actors from a nearby film shoot who had perhaps indulged a bit too much. Upon hearing the conductor's explanation, the passengers found some solace, and their anxious hearts gradually relaxed. Thus, the bus continued its journey for two more stops before the young couple seated at the front disembarked. This left only Li Zongping and the elderly lady on board. The lady felt increasingly uneasy about the three individuals behind her, but could not pinpoint what felt off. She could only glance back periodically. The three remained utterly motionless in the last row, never making a sound, resembling lifeless wooden carvings, which was profoundly unsettling. The elderly lattice trepidation mounted, and suddenly, she sprang from her seat, as if possessed. She seized Li Zongping by the neck, shouting, "You thief! Return my wallet!" Li Zongping was taken aback, wondering if he had encountered a scam artist. He attempted to shake her off, yet the elderly lady seemed to possess an inexplicable strength, gripping him tightly and insisting that he had stolen her wallet. At this moment, Li Zongping found himself at a loss for words, unable to clarify his innocence. The elderly lady was relentless, dragging him towards the bus door, insisting they go to the police station together. Having done nothing wrong, Li Zongping felt no fear and consented to her demand. Thus, the two of them tumbled off the bus, entangled in their scuffle. Before stepping off, the elderly lady cast a fleeting glance at the three individuals behind her, who remained eerily still. Under normal circumstances, one would expect people to glance at such commotion, yet the three did not even lift their heads. The driver dropped Li Zongping and the lady at a nearby bus stop, then resumed his journey with the remaining three peculiar passengers towards the terminal. As soon as they disembarked, the elderly lattice demeanor shifted entirely. She told Li Zongping, "Young man, when I looked back at those three, a gust of wind blew through, lifting their robes, and I saw that they had no legs." Upon hearing this, Li Zongping felt a chill run down his spine. Due to the bus failure to return to the station on time, the bus company reported the incident to the police that night. A day later, the police discovered bus Route 330 over 200 kilometers away in the Miyun Reservoir. By that time, the bus had completely sunk to the bottom of the river. After the police retrieved it, they found 5 bodies inside. 2 belonged to the driver and the conductor, while the other 3 were the ancient-clad passengers. Yet no identification could be found for them. Strangely, forensic examination revealed that the 3 bodies had already undergone significant decomposition, unlike the driver and conductor, whose decaying state was entirely different. However, the more alarming revelation was yet to come. The bus company analyzed the situation and concluded that the amount of fuel on board was insufficient to travel over 200 kilometers. When the police opened the fuel tank, they shockingly discovered human blood inside. This incident has since faded into obscurity, remaining an inexplicable tale that sends shivers down the spines of citizens. Chapter 2. The Eerie Incident of the Qinghai-Tibet Railway. Have you heard of the eerie incident on the Qinghai-Tibet Railway, which once required military intervention to quell? It is said that during the initial construction phase of the Qinghai-Tibet Railway, a nationwide sensation erupted due to a monstrous event. Yet, how many terrifying incidents and unsolved mysteries does this so-called heavenly road conceal? Welcome to the recounting of the eerie incident on the Qinghai-Tibet Railway. The story unfolds in 2005, when Li Zongping and several fellow villagers, enticed by high wages, ventured to the desolate construction site on the Tibetan plateau. Due to the harsh conditions and high altitude, many succumbed to altitude sickness within days, leading to a dwindling workforce. Those unable to endure packed their bags and returned home, leaving only Li Zongping and a handful of others. As winter approached, the cold became unbearably so frigid that even urination would result in ice. Only Li Zongping and a few others remained to maintain the newly constructed railway and guard the site. However, on a fateful day at the end of October, an unusual occurrence shattered the tranquility. Just as they settled into their tents, cries for help pierced the night. It was likely Song Rintu, who had encountered trouble. Li Zongping and the others wasted no time, rushing outside without even donning their clothes. Upon lifting the tent flap, the sight before them was enough to instill fear. Something had truly gone awry. Song Rintu's tent appeared deformed, as if ravaged by some mysterious force, torn to shreds. Li Zongping and his companions rushed forward, discovering a gaping hole in the tent, which sent chills down their spines. Moreover, the interior was in disarray, resembling the aftermath of a fierce struggle. Even more alarming was the presence of bloodstains on a fellow worker's sleeping bag, alongside claw marks etched into the fabric, which terrified Li Zongping and the others. The Tibetan plateau, while sparsely populated, was home to numerous wild animals. Fearing that their companions had fallen victim to a beast, they began searching for the missing individuals. Before long, they spotted Song Rintu, who lay face down in a corner of the tent, seemingly injured or fainted from fright. The group rushed over, helping him to his feet. His face was pale, and he bore an injury to his head, likely resulting from oxygen deprivation after intense exertion. As he regained consciousness, Li Zongping and the others urgently inquired what had transpired. Suddenly, Song Rintu began to scream frantically, exclaiming that there was a monster. He described the creature as resembling a hellhound, intent on devouring them, vividly detailing its horrific appearance. The beast was not only enormous, but had eyes like light bulbs, akin to demons from the abyss. However, Song Rintu also mentioned that another worker had been snatched away by the creature, prompting Li Zongping and the others to feel a surge of anxiety. After all, a life was at stake no matter the beast. The situation was dire. Li Zongping assigned 2 individuals to tend to Song Rintu and contacted others at nearby construction sites for assistance. Once arrangements were made, he and another villager set off in pursuit of the direction the monster had taken. Despite wearing only a vest in the frigid winter, urgency drowned out the cold, and they sprinted approximately 100 meters. Suddenly halting in their tracks, they noticed some peculiar marks on the ground. Judging by their dimensions, they appeared to be traces left by something that had been dragged. Beside these marks, there was, astonishingly, a series of footprints, which completely surpassed the comprehension of Li Zongping and his companions. Clearly, this creature was not merely a pack of wolves or bears, but rather a bipedal monstrosity. As the two approached for a closer inspection, they were taken aback. These were unmistakably the imprints left by a barefooted human. Yet the size was unfathomably larger than that of an ordinary person. Could it be that what Song Rintu had said was indeed true? Gazing at the footprints, it was evident that the owner must stand at least 3 to 4 meters tall. Just as the two stood there, dumbfounded, they suddenly heard heavy footsteps and the sound of something being dragged from the darkness ahead. Following the noise, they beheld a towering shadow dragging a person along as it moved forward. From the silhouette alone, it was apparent that this creature was colossal. Standing at least 4 meters tall, it had a robust physique, seemingly covered in dark fur, and was currently grasping Ma Xiangmin by the ankle, dragging him onward. The man on the ground lay with his eyes tightly shut, his face ashen, clearly unconscious, leaving his fate uncertain. Li Zongping and his companions were paralyzed with fear at the sight. The creature before them was beyond anything they could fathom. However, it was still a living human being, and they could not stand idly by while he faced certain death at the hands of this beast. Ultimately, Li Zongping resolved to take action. Letting out a fierce shout as he charged forward, swinging his shovel, he aimed to strike the creature, but to his utter dismay, with 2 resounding thuds, both shovels shattered, failing to even break the skin of the creature, whose body was astonishingly resilient. At that moment, the creature sensed the ambush and turned its head, revealing its true form. The beast's face was a dark crimson hue, adorned with a tuft of red hair atop its head, and its eyes gleamed with a golden light. These attacks had evidently angered the creature. It flung Ma Xiangmin aside, who fell heavily to the ground. Yet, at that moment, Ma Xiangmin showed no signs of life. It was clear that his situation was dire. But Li Zongping and his companion had no time to dwell on others. It was evident that the creature intended to discard its burden before turning its wrath upon them. Sure enough, the beast lunged towards them. In that moment, Li Zongping felt a surge of courage, raising the broken piece of wood to his chest in a defensive posture. However, as the creature approached, its towering frame and fearsome visage left both men trembling with terror. Suddenly, the creature extended a massive hand towards them, and the makeshift shield they had raised splintered into countless fragments under its overwhelming strength, sending Li Zongping and his companion hurtling through the air. Before they could regain their footing, the creature charged at them like a tank, closing the distance with alarming speed. At last, they had a clear view of the monster. It matched Song Rentu's description perfectly, with a mouth full of fangs, resembling a beast from the depths of hell. Overwhelmed with fear, Li Zongping and his companion found themselves devoid of any resistance, seated on the ground, bracing for death. Just then, a gunshot rang out from behind them, causing the creature to halt, seemingly distracted by the noise. Glancing towards the construction site, Li Zongping seized the opportunity, grasping the broken wooden stick and lunging towards the creature's eye. Just as the stick was about to pierce the monster's eye, it realized Li Zongping's intent, but it was too late. With a squelching sound, a stream of green liquid erupted from the creature's face. As Song Rentu focused intently, it became clear that the blow had not struck the eye, but had instead punctured the skin beneath it. The green liquid was undoubtedly its blood, and this injury had thoroughly enraged the beast, which now charged at Li Zongping without hesitation. At that moment, Li Zongping felt certain of his impending doom when, suddenly, several more gunshots echoed from behind, this time louder, indicating that the gunman was drawing nearer. The creature, not foolish, immediately retreated into the darkness, fleeing. Li Zongping's nerves were frayed to their limits upon hearing voices from behind. His muscles refused to respond, shaking uncontrollably. When he spotted fellow workers from the construction site and local villagers rushing towards him, his body gave way and he lost consciousness, the world fading to black. When he regained his senses, he found himself lying in a tent, his wounds tended to by others. It turned out that Li Zongping and his companions' camp had been relocated to a nearby base. However, just a few days later, they heard reports of another group of railway workers being attacked, with 3 fatalities. Eventually, Rumors surfaced that the creature had been slain by the military, though the veracity of such accounts remained uncertain. Some claimed that the beast was an ancient monster, referenced in the Shanhai Jing, yet Li Zongping and his companions could never ascertain the true nature of that terrifying entity. Chapter 3. The Supernatural Incident in the Mirror at Midnight. This is a peculiar event that transpired in Chongling County, Changchun City, Jilin Province, that a female student named Li Chui found herself washing her hair alone in the dormitory at midnight, only to have her reflection in the mirror seize her hair with a vice-like grip. To her horror, she noticed that one side of her reflection's face was grotesquely decayed, while its eyes fixated intently on her hair. In 1991, at a high school in Chongling County, Li Chui was a sophomore with long, lustrous hair that often attracted the attention of the boys around her. Several friends praised her for her beautiful, long, dark hair. One summer night, while an event was taking place on the school playground, she found herself alone in the dormitory. Just as she wet her hair, an eerie laughter echoed around her. The sound did not seem to emanate from within the dormitory, but felt as though it was coming from behind some unseen barrier. Believing it to be a figment of her imagination, she paid it no mind. However, as she resumed washing her hair, the laughter returned, even clearer than before. Sensing something amiss, Li Chui hastily dried her hair and sought the source of the noise. Before she could turn around, she noticed something was off. Her reflection remained eerily still, failing to mirror her movements. Furthermore, the woman in the mirror had her hair obscuring her face and displayed numerous horrid red spots. Having never encountered such a sight, Li Chui was gripped by fear and fled toward the exit. Suddenly, her foot slipped and she fell hard to the ground, the world around her fading to black. When she reopened her eyes, her roommates had returned. After touching the back of her head and glancing at the mirror, it appeared as though nothing had transpired. Li Chui chose not to share this unsettling experience with her roommates, believing it had passed. Yet strange occurrences continued to plague her. Every night, Li Chui was tormented by dreams of a faceless woman, emitting a chilling laughter while clutching her hair as if intending to rip it and her scalp away. Upon waking, she discovered that the agonizing sensation lingered, and her once glossy hair began to lose its sheen, even developing strands of white. During a phone call with her mother, she casually mentioned the odd happenings. Her mother urged, "My dear, you must take a leave of absence and return home. Let your grandmother take a look at you." Upon returning to her village, her grandmother was informed of the situation and shed tears of concern. "Fear not, my granddaughter. I shall surely resolve this," she declared, leading Li Chui into the house. "That it's not yet time. We must wait for nightfall to act." Suddenly, Li Chui detected a metallic scent, mingled with the fragrance of glutinous rice. The odor emanated from the kitchen. Her grandmother quickly restrained her, saying, "Do not look, dear. Those are the items to be used tonight, that if you see them now, it will lose its efficacy," as darkness enveloped the sky. They waited for what felt like an eternity. Around 11:55 p.m., her grandmother began her preparations within the house, her expression grave and focused. She produced an ancient mirror mounted on a wooden frame, and a basin filled with warm water, which, despite its low temperature, emitted a foreboding vapor. "Xiao Chui, it is time to wash your hair. Whatever happens, do not look into the mirror," her grandmother instructed, although fear coursed through her. Li Chui endeavored to remain composed. Reassured by her grandmother's presence that as she washed her hair, the wooden frame trembled, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Just as she pondered whether the mirror had broken, a hand suddenly gripped her hair, a hand that was unmistakably not her grandmother's, rigid and bony, reminiscent of skeletal fingers. That hand exerted tremendous force, seizing her hair and pulling with relentless vigor, precisely mimicking the nightmare scenario. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Li Chui jerked her head up to behold a woman with half a decayed face, eyes greedily fixated on her hair. Sensing her distress, her grandmother sprang into action, retrieving a bowl filled with a crimson liquid and splashing it onto the ghostly hand. At that instant, a foul, metallic odor assaulted Li Chui's senses, nearly causing her to retch. The apparition swiftly withdrew its hand back into the mirror, but her grandmother was determined not to let the entity escape. She produced a larger bowl, commanding, "Step back," and poured a full bowl of the red liquid onto the mirror's surface. That a piercing scream echoed as the mirror, along with the wooden frame, toppled over, shattering and releasing a plume of red vapor that dissipated into the air. Her grandmother admonished, "My granddaughter, Do not wash your hair at midnight again. Hair attracts unclean entities, especially at night when yin energy is potent and yang energy wanes. Washing and combing your hair during this time is highly inadvisable. It was only later that Li Shui learned the crimson liquid was a mixture of dog's blood and glutinous rice, an effective exorcism concoction. Her grandmother warned, "Your hair has already been touched by unclean forces. You must cut it short tomorrow, as it is now inauspicious." From that day forth, Li Shui never dared to grow her hair long again. That's all for today. Dear listeners, if you enjoy tales like these, remember to follow me. Your support fuels my creativity. Chapter 4. The mysterious incident during the construction of the Qinling Tunnel. Are you familiar with the 749 Bureau? It is an enigmatic organization tasked with addressing supernatural events and phenomena that defies scientific explanation. Rumor has it that the 749 Bureau was established in the 1970s by 9 extraordinary individuals, each possessing unique abilities, who frequently intervened in mysterious incidents within communities. But does the 749 Bureau truly exist? Today, let us delve into one of the supernatural cases they once handled. How much battery does your phone have? Feel free to mention it in the comments, and those with similar battery levels can connect with each other. Let us rewind to 1995, a time when the nation was bustling with construction projects. In an effort to stimulate the economy, the authorities decided to excavate a tunnel through the Qinling Mountains to improve transportation for local residents. However, shortly after construction commenced, bizarre occurrences began to unfold. Excavators inexplicably stalled, and despite multiple inspections by the manufacturer's technicians, no reason could be discerned for the malfunctions. Even when a new excavator was brought in, it faced the same issue once it entered the tunnel. Following the counsel of local villagers, the construction crew erected a small shrine on the southeastern side of the tunnel entrance. After performing rituals and offering incense, the excavators resumed normal operations, allowing construction to continue. Yet, as the tunnel deepened, an alarming number of enormous snakes began to emerge. The smallest were as thick as an adult's arm, while larger ones were as hefty as a barrel. The sight of these serpents terrified the construction workers, as local folklore suggests that snakes possess spiritual significance. They speculated that the presence of so many large snakes must be for a reason. In fear, the workers fled the tunnel and promptly reported the incident to the project's leadership. However, the leaders dismissed their concerns, stating, "Isn't it normal to encounter snakes in the mountains? Why the fuss? Just use the excavators to remove them and continue with the work." Faced with financial pressures, the workers reluctantly complied with their superiors' orders to remove the snakes. Unfortunately, this resulted in many snakes being injured or killed, and the scene was gruesome, with the air thick with a metallic scent. It took 3 large trucks to transport all the snakes away. After this ordeal, the construction team resumed their work, but the subsequent digging was fraught with complications. 7 days later, the workers who had dealt with the snakes inexplicably went mad within the tunnel, violently banging their heads against a large rock until they met their tragic end, while others remained unscathed and oblivious to any abnormalities. This led to widespread panic among the workers, who refused to re-enter the tunnel, effectively halting the project. After addressing the aftermath of the incident, the leadership sought to maintain progress by offering workers bonuses and reassurance. To alleviate their fears, they even sprinkled a large amount of realgar powder in the tunnel to ward off snakes. 3 days later, another strange event occurred during construction, as an excavator struck a particularly stubborn rock. Its bucket became inexplicably lodged. The driver and crew descended to investigate, discovering an immense stone tablet inscribed with the words, "No digging here. Lu Bowen, A.T. This site." Confusion engulfed the workers, just as they debated how to proceed. One local worker recounted a legend from their area. It was said that after Zhu Yuanzhang unified the realm, he frequently experienced the same nightmare in which a colossal dragon emerged from the depths of the mountains, threatening to obliterate the empire he had painstakingly built over decades. Zhu Yuanzhang, filled with trepidation, became increasingly alarmed. Consequently, Lu Bowen was dispatched to seek out the dragon veins of the world and sever them. At that time, Lu Bowen believed that the ancestral mountain, Kunlun, must be the source of these dragon veins. Thus, he led a formidable army to sever all the branches of the dragon veins at Kunlun Mountain. However, Zhu Yuanzhang continued to be plagued by the same ominous dreams. He then commanded Lu Bowen to continue his search. That on his second expedition, Lu Bowen arrived at the Qinling Mountains, where he once again severed the dragon veins. From that point onward, Zhu Yuanzong never experienced that dream again. At this juncture, everyone was left pondering what lay behind the stone tablet. Yet, due to the recent series of bizarre occurrences, the crowd dared not continue their excavation and hurriedly reported the matter to their superiors. To their surprise, the leaders reacted unusually, delivering stern reprimands, stating that we are now in a new society and should not engage in superstitious practices. They urged the workers to return to their tasks, warning that any delays would result in them receiving no wages. Hearing this, the workers could only comply and resume their work. At that moment, they thought, after all, they had merely unearthed a stone tablet, and nothing truly extraordinary had happened. Thus, they returned to the tunnel to continue their excavation. However, due to the remarkable hardness of the stone tablet, their excavators could not penetrate it. Ultimately, they resorted to explosives to advance further. Yet, 3 days later, an even stranger occurrence transpired. The workers who had unearthed the stone tablet mysteriously vanished within the tunnel. In the very spot of their disappearance stood the stone tablet they had detonated 3 days prior. Upon learning of this incident, the leaders organized a comprehensive search of the tunnel. However, they ultimately found no trace of the missing individuals. Where could they have gone? As the situation grew increasingly bizarre, the leaders were compelled to take it seriously and subsequently reported the incident. The following day, personnel from Bureau 749 arrived at the site. After inquiring into the entire sequence of events, they sealed off the tunnel and entered. 3 days later, the personnel from Bureau 749 emerged, stating that the matters within the tunnel had been resolved. They assured that construction could continue without any further peculiar incidents. At that moment, the leaders were eager to inquire about what had been dealt with inside and the fate of the missing workers. However, the personnel from Bureau 749 insisted on not asking too many questions, claiming that some matters were not for them to understand. As for the several missing workers, they would not be returning. Subsequently, they turned and departed, and thereafter, the construction team experienced no further strange occurrences. Ultimately, the project was completed successfully, with the tunnel being successfully opened as for what Bureau 749 had dealt with in the tunnel and the whereabouts of the missing workers. It remains an unsolved mystery to this day. At this point, I must emphasize to everyone that this story is purely fictional. Please treat it as a tale and always believe in science. Chapter 5. The Strange Incident of the Ghost Building in Tieshi, Shenyang. In Shenyang, there exists a place that even during daylight, no one dares to approach. This is a building that has been dubbed one of China's top 10 haunted houses by netizens. Known as the Ghost Building in Tieshi District, this ghostly structure consists of 2 9-story interconnected buildings, originally intended to be a single structure. However, due to economic disputes, it has remained a long vacant, unfinished building, later becoming the site of inexplicable events. Even local developers who wished to demolish it were frightened away. It is said that every night, eerie sounds of laughter and weeping emanate from the building. Residents living there frequently experience disorienting shifts in position. One might find themselves waking on the floor instead of in bed, or even in the homes of others upstairs or downstairs. There are even taxi drivers recounting their ghostly encounters. What could be the cause of this? The Ghost Building in Tieshi is located between number 31 and 33, Liaoning Road in the heart of Shenyang. Built in the 1980s, the initial plan designated the first floor for commercial use, the second for a hotel, and the 3rd to 9th floors for residential purposes. However, due to financial issues, the construction faced numerous delays. Ultimately, from 1984 to 1992, it took 8 years to barely complete the building's main structure, which nonetheless became an unfinished project. Local residents recall that during the construction of Building 31, there indeed occurred incidents of worker fatalities. At one point, after the walls of a certain floor were erected, a collapse occurred due to quality issues. The workers, unable to escape in time, tragically died beneath the rubble. Additionally, another fatal incident transpired when a new residence renovation workers carelessly discarded construction debris from a window, fatally striking a passerby below. There are also tales that a mentally ill patient perished from the cold in the building's corridor. Initially, when many residents moved in, there were no signs of abnormality. However, over time, the building's sinister nature began to reveal itself. Initially, residents would occasionally hear intermittent cries in the dead of night, but after several searches, they found nothing. The cries persisted, yet the source remained elusive. Even more bizarre, one resident inexplicably found himself repositioned during sleep, vividly recalling that he had gone to bed on his mattress, only to awaken on the floor. Other residents experienced similar phenomena, waking up in the homes of others, with strangers beside them during the autumn and winter months, when darkness descends early in the northern regions. Women cooking with light lamps, placing freshly cut vegetables on the chopping board, only to turn around and find both the vegetables and the board had vanished without a trace. One resident, unable to endure such torment, peered through the peephole only to witness a sea of blood red. Was this place truly so uncanny? The notoriety of the ghost building stems from its feature on CCTV's exploration and discovery program. It is rumored that during the foundation excavation, a beautifully crafted golden enamel coffin was unearthed, containing the body of an extraordinarily beautiful woman. The woman was entirely snow white, with even her hair and eyebrows appearing white, as if she were merely sleeping. A radio station once aired the account of a driver who encountered a ghostly figure. He recounted picking up a woman dressed in white with long hair and an expressionless face at night. Upon arriving at the destination, he discovered it was a crematorium. The woman instructed him to drive straight in, and he was perplexed as the large iron gates were tightly locked, rendering entry impossible. Just as he approached the gates to alert the guard, they suddenly swung open by themselves. He assumed it was the guard who had opened them, so he drove in. After the woman exited, he returned to the gates only to find them still locked. He exited the vehicle to awaken the guard, who questioned how she had entered, insisting he had never opened the gate, which had remained locked the entire time, terrifying the driver for many days afterward. He was too frightened to drive. Ultimately, after an in-depth investigation, the CCTV Exploration and Discovery Program concluded that the ghostly events surrounding the building were merely tales stemming from funding shortages that had turned the entire structure into an unfinished project. However, through the embellishments of numerous retellings, the truth became distorted. As I relate this, please treat it as a story. There are no such things as ghosts or deities in this world. One must believe in science. Chapter 6. The Strange Incident of the Seoul Tower in Dandong. Liaoning. This is a real event that even CCTV News dared not report. The Seoul Tower in Dandong, Liaoning, is said to suppress the spirits of thousands. Anyone who attempts to dismantle the temple tower meets with various accidents, prompting the government to invite over 100 monks for 2.5 years of rituals to appease the spirits. What inexplicable and supernatural events transpired here? Welcome to the account of the strange happenings at the Seoul Tower in Dandong, Liaoning. The incident occurred in Dandong City, Liaoning Province. One day, Li Zongping, enjoying a holiday from work, decided to visit his friend Li Kuan for a gaming session. As Li Zongping was not a local, he was quite curious about various things. Following Li Kuan into a narrow alley, he discovered a towering structure nearby and asked Li Kuan why such a tall tower was situated there when the road was so narrow. Didn't the government assign anyone to dismantle it? Li Kuan replied that no one in all of Dandong dared to remove the tower. Noticing the disbelief on Li Zongping's face, that Li Kuan then recounted a story from the period before liberation. During the Manchu Kuo era, when Dandong was home to the most popular theaters in the region, that on New Year's Eve, an elderly man took his grandson to watch a grand performance, and the boy was quite excited. However, upon arriving at the theater, the grandson urgently pulled his grandfather back, insisting that the people inside were all pitch black. The grandfather, seeing nothing amiss, questioned his grandson about his claim. The boy insisted, "I see their faces are burnt and melted." With flesh exposed, the grandfather, looking into the theater, saw nothing so ghastly. Though he was eager to enter and watch the performance, his grandson, terrified, clung to him, crying, "Grandpa, let's not go in. Let's leave." Subsequently, the grandfather reluctantly took his grandson away, pondering that the child's innocent eyes might have witnessed some sinister events. Shortly after their departure, a catastrophic fire erupted in the theater, resulting in the tragic incineration of over 1,000 individuals within, the cause of which was traced back to a ticketless escape that led to the locking of the main entrance, rendering them unable to flee and ultimately succumbing to the flames. Following this calamity, a couple residing not far from Shiyuan, while preparing for bed one night, was startled by peculiar sounds. The husband urged his wife to awaken and listen, uncertain if he had misheard. Upon opening the window, the strange noises became even more pronounced, emanating from the charred theater, resembling the heart-wrenching cries of thousands, piercing and agonizing. This incident plunged the community into a state of panic, compelling the government to summon hundreds of high monks for a prolonged exorcism that spanned 2.5 years. Subsequently, a towering structure was erected to suppress the ominous presence, standing ever since, with no one daring to dismantle it. Upon hearing this, Li Zongping broke out in a cold sweat, questioning the veracity of such eerie tales. Noticing Li Zongping's skepticism, Li Kuan recounted another incident, one he had witnessed firsthand. A second-hand house dealer, frustrated by the tower's obstruction to his property sale, summoned workers to dismantle it. Just as they contemplated the best approach, a concrete wall behind them collapsed, claiming both lives beneath its weight. A tragedy that made headlines. Li Zongping exclaimed in disbelief at the uncanny nature of these occurrences. Li Kuan then insisted they leave, yet Li Zongping's innate curiosity drew him to touch the tower. The moment he made contact, an icy chill enveloped him, and he could distinctly hear the haunting cries, vividly imagining the scene of those thousands perishing in the theater. Overwhelmed by a sense of dread, he quickly withdrew his hand. Li Kuan, witnessing his friend's reaction, hastily admonished him, cautioning against such folly, as even the locals feared to touch it, warning that misfortune could follow. Shaken, Li Zongping followed Li Kuan, yet the tower remained steadfast in that narrow alley, a stark anomaly against its surroundings, with no one daring to dismantle it, shrouded in an enigmatic aura spun from these tales. This narrative is purely fictional. Consider it as a story and refrain from superstitions. Science should remain your guiding light. Chapter 7. The eerie disappearance of corpses at the funeral home. There have been frequent reports of young women's corpses mysteriously vanishing from a funeral home, with the truth of the matter exceeding all comprehension. Welcome to the strange occurrences at the funeral home. This incident transpired in a secluded funeral home located in the northern part of Chongqing. Early one morning, a police car arrived at this remote site, following the disappearance of a young woman's body the previous night, marking the 5th such incident. The director of the funeral home, beset by anxiety over how to explain this to the bereaved families, was at a loss. The 2 staff members on duty that night, Master Li Zongping and his apprentice Song Rintu, were questioned by the police. The elder, Li Zongping, recounted that they had been inspecting the premises when the first vehicle delivered a female corpse, strikingly youthful and beautiful, reportedly a victim of a heartless betrayal who had taken her own life in despair. After storing the body in the morgue and performing basic procedures, they returned to the duty room for a rest. Li Zongping, feeling his age, fell into a deep sleep, unaware of any disturbances. However, his apprentice, Song Rintu, appeared visibly shaken as he described witnessing the corpse rise and move on its own. He recounted being jolted awake by a woman's piercing scream in the dead of night, a sound so haunting that it sent chills down his spine. Summoning his courage, he stepped out of the duty room, only to be paralyzed by the sight before him. The very corpse that had been delivered was moving like a zombie, hopping toward the exit. The ghastly sight of the corpse, pale and with blood-red eyes, was enough to terrify young Song Rintu, who watched in horror as the body leaped through the door and vanished into the night. Nearly losing control of his bladder, he dared not utter a word, fearing that any noise might provoke the corpse. Once it disappeared from view, he rushed back to the duty room, breathlessly recounting the bizarre event to Li Zongping. Alarmed at the thought of a wandering corpse, Li Zongping broke into a cold sweat, and together they promptly alerted the authorities. Special Case Team Leader, Officer Zhang, listened intently but remained silent as he examined the morgue, finding little evidence apart from a strand of the woman's hair. Mysteriously, he produced a paper talisman, claiming that with the hair and the talisman, they could summon the woman's spirit for answers. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by Officer Zhang's mystical display, even the other officers wondering when he had acquired such superstitious practices. Ignoring their skepticism, Officer Zhang began to chant incantations, invoking the spirits with fervor. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept past the 2 men, leading them to believe that indeed a vengeful spirit had come for them, leaving them trembling in fear. Overcome by terror, Li Zongping blurted out that it was all Song Rintu's doing, pleading for the spirit to spare him. In the end, it was discovered that Song Rintu suffered from a psychological condition known as necrophilia, which had driven him to work at the funeral home to satisfy his twisted desires. Following his confession, the police, guided by his directions, located the missing body in the nearby woods, and uncovered several other corpses in his home, each dressed provocatively and showing signs of violation. Eventually, Officer Zhang revealed that he had suspected both men due to their evasive demeanor and inconsistencies in their accounts, leading him to orchestrate a clever ruse that resolved the mystery of the missing bodies. Here, I urge everyone to remember that there is no such thing as ghosts. Please do not succumb to superstition and always trust in science. Chapter 8. The eerie legend of the black-spotted fish. There exists a folk belief that fish that consume corpses grow large and plump. However, should these fish feast upon the remains of a wronged soul, they become foul and repugnant, the vengeful spirit clinging to them. Unwilling to depart from the earthly realm, that I in a village, Li Zongping recently caught a massive black fish measuring a meter in length, after which he fell gravely ill, suffering from a high fever that would not abate. Moreover, he reportedly encountered a female ghost within his home, leading the villagers to whisper that he was haunted by a vengeful spirit. This tale unfolds in a village in Hunyuan County, Hebei Province, in 1985. One day, while ambling along the riverbank with a few old friends, Li Zongping's companions suddenly halted, staring blankly into the water. Concerned, Li Zongping inquired what had captivated their attention. One friend pointed into the river, exclaiming, "Isn't there a large fish in that grass nest?" Given the improved environmental conditions over the years, the sight of a large fish came as no surprise. Confused by his friend's sudden excitement, the two leaned closer to the river, whereupon Li Zongping was taken aback to indeed see an enormous black fish, its dark back glistening above the water's surface. By rough estimation, it was at least over a meter long, a creature of such size he had never encountered before. The news quickly spread through the village, prompting many anglers to scheme to reel in this colossal fish. On the day of the incident, Li Zongping arrived early at the river, only to find a young man who had beaten him to the spot, while the young man caught a number of smaller fish. The large one remained elusive as they idly chatted. Li Zongping noticed his fishing float twitching, and before he knew it, it was yanked beneath the water. Filled with joy, he pulled on the rod, and after a 10-minute struggle, the fish finally surfaced, exhausted. Elated, Li Zongping bragged about his catch on the way home, a sentiment all anglers would understand. Upon arriving, he boasted to his wife about his prowess and insisted she prepare the fish for lunch. His wife, sensing the rarity of such a large catch, attempted to dissuade him, suggesting they release it back into the water. Yet Li Zongping, steadfast in his resolve, insisted on cooking it. Reluctantly, his wife complied, preparing a large pot of fish stew. As Li Zongping was about to place the fish meat into his mouth, a pungent and foul odor suddenly permeated his mouth, causing waves of nausea to sweep over him. He quickly expelled the fish meat from his mouth. His wife, witnessing this unusual reaction, expressed her surprise, remarking that it had smelled quite fragrant while simmering in the pot. Perplexed by the turn of events, Li Zongping, now thoroughly disgusted, lost all appetite and urged his wife to dispose of the fish immediately. Thus, the large black fish, measuring over a meter in length, was unceremoniously discarded into the trash bin. Strangely, that very night, an eerie occurrence transpired. The elderly couple, as was their custom, settled down to watch television before bed. However, Li Zongping began to faintly hear the sound of crying emanating from outside. Though the sound was soft, it fluctuated in distance, drilling into his mind. Rising to investigate, he discerned that the weeping seemed to be coming from the living room. The mournful cries were deep and haunting, sending chills down his spine. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned his courage to uncover the source, pondering if perhaps the television had been left on. Cautiously, he opened the bedroom door and peered into the living room, only to find the television switched off. The instant he opened the door, the crying ceased abruptly. Still feeling uneasy, Li Zongping conducted a thorough search of the living room, but found nothing amiss. Just as he was about to turn back to bed, the terrifying cries resumed, this time unmistakably originating from the kitchen. Summoning his courage, he pushed open the kitchen door and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, he was petrified by the sight before him. In the corner of the cupboard stood a disheveled woman, her skin grotesquely decayed, with 2 streams of blood tears cascading down her cheeks. Li Zongping, having lived for decades, had never encountered such a ghastly scene. Before he could gather his wits, the ghostly figure lunged at him with a ferocious roar. Overcome with fear, Li Zongping's legs turned to jelly, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. He flailed his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself, repeatedly uttering, "Do not come closer, do not come closer," in a state of terror. He shut his eyes tightly, only to suddenly feel a firm grip on his arm, shaking him vigorously. When he opened his eyes, he discovered it was his wife. "What has happened to you?" she inquired. Li Zongping, too dazed to respond, merely craned his neck to glance at the trash bin, where the ghostly figure had already vanished. He then followed his wife back to their bedroom, where he subsequently developed a high fever that night. Upon learning of his condition, a friend from the village came to visit. After hearing the entire story, his expression changed dramatically, and he recounted the local rumors to Li Zongping. The latter was taken aback, as the details aligned perfectly with what he had experienced. "Are you suggesting there is a corpse in the grass hut?" Li Zongping exclaimed, his agitation evident. His friend quickly reassured him, stating that it was merely folklore and not to take it all to heart. After his friend departed, Li Zongping could not shake the feeling that there was some truth to the tale. His wife, sensing his anxiety, urged him not to dwell on it and to focus on recuperating. Days passed, and after more than a week, Li Zongping finally regained his strength. Another month later, a fisherman surnamed Ma, while casting his net in the river, unearthed a skeleton precisely at the location of the grass hut. The remains had likely been there for many years, reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame by fish and shrimp. Fisherman Ma promptly reported his find to the authorities. It was later revealed that the skeleton belonged to a victim of a homicide, and Ma was commended for his discovery, receiving a reward. Thus concluded this tale. For those who enjoy my storytelling, remember to add me to your bookshelf and return often. Chapter 9. The eerie incident on the subway. If someone you know frequently rides the subway, be sure to tag them to read this story, especially for those who need to travel at night, as subway tracks are laid deep underground, perpetually cold and damp, saturated with an eerie energy. It is wise for them to understand why certain subway lines must run an empty train after service ends. This story was recounted by a friend who worked the night shift at a subway company, whom we shall refer to as Li Zongping. 1 year. Li Zongping served as a driver on the first line of the subway in a particular city. Initially, he struggled to adapt under his mentor's guidance, feeling like a mouse in a maze. More troubling were the peculiar sightings he encountered in the tunnels, such as indistinct figures resembling individuals in ancient garb, seemingly carrying a bridal sedan, as he approached. They would dissipate like smoke. One evening after his shift, he was instructed by his superiors to assist the police in investigating a bizarre incident. Around 10 o'clock, a sweet-faced girl, as was her routine, waited for the subway while engrossed in her phone. Shortly thereafter, she heard the train approaching from the tunnel. Still fixated on her screen, she suddenly felt as if someone had shoved her, causing her to lurch forward. Though no one was behind her, when she turned in anger, she seemingly glimpsed something terrifying. It appeared as though an unseen force was pushing her forward, and she struggled against it. Before anyone could react, she was propelled off the platform. The subway driver slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The train ran over her. Those present were frozen in shock, until someone yelled, "There's a ghost," at which point the crowd erupted into panic and scattered. The police quickly secured the scene, and two mysterious men arrived, seemingly well acquainted with the investigators. Through their conversation, it became clear that the surveillance footage showed no one had touched the girl. It was then that they discovered a homeless man lying in a corner of the subway station. The middle-aged man showed no signs of disdain. Instead, he sat beside the homeless man and politely offered him a cigarette. The homeless man, aware of their intentions, took a deep drag and began to recount his tale. He claimed he often saw the girl waiting for the train, and that it was a female ghost who had pushed her. When the girl turned around, she had caught sight of the apparition, which was why her expression had been one of sheer terror. After the girl was struck down, the ghost lingered among the crowd for quite some time before departing. The two men, unfazed by the story, urged the homeless man to leave the area. Once the investigators had vacated, the pair remained, and the older man began to recount the subway's history. He explained that the first line's route passed over the tomb of a Qing dynasty princess. Workers had unearthed numerous skeletons while digging underground, leading to a series of misfortunes in the construction. Locals believed they had disturbed the spirits below, prompting the hiring of a renowned monk to perform rituals and leave special symbols at designated locations, which eventually quelled the disturbances. However, no matter how busy it became, the first line ceased operations past midnight, specifically at 11 o'clock, and an empty train must run to escort the wandering souls to their rightful place. Just then, Li Zongping finished driving his last train and disembarked at the platform. Though reluctant to stay, he had no choice but to escort the two men into the tunnel as directed by his supervisor. Upon reaching the specified location, the older man muttered that the symbols had indeed been damaged, affecting their efficacy, that he instructed the younger man to remove the electrical sign and use vermilion to restore the symbols on the back. After completing the task, Li Zongping led the two men out of the subway station. This subway line has since been rife with strange occurrences, though many are mere embellishments spun by the townsfolk. The empty train run is simply a maintenance procedure, and this tale remains just that, a tale that I hope everyone refrains from overanalyzing it and continues to trust in science. Chapter 10. The eerie legend of the red bag beneath the old elm tree. If you happen upon a red bag filled with money, do not, under any circumstances, reach out to grab it, for it may very well be the bridal dowry of a restless spirit, leading you to possess life, yet lack the means to enjoy it. Upon graduating from university, Li Zongping returned to his village to visit his grandmother, who had raised him. Having grown up in the village and being the sole child to attend college, the villagers greeted him warmly upon his return. His grandmother prepared a feast to welcome her grandson home. After the meal, with time to spare, Li Zongping decided to stroll through the village, reminiscing about the joyous days of his childhood, before he realized it. He had wandered beyond the village. At the foot of a nearby mountain stood a century-old elm tree, revered by the villagers as a protective figure. It was said that tying a red ribbon around its trunk would ensure a child's safety throughout their life. For decades, countless red ribbons adorned the old tree. As Li Zongping gazed at the elm, a sense of unease washed over him, an inexplicable eeriness that he could not quite articulate, that as he lowered his gaze. He suddenly spotted a brand new red bag nestled behind the tree. Under normal circumstances, such a bag may not have seemed peculiar, but in this context, beneath a tree festooned with red ribbons, it took on an ominous quality, that a sense of foreboding gripped him, and just as he resolved to turn away, an unseen force seemed to pull him toward the bag, compelling him to approach it. Ultimately, Li Zongping reached out and picked up the bag, which was crafted from red fabric and contained several items. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a set of clothes, a stack of cash, and a conspicuously prominent yellow talisman. Initially presuming it to be funeral offerings, Li Zongping was utterly astonished when he realized the contents were not funeral goods at all, but rather genuine currency. On the yellow paper lay what seemed to be someone's destiny, written in the form of the 4 pillars of destiny. At that moment, Li Zongping suddenly recalled his grandmother's admonitions from his childhood. Without hesitation, he cast aside his wealth and the yellow paper and dashed homeward. Upon returning, the shock overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. That night, he was plagued by a nightmarish vision. A man and a woman, clad in wedding attire, performed their vows, only for the groom to follow the bride into the abyss of darkness. The following day, news spread through the village that a member of the Song family had perished. The deceased was Song Renzis, a man not known for his intellect, whose visage bore an unsettling smile, his hand clenching a thick wad of cash. Nearby, a red cloth bag drifted in the river, echoing the old adage, "One fears having a life to grasp, but no life to spend." Folklore suggests that to prevent a prematurely departed girl from being lonely in the afterlife, her family would place her birth details and money in a red bag and cast it beneath a tree. Whoever retrieves it is deemed to have accepted this union. The late Song Renzis was indeed a pitiable figure. He had lost his father at a tender age, and his mother, facing a difficult childbirth, struggled to survive. Malnourished, she suffered from epilepsy, with no means to seek treatment, oscillating between wellness and illness, thus losing her source of livelihood. Deprived of familial love, Song Renzis, having endured much hardship, often spoke nonsensically and lacked mental acuity, subsisting on the meager offerings of the village's uncles and aunts. Who would have imagined he would wander to the old elm tree by the river and retrieve the red bag? Ultimately unable to escape his fate, this tale is purely fictional. Consider it a story. Do not fall prey to superstition. Rather, uphold the principles of science. Chapter 11. The eerie incident on Tianyao Forum. When it comes to the bizarre threads on Tianyao Forum, many have heard of the Zhuiyang incident, one of the most peculiar posts ever recorded. In 2005, a user named Zhuiyang emerged, claiming to test the existence of ghosts. to explore whether spirits truly inhabit our world. Zui Yang resolved to personally engage in various spiritual games circulating on the internet. He promptly documented the outcomes of his experiments in the Ghostly Tales section of Tinya Forum upon publication. The post captured widespread attention from netizens. A flurry of debates ensued, but what truly transpired remains a source of intrigue. What is the current status of this incident? Today, I shall recount the Zui Yang affair. Zui Yang's first spiritual game involved peeling an apple in front of a mirror at midnight. It was said that at 12 o'clock, after extinguishing the lights, if one ignited a candle before a mirror and commenced peeling an apple, the unbroken peel would reveal one's past life, while a broken peel would summon malevolent spirits. That night, Zui Yang prepared his tools and began the game. Initially, he trembled with fear, causing the peel to snap, sending a jolt of fright through him. Yet, nothing transpired. He proceeded to peel 5 or 6 more apples, but still encountered no eerie occurrences. His second game involved consuming rice infused with the energy of the deceased. It was said that at midnight, one should find a dark, deserted place, take a bowl of rice, insert 3 incense sticks, and place it at a crossroads. Once the incense burned out, one should consume the rice. Said to be filled with the essence of wandering souls, allowing swift passage into the realm of spirits. During this game, Zui Yang, gripped by fear, contemplated abandoning it several times, yet ultimately persevered. That he reported that aside from the rice being inedible due to the incense ash, nothing extraordinary occurred. However, the ordinarily 10-minute journey home took him an hour, leaving him uncertain whether he had indeed crossed into the netherworld. Zui Yang's third spiritual game was the summoning of Bloody Mary. This involved entering a bathroom alone at night, extinguishing the lights, facing the mirror, and lighting a candle before him while reciting a chant 3 times. Following these steps could yield various unknown outcomes. Upon discovering this game on the forum, Zui Yang's immediate reaction was skepticism. Nevertheless, that night he attempted it. After completion, aside from condensation on the mirror, nothing unusual transpired. His fourth game, the Four Corners game, was deemed the most terrifying, reportedly more so than the Ouija board. At midnight, 4 individuals would gather in an empty rectangular room, extinguish all lights, and each stand in a corner facing the wall. At the game's commencement, 1 individual would walk towards another corner, lightly tapping the shoulder of the person in front. This would continue in succession. If one reached a corner and found no one, they were to cough before proceeding to the next corner until encountering another participant. If someone failed to cough, it implied all corners were occupied, yet one person remained in motion. Who could that solitary figure be? Zui Yang coordinated with 3 friends, Li Laolu, Xiao Feng, and Yo Zi, to gather at Li Laoyu's home for the game. Initially, they all took it lightly, standing in their respective corners and silencing themselves once the lights were extinguished. Zui Yang began walking towards Li Laolu, followed by Li Laolu to Xiao Feng, and then to Yo Zi. Continuing this for 20 minutes, they maintained a steady rhythm of coughing, encountering no anomalies. However, after a while, Xiao Feng suddenly screamed, claiming he had walked through 2 corners without any presence. Alarmed, the others quickly turned on the lights, only to discover Yo Zi had vanished. Just as confusion settled, the door swung open, revealing Yo Zi, who explained he had been intoxicated and had stepped out for a restroom break. Thus, the game concluded without any supernatural occurrences. Therefore, let it be known, do not place faith in the existence of ghosts. Eschew superstition and embrace science. Chapter 12. The Nightly Resurrection Incident at the Hospital. Have you heard of the shocking resurrection incident at a Beijing hospital? A 60-year-old man named Song Renzis, declared dead after failed resuscitation, astonishingly made an appearance at the nurse's station 3 days later, admonishing the hospital for erroneous medication. That be why the time security arrived, he had mysteriously vanished. This incident ultimately led to a tragic outcome, resulting in the injury and death of 2 nurses. This event transpired in a Beijing hospital during the 1990s.1 evening. A patient in the intensive care unit passed away, and protocol dictated that the body be transported to the mortuary for cremation. 3 female nurses wheeled the corpse to the hospital's basement level as the elevator doors opened. A chill enveloped them, accentuated by the dim corridor lighting. Fear was an inevitable response. Upon reaching the mortuary, they discovered the door ajar, seemingly left open by some unknown force. Who could be so wasteful? Is electricity not worth something? They grumbled, yet it was already late at night. The mortuary was rather eerie, and the nurses hurried to place the body and depart swiftly. Inside, the dim lighting revealed a few mortuary beds arranged against the wall, most of which were empty. As they prepared to leave after securing the body, one nurse suddenly noticed that a body was missing from an adjacent bed. She distinctly remembered bringing it in 3 days prior. Where could it have gone? However, the others dismissed her concern, assuming the family had quietly taken it for burial, as was customary during that time. After organizing the mortuary, they departed. Just as they exited, a figure emerged from the corridor's darkness, a man in his 60s, clad in a patient gown, wearing only one shoe, moving with a stiff gait. His pupils were dilated, and his skin exhibited a purplish hue, with signs of livor mortis evident. Clearly, he was not among the living. The elderly man meandered through the corridor before abruptly pushing open the stairwell door and entering. By this hour, only 2 nurses remained on night duty at the first-floor nurses' station, anticipating a quiet shift. They had agreed to take turns resting, and for the first half of the night, Li Zongping manned the station alone. As she focused on completing the evening medication log, she caught a glimpse of someone approaching from the corner of her eye. Assuming it was merely a patient heading to the restroom, she paid little mind. Soon, the figure reached the front desk, presenting a slip of paper to Li Zongping and inquiring in a monotone voice whether there had been a mistake with his medication. The tone was unsettling, accompanied by a foul odor wafting towards her. Reacting instinctively, Li Zongping covered her mouth and nose with one hand while reaching for the paper with the other, overwhelmed by the stench. She felt nauseous and refrained from looking up at the individual, eager to expedite his departure. Upon glancing at the slip in her hand, she was taken aback, as cold sweat began to trickle down. Li Zongping was struck with terror, for the figure before him was none other than the patient who had been pronounced dead by the doctor 3 days prior. The realization sent shivers through his entire being, and his nerves tightened as he lifted his gaze towards the apparition. The moment he did, he was instantly paralyzed with fear, struggling to breathe. The man standing there was indeed the deceased patient, his body marred by livor mortis and emanating a putrid stench. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Zongping let out a piercing scream, waking another nurse, Lu Li, who rubbed her eyes and stepped out. However, upon witnessing the horrifying scene, she too froze in sheer terror before succumbing to a scream of her own. The cries for help from the 2 nurses alerted the patrolling security guards, who hastily rushed over with flashlights. Yet, as they pushed open the door, they were left dumbfounded to find both nurses unconscious at the nurses' station. They quickly moved to assist, and fortunately, Li Zongping soon regained consciousness, albeit muttering incoherently about zombies and the undead. Both were subsequently taken to the emergency room for treatment, but Li Zongping remained in a frenzied state, continuously babbling nonsense. Tragically, Lu Li, overwhelmed by a surge of adrenaline that accelerated her heart rate and increased blood flow to her heart, succumbed despite rescue efforts. Essentially, she died of fright. The following day, the missing corpse was discovered in a stairwell of the hospital, and how it ended up there remains a mystery. Thus concludes today's tale. I remind everyone that this story is purely fictional and urge you not to believe in superstitions. It is essential to respect science. Chapter 13. The Haunting Incident at Wenzhou High School. Have you heard of the shocking haunting incident at Wenzhou High School that stunned the nation? It is said that out of a class of 48 students on a field trip, 47 tragically drowned. Yet on the 7th day, following the incident, all 48 students were mysteriously present in the classroom. This revelation sent shockwaves through society, prompting numerous media outlets to report on it, leaving countless students in Wenzhou with lasting psychological scars. The incident took place in 1992 at a certain high school in Wenzhou. On that day, a sophomore class returned from a school-organized outing, still basking in the joy of their adventure. However, as the bus traversed a road by the river, the usually affable driver suddenly turned somber. This driver had been working at the school for over a decade, known for his kindness and engaging conversations with the students, who all adored him. The students, assuming his change in demeanor was due to the treacherous road, paid it no mind. To their shock, the driver suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, flooring the accelerator and violently jerking the steering wheel. With a thunderous crash, the bus barreled through the guardrail and plunged into the depths of the river below. The event sent ripples through the media, leading to extensive coverage. Police quickly cordoned off the area, and rescue teams worked tirelessly to retrieve the students' bodies, which were soon recovered from the river. the sight of which was utterly horrific. Only one girl, who could swim, survived, but even she lay unconscious in the hospital for an entire week before awakening. Though she regained consciousness, it was evident that she had suffered a severe psychological blow. She would often talk to herself, recounting the events of that fateful day. Even a week later, the mere mention of the incident would send her into a state of terror. She recounted how, after escaping through the bus window, she desperately swam to the surface, only to feel something tugging at her legs, pulling her down. When she dared to look beneath the water, she was met with a swarm of white figures rising from the depths. Gripping her tightly, and despite her utmost effort, she could not break free. Gradually, she lost consciousness, unable to recall how she was ultimately rescued. In the aftermath, the school became shrouded in sorrow, with every face reflecting grief over the loss of their companions. Introducing the children to the chilling concept of death for the first time. Unbeknownst to them, even stranger occurrences loomed on the horizon. On the night of the seventh day, security guard Li Zongping, as per his usual routine, entered the electrical control room and cut off the power to the entire school, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Yet to his disquiet, one classroom remained illuminated, initially attributing it to a faulty circuit. He soon realized that the classroom in question was that of the very class that had suffered the tragedy, which had remained in use since the incident. Confounded, Li Zongping wondered how the lights could still be on when he had just turned off the power. Was someone playing a prank on him? Steeling himself, he approached the classroom door, determined to uncover the truth. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and upon peering inside, his soul seemed to leave his body. The classroom was filled to capacity with the very students and teachers who had perished, all turning in unison to face him with grotesque smiles. With a scream, Li Zongping fled the building, returning to his dormitory where he crouched trembling in a corner, replaying the horrifying scene in his mind, gripped by fear. The following day, as members of the basketball team arrived at the gym for practice, they discovered Li Zongping hanging lifelessly from the basketball hoop in a manner that defied explanation. The principal was notified, and the police were called to investigate. They found it perplexing that the only key to the gym belonged to the physical education teacher, who was notably absent at the time of the incident. Furthermore, the key remained securely with the teacher. The gym's main entrance was locked, and the windows were barred from the inside, leaving the mystery of how Li Zongping gained entry unsolved. His demise cast an even darker shadow over the school, following swiftly on the heels of two tragic events. Consequently, the school canceled evening study sessions, providing no explanation. However, rumors circulated that the lights in that classroom continued to shine, with whispers that the students of that fateful class were still attending lessons. Thus concludes today's narrative. I remind everyone that this story is purely fictional. Treat it as mere entertainment. Do not succumb to superstition. It is vital to respect science. Chapter 14. The mysterious manuscript of a septuagenarian woman from Hunan, illiterate yet capable of producing over 1 million words in an unrecognizable script, has been at the center of intrigue for over 2 decades. Some speculate that her writings are of extraterrestrial origin, while the elderly woman claims she is guided by celestial beings. How could an individual with no formal education create such text? Could it be that divine beings truly exist in this world? The story begins with a man named Jiang, a retired teacher from Daba village in Hunan province. One day in 2006, as he strolled home, he stumbled upon a student's exercise booklet among the grass. Assuming it belonged to a student, he picked it up, but upon opening it, he was astounded to find it filled with incomprehensible symbols. At first glance, they resembled writing, but with decades of teaching experience, Jiang could not recognize a single character. The symbols appeared bizarre, varying in size, yet displaying an orderly arrangement. Upon further examination, Jiang noticed that while the symbols bore similarities, they exhibited a systematic variation that could not have been produced by any ordinary student. He immediately surmised that this might be an ancient form of writing to unravel the mystery of the strange manuscript. Jiang, accompanied by a reporter, inquired within the village and soon learned of a crucial lead. An elderly woman nearby was said to possess numerous similar books filled with incomprehensible symbols. Under the guidance of the villagers, Jiang and the reporter arrived at the home of an elderly woman named Tang Gingxiu, who was over 70 years old. Upon entering her home, they confirmed that she was indeed the mysterious author of the celestial script. For her abode was cluttered with similar notebooks, Tang claimed that she had penned these manuscripts over the past 20 years, amassing at least 1,000,000 words. Those present were convinced that the elderly woman must be a reclusive sage, for such mastery could not be achieved without extraordinary talent. However, what she revealed next left them all in disbelief. She had never attended school and could only recognize a handful of common characters. The reason she could write the celestial script was that she was guided by divine beings. That it turned out that Tang had suffered a severe illness in her youth, during which she experienced a blurred state between consciousness and dreams. In that moment, a celestial voice appeared in her mind, and from then on, she began to transcribe the celestial script at home, feeling compelled to continue. Otherwise, she would suffer various ailments. Thus, Elder Tang has been writing for over 20 years. And by now, she has amassed an impressive collection of over 1,000,000 words. Subsequently, a reporter brought the mysterious script to an expert in ancient characters in the provincial capital, hoping that he could assist in analyzing the bizarre events surrounding it. However, after thorough examination, even the expert could not decipher the characters within the script, which bore no resemblance to ancient Chinese characters or oracle bone inscriptions. The expert concluded that this was an entirely new system of writing, implying that it was a creation of an individual. Could it be true, as Elder Tang claimed, that she was guided by celestial beings? Did she learn this script spontaneously? Yet, upon further investigation, the expert noticed an intriguing pattern. Elder Tang initially wrote in circular symbols, which gradually evolved into square shapes, indicating a clear influence from modern Chinese characters. When confronted with inquiries, Elder Tang became evasive and ambiguous about her earlier claims of divine instruction, ultimately recounting a tale instead. In her youth, Elder Tang faced extreme poverty. Her parents were unable to afford her education. However, she possessed a strong-willed character and labored diligently during those challenging times, eventually becoming a party member and assuming the role of the Women's Federation director in her village. Yet, a particular incident drastically altered her mindset and fate. During a county meeting, as the Women's Federation director, she needed to attend. Prior to the meeting, nature called, but due to her illiteracy, she inadvertently entered the men's restroom, startling all the men inside. They berated her, questioning how someone who could not read could hold such a position. This remark struck a nerve in the young Elder Tang, and feeling too old to pursue education, she became obsessed with creating her own script. For over 20 years, she wrote fervently, believing that by doing so, she could absolve herself of past humiliation. The reason she claimed that celestial beings taught her was to conceal the truth, that the origin of her script stemmed from her misstep into the men's restroom. Thus, the secret of the script was unveiled. For Elder Tang, however, these characters merely represented her inner world. They were her spiritual refuge. Through these symbols, she communicated with celestial beings and expressed her innermost thoughts. She remained indifferent to external judgments of her script, focusing solely on her connection with the divine and the guidance it provided. Now in her 70s, Elder Tang's passion for creation remains undiminished. Each day, she quietly inscribes these enigmatic symbols, sharing her reflections and insights with the celestial realm. This story teaches us that everyone possesses their own world and beliefs. Although our faiths and worldviews may differ, we must respect each other's choices and pursuits, learning to understand and embrace diverse thoughts and perspectives to foster a more pluralistic and inclusive world. Chapter 15. The eerie legend of the threshold as a barrier against spirits. Does the threshold truly possess the power to ward off spirits? Why is it that the ghosts and zombies depicted in horror films cannot cross the threshold? According to folklore, the threshold in rural areas is not merely a physical barrier, but also serves to repel impurities and dispel evil. Welcome to the eerie legend of the threshold as a barrier against spirits. The story unfolds in a villager's home in Jiangxi. When Song Rintu was 9 years old, his mother had to visit his grandmother unexpectedly. Leaving him alone at home to watch television, as night fell and his mother had yet to return, he decided to pass the time by playing soccer in the yard. Suddenly, he heard a thudding sound coming from the front door. Following the noise, he saw a figure attempting to step into the yard, but struggling to cross the threshold. Each attempt resulted in a thud against the barrier. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the person as a relative from the village, whom he referred to as Uncle. Curious about the situation, he approached, calling out, "Uncle, why can't you come in?" As he drew nearer, he noticed that Uncle was drenched, leaving a puddle on the ground, and his face was pale. appearing more ghostly than human. Terrified, Song Rintu turned and fled back inside, hastily locking the door. Peering through the window, he observed Uncle still trapped by the threshold, eventually turning to leave after what seemed like an eternity. Once he felt it was safe, Song Rintu cautiously opened the door to check outside. The street was deserted and Uncle had vanished. However, he was startled to find a large puddle of water where Uncle had stood, leaving him too frightened to remain alone at home that he quickly closed the door and ran towards his grandmother's house. Upon crossing a small bridge, he noticed a crowd gathered, discussing something. Driven by curiosity, he approached to find out what had happened. Just then, his neighbor, Uncle Lee, was among the crowd. Unable to contain his curiosity, Song Rintu asked, "Uncle Lee, what are you all looking at?" Uncle Lee replied, "A person fell off the bridge and drowned." "You should go home, little one. Who died?" inquired Song Rintu. "It was your uncle who fell off his bike and drowned." Hearing this, Song Rintu was engulfed by a chill, his hair standing on end, unable to believe the reality of the situation. Could it be that he had truly seen a ghost? Looking up at the bridge, he saw that Uncle was being pulled from the river by the crowd. As the body passed by him, Uncle's eyes suddenly turned towards him, locking onto him with an intense gaze. Terrified, Song Rintu screamed and ran home, slamming the door shut and hiding under the covers until his parents returned that evening. At the dinner table, he recounted the day's events to his parents, who were initially skeptical. However, his father admitted that Uncle's death was indeed sudden. There were only a few puddles in the river, and Uncle had unfortunately fallen into one and lost consciousness, ultimately claiming his life. "It seems the king of hell called you to die at 3 in the morning. Who would dare let you linger until 5? The following morning, his parents left early to assist with Uncle's funeral arrangements. Once they departed, Song Rintu quickly locked the door and even secured it with a bolt. Finally, when night fell and his parents returned, they discussed the strange events surrounding Uncle's home. After being brought back, Uncle was dressed in burial attire and placed in a coffin. However, during the night, while the second son kept vigil, he suddenly heard dripping sounds emanating from the coffin. The brothers approached to investigate and discovered water seeping through the coffin's seams. Stunned, they realized that Uncle was submerged in water, glaring at them with rage. The brothers deliberated, concluding that this must be a manifestation of Uncle's grievance, and they decided to summon a medium for guidance. The next day, they invited a feng shui master, who merely glanced at the coffin and stated he met an unjust death, but it appears he has already found a host. No need to worry. There will be more deaths in the village in the coming days, and the water in the coffin will dissipate to their astonishment. That very night, the prediction came true. An elderly woman in the village unexpectedly passed away. The sudden deaths of 2 individuals were significant events in the village, prompting widespread speculation among the villagers. The most credible rumor suggested that Uncle had perished while attempting to evade the elderly woman's fall into the river. Thus, he had taken her life in return. However, Song Rintu remained puzzled about why Uncle had insisted on entering his home that day. What would have occurred had Uncle crossed the threshold? Reflecting on this incident still sent shivers down his spine. And so, dear friends, today's tale comes to a close that we look forward to your company in the next episode. I would like to formally remind everyone that this story is purely fictional. Please view it as such. Let us not succumb to superstition and instead uphold the value of science. Chapter 16. The supernatural incident of the female corpse at Changsha Reservoir. If you have a friend who is passionate about fishing, do invite them to hear this story. First, congratulations on having a treasure of a friend. For anglers are not only well-informed and optimistic, but also possess determination and, at times, can be of great assistance during critical moments. This is a true story that unfolds at the Chamber Reservoir in Changsha, Hubei Province, where Li Zongping and Song Rintu decided to go fishing not far from home. After more than an hour of fishing without a single nibble, the pair grew increasingly anxious. Suddenly, Song Rintu joked, "Li Zongping, you must have put too much bait in the water. Even the fish are ignoring you." Just then, as he spoke, Song Rintu seemed to notice something out of the corner of his eye. Following his gaze, Li Zongping saw a woman silently approaching from behind them, completely drenched, with a pallid complexion and torn clothing. In astonishment, Song Rintu asked, "Miss, what are you doing here at this hour?" Yet the woman, seemingly oblivious to his presence, continued her advance with an expressionless face, walking straight towards the water's edge without any intention of stopping. Li Zongping initially assumed that Song Rintu would intervene, but as he watched the woman step into the water, Song Rintu unexpectedly exclaimed, "Sister, don't go there. I had just set a fishing net in that very spot." Seeing that the woman remained unresponsive, it finally dawned on both of them that she was attempting to take her own life. Song Rintu, who had been lamenting his inability to find a girlfriend, perceived this as a golden opportunity to become a hero and rushed into the water without hesitation. Li Zongping, concerned about potential mishaps, stood at the edge of the shallow water, shouting and calling the police. However, the woman was soon engulfed by the water. Observing this, Song Rintu dove in with determination. An excellent swimmer, he resurfaced several times for air. But despite diving repeatedly, he could not locate the woman who had plunged into the depths. It was as if she had vanished without a trace. Barely moments after Song Rintu emerged from the water, the police arrived at the scene. The two recounted their harrowing experience, and one officer swiftly contacted the rescue and recovery teams to commence a search. Yet after more than 3 hours of searching, there was no sign of the woman they described. Even the divers reported that there were no drowning victims in that area. Despite this, Li and Song insisted they had seen the woman enter the water, prompting the search to be expanded. Just before dawn, a diver made a chilling discovery at the bottom of a different water body. He reported finding a female corpse. Strikingly, she did not resemble the woman described by the witnesses, as she appeared to be a victim of foul play, having a large concrete slab tied to her body, suggesting she had been submerged intentionally for several days. Song Rintu lamented the loss of what he thought could be his girlfriend and fretted over returning empty-handed. Both were taken back to the police station as suspects. Fortunately, the case was swiftly resolved, clearing Li and Song of any involvement. The true perpetrator was a nearby bachelor named Lu Guotao, who had followed the woman, robbed her, and, driven by nefarious intentions, murdered her before disposing of her body in the reservoir. This case became notorious within the precinct as an eerie mystery. No one could explain how Li Zongping and Song Rintu witnessed the woman entering the water. The only certainty was that it coincided with the 7th day after her death. Now, the story has concluded. For those who enjoy supernatural tales, don't forget to follow. Your support is the inspiration for my creative endeavors. Chapter 17. The eerie legend of the Corpse King of the Yellow River. It is well known that the Yellow River is our mother river, a waterway that has witnessed numerous inexplicable supernatural events. Among the most chilling tales is that of corpses long deceased seemingly walking along the riverbed. These entities are referred to as the Corpse Kings of the Yellow River, and even professional recovery divers dare not approach them lightly. This account is based on a personal experience of my friend Li Zongping. At the time, he was employed at a factory, and one day, he and his colleague Song Rintu were assigned to a business trip that required them to cross the Yellow River by boat. During that era, transportation was not as developed, and crossing the river relied solely on manually rowed wooden boats. On that particular evening, aside from Li Zongping and Song Rintu, there was a young man aboard the boat. The boatman, a middle-aged man in his 40s, waited for over half an hour at the dock before finally deciding to set off, as no one else boarded. The young man, impatient from the lengthy wait, offered cigarettes to Li Zongping and Song Rintu, and they began to chat. Through their conversation, they learned that this young man was a salesman who had traveled extensively across the country, though this was his first encounter with the Yellow River, which he admired greatly. As the manually rowed boat progressed at a leisurely pace, the young man, feeling increasingly bored, asked the boatman about any strange occurrences associated with the Yellow River. To his surprise, the boatman curtly refused, advising him not to be overly curious about the river's mysteries. Li Zongping and Song Rintu, familiar with the customs of river travel, attempted to dissuade the young man from pressing the issue, explaining that every profession has its rules. One does not speak of ghosts while walking, nor of water while on a boat. Just as the young man was about to inquire further, he suddenly froze. His expression grave, as if he had seen something terrifying. He abruptly recoiled, colliding with Li Zongping, who was startled by the unexpected movement. The young man, trembling, gasped, "I just saw someone in the river," believing someone was drowning. Li Zongping and Song Rintu quickly rose to investigate. What they witnessed sent chills down their spines. Amidst the murky water stood a figure. Li Zongping shouted for the boatman to stop the boat, convinced someone was in peril. However, the boatman seemed deaf to his pleas. When Li Zongping raised his voice further, the boatman finally turned and said, "Stop shouting. What's in the river is not a human." The boatman's words puzzled the three, as they clearly saw the figure submerged yet moving in the river. Confused by the boatman's refusal to rescue the supposed victim, they grew increasingly frustrated, demanding he halt the boat. The boatman slowly explained that it's the corpse king of the Yellow River, the vengeful spirit of someone who drowned. It's not a living person. Despite his warning, the three remained unconvinced that Li Zongping prepared to leap into the water to save the figure. The boatman shouted sternly, "You should first look closely at that person's face." When the three peered closer, they were horrified to see that the figure was grotesquely decayed, no longer resembling a living being. Its milky eyes glared at them from the depths, sending a shiver of dread through them. The boatman then instructed them to brace themselves, as the boat would accelerate to escape from whatever was in the river. The three clung tightly to the boat, paralyzed by fear. Unable to resist, Li Zongping glanced back, only to find the corpse still fixated on them until they drifted further away. After rowing for some time, the boatman confirmed that the entity had not followed them, and he exhaled in relief. Gradually, the three regained their composure and asked the boatman why the corpse had been standing in the water. The boatman, no longer concealing the truth, explained, "Typically, drowning victims surface within 3 to 4 days. Male corpses face down while female corpses float face up. However, if a body stands in the water, it is a vengeful spirit filled with resentment. Even professional recovery divers avoid them, for merely gazing upon them brings 3 years of misfortune, let alone attempting to recover them. These spirits drift along the riverbed, creating the illusion of walking while leaving behind footprints on the riverbed." After hearing the boatman's account, the three were filled with a profound sense of dread. Following this incident, Li Zongping faced a string of misfortunes, ultimately resigning from his job and spending 3 years at home doing nothing. Now, today's tale has come to an end. I must emphasize that this story is purely fictional. Please do not succumb to superstition, but rather respect science. Chapter 18. The Eerie Incident at the Round Building in Gongshiling. Northeast China in Gongshiling City, Jilin Province, there exists a round building that has long been regarded as one of the top 10 haunted buildings in the country. It is said that during the war, this site served as a burial ground for the deceased, and the malevolent energy that lingers here is so potent that even the revered Guanyin cannot pacify it. Uncle A Chong searched online for an extended period but could not ascertain the exact construction date of the round building. However, it is confirmed through discussions on Tianyao Forum and Baidu Tieba that this haunted building has been the site of numerous supernatural occurrences. This abandoned building has remained idle for at least 30 years and is located north of the train station in Gongshiling City. The earliest rumors about it date back to the 1980s that TO described the haunted building. Its base is square, and it comprises 17 stories, all enveloped in rusted iron sheeting. The west side of the building exposes a staircase with no covering. Those who have visited the haunted building may recall that above the west entrance hangs a statue of Guanyin seated upon a lotus throne, purportedly to ward off the evil spirits in the area. The developer's decision to erect this statue undoubtedly adds to the mystery surrounding the building. However, local netizens have reported that during the construction phase, there was no statue of Guanyin present. Originally, this area was a mass grave, where many persecuted civilians and even some enemy soldiers were buried. Whether these tales are true or false is now impossible to verify, but the older generations in the region firmly believe that the site harbors numerous malevolent entities. Particularly over 20 years ago, the building gained notoriety for the peculiar phenomenon of individuals inexplicably leaping from its heights. Moreover, all chose to reside on the 8th floor, leading the populace to regard the situation as exceedingly peculiar. They believed that those unfortunate souls who had taken their own lives could not possibly have done so willingly. Rather, it was thought that the building had become a haven for malevolent spirits. Consequently, the community pooled resources to commission an image of Zhong Kuei, hoping that his presence would quell the supernatural disturbances. However, the subsequent occurrences of strange events continued unabated. Some speculated that perhaps Zhong Kuei, being a native deity, lacked the power to subdue the foreign spirits from Japan. In light of this, a grand statue of a bodhisattva was later acquired. Yet as everyone is aware, it too proved ineffectual. Over the years, this circular building remained notorious as the haunted edifice, originally intended to become the largest entertainment venue in the region. Its exterior was designed in an elegant European style, and it was to feature a hotel, dining and bathing services. However, during the construction phase, two workers inexplicably fell to their death from the 8th floor. From that moment on, this still unfinished round building became the focal point of local ghost stories. Even the revered Guanyin could not pacify this haunted structure, which lay dormant for over 30 years, ultimately becoming an abandoned project that no one dared to take over. Is it true that the bizarre tales circulating on Tianyao Forum and Baidu Tieba have any merit? When the developers of the haunted building, undeterred by the gossip, proceeded to operate it, they hoped that the positive energy from patrons would ameliorate the situation. Yet, they were met with even more sinister occurrences. The night shift manager often reported hearing various strange noises emanating from both inside and outside the building. Sounds reminiscent of flowing water, electrical currents, and intermittently, eerie howls and murmurs. Initially, the influx of customers masked these phenomena, and few paid them heed. However, as time passed, such incidents became increasingly frequent. Local lore grew ever more fantastical. One fateful night, two waitstaff and a security guard inexplicably leapt from the 8th floor at the stroke of midnight, at the identical location where the workers had previously met their demise. The fallout from this incident left the entertainment venue's owner disheartened. He had not anticipated 3 lives being lost so suddenly. As the business continued to decline, he sought the counsel of a feng shui master, reputed to have traversed the country in his youth, encountering various supernatural occurrences. Upon arriving at the venue, the master immediately declared the place to be saturated with negative energy. Having witnessed numerous untimely deaths over the years that Tio resolved this predicament, he suggested hanging an image of Zhong Kuei above the main entrance, for Zhong Kuei is famously known as a deity of exorcism, often depicted at the thresholds of homes to ward off evil spirits. The owner, though skeptical, had little choice but to comply, having invested millions into the entertainment complex during an era when the affluent were celebrated. However, the malevolence of this haunted structure proved formidable. Following the master's instructions, the owner installed a statue of Zhong Kuei above the entrance. Yet mere days later, calamity struck again that a patron, having slipped while bathing, tragically fell and struck the back of his head. Despite the staff's swift call for an ambulance, the patron succumbed before help could arrive. Local elders remarked on the overwhelming stench of blood at the scene, causing some timid waitresses to request leave to return home. That same day, the statue of Zhong Kuei, inexplicably, fell from its perch above the entrance. Thus, the haunted building's grim reputation spread like wildfire, becoming a topic of apprehensive conversation among the townsfolk. Chapter 19. The strange incident of the zombie bites in Chengdu in 1995. An alarming phenomenon emerged in the Chengdu region. Reports of zombies attacking individuals. An archaeological team unearthed 3 ancient corpses from the Qing dynasty, which mysteriously vanished that very night without a trace. The official narrative dismissed the incident as a case of rabies, but was the truth truly so simplistic? Why did the nation begin advocating cremation just 2 years later? Today, Uncle A. Chong recounts the events surrounding the 1995 Chengdu zombie bite incident. This event, now 28 years past, has spawned numerous versions in both folklore and on the internet, with embellishments that have obscured the original essence. After extensive research, Uncle A. Chong uncovered the most credible account that in 1995, news broke of zombies in Chengdu, described as remarkably swift and agile, emerging only at night. They attacked indiscriminately, with victims typically divided into 2 categories: those who lost their heads and perished instantly, and those who were bitten on the neck or limbs, who would subsequently transform into zombies within days. The origins of this tale stem from 2 distinct sources. One account suggested that the zombies had escaped from a cave called Jiu Lao Dong on Mount Qingcheng, rumored to contain numerous skeletal remains. It was said that a daring reporter who ventured to investigate met a mysterious demise. Another theory posited that the discovery of 3 ancient corpses on Mount Qingcheng had not been promptly addressed, leading to their transformation into zombies shortly thereafter. The most plausible explanation, however, indicates that in 1995, an archaeological team working near the Wuhou shrine excavated 3 ancient corpses. The clothing and accessories indicated they belonged to the Qing dynasty, and their well-preserved hair suggested considerable research potential. Consequently, no immediate action was taken. The corpses were merely laid out to air. Yet that very night, the 3 ancient remains inexplicably vanished, leaving everyone in bewilderment. Initially, the staff did not suspect the supernatural, assuming that someone within their ranks had absconded with the bodies. However, within days, the chilling reports of zombie attacks began surfacing in Chengdu, with numerous eyewitnesses claiming to have seen zombies attacking people in the streets. As days passed, several individuals fell victim to these creatures, and those who survived began to undergo transformations into zombies themselves. The ensuing chaos became uncontainable, exacerbated by the popularity of Hong Kong zombie films at the time. Many, despite never having seen a zombie, believed the tales wholeheartedly. Students in the area were particularly terrified, and schools issued notifications mandating that parents escort their children, resulting in a cancellation of evening classes and tutoring sessions, all in response to the zombie attacks. In the years that followed, numerous accounts emerged from those who experienced the events firsthand, recalling a pervasive atmosphere of fear. They even documented the supposed movement patterns of the zombies, claiming that they had been spotted traversing from Chengdu towards Deyang and then rerouting to Mianyang, effectively haunting the entire Sichuan basin. As the tales of the zombie attack spread, becoming increasingly terrifying, local authorities quickly collaborated with regional radio stations to dispel the rumors. Various channels featured experts attempting to reassure the public, asserting that the incidents were merely the result of misinformation. Nevertheless, grassroots organizations, particularly schools, remained steadfast in their precautions. Eventually, a new rumor circulated, claiming that authorities had resorted to flamethrowers to eradicate the zombies, a revelation that provided many with a sense of relief. The zombie bite incidents gradually subsided. However, just as one wave of panic receded, another emerged. In the newly renovated Funan River area, reports of zombie attacks resurfaced. How did this latest rumor come to light? The Funan River had been slated for redevelopment since the 1980s due to a history steeped in bloodshed and mystery, often plagued by tragic incidents, including suicides and drownings, for an extended period. Local residents avoided the river altogether. During the renovations, numerous skeletal remains and animal carcasses were unearthed, further instilling fear in the local populace. Simultaneously, similar rumors began circulating in Shanghai, albeit concerning a different type of undead creature. Rather than traditional zombies, reports spoke of Western vampires haunting the Hongkou district, predominantly emerging at night and exhibiting a particular fondness for women clad in red. Consequently, Shanghai was engulfed in a wave of fear, as red coats and dresses became unwelcome attire for women. What then was the origin of the vampires in Shanghai? Below are several plausible explanations as posited by Uncle Chong. One theory suggests that the influx of foreign chemical companies during that time may have led to unethical experimentation on living subjects, resulting in mutations that birth zombies or vampires. Another hypothesis links the emergence of zombies in Chengdu and Shanghai to cargo ships, transporting them along the Yangtze River to Shanghai. The third narrative is rather absurd. It suggests that a zombie sighted in Shanghai had previously visited Chengdu, where it was bitten by a zombie but did not undergo transformation until arriving in Shanghai. Presently, we feel no fear, largely because the internet has broadened our horizons. However, in that era, oral transmission was the predominant means of disseminating information. The emergence of zombies was undoubtedly more terrifying than horror films, prompting schoolchildren of that time to carry crucifixes and garlic for protection. While adults were generally skeptical of the existence of zombies, they conformed to the prevailing sentiments for the sake of their children's safety. In fact, when the zombie incident first broke out in Shanghai, experts and scholars promptly began to debunk the rumors. They commenced by discussing human physiology, asserting that, although a deceased person's organs may continue to function for a time, it is utterly insufficient for a person to return to life. It is even more improbable for someone to be animatedly roaming the streets causing harm. Nevertheless, the efforts of experts were far outpaced by the rapid spread of the zombie narrative. So, how did this incident ultimately conclude? An account circulated online, indicating that the authorities eventually intervened to dispel the rumors. It was reported that there indeed had been biting incidents in the Chengdu region. However, these were not the rumored zombies, but rather rabid individuals stemming from a rabid dog that had bitten a pig, which was subsequently consumed by local residents, leading to cases of rabies among them. When the rabies manifested, these individuals took to the streets, resulting in witnesses mistakenly believing they had encountered zombies. During that era, the symptoms of rabies were not well understood. Additionally, the theft of ancient corpses uncovered by an archaeological team contributed to the propagation of misconceptions, gradually giving rise to the Chengdu zombie biting incident. Following the official debunking, A significant portion of the populace chose to believe, yet a segment remained unconvinced, perceiving numerous flaws in the explanation. A small minority even posited that the origin of the zombie incident was the theft of 3 ancient corpses excavated by the archaeological team at Wuho's shrine. They contended that if these 3 corpses could be recovered, the Chengdu zombie biting incident would unravel on its own. However, to this day, the ancient corpses have not been located, nor has there been a single clue regarding their whereabouts. Where could the bodies have gone? Furthermore, the authorities claimed that what people witnessed as zombies were, in fact, individuals afflicted with rabies. Yet, in reality, if a person contracts rabies, the most evident symptom is hydrophobia. Mild sunlight incites agitation. But biting behavior is not characteristic. Animals may bite out of instinct, which is why people find the official explanation somewhat implausible. Additionally, rabies is known for its lengthy incubation period. While medical sources state that rabies can manifest within days or, in some cases, extend to several decades, historical records rarely document instances of rapid onset. Returning to the Chengdu zombie incident, those purportedly bitten by the so-called zombies exhibited symptoms the very next day, or even within days. Such a rapid onset diverges from the typical presentation of rabies, rendering the skepticism or disbelief towards the official denouncement quite reasonable. It is no wonder that even today, the older generations in Chengdu continue to believe in the existence of zombies. They suspect that the authorities may not have uncovered the true cause at the time and subsequently provided a seemingly rational explanation to quell public fears. Furthermore, some individuals noted that, following the zombie biting incidents, many regions altered their funeral practices, mandating cremation. The official rationale cited was the increasing aging population and the diminishing availability of land, necessitating the implementation of cremation. Yet, a small faction believes this was a measure aimed at addressing the zombie issue, ensuring that such problems would not recur, hence the imposition of cremation. However, the question of whether zombies truly existed remains uncertain for everyone. After all, no visual documentation was left behind, and following the official explanation, there have been no similar zombie biting incidents reported in the Chengdu area. As time passed, this event gradually transformed into an eerie tale spoken of in hushed tones throughout the streets. Chapter 20. Yu Laoshir's portrayal of Jigong in eerie events. What constitutes late blooming? Mr. Yu Binchong released his first leading television series, Jigong, at the age of 52. His exceptional acting skills and deeply resonant character propelled him to instant fame. Yet, at the pinnacle of his career, he chose to relinquish everything and instead embraced a monastic life. This decision stemmed from 3 peculiar occurrences he encountered while filming Jigong. So, what transpired during that time? Let us journey back to the 1930s. Mr. Yu was born into a wealthy family, and upon his birth, a revered monk conducted an astrological reading that foretold a significant disaster in his life, predicting he would likely not survive past the age of 13. The only remedy was to take refuge in Buddhism, leading his loving parents to send him to a temple despite their deep affection for him. This marked Mr. Yu's first foray into monastic life. As time passed, his parents, unable to bear the thought of their son spending his entire life in a temple, eventually allowed him to return to secular life. This decision provided Mr. Yu, who had a passion for performance, the opportunity to shine. After graduating from high school, he joined a cultural troupe. Due to his solid foundation in dialogue, he seized the chance to attend the Shanghai Theatre Academy. Years later, he graduated successfully and was assigned to a drama theater. Although his early career seemed promising, he felt rather mediocre when confronted with a cadre of professional actors upon leaving the academy. Despite participating in numerous dramas and films, he was relegated to minor roles for over 3 decades due to his lack of striking looks, until an extraordinary opportunity fell into his lap. In 1984, Mr. Yu participated in the rehearsal for that year's Spring Festival Gala. Though he had a mere 3 minutes of screen time, a director named Zhang Ge took notice of him at that time. Zhang was already in the process of casting for the series Jigong, but had yet to find a suitable actor. Those auditioning were either too young or did not fit the script, while others were overly handsome or lacked the rugged demeanor required for Jigong's character design. Upon seeing Mr. Yu, director Zhang immediately decided he was the perfect fit for the role. This left the 50-something Mr. Yu in disbelief, even suspecting his colleagues might be playing a prank on him. By 1985, after 2 years of diligent preparation by the crew, filming commenced smoothly. During one shoot, the temperature soared to 39 degrees Celsius. and Mr. Yu was tasked with a scene involving eating a chicken leg. Yet, as he brought the chicken leg to his lips, he discovered it had already begun to spoil. Nevertheless, to avoid delaying the shooting schedule, Mr. Yu consumed it, portraying an expression of sheer enjoyment, perfectly embodying Ji Gong's carefree demeanor. At the time, no one was aware that Mr. Yu had ingested a rotten chicken leg, and this scene was later included in the Film Academy's teaching materials. However, what was unexpected was that the late-blooming Mr. Yu chose to re-enter monastic life after Ji Gong's success. The reasons behind his return to Buddhism were tied to the 3 strange occurrences he experienced during filming. So what peculiar events did Mr. Yu encounter? Uncle A Chong will first share the story of the first strange incident. During the filming of Ji Gong, there was a scene in which the living Buddha Ji Gong strolled along a country path. However, director Zhang wished to add some details, envisioning a playful interaction between Ji Gong and wild butterflies. This would not only highlight Ji Gong's carefree personality, but also amplify his divine nature as a living Buddha. Yet, in that era, computer-generated effects were not advanced, and the scene could only be crafted similarly to the 1986 version of Journey to the West. However, doing so would risk making the scene overly contrived. Ultimately, the director had no choice but to let Mr. Yu attempt it, with the understanding that if it proved impossible, they would abandon the idea. What transpired next was utterly unimaginable. As Mr. Yu walked through the fields, he merely held his fan before the butterfly, and astonishingly, the white butterfly danced around him. Even as he waved his fan, the butterfly seemed to comprehend his intentions, landing gently upon it. It was only when Mr. Yu softly uttered, "Let's go," that the butterfly fluttered away. This segment was captured in one take, leaving all present in utter disbelief. It is understandable for a butterfly to alight upon a youthful girl, who may attract them with perfume. Yet Mr. Yu, while filming Ji Gong, was often drenched in sweat. The sudden appearance of this small white butterfly was indeed remarkable, as if it were responding to his will, coming and going at his behest. If one were to consider this an accident, then the subsequent event he encountered was truly beyond explanation. The second bizarre incident occurred during the filming of the duel between Ji Gong and the Dark Sorcerer. In order to portray the antagonist's formidable prowess, the director decided to utilize strong winds to enhance the atmosphere, accentuating the dark weather and the fluttering robes, thereby amplifying the tension of the duel. However, achieving such weather was no easy feat, prompting director Zhang to bring in a large wind machine. Yet, the artificial wind and clear skies failed to evoke the desired ambience, leaving everyone despondent as they contemplated alternative approaches. At that moment, the assistant director jokingly suggested, "Can our Ji Gong, the living Buddha, summon a strong wind with a wave of his fan?" Upon hearing this, Yu Binchong chuckled softly and began to silently recite the incantations from the play. He then waved his fan 3 times towards the sky. Remarkably, just 3 to 5 minutes later, the clear sky was suddenly shrouded in clouds, casting a shadow over the filming location that was visibly darkening. Soon after, a fierce gale arose, even causing the director's canopy to sway precariously. Everyone on set was first astonished by the sudden change in weather, but they hurriedly completed the filming of the scene where Ji Gong battled against the Black Wind Taoist. Later, in an interview, Yu Binchong expressed that after experiencing these 2 bizarre events, his inner thoughts had subtly shifted. He often pondered whether there truly was a Buddha in the world, and he felt he was soon to experience a 3rd strange occurrence. This 3rd oddity involved the crew needing to film a scene that required rain. It is worth noting that at that time, there were no advanced computer effects, and many scenes could not be set up with professional artificial rain equipment. In most cases, they had to wait for rain to arrive. Director Zhang Ge, having checked the weather forecast, confirmed that a heavy rain was expected the next day and decisively prepared a large amount of equipment, urging all actors to be ready. However, when the next day arrived, only a light drizzle fell for a few minutes. After waiting for 2 hours, the sky even showed signs of clearing up. This predicament left director Zhang Ge in a state of distress. Aware that the budget for Ji Gong was already tight, and a whole day without any progress would certainly incur significant financial losses, as ominous clouds loomed overhead with no sign of rain. The assistant director recalled the previous incident where Yu Binchong had summoned the wind. Perhaps they could ask him to try again, as it might truly have some magical effect. Thus, Yu Binchong returned to a small temple, clasped his hands in prayer to the Buddha for rain, and once again waved his fan towards the sky. Yet after 10 minutes, there was still no change, just as everyone began to pack up the filming equipment. A sudden rumble of thunder resonated in the sky, and within seconds, a torrential downpour commenced. The crew then utilized 2 full days to make up for the previously missed rain scenes that in the aftermath. Everyone surrounded Yu Benchong, praising him for seemingly entering a mystical realm, claiming that his portrayal of Jigong had indeed reached divine status. However, the old gentleman was acutely aware of his limitations and candidly stated that it was merely a coincidence. Yet soon another issue arose. They believed the rain had lasted long enough. After all, the crew had spent 2 days merely catching up on missed shots, but the rain showed no signs of abating. The path down the mountain was already treacherous with mud, rendering it impossible to transport large filming equipment. At this moment, an idea suddenly struck Yu Benchong. If this rain was indeed summoned by his prayers, would he also need to intervene to stop it? He returned to the small temple once more to beseech for the rain to cease. And remarkably, a change occurred. Before long, the heavy rain transformed into a light drizzle and ultimately ceased altogether. Sunbeams even pierced through the clouds. After experiencing these 3 extraordinary events, Yu Benchong came to realize that he might possess a unique connection to the divine. Following the completion of Jigong, he chose to renounce worldly life and become a monk. What different perspectives do people hold regarding these 3 enigmatic incidents? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments section. Chapter 21. The strange incidents of a professional body recovery specialist. Have you heard of professional body recovery specialists? In this segment, I would like to introduce you to one such individual, Li Zongping, a middle-aged man hailing from Anxi County in Fujian. This seasoned man has, over the course of 2 decades, recovered more than 400 bodies. His profession evolved from a diver to a body recovery specialist. In an interview, he stated that no horror movie could compare to even 1% of what he has experienced, the lingering stench of decomposing bodies. The inability to find a partner and the lack of an apprentice are merely trifles. His greatest fear is encountering a body that seems to understand human speech. This body recovery specialist, Li Zongping, recounted his personal experiences, and even after so many years, he still feels a sense of trepidation. Before he became a full-time body recovery specialist, Li Zongping was a diver. One day, his company assigned him a mysterious task, which would ultimately change his life forever and become a haunting shadow over him. Rewind to 2014, when a small vessel encountered an accident near the source of the Pearl River, resulting in the disappearance of over 10 crew members. That day, Li Zongping received orders from his superiors to recover at least 11 bodies. Eager to prove himself, he readily accepted the challenge. Despite having more than 5 years of diving experience, his previous work primarily involved cable repairs or underwater welding. He had never before engaged in body recovery from a sunken vessel. Li Zongping explained that the light in deep waters is exceedingly dim, and they could only navigate by their sense of direction. Upon entering the ship's cabin, he encountered a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. 2 crew members' bodies floated against the ceiling, their bloated forms with wide-open eyes fixated on him. Startled, Li Zongping felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet he steeled himself against the fear and secured ropes around the corpses' waists. Due to the body's waterlogged condition, they continually floated upward, and it took him several hours to retrieve them from the cabin. However, even more terrifying events were yet to unfold. Suddenly, the 2 bodies shifted, and their skin began to slough off. In that instant, as the skin peeled away, blood vessels burst, and their hair slowly detached from their scalps, leaving only skeletal remains. The high temperatures in the Pearl River region, combined with prolonged immersion in water, caused the bodies to begin rotting and emitting a foul stench within mere minutes of being recovered. Compounding Li Zongping's anxiety, the transportation vessel that had been arranged suddenly turned back. With no one nearby willing to take over the task, Li Zongping and his colleagues awaited for several days aboard the cabin. Confronting the stench of the bodies, the foul odor made them retch continuously. And it was from this assignment that Li Zongping developed an enduring psychological shadow, plagued by nightmares for an extended period. He even lost his appetite, prompting the company to hire a psychologist for him. After several sessions with a hypnotist, the psychologist's words finally dispelled Li Zongping's mental burdens, that he stated that the deceased should be revered rather than feared. In truth, he was performing a noble act by helping them return home, and he need not be afraid, as those he had encountered and their families would be grateful to him and would not harm him. The psychologist's insights resonated with Li Zongping, allowing him to release his psychological burden entirely. By June 2015, a cruise ship named Eastern Star departed from Nanjing en route to Chongqing, but tragedy struck during its voyage. The ship carried at least 440 passengers and crew members. Following this incident, Li Zongping did not wait for orders as he had previously. Instead, he proactively gathered 5 divers to rush to the scene for rescue. The plight of the Eastern Star was harrowing, with the entire vessel capsized, leaving only the hull above water. Although Li Zongping felt trepidation, the team donned their gear and descended into the sea to search for survivors, hoping to maximize the precious time for rescue. Within a single day, several tourists were brought to the surface, but thereafter, no further positive news emerged. The water temperature was frigid, hovering around 5 degrees, and the silt stirred up by the capsized ship severely limited visibility. Relying on his experience, Li Zongping and his colleagues made their way to the deck, where he suddenly felt something soft beneath his feet. Looking down, he found a pair of female hands gripping the railing. He attempted to pry them loose, but regardless of how much force he exerted, he could not succeed. This might have been due to the deceased's instinctual grasp for survival just before their passing. At that moment, Li Zongping took an odd yet extraordinary action. He approached the victim and, in a muffled voice, softly said, "It's all right, we will bring you home," whether by coincidence or some other reason. The body seemed to understand his words and released its grip, as if it had resolved its lingering attachment. That Li Zongping's eyes welled with tears, and in that instant, he gained a new understanding of what it meant to be a body recovery specialist. However, even on the 3rd day after the disaster, over 400 individuals remained trapped beneath the water surface. As night fell, the authorities issued the final command to prepare for lifting the entire ship. Li Zongping understood that this meant his rescue efforts were essentially concluded. Yet, the rescue came too late. During those 2 days, Li Zongping observed numerous bodies underwater, indicating that there were likely no survivors left in the cabin. His only remaining duty was to ensure that the souls of the departed could return home swiftly. Years later, Li Zongping finally found a supportive partner for his endeavors. However, due to the pressures of life, he found himself donning the diving suit once more. Yet a question lingered in his mind. Would the profession of body recovery eventually fade into obscurity? After all, young people seldom engage in this line of work. What are your thoughts on this profession? Please share your valuable insights in the comment section as we explore this matter together. Chapter 22. The Mysterious Manifestation of Guanyin Bodhisattva. The miraculous manifestation of Guanyin Bodhisattva on Mount Putuo has been witnessed by thousands, leaving all who beheld it in utter astonishment. In a remarkable display at the sacred site, Guanyin Bodhisattva gently pushed with her palm, causing the most powerful typhoon, which was on the verge of making landfall, to unexpectedly veer towards Japan. What could possibly explain this strange occurrence? Is it conceivable that divine beings truly manifest in this hallowed ground? What then accounts for the immense reverence that the Guanyin Sanctuary on Mount Putuo commands among the populace? Let us rewind to July 5, 2015, when Super Typhoon Chanham formed in the Pacific Ocean, advancing southwestward at a staggering speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Subsequently, meteorological agencies from China, Japan, and South Korea jointly released the typhoon's trajectory, predicting that Chanham would make landfall in Zhejiang within 5 days, with its ultimate destination being the Putuo mountain region. The ferocity of such a typhoon can be likened to an unbridled atomic bomb, leaving devastation in its wake, especially if it were to strike coastal areas, wreaking havoc upon fishermen. This particular Chanham typhoon was forecasted to possess winds of a magnitude not seen in 60 years, leading many to believe that the sanctuary of Putuo Mountain was doomed. Local residents braced themselves for the impending disaster, with numerous individuals seeking refuge in other cities to evade the typhoon. As the clock struck 3 on the afternoon of July 11, the anticipated tempest made its violent appearance, unleashing towering waves exceeding 10 meters along the coast, just as everyone prepared for the worst. An extraordinary and shocking event unfolded. As the typhoon was about to sweep through Putuo Mountain, it inexplicably executed a sharp 45-degree turn, veering directly towards Japan while leaving Putuo Mountain unscathed. This turn of events left the meteorological agencies of China, Japan, and South Korea in a state of bewilderment. It is known that even if a typhoon can change course, it requires considerable distance and time to do so. Such a rapid 45-degree shift had never been documented before. In honor of the Cheonham typhoon's unexpected diversion, the Zhejiang authorities erected a commemorative monument, clearly marking the miraculous event that transpired at the Guanyin sanctuary, as well as the path taken by the typhoon. After witnessing these occurrences firsthand, local residents unanimously attributed the phenomenon to the benevolence of Guanyin Bodhisattva, believing that the compassionate Guanyin had aided the people in their time of need. Remarkably, such astonishing incidents have not occurred just once. Fast forward to September 18, 2017, when Typhoon Talim rapidly approached Zhoushan, intensifying as it drew near. The Chinese Meteorological Bureau proclaimed that Talim had the potential to develop into an extraordinarily powerful typhoon. Yet again, a similar phenomenon transpired. As Talim made landfall, it unexpectedly veered 90 degrees, once more heading towards Japan. The series of typhoon redirection events sparked fervent discussion among the populace. The most prevalent belief held that Guanyin Bodhisattva manifested her divine power, intervening whenever a typhoon was poised to strike. Could it be true that Guanyin Bodhisattva indeed manifests? Gazing upon the statue of Guanyin, with her gentle gaze and serene smile, seated upon a lotus throne, one cannot help but ponder. This statue was brought to life by a venerable monk from Mount Wutai, and in recent years, tales have circulated that Guanyin has repeatedly deflected typhoons destined for landfall towards Japan. Coincidentally, Guanyin's right palm faces the direction of each impending typhoon, a detail that has not escaped the notice of local villagers, who have grown accustomed to these occurrences over the years. They firmly believe that Guanyin has safeguarded this region multiple times, with some asserting that a protective barrier has been established, centered around the Guanyin sanctuary, shielding a radius of 100 miles from typhoon incursions. While some may still harbor doubts regarding the existence of miraculous manifestations, records indicate that such inexplicable phenomena have occurred numerous times. On August 10, 2019, Typhoon Lekama formed in the Pacific, and as it approached the vicinity of Putua Mountain, its trajectory inexplicably shifted once more. Ultimately, only light rain fell in nearby areas, prompting the locals to express their gratitude to Guanyin for the miraculous events surrounding the continuous redirection of typhoons. This series of extraordinary occurrences raises questions. Is it mere coincidence? Or is it indeed divine intervention? In the past few years, experts have attempted to debunk these claims, suggesting that the benevolent Guanyin Bodhisattva protecting the lives of beings sounds beautiful. However, it remains a folk tale and superstition. The public may be unaware that Guanyin and the Buddha are not tangible entities, but rather embodiments of faith and spiritual solace for the people. While it is true that typhoons have repeatedly failed to make landfall, and peculiar shifts have occurred, these events are natural phenomena grounded in scientific principles. Yet local citizens maintain their belief that Guanyin's intervention is merely one of many divine manifestations. Over the past 2 decades, local newspapers have reported over 3,000 mysterious events, nearly all connected to the statue of Guanyin, with countless accounts of typhoon redirection that in addition to the aforementioned Typhoon Lekama and Cheonham. There were also Typhoon Davi in October 2012 and Typhoon Haiyan in November of the same year, both of which diverted just as they were about to sweep across Putua Mountain. This has led many to conclude that these events are indeed manifestations of Guanyin's divine influence, though skepticism remains among a considerable number of individuals. What, then, are your thoughts on the manifestations of Guanyin Bodhisattva on Mount Putua? Feel free to share your perspectives in the comment section. Chapter 23. The Mysterious Legend of the Wild Man in Shenangjia. Hubei, in the western region of Hubei Province, China, lies a mysterious area still shrouded in primal forests. This vast expanse, characterized by towering mountains and flowing streams, is the only administrative region in China named after a forest area, Shenangjia. Spanning an impressive 3,200 square kilometers, it is home to fewer than 30,000 residents, rendering the majority of it a desolate wilderness. For thousands of years, this environment has remained seemingly unchanged, preserving its most archaic state. Yet, within these deep mountains, a legend has persisted for nearly a century. That of the sighting of a towering, humanoid creature with brownish hair, famously known as the Wild Man. The earliest records of the Wild Man in China can be traced back to the 1950s, when villagers discovered footprints, hair, and feces attributed to this creature, with several individuals even claiming to have encountered it up close. This gives rise to 2 pressing questions. Are wild men related to humans in origin? And is the Shenangjia wild man phenomenon genuine? Today, I shall elucidate the enigmatic events surrounding the wild man of Shenanjia. When we broaden our gaze to encompass various regions of the world, it becomes apparent that similar legends regarding wild men exist elsewhere, in the West. They are referred to as Yeti or Sasquatch, designations assigned to unverified primate-like beings, classified as higher upright primates. Western scholars theorize that these entities represent a biological link between ancient humans and modern humanity, though neither Yeti nor Sasquatch fall under the category of hominids. Rather, they share a common ancestry with contemporary humans. Based on available data, descriptions from witnesses across the globe often converge. Upright locomotion, swift movement, towering heights exceeding 2 meters, arms longer than the knees, broad feet, a flat and fierce visage, and bodies covered in approximately 10 centimeters of brown hair. Reports of wild man sightings have also emerged from the snowy forests of Tibet and Sichuan, as well as the wooded regions of Guangxi and Guizhou. However, the credibility of these reports pales in comparison to those from Shenanjia. In fact, references to wild men can be found dating back to the Qing dynasty. The compendium of ancient and modern literature from that era recounts an incident during the northern and southern dynasties when farmers captured a pair of wild men, a male and female, allegedly from Shenanjia, subsequently presenting them to the emperor. This pair was described as robust and immensely strong, with the female wild man perpetually emitting furious shrieks. Alas, shortly after their presentation to the emperor, both wild men perished within the palace. Fast forward to April 24, 1954, when a villager named Li Zongping ventured into the Shenanjia forest to collect medicinal herbs. While resting by a small stream, he spotted a bipedal creature with unmistakable female characteristics on the opposite bank. Towering and robust, its reddish-brown fur glimmered in the sunlight. Terrified, Li Zongping froze in place, unable to move. Fortunately, upon noticing him, the creature chose to flee, vanishing into the forest in an instant. This incident marks the first recorded sighting of a wild man, leading to widespread awareness of the Shenanjia legend. Subsequent reports of wild man sightings continued to emerge from villagers, yet substantive evidence remained elusive. It was not until 1976 that farmers living along the perimeter of Shenanjia reported seeing a tall humanoid creature rubbing its back against a tree. Both the farmer and the wild man were equally startled, prompting them to flee in unison. When the farmer returned with companions, the wild man had already disappeared without a trace. Investigators arrived at the scene, only to find shed tree bark and a tuft of reddish-brown hair left behind. The hair was subsequently sent to the Institute of Paleontology at the Chinese Academy of Sciences for analysis. The Research Institute conducted an analysis and compared the findings with the hair of golden monkeys, gorillas, black bears, and humans, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. It was determined that this tuft of hair closely resembles that of a gorilla, suggesting it belongs to a highly evolved primate. Although this conclusion was drawn solely from the brown hair, the fact that it was issued by the Chinese Academy of Sciences immediately sparked a nationwide frenzy in the search for wild men. There were even civilian expedition teams that ventured into Shenanjia for scientific exploration. Soon, some claimed to have discovered traces of wild men. Chestnut-colored hair, large footprints, dry feces, and rudimentary shelters. For a time, the wild man, once relegated to the realm of legend, seemed to manifest into reality. By 1976, the authorities decided to organize a scientific expedition specifically targeting the wild man, establishing a group named the Northwest Hubei Rare Animal Scientific Exploration Team. It was during this period that the term new species was officially employed for the first time. The expedition team was unprecedented in scale, spearheaded by the Academy of Sciences and comprising over 100 members. The logistics and rescue team consisted of 50 selected reconnaissance soldiers from the military, a testament to the official determination to capture the wild man. The straightforward intent was clear: to capture the wild man, or, at the very least, to find evidence of its existence to prevent any harm or fatal encounters with the wild man during the process. The first rule of the expedition team was no shooting without cause. To clarify the roles of the hundreds of participants, the leadership decided to split into 2 factions. One to seek evidence of the wild man's existence, focusing on hair, footprints, and shelters, while the other consisted of a mobile team entirely composed of vigorous young individuals with forest survival experience. Tasked with the more perilous mission of delving deep into the heart of Shenanjia to seek opportunities for direct encounters with the wild man, with the ultimate goal of capturing it alive. The exploration team worked diligently for over 2 months, living and subsisting within the forest area. Due to the damp and treacherous environment of Shenanjia, with certain regions even plagued by miasma, many team members were forced to withdraw. Those who remained, though weary, continued their search without any sign of the wild man. Consequently, the team abandoned their exhaustive search strategy and opted for a secondary investigation in areas where sightings had previously been reported. Soon, they made a discovery at a site known as Bajiao Temple, a footprint belonging to the wild man, measuring approximately 48 centimeters in length. This footprint was significantly larger than that of a human, and its shape bore no resemblance to that of a gorilla or a black bear. The 5 toes of the footprint were closely spaced, unlike the widely separated toes of gorillas or black bears. Nearby, they also found a cave containing several pieces of fresh feces, and upon analysis, these clues aligned with the characteristics of a mysterious creature. The higher-ups immediately ordered a comprehensive search centered around the cave. If the target appeared, they were to be captured immediately, while the remaining members would secure the perimeter. However, those sent out reported a puzzling revelation. The wild man seemed to possess an exceptionally high intelligence. Whenever they moved, the wild man would also move. It appeared as though the wild man was observing from a distance, engaging in a game of hide and seek with the expedition team. The members reported no substantial progress. The expedition lasted half a year, covering over 2,000 kilometers and conducting a comprehensive search of more than 1,000 square kilometers. Yet there was not a single opportunity for a face-to-face encounter with the wild man. The team's efforts spanned much of Shenanjia, and there was no evidence of the wild man's existence. No captured specimens, teeth, or even bones. The most significant discovery was that large footprint, which remains displayed in the Shenanjia Museum to this day. From its appearance, it is clear that these footprints are vastly larger than those of gorillas or black bears. The largest measured an astounding 48 centimeters. And to this day, experts have been unable to ascertain the origin of these footprints. Since the 1950s, the legend of the wild man in Shenanjia has persisted for over 70 years. Numerous official and unofficial investigative organizations, totaling over 10,000 individuals, have sought evidence of the wild man. Yet none have produced conclusive proof. The findings have been limited to footprints and hair, with no photographic or documented evidence ever captured. Currently available images are largely fabricated, leading many to gradually consider the Shenanjia wild man a hoax. Previous witnesses have either experienced hallucinations or misperceptions, failing to see clearly, or perhaps well-meaning individuals intentionally provided false reports. At the time, some dissenting experts argued that those footprints were actually human. In the soft, wet soil, a footprint could form a pit far larger than the actual foot, and through prolonged weathering and drying, these could have created the wild man's footprints discovered by the expedition team. Moreover, paleontologists asserted that for a species to thrive, it could not exist solely as individuals. There must be a substantial population. Given the factors of survival such as natural selection, inbreeding, aging, illness, and environmental changes, experts estimated that a viable population must consist of at least 500 individuals to avoid extinction. In other words, regardless of the wild man's survival and reproductive capabilities, it would ultimately face rapid extinction. This raises a crucial question. With the legend of the wild man having persisted for such a long time, the population must theoretically comprise dozens or even hundreds of individuals. Therefore, it stands to reason that there would be traces of their existence in Shenanjia, such as remnants of food, resting areas, or carcasses. Yet, after half a year of extensive searching by the 100-strong expedition team, only a few tufts of hair and footprints were found. Furthermore, experts posed a rather contradictory question. If the wild man had existed for a sufficient duration, there should be direct evidence such as fossils. However, no one has ever found anything of the sort, as this type of humanoid would require a long evolutionary history. To have survived until now would necessitate maintaining a certain population. Otherwise, mere inbreeding would be insufficient to sustain their existence. Another question arises. After thousands or even tens of thousands of years of evolution, living within a forested area spanning 3,000 kilometers, could there be no evidence left behind? However, when correlating eyewitness accounts of wild men from around the world, a striking consistency emerges in their descriptions. The wild man stands over 2 meters tall, Covered in chestnut-colored hair, with arms that hang down to the knees, massive feet, and remarkable speed, this seems to lend credence to the existence of the wild man. So, what are your thoughts on the Shenandoah wild man incident? Feel free to share your opinions in the comment section. Chapter 24. The mysterious Dragonfall incident in Inko. It is well known that in certain Western countries, dragons are depicted as lizard-like creatures with massive wings, capable of breathing fire or ice, ancient beings of legend. In the writings of Western scholars, they are characterized as brutal and greedy for treasure. Some tales even recount how they abduct beautiful princesses. However, in the land of China, dragons are viewed as powerful and sacred beings. They symbolize authority, auspiciousness, and status. Throughout history, rulers have adorned themselves with the title of true dragon son of heaven to signify their identity. Although the dragons of the East and West differ greatly in both status and appearance, one thing is certain. Dragons are fictional beings that do not exist in reality. Yet Uncle A Chung poses the question, do dragons truly not exist? Why then do ancient texts abound with references to dragons? Why do individuals from common folk to rulers adopt dragons as their national totem? Why is the dragon the only creature among the 12 zodiac signs that does not correspond to a real animal? The most notable modern account concerning dragons is the 1934 report on the Inko Dragon Fall incident. In the first volume of Inko, Historical Records, there is a detailed description of this event. On August 8, 1934, a farmer on the north bank of the Liao River discovered a large animal skeleton in a nearby reed marsh. The creature measured approximately 10 meters in length and possessed a horn on its head. With legs around 1 meter long and a spinal column consisting of 29 vertebrae, the 6th Brigade of Inko transported it away. Essentially, in the 1930s, the remains of the legendary dragon were discovered by the water's edge in Inko. Even more astonishingly, prior to the demise of this mysterious creature, local villagers had witnessed it twice. They even had brief encounters with it. After the dragon bones were first found, they were displayed at the dock for several days, attracting numerous local residents to come and marvel. Some elderly locals reminisced about seeing this enigmatic creature at least twice in their lifetime. The first sighting occurred when they were still under 10 years old, as their father was working as a laborer for a landlord. That day, while transporting goods by horse cart, it was said that a live dragon had been discovered upstream. His father hurried to the scene and brought the ailing dragon onto the cart, describing it as having a square head, bell-like red eyes, and a body of grayish-white coloration. Suspended atop the cart, faintly discernible were 2 claws protruding from its abdomen. What left a lasting impression on his father was the evident injuries sustained by the dragon. Its entire body tinged with red, struggling to breathe, its eyes half open and half closed. Many speculated that the extreme heat was to blame, prompting the villagers to relocate the dragon beneath a tree, continuously dousing it with water. Not long after, a long-awaited torrential rain ensued. That very dragon vanished into the night, leading the people to believe that the downpour was a result of their efforts to cool it. Historically, dragons have been regarded as harbingers of fortune and rainfall. Yet this particular rain was far from simple. After rescuing the white dragon, the local villagers were beset by over 20 days of relentless downpours. The white dragon, which had previously disappeared on a rainy night, astonishingly reappeared at a reed bed in a certain water area of the Liao River, this time not in a state of near death, but rather as a foul-smelling corpse, according to the recollections of local elders. Strange sounds had echoed from the reed marsh before the discovery of the dragon's skeleton, accompanied by low, mournful bellows resembling that of cattle. This unsettling cacophony persisted for several days, after which silence fell. At that time, the Inko region had endured nearly a month of continuous rain, with streets inundated and rural earthen homes collapsing. When the rain ceased and strong winds swept through, villagers detected a potent, fishy stench in the air. A resident of the reed marsh, following the scent, discovered vast swathes of flattened reeds. Upon parting them, he was startled to find a massive, lifeless creature lying on the water's surface. This revelation left the Liu family worker bedridden with illness upon returning home, and the townspeople, upon hearing the news, flocked to witness the spectacle, alerting local authorities. This even attracted personnel from the Epidemic Prevention Station for investigation, leading to the dragon's bones being exhumed. Villagers bound the remains with ropes for public viewing. Yet, as they recalled, the displayed bones did not retain their original form. it seemed they had been tampered with. As the original dragon's head was not so large, nor were its horns so elongated. Ma Zichen, a renowned orthopedic doctor from Inko, had witnessed the dragon's bones firsthand. His son, Ma Guoxiang, recalled that when the skeleton was discovered, the flesh on the bones had not yet fully decayed, resembling the legendary dragon. Historical records from Inko also documented that the dragon's skeleton was enormous, with 3 horns on each side of the head. A spine 3 inches wide, ribs on either side measuring about 5 to 6 inches long, and a tail resembling a vertical white bone structure. Altogether, it comprised 28 segments, each over a foot in length, totaling over 3 zhang. The original dragon had 4 claws, measuring 60 in width and 2 zhang in length, with a nearby pit featuring clear claw marks. The dragon's skin and flesh were no longer visible. In simpler terms, the description of the dragon skeleton was complemented by details about a vast pit at the discovery site, with evident scratch marks nearby, further substantiating the existence of an unidentified, dragon-like creature. To rule out the possibility of fish bones, the authorities invited numerous experienced fishermen to identify the remains, all concluding that it was not fish, sparking widespread speculation. Nevertheless, the 6th Brigade of Inko disassembled the skeleton days later and transported it to another exhibition hall, inviting the Shengjing Times to publicize the event extensively. The article was titled The Descent of the White Dragon, the Inko Dragon Incident, accompanied by rather vague photographs, enticing not only local residents but also individuals from neighboring cities to visit, causing a surge in demand for train tickets to Inko. Following the donation of the dragon's bones by an elder surnamed Sun, various media outlets in the country reported on the incident. Yet numerous doubts also emerged. In a documentary filmed by a television station, experts posited that it was merely a beached whale. They suggested that someone had deliberately assembled a dragon skeleton, while a researcher from the Liaoning Research Institute speculated, based on the photographs, that it was likely fossilized remains of an ancient bovine. However, other researchers argued that it could very well be the fossil of an elephant, with the horns on the dragon's head being the elephant's tusks. Based on the photos, they theorized it might even be a fossil of a quaternary wild horse. Yet, none of these explanations convincingly clarified the Inko dragon bone incident. Firstly, the whale theory was untenable, as whales lack limbs and claws. Furthermore, according to reports from that time, the dragon's body still bore unrotted flesh, and the notion of a patched skeletal structure was virtually ruled out. Moreover, the experts' assertions regarding bovine, equine, or elephantine bones could not account for a length exceeding 10 meters. Most crucially, the ribs in the photographs bore a distinct serpentine shape. Bovine, equine, or elephantine ribs do not exhibit such morphology. Yet, during the investigation, a new issue arose. Experts and investigators, upon communicating with the donor of the dragon bones, uncovered significant discrepancies regarding their origin. In plain terms, the elder surnamed Sun was lying. This naturally led to suspicions about whether these were indeed the dragon bones from Inko. Although the Inko dragon incident boasted numerous witnesses and detailed documentation, and even local chronicles explicitly recorded it, the absence of physical evidence and the passing of eyewitnesses left the event unresolved. In the course of Uncle A. Chong's online research into dragon sightings, he discovered that many witnesses recounted remarkably similar accounts. They described a mysterious creature with horns on its head, a bovine-like face, a massive serpentine body for claws, and a spine that pierced its entire being. Overall, Uncle A. Chong categorized the sightings into 2 types. The first type occurred during severe droughts, where villagers discovered a dragon-like creature on a parched riverbed or land, exhausted and in need of assistance. Shortly thereafter, the locality would experience torrential rains, and the dragon would vanish under the cover of night. Villagers believed that the creature was affected by the drought and would regain its vitality upon encountering water. The second type involved dragon-like creatures struck down by lightning. If the first type represented fire dragons, this category denoted dead dragons. Popular explanations for these phenomena included the notion that the dragon had committed grave transgressions and was punished by heaven and earth, or that the dragon, having cultivated its powers, had failed to transcend a trial. Thus, the question arises, do dragons truly exist? Why have the people of the land of Huaxia believed in dragons from ancient times to the present? This query seems to invite endless discussion. Does anyone believe in the existence of dragons? Feel free to share your thoughts and opinions in the comments. Chapter 25. The Eerie Incident of the Living Paper Man. According to the elders, one must never paint eyes on a paper person, nor should the legs of a paper horse be raised, for one can never predict what bizarre occurrences may unfold. Welcome to the Eerie Incident of the Living Paper Man. The story takes place in 1991, in Zhangjiaga Village, Yilan County, Heilongjiang Province. That year, Song Rintu, having failed to gain admission to high school, was urged by his family to learn a trade from his distant cousin. Li Zongping, specializing in crafting paper figures, a local practice known as Zhakai Jiang. Li Zongping was a renowned figure in the region, having devoted most of his life to this craft. On the day the incident occurred, Master Li Zongping had business to attend to, leaving his apprentice, Song Rintu, to craft part of the paper figure independently. Song Rintu had initially intended to accompany Li Zongping to a banquet, but after receiving a reprimand, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. Before departing, Li Zongping cautioned Song Rintu against painting eyes on the paper figures, emphasizing that he must never give them souls. Song Rintu felt that this was a sign of his master's lack of confidence in his skills, leaving him somewhat disgruntled. With Li Zongping away for several days in a neighboring village, Song Rintu found himself alone, quietly constructing the framework of the paper figures, relishing the absence of his master's incessant reminders. Crafting paper figures is indeed a meticulous art, requiring utmost precision, as these creations are ultimately intended for the deceased. If they are not made to a high standard, it could result in unrest. After 2.5 years of practice, Song Rintu finally reached a level deemed acceptable by his master. This craft entails the use of specialized tools, such as paper treated with tung oil, and paste made from flour and glutinous rice, simmered for 49 minutes with exacting attention to the heat and rice-water ratio. A miscalculation could lead to disaster. Although Song Rintu's skills were still lacking, he was familiar enough with the process to manage adequately. However, at that moment, he found himself contemplating the brush typically used by his master for painting souls, realizing that he had never had the opportunity to use it himself. With Li Zongping absent, his courage swelled. He quivered as he picked up the brush and began to paint souls onto the paper figures. After completing the first figure without incident, he grew bolder and proceeded to paint the second. Before long, he had successfully imbued the figures with souls, and as he gazed upon his creations, he felt he surpassed even his master. Subsequently, after enjoying a bit of wine, he lay down to sleep, dreaming of how to impress his master upon his return. It wasn't long before he fell into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, he was abruptly awakened by a cacophony, assuming it was his master. Li Zongping, returning inebriated, he rose to investigate, only to find the main room empty. That he pushed open the door. Believing that the master was still in the courtyard, an inexplicable dilemma arose. The courtyard lay desolate, devoid of a single soul. Unbeknownst to Song Rintu, calamity was about to befall him. To his astonishment, the paper effigy behind him suddenly stirred, and taking advantage of Song Rintu's momentary distraction, it struck him on the head with a staff, causing blood to flow profusely. Crumpled on the ground, Song Rintu, trembling with fear, dared to glance up, only to discover that it was the very paper figure he had crafted that day, just as he was lost in thought. The paper effigy swung its staff once more in his direction. In a desperate moment, Song Rintu noticed a sickle nearby and seized it, slashing at the paper figure. Upon contact, the figure halted, and Song Rintu paused as well, reluctant to destroy his own creation. However, the paper effigy paid no heed to his hesitation and, after a brief pause, launched another assault. With no other recourse, Song Rintu wildly flailed the sickle, yet despite the figure being torn and tattered, it persisted, lunging at him with ferocity. With a cry of despair, Song Rintu thought he was destined to meet the underworld's ruler. To his astonishment, the paper effigy suddenly ignited, revealing his master, Li Zongping, who had ignited it with a torch. Upon witnessing this, Song Rintu found solace and hurriedly relayed the incident to Li Zongping. The master, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and instructed him to incinerate all the paper figures in the house. Subsequently, he could not help but chastise Song Rintu, reminding him that he had previously warned him against bestowing souls upon the paper figures. He reprimanded his apprentice for his lack of skill. Then continued, "We, as artisans of colorful paper, originate from the esteemed lineage of Walhai. The art of painting souls is of utmost importance. If depicted too accurately, the paper figure gains sentience. Conversely, if portrayed inaccurately, It may harbor malevolent thoughts and murderous intent. After this incident, Song Rintu became obedient to his master's words and held a profound respect for various taboos. Thus concludes today's tale, dear friends. Uncle Achong kindly reminds everyone that this story is purely fictional. Do not succumb to superstition, but rather trust in science. Chapter 26. The eerie events at Beijing Nyanyang Temple. Why is Beijing Nyanyang Temple regarded as China's most formidable nail house, with its demolition shrouded in inexplicable mystery? Events unfolded in succession, leading even the Olympic water cube to yield over 100 meters in its path. What transpired during this time? Was it a manifestation of divine power or merely a natural phenomenon? Beijing Nyanyang Temple, also known as the Baixia Yuanjun Temple, is colloquially referred to as the Taishan Granny Temple. Established during the Xuande era of the Ming Dynasty, it is located in Beijing Village, Chaoyang District, the capital. The temple is bordered to the north by the Water Cube National Aquatic Center and to the east by the Bird's Nest. On July 13, 2001, Beijing successfully secured the Olympic bid, and the site of Beijing Nyanyang Temple was earmarked for the construction of the Water Cube. As time progressed to 2004, the project manager, Li Zongping, received official approval to demolish Beijing Nyanyang Temple. However, merely a week into the project, a shocking incident occurred. On the afternoon of August 27, as foreman Li Zongping directed workers in dismantling the temple's two large doors, ominous clouds gathered in the previously clear sky. Swiftly followed by a violent tornado, the winds howled fiercely, the sky darkening to an alarming shade, and everything in the tornado's path, from machinery to worker accommodations, was lifted and violently slammed to the ground. This unforeseen calamity persisted for a full 17 minutes. Resulting in the tragic deaths of 2 workers and injuring another 40-4 in the aftermath. Project manager Li Zongping frantically questioned the Beijing Meteorological Bureau, as the weather forecast had not indicated such severe conditions. However, the Bureau was at a loss, noting that only the weather in the vicinity of Beijing Nyanyang Temple had undergone such a sudden transformation. Strangely, while the construction site lay in ruins, the temple remained untouched, with incense still wafting and the sounds of chanting and bells resonating, seemingly unaffected. This unnerving phenomenon sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Could it be that the goddess had manifested her divine will? The older generation of Beijingers knew well that peculiar occurrences had long been associated with the central axis of Beijing, and Beijing Nyanyang Temple stood at its northernmost point, often referred to as the northern stronghold of Taishan Granny. Returning to the narrative, on the very first day of construction, such an event transpired. Though the construction team was filled with trepidation, the significance of the Olympic Water Cube project was universally understood, prompting a change in the construction crew to continue the work. This time, the foreman was Song Rintu, who led the workers in the demolition efforts. However, as workers began laying the foundation for the water cube, one suddenly screamed and bolted from the pit. It turned out that a deep, bottomless chasm had appeared beneath the foundation, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Mere minutes after sunlight touched the pit, countless snakes emerged from its depths. The workers, having never encountered such a sight, fled the construction site and rushed to Beijing Nyanyang Temple to prostrate themselves in repentance. With the workers collectively refusing to work, the project had no choice but to pause for several days. Even stranger, during the construction of the Bird's Nest and Water Cube, most surrounding buildings were demolished, leaving them without water or electricity. Yet at night, Beijing Nyanyang Temple remained brilliantly illuminated. After discussions among the leaders, it was decided to relocate the Water Cube's original site 100 meters north and send a dedicated team to restore the temple. By 2008, the once slated for demolition Beijing Nyanyang Temple was formally reopened and designated a key cultural heritage site in Beijing's Chaoyang District, gaining recognition as one of the 5 peaks and 8 temples. Thus concludes today's tale, dear friends. For those languishing in slumber, rise and shine. The sun is already warming your backsides. If you remain in bed, the goddess may indeed manifest her presence. Chapter 27. The eerie events of Sun Wukong's tomb. Can you believe it? The tomb of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, truly exists. In fact, a staff measuring several meters long was discovered within the tomb. Following expert examination, it was revealed to be a joint burial site. The inscription boldly reads, Great Sage equal to heaven and heavenly sage. The year was 2002 when the archaeological community was taken aback by a bizarre discovery in Shunchang County, Fujian Province, the tomb of Sun Wukong. Upon learning of this revelation, villagers flocked to witness the sight, as local elders had long known of a holy figure buried in their homeland, yet no tomb had ever been found, leading to the tale becoming mere folklore over the years. To their astonishment, what they unearthed was indeed the tomb of Sun Wukong. Initially, the archaeological team assumed it was an ordinary burial site, given that its scale and location did not conform to the lavish burial traditions of ancient officials or wealthy merchants. However, as excavations progressed, the items unearthed became increasingly enigmatic. Just 2 stone tablets left everyone bewildered, inscribed with Great Sage equal to Heaven and Heavenly Sage. At this moment, the archaeologists dared not entertain thoughts of divine beings. For were it truly the tomb of Sun Wukong, it would be too extraordinary. Yet the next artifact unearthed astonished all present. A staff several meters long emerged dramatically, in the spirit of truth. Experts publicly declared the discovery of the legendary tomb of Sun Wukong in Fujian. As the world buzzed with astonishment, examinations of the staff revealed that, while it bore a striking resemblance to pure silver, it was in fact composed of a complex alloy. Even contemporary craftsmen might struggle to replicate such a creation. This raises the question: if Sun Wukong is a fictional character and Journey to the West is merely a novel, how could such a bizarre tomb exist? Furthermore, who could the other figure, the Heavenly Sage, be? Experts speculated that an ancient individual, enamored with Journey to the West or Sun Wukong, had constructed a tomb. When the artifacts were subjected to carbon-14 dating, it emerged that this was indeed a burial site from the early Ming dynasty. Notably, the author of Journey to the West, Wu Qingyan, was born during the late Ming period, indicating that this tomb existed before the novel's creation. As archaeological efforts reached a standstill, inquiries among nearby villagers yielded new insights. It was revealed that a temple dedicated to Sun Wukong had long been present in the area, with a continuous flow of worshippers. And nearby lay a cave known as the Water Curtain Cave. The mention of Water Curtain Cave astonished the archaeological experts. They inquired further with the villagers, who confirmed that this cave had been known by that name for several centuries, dating back to their grandparents' time. Within Water Curtain Cave, 2 springs perpetually flowed, with crystal-clear, sweet water. Local villagers often visited to pay homage and collect water, which they referred to as divine water. The archaeologists could not help but express their amazement. The connections between Water Curtain Cave, the staff, and the stone tablets inscribed with Great Sage equal to Heaven all seemed eerily intertwined. Yet after months of investigation and research, the experts began to piece together a narrative. Long before the early Ming dynasty, a man named Yang Jingxian had penned a version of Journey to the West, and this portrayal of Sun Wukong was not a mere afterthought. He actually has several siblings. The eldest sister is Lishan Laomu. The second sister is Nyuan Yang, and Sun Wukong ranks as the third, while the fourth is the Tongtian Dashing inscribed upon the stone tablet. However, the immense fame of Wu Qingyan's Journey to the West has rendered many oblivious to the existence of alternative versions. Consequently, one can ascertain that this is a shared burial site for 2 brothers. Yet who could be the architect of this tomb? What was the purpose behind its construction? Even after the experts concluded their investigations, they could not provide a definitive answer. Perhaps a reasonable explanation truly eludes them. What thoughts and perspectives do you all hold regarding this matter? Feel free to share your insights in the comments for a collaborative exploration and discussion. Chapter 28. The eerie incident of the soul-pressing bridge using living humans as sacrificial offerings, cruelly encasing them within concrete. This represents a malevolent secret technique of the legendary carpenter Liu Ban, known as Shengzhuang. Such a method is only employed when major projects encounter insurmountable obstacles. Welcome to the peculiar tale of the soul-pressing bridge incident. The narrative unfolds in the Xinqing district of Huainan City, Anhui Province, where Li Zongping serves as the chief overseer of the construction project. Initially, the progress of the construction was remarkably smooth, but as the project neared completion, one bridge foundation column simply refused to rise. Strangely, no matter how much concrete was poured, it would invariably collapse. The technical team attempted numerous remedies, all in vain, and Li Zongping understood that if this continued, he would inevitably face bankruptcy. Thus, he consulted several elderly workers on site, who suggested that they were encountering feng shui troubles. It must be that something unclean beneath the surface was preventing them from completing the bridge. To resolve this dilemma, Li Zongping suddenly conceived a nefarious plan. He then turned to a construction worker laboring nearby, discovering his name to be Song Rintu, who was congenitally disabled and hailing from a rural area, notably unmarried, which would simplify matters. A modest compensation would likely appease his family. And this sum was but a trifling amount compared to the vast project budget. As he spoke, Li Zongping tossed his phone into the collapsing foundation column, then called over the unsuspecting Song Rintu, who, being a typical honest rural lad, felt nervous upon being summoned by the manager. "Xiao Song, my phone has fallen. Could you retrieve it for me?" Upon hearing this, Song Rintu, believing he was merely assisting the manager, accepted without hesitation. Little did he know that as he turned to head beneath the bridge, Li Zongping had already commanded the initiation of his wicked scheme. A concrete mixer truck, laden with cement, slowly approached the bridge's surface, while Song Rintu had just reached the troublesome foundation column. But as the moment arrived, Li Zongping promptly ordered the cement to be poured downwards, and the unsuspecting Song Rintu had just retrieved the manager's phone from the semi-dry concrete. He gently wiped it clean with his sleeve, but when he looked up to inform his manager, he was met not with the manager's grateful gaze, but with the crushing weight of several tons of concrete, burying him alive within the column. Strangely enough, ever since Song Rintu was entombed, the final foundation column finally rose. Years later, the bridge was successfully completed, passed inspections, and soon became a vital transportation hub for Huainan City. Yet peculiar occurrences began to unfold. Frequent traffic accidents transpired beneath the bridge, all bearing striking similarities. Each incident was remarkably severe. Drivers reported that as they approached, they could not see the foundation column, as if it appeared out of thin air. And even with warning signs installed, they proved ineffective. The Traffic Management Department enlisted the Design Institute's personnel to examine the foundation column, confirming there were no design flaws. Upon hearing this, Team Leader Fong exchanged knowing glances with his colleague. Already grasping much of the situation, Team Leader Fong approached the column, which bore a significant gash from recent collisions. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discovered the issue. Within that column lay a concealed corpse. Both Qin and Fong quickly deduced that this was yet another case of the so-called soul-pressing bridge incident. Following an investigation, crucial clues were soon uncovered. It turned out that Li Zongping, the construction team leader, had become a prominent figure in the city. When the police arrived to apprehend him, he was seated in his luxurious office, boasting about his powerful social connections. After several days of interrogation, he realized that his so-called connections were of no help. Ultimately confessing to all his crimes, following the resolution of the case, Li Zongping and several accomplices received just punishment. Later, as one passed by the bridge, they would notice a dragon head ornament had been added. Ever since the dragon head ornament was affixed, that location has not witnessed any further traffic accidents. All right, dear friends, today's story has come to an end. Stay tuned for the next tale, which promises to be even more thrilling. Chapter 29. The eerie incident of the soul-ferrying paper talisman. Do you know about the soul-ferrying paper talisman? It serves to guide souls, preventing them from wandering as lost spirits among the living. Song Rintu, having forgotten to bring toilet paper, resorted to using a paper talisman from the soul-ferrying sale, leading to an uncanny incident. This event transpired in the unfortunate town of Daolai, within the village of Daolai. One day, while Dogdan, Song Rintu, and I were driving back to the factory, a plump Song Rintu continuously munched on the leftover lamb from a restaurant meal 2 days prior. He only paused once he finished eating. But at that moment, his complexion turned pale, and he complained of severe abdominal pain, exclaiming, "Dogdan, quickly pull over. I can't hold it any longer." Dogdan, grumbling, retorted, "Song Rintu, your issues are just endless." Nevertheless, with a resigned look, he pulled the car over. Song Rintu hurried into the nearby woods, urging us, "Hurry up, we'll wait for you in the car." However, after more than 20 minutes, with no sign of Song Rintu, we had already finished our third cigarette and began to feel something was amiss. Where could that guy have gone? Dogdan muttered irritably as we prepared to search for Song Rintu. Upon entering the woods, we quickly realized it was quite expansive, dense with branches and underbrush, and the light was dim. After wandering for some time without spotting Song Rintu, a strange sound suddenly caught my attention from behind us. I immediately halted Dogdan, and we cautiously approached the source of the noise, peering into the foliage. Indeed, a shadow was faintly swaying within. Dog Dan called out a couple of times, but there was no response, and uncertain if it was Song Rintu, we hesitated, worried about the possibility of wild dogs or other creatures lurking within the forest. Dog Dan picked up two sturdy branches and we cautiously approached. Yet as we drew nearer, we finally discerned that it was indeed Song Rintu. He was crouched there, swaying, seemingly engaged in some peculiar activity. Annoyed, I scolded him. But no matter how we called out, he appeared oblivious. His back turned to us, he continued to clutch at the earth, seemingly in a trance. Just then, he abruptly turned to glare at Dog Dan with an intense ferocity. His behavior exceedingly bizarre. His mouth was filled with dirt and stones, blood streaming from his lips. Dog Dan and I were so startled by his appearance that we stumbled back a couple of steps. Was he possessed? I noticed a large pit in front of him. Had he been eating the dirt? At that moment, Song Rintu resembled a ravenous spirit, incessantly shoving the earth into his mouth, his lips and mouth lacerated by the debris. Blood gushing forth. Fearing for his life if he continued, we rushed forward to pull him up, but his strength was overwhelming. With a sudden effort, he flung Dog Dan several meters away, who crashed into the opposite slope, landing in an undignified heap. I was left struggling to control Song Rintu, whose strength was astonishing. Before I could utter another word, my body was hurled aside by Song Rintu. Pain shot through me as I collided with a sturdy tree, and I felt a surge of warmth in my chest, my vision fading to black. I then saw Song Rintu return to his previous spot, crouching down to continue his consumption of dirt. Moments later, darkness enveloped me, and I lost all awareness. I couldn't tell how much time had passed when I felt my body shaking and heard someone calling my name. Slowly, I opened my eyes to find Dog Dan calling out to me, appearing to have suffered injuries from branches. I inquired about Song Rintu, to which Dog Dan replied that today, Song Rintu had been acting like a madman, having dashed off somewhere. I declared that regardless of where Song Rintu had run off to, he was still our brother, and we should search for him. With that, we hurried back into the woods to continue our search. Not far into our quest, we spotted him, but by then, Song Rintu had collapsed on the ground, his abdomen swollen and motionless. We exerted ourselves to drag him to the car and rushed him to the nearest hospital. The attending physicians were perplexed, wondering how someone could subject themselves to such turmoil. However, given the urgency of the situation, they swiftly arranged for surgery. The doctors cleansed a substantial amount of mud and weeds from Song Rintu's stomach, which emitted a foul stench, following prompt medical intervention. Song Rintu ultimately escaped danger. After a prolonged period of recovery, he finally regained consciousness and hoarsely recounted his harrowing experience. He stated that upon entering the woods, he encountered an ancient locust tree and, feeling the need, squatted down to relieve himself. Upon finishing, he realized in his haste that he had forgotten to bring toilet paper. In the wilderness, where could he possibly find such a thing? Suddenly, he noticed a piece of white paper fluttering in the wind nearby. Without a second thought, he picked it up and used it. However, as soon as he stood up, darkness enveloped him, and thereafter, he lost all awareness. Upon hearing Song Rintu's account, I immediately understood. He had inadvertently used a spirit-ferrying talisman. These talismans are still widely utilized in the region. It is said that if someone dies in a car accident, their spirit lingers at the site, unable to depart. In such cases, family members will place a spirit-ferrying talisman by the roadside, inscribing the deceased's birth date and other details, thus facilitating their early reincarnation. That day, Song Rintu unwittingly used someone else's talisman and contaminated it with filth. Naturally, it was no surprise that he faced such turmoil. He spent over a week in the hospital before he was deemed recovered. Fortunately, no further incidents occurred. Although he endured considerable suffering, it served as a valuable lesson. After this event, Song Rintu became a fervent visitor to temples, lighting incense and bowing to every Buddha he encountered. Chapter 30. The mysterious death of the Kunlun mountain herdsman. Have you heard of the 749 Bureau? It is a rather enigmatic organization tasked with addressing certain supernatural events and phenomena beyond scientific explanation. Rumor has it that the 749 Bureau was established in 1974 by 9 individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. Since ancient times, the number 9 has been associated with oddities, symbolizing the myriad wonders of this world. No specter or demon can escape their keen scrutiny, But does the 749 Bureau truly exist? Today, let us discuss some of the supernatural occurrences they have investigated. Let us rewind to the 1980s in Kunlun Mountain, home to what is known as one of the 5 great unsolved mysteries of the world, the Valley of Death. This valley is located in the Kunlun mountain range of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. At an elevation exceeding 6,000 meters, according to local herdsmen, the valley is plagued by rampant wild beasts, and the lush vegetation is merely an illusion to deceive the unwary. The herdsmen who inhabit this area would rather let their cattle and sheep starve than lead them into the fertile valley. For the ground is littered with the carcasses of animals and unidentifiable bones. Any creature that dares to venture inside has no hope of survival. It truly is the Valley of Death within Kunlun Mountain, the Grenier Canyon. Legends speak of a desolate place deep within the valley, inhabited by monsters that have existed for millennia. Hence, the herdsmen regard it as a forbidden zone. In June of 1983, a torrential downpour descended upon Kunlun Mountain, lasting 7 days and nights, with dark clouds filling the sky and thunder rumbling ominously. A herdsman's horse herd, startled, bolted into the Valley of Death. The herdsman chased them to the valley's edge, hesitating for a prolonged moment. Torn between the dangers of entering the valley in search of his horses and the potential loss of his livelihood if he did not. Ultimately, in a bid to protect his family's assets, he resolved to brave the perilous valley. He intended to retrieve his horses and return immediately, but little did he know that this would become his final resting place. After inexplicably entering the valley, he vanished without a trace. 3 days later, the herdsman's family, searching for him, arrived at the boundary of the Valley of Death, only to find the horses grazing at the valley's mouth, while the herdsman remained missing. They then realized that he might still be within the Valley of Death. To find him, his family had no choice but to venture into the valley themselves, only to discover a terrifying corpse. When they found the herdsman, he was standing rigidly on a hillside. His family called out to him, but received no response. Concerned by his silence, they approached him, and as one of them reached out to touch his shoulder, the herdsman collapsed to the ground. At that moment, his family noted the horror etched on his face. His eyes were wide with bloodshot terror, and his mouth was agape in an expression of sheer fright, as if he had been scared to death by some unspeakable entity. The most bizarre detail was that the herdsman clutched a hunting rifle that had never been fired. If he had truly been terrified, why had he not used his weapon in self-defense? Ultimately, his family had no choice but to carry him back on horseback for burial. Due to the eerie legends surrounding the Valley of Death, they dared not investigate what kind of sinister force could instill such terror in the herdsmen. Shortly after this incident, a tourist group arrived at the valley. One evening, while setting up their tents, a female member of the group suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream before collapsing in fright. When she regained consciousness, her teammates inquired about what had transpired. She explained that just as she finished pitching her tent and was about to enter for a rest, she was startled by a ghastly white face staring back at her, accompanied by an eerie laugh, which caused her to faint. Upon hearing her account, the others hurriedly packed their belongings, eager to leave the area. These 2 incidents only heightened the local herdsmen's dread of the Valley of Death. Soon, word of these events reached the 749 Bureau, which promptly dispatched a team to investigate the mysteries of the deathly mountain valley. Upon entering the valley, the team discovered a massive stone formation rumored to be the resting place of many animal skeletons. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie chill as they pressed forward, eventually reaching a mountain pass that marked their official entry into the Valley of Death. Upon reaching the valley's center, they encountered a frozen lake littered with countless animal remains. After analysis, they hypothesized that the water source might be the cause of the deaths. Consequently, they searched the valley and discovered a subterranean river, testing its water quality, which revealed an exceptionally high mineral content that, if consumed, it could easily lead to dehydration, potentially explaining one cause of the animal fatalities. In their quest for truth, the team ventured deeper into the valley. After traversing 5 kilometers, they arrived at a desert-like area, astonishing the members of the 749 Bureau. Why would such a vast desert exist deep within Kunlun Mountain? Deserts typically form from wind-blown gravel and sand accumulating in lower altitudes. What could account for a desert at such a high elevation? The exploration team pressed on toward the desert's center, discovering marshlands surrounded by dense vegetation. These plants may have been the allure for animals. and due to the unique location, they contained high-quality freshwater from glacial melts, creating a miniature primitive ecosystem. Furthermore, the team detected a remarkably strong magnetic field in the area. Under the influence of such magnetic disturbances, thunderstorms could easily form, striking the grazing animals at this point. It became clear why Kunlun Mountain is referred to as the Valley of Death. Its harsh living conditions render it inhospitable to weaker creatures, compounded by the presence of swamps and lightning. Such perilous environmental factors exist in tandem, making survival nearly impossible for many species. It is no wonder the Valley of Death is deemed a forbidden zone for life. While the mystery of the Valley of Death seems to be unraveling, it remains partially unsolved. The tourists reported witnessing a ghastly white face. What could this eerie visage be? The members of the 749 Bureau stated they found no trace of such an entity within the valley. To this day, its existence remains unknown. Perhaps many truths are simply too enigmatic to be disclosed. Here, I earnestly remind everyone that this narrative is purely fictional. Please approach it with rationality, treating it as mere storytelling. And always trust in science. Chapter 31. The strange incident of the great monkey seeking a title. The monkey, in a state of mischief, trailed after Zayakin late one night, baring its teeth and questioning whether she considered it human. This immediately alerted Zayakin to the nature of the creature. However, startled by the late hour, she did not respond kindly, hastily departing the scene. Little did she know that her words could incite a calamity. According to folklore, if a creature seeking a title fails in its endeavor, it must endure an additional century of cultivation, that a single utterance from a human could potentially sever their path to transcendence. The great monkey, frustrated by its lack of success, pursued Zayakin with intent to catch and bite her. Just as it seemed poised to seize her, a burly man wielding a hoe appeared. This man was none other than Zayakin's husband, Li Zongping, who rushed to her side upon hearing the commotion. He asked Zayakin what was amiss, and she replied that something was frightening her. Li Zongping raised his eyes and beheld a colossal macaque perched atop the opposing hill. Its body was adorned with long, brown fur, and its claws bore exceptionally sharp talons, fixating a fierce glare upon Li Zongping. Although the macaque possessed some semblance of intelligence, it dared not display its ferocity in front of a robust man. After casting a reluctant glance at Zayakin, it vanished without a trace. 7 days swiftly elapsed, and one early morning, while Zayakin was tidying up her home, she faintly heard a strange, hissing sound emanating from the rooftop. Upon looking up, she was astonished to discover a tall figure squatting atop her house. A closer inspection revealed it to be the very macaque that had attacked her that day, instilling a profound fear within her. Yet, the macaque merely gazed at her intently for a few moments before leaping over the wall and fleeing. Just as Zayakin was grappling with her shock, her mother-in-law abruptly thrust open the door, storming to the entrance and began to berate her, exclaiming, "You wretched woman! Do you not realize that my grandson has perished because of you?" Her voice brimmed with resentment and fury, without allowing Zayakin a word. The mother-in-law suddenly leaped over a meter high, advancing towards Zayakin. With both hands, she fiercely grasped her neck, continuing to insult her. "Why did you not claim it resembled a human? You vile woman!" At that moment, Li Zongping fortuitously returned from the fields. Upon witnessing his wife being choked and frothing at the mouth, her eyes rolling back, it seemed she was on the verge of losing consciousness. Li Zongping instantaneously reacted, hurriedly searching his yard. Indeed, he spotted the old monkey in a tree outside the yard, its eyes fixated on Zayakin and her mother-in-law, emanating an eerie green glow. Li Zongping, filled with rage, nearly exploded. He hurled the sickle in his hand with great force towards the monkey's face. In an instant, the sickle sliced through the air, leaving a deep gash across the monkey's visage. The old macaque clutched its head in pain, tumbling from the tree and escaping with a shriek. At that moment, Li Zongping's elderly mother regained consciousness from her stupor. Following this incident, the gigantic macaque never reappeared, for it recognized that this family was not to be trifled with. Well, dear friends, today's tale has come to a close. This story is purely fictional. Please regard it as such, and do not succumb to superstition. Always respect science. Chapter 32. The resurrection of the ancient corpse in Sichuan. Have you heard about the real supernatural event concerning the ancient corpse in Sichuan that was reported by China's Central Television? It is said that at that time, the government deployed armed police to patrol 24 hours a day, and villagers dared not step outside at night. Children were uniformly transported to and from school by designated vehicles, casting a shadow over the childhood of many in the Sichuan and Chongqing regions. The event transpired in 2005 in Saishu Village, Nanchung City, Sichuan Province. During construction, a stone coffin was unearthed from a hillside in the northern part of the village, appearing significantly larger than a typical coffin. The archaeological team arrived promptly at the scene, only to find that the coffin had already been opened. Remarkably, the corpse inside exhibited no signs of decay despite having lain there for centuries, astonishing the on-site archaeologists. As word of this spread, many local villagers flocked to witness the century-old, well-preserved Qing dynasty corpse, prompting the archaeological team to notify the police to seal off the area. Soon, Captain Li Zongping and his partner, Wei Go, arrived on the scene. Archaeologist Song Rintu provided a brief overview of the situation, stating that they had discovered an ancient tomb of considerable archaeological significance and a well-preserved ancient corpse. He further noted some peculiar phenomena associated with the corpse. Captain Li Zongping exchanged a glance with Wei Go, sensing that this ancient corpse was extraordinary, and decided to investigate further. The corpse, remarkably intact without any preservation treatment, was bound with 9 ropes, and a yellow talisman was affixed to its head. Scattered glutinous rice was also found within the coffin, leading them to conclude that this ancient corpse was indeed unusual. If left to the archaeological team, it was likely that unforeseen consequences could arise. Therefore, Officer Weigu approached Song Rintu and expressed concern about the eerie nature of the corpse, emphasizing that the 9 ropes were typically used to bind corpses in ancient times. He also pointed out that the yellow talisman was designed to suppress zombies. Most importantly, the corpse had not undergone any preservation, yet remained intact after 100 years. Furthermore, the stone coffin appeared to be sealed with a mixture of glutinous rice and lime, indicating a strong possibility that it contained a zombie. After sharing these insights, Li Zongping suggested that they incinerate the corpse to prevent any potential disasters. However, Song Rintu, astonished, replied, "What nonsense! A well-preserved ancient corpse holds immeasurable research value. How could we allow you to burn it?" He further insisted that the police knew nothing, merely requiring them to secure the site. Soon, the stone coffin was hoisted by the archaeological team, while Li Zongping and Wei Gu reinforced the perimeter, aware that if anything went awry, no one would bear the responsibility. As the coffin contained no accompanying burial items beyond the ancient corpse, it became the primary focus of the archaeological team's research. In an attempt to ascertain the corpse's moisture level, Song Rintu removed his gloves and gently touched the ancient skin, a moment that caught Captain Li Zongping's attention, causing him great alarm. He hastily cautioned against such actions, warning that it could provoke a resurrection. Yet Song Rintu dismissed his concerns, citing his years of archaeological experience, claiming it would not damage the corpse. Just then, he noticed the ancient corpse's eyes twitch, mere seconds later. The corpse suddenly opened its eyes, sitting up in an eerie posture. It emitted strange sounds, sending the officers and villagers into a frenzy of terrified screams. The closest to the corpse, Song Rintu, was paralyzed with fear on the ground. The corpse stood upright, emitting a horrifying shriek as it lunged towards Song Rintu, straining to break free from the 9 binding ropes. The ropes, having deteriorated over time, snapped easily under the corpse's immense strength. Meanwhile, Song Rintu, lying on the ground, was overwhelmed with terror, trembling uncontrollably. As the corpse slowly extended its arms, it appeared poised to pounce on Song Rintu, who was rendered incapable of resistance and fainted on the spot. Just as the corpse was about to descend upon him, a series of gunshots rang out. Bullets pierced the zombie's body, fired by an officer maintaining order at the scene. Unbeknownst to him, the gunfire would inflict no harm on the zombie, only exacerbating its rage. However, the shots delayed the creature's advance, allowing Li Zongping to position himself in front of Song Rintu, readying for a confrontation with the zombie. The zombie, seeing Li Zongping before it, lunged forward with great force, despite its stiff movements. Just as Li Zongping engaged the zombie, the unconscious Song Rintu unexpectedly awoke. In the midst of Li Zongping's evasive maneuver, he inadvertently stepped on Song Rintu's right foot, eliciting a pained cry. This distraction caused Li Zongping to falter, and he found himself clawed across the face by the zombie, leaving several long gashes. The zombie lunged again. In a flash, Li Zongping seized a broken binding rope from the ground. Maneuvering behind the zombie to strangle it with fervor, he urged Wei Ge to douse the zombie with gasoline and ignite it, but Wei Ge hesitated, realizing that such an act would also jeopardize Li Zongping's life. Amid this turmoil, Wei Ge held the gasoline, torn between choices, while Li Zongping implored him to act quickly. He insisted that he could no longer endure, and if action was not taken, they would all perish. After a fierce internal struggle, Wei Ge ultimately poured the entire canister of gasoline over the zombie and tossed a lit lighter onto it. In an instant, flames erupted, consuming the creature. Li Zongping, witnessing the inferno, swiftly kicked the zombie away, but he too became engulfed in the raging fire. The flames intensified, and the zombie was completely incinerated. Tragically, Li Zongping succumbed to severe burns and subsequent infection, ultimately losing his life despite rescue efforts. Following this incident, the police suppressed public discourse, yet numerous villagers present spread the tale, transforming it into a sensationalized supernatural event that became a topic of fearful conversation. Chapter 33. The eerie events surrounding Empress Dowager Cixi's burial. Why did Empress Dowager Cixi's burial have to be postponed for an entire year? During her funeral, bizarre and inexplicable occurrences transpired. On what was initially a clear day, a sudden tempest arose. Even more perplexing, a foul stench reeked along the procession route, inducing feelings of nausea among the mourners. The populace, kneeling on either side, bore witness to the ominous sight of blood seeping from the coffin. What could possibly be the reason for such a phenomenon? Let us transport ourselves back to mid-November 1908, when the formidable Empress Dowager Cixi, who wielded unparalleled power during the late Qing dynasty and overshadowed millions, finally concluded her extraordinary and extravagant life. The opulence of Cixi's funeral astonished the world. The funeral procession comprised tens of thousands, stretching over 30 miles through the city of Beijing, with an astounding 7,000 individuals tasked with carrying the coffin, each one bearing priceless antiquities that were beloved by Cixi during her lifetime. The sheer value of these treasures could have depleted the imperial treasury of the Qing dynasty. Furthermore, the chief eunuch Li Lianying, in a desperate bid to prevent the decay of Cixi's body, employed every conceivable spice and herb available. Yet despite such extensive efforts, the air along the funeral route became rife with a foul stench. It is said that on November 15, 1908, a day that began with clear skies, was abruptly interrupted by a tempestuous wind, accompanied by thunder and lightning, yet not a single drop of rain fell. The atmosphere surrounding the funeral became eerily sinister, accentuated by an inexplicable, putrid odor. The citizens, crouched along the streets, instinctively covered their noses and mouths, and some daring souls who dared to glance upward were met with the shocking sight of blood-like liquid cascading from the coffin, which had cost a fortune of silver to construct. This unsettling spectacle not only terrified the bystanders, but also instilled a sense of dread among those carrying the coffin. Speculations arose that this was divine retribution for Cixi, who had indulged in extravagance during her reign, suppressing the rightful emperor and bringing calamity to the nation. But is the truth as the folklore suggests? In reality, Cixi's life was indeed marked by excessive indulgence. A voracious appetite for collecting rare treasures from across the globe. Officials, eager to curry favor with her, presented her with lavish gifts. Her funeral alone could be considered a rare spectacle, nearly exhausting the Qing dynasty's treasury. Cixi took with her an array of these treasures to the afterlife. Her coffin crafted from the most exquisite golden silk Nanmu wood, lined at the bottom with a 20-centimeter layer of golden silk bedding, adorned with over 20,000 perfectly round and luminous pearls. The number of rubies, sapphires, and jade carvings was countless. Following her death, Cixi was adorned with a phoenix crown, atop which sat a pearl the size of a goose egg, complemented by jade embellishments, the value of which alone amounted to millions of taels of silver, not to mention the priceless luminous pearl that she cherished. Moreover, Cixi donned a golden silk robe akin to that of the emperor and wore shoes embroidered with auspicious clouds made of jade, symbolizing her desire for ascension in the afterlife. Her bedding was entirely woven from golden silk, and the coffin was surrounded by an abundance of rare treasures from that era, any one of which could serve as a centerpiece in a museum. Notably, among her most treasured possessions were the jade watermelon and jade cabbage, the only item she specifically requested to accompany her in death. Experts estimate that the jewels within her coffin alone could be worth hundreds of billions of renminbi. This explains the colossal funeral procession, with thousands of participants and 7,000 bearers of the coffin, who journeyed from the Forbidden City to the Eastern Tombs over a span of 5 days. During this time, there was little opportunity for rest or hygiene, leading to an overwhelming stench from sweat and the natural course of travel. This serves as an explanation from archaeologists regarding the nauseating odor that permeated Cixi's funeral. As for the blood-like liquid seeping from the coffin, experts have postulated that it was likely a result of the embalming materials used on Cixi's body. These herbs and spices were placed at the bottom of the coffin, and the prolonged journey, coupled with the jostling, caused them to combine and create a red liquid that resembled blood. When the public witnessed this occurrence, it rapidly spread, transforming into tales of a blood-soaked coffin. Cixi, often referred to as the Demon Empress by later generations, earned this moniker for good reason. The common folk were justified in their sentiments, as Cixi's daily life was steeped in extravagance. Even though she could not consume the lavish feasts laid before her, each meal boasted no fewer than 180 dishes that a humorous saying circulated among the populace. One meal of the Empress Dowager equates to 3 years of grain for the common folk. If we were to highlight the peak of Cixi's extravagance, her 60th birthday celebration must be mentioned. During a time when the Qing dynasty faced numerous crises, both internally and externally, and desperately needed finances, Cixi nonetheless insisted upon extensive renovations at the Summer Palace. The construction alone consumed over 6 million taels of silver, and each year she would acquire gold and silver jewelry worth at least 500,000 taels, while her wardrobe expenditures reached a minimum of 2.4 million taels. Her passion for the opera also led her to invest significantly in stages within the Forbidden City and the Summer Palace. Historical records indicate that Cixi's 60th birthday celebration cost over 15 million taels of silver. In peaceful times, such extravagance might have been tolerable, but it was during this very year that the First Sino-Japanese War erupted, and Cixi even diverted military funds to satiate her personal desires. This led to a weakened national strength, with soldiers equipped decades behind their foreign counterparts. Moreover, when Western powers encroached upon their borders, Cixi, preoccupied with her own pleasures, sought peace at any cost, signing various humiliating treaties that ceded territory and imposed reparations, all in a bid to preserve the Qing dynasty's fragile existence and her own status as Empress Dowager. It could be argued that Cixi was the principal architect of the Qing dynasty's rapid demise. And thus concludes today's tale, dear friends. This narrative is adapted from popular folklore, and I encourage everyone to read with discernment. Until next time, Chapter 34, Eerie Events in the Morgue. What if I were to tell you of a job that offers a generous salary, is relatively easy, and free from the treachery of workplace politics? With the sole drawback being the occasional encounter with terrifying occurrences, would you dare to take such a position? This is the first-hand account of my experience working as a security guard in a morgue. My shifts were primarily at night, and during the quieter moments, I could even take a nap, truly a relaxed and pleasant occupation. After each shift change, I would typically take a symbolic stroll around the premises, though nothing ever seemed amiss. Initially, the sight of corpses unnerved me, but I gradually grew accustomed to it. After my rounds, I would return to the duty room, close the door, brew a cup of tea, listen to music, read, and then lie down for a nap. Thus, I passed over half a year in this easy-going manner. Winter arrived before I knew it, and one night while on duty in the security room, I was suddenly startled by a series of loud, banging noises from outside. It sounded as if something was relentlessly striking the door. Who could possibly be causing such a ruckus in the dead of night? Following the sound, I discovered it was emanating from the morgue at the back of the yard. I didn't think much of it at first. I merely leaned against the window to see what was happening. To my astonishment, the door to the morgue was ajar. Had I forgotten to close it? My confusion deepened as I distinctly remembered securing it shut. I quickly donned my jacket, grabbed a flashlight, and prepared to investigate. However, before I could step outside, another loud noise echoed, and I turned to look out the window, only to see a shadowy figure moving about in the yard. It suddenly dawned on me. Could it be a thief seeking thrills in the dead of night? Anxiety gripped me. What if someone were to steal a corpse? That would spell disaster. I swiftly aimed my flashlight in the direction of the figure, but as the light illuminated it, terror coursed through me, causing my hair to stand on end. Indeed, it was a figure, seemingly trapped by the door of the morgue, repeatedly attempting to push its way through. Upon catching the beam of my flashlight, the figure froze momentarily, then turned to glare at me. That instant, my mind buzzed with disbelief. The figure was the female corpse I had seen being wheeled, and just earlier that day that I screamed of a zombie resurrection and raced back to the duty room. My legs trembling so violently that I collapsed onto the floor. I was too frightened to muster any strength to rise again. Suddenly, the outside felt eerily silent, intensifying my panic. Had she come after me? Cautiously, I peeked out the window, only to be greeted by the sight of the female corpse pressed against the glass, staring intently at me while relentlessly banging on the window. I clamped my hands over my mouth, terrified to make even the slightest sound, fearing that if she noticed me, she might break through the glass. Each thud reverberated in my heart, but I dared not move, nor could I tell how long I remained in that state of terror. Eventually, the woman ceased her assault on the window. From the sound of her footsteps, it seemed she began to circle the yard. Throughout that night, the yard was periodically filled with the sounds of objects crashing to the ground. I have no recollection of how I managed to endure that evening. Huddled in a corner, I remained motionless, feeling utterly exhausted, until the sound of knocking echoed at the door. I felt a surge of vitality return to me. Initially, I suspected that it might be the female corpse knocking, and my heart, which had finally settled, leapt to my throat once more. Shaoli, what on earth are you doing? Open the door. It was only when the familiar voice resounded from outside that my heart was finally at ease. The visitor was none other than Song Rintu, the manager of the funeral home. Looking at this authoritative figure before me, I felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, almost compelled to rush forward and embrace him. I tearfully recounted the events of the previous night to the manager, and fortunately, he and the others did not mock me. Instead, they continuously offered me comfort, and soon, we began searching the yard for the female corpse. After all, losing a body is no trivial matter. Thankfully, before long, we discovered the corpse in a corner of the outer courtyard. I dared not look for long. She had struggled throughout the night, tearing her clothes to shreds. No one dared speak of this incident outside. Not only did we not collect any fees from the family, but we also provided her with a complimentary makeup. I took a paid leave of absence for over half a month, initially resolved never to return. However, the compensation was simply too generous. Moreover, the job was indeed quite easy, and with my social anxiety, I could hardly find a more suitable occupation. This story is purely fictional. I urge everyone to read with a rational mind. Here I declare, if you find yourself unable to sleep at night, do not blame me. Chapter 35. The Supernatural Incident of Infants' Remains at Guangfu River. Jining beneath a bridge in the city, a staggering 21 infant corpses were unearthed, the youngest of whom had not even reached a month old. This is the true account of the shocking Jining infant abandonment case. It is said that residents living nearby hear the cries of a multitude of infants every night. The sound is excruciatingly eerie, penetrating deep into one's mind, its terror surpassing comprehension. Hurry and tag your friends from Shandong to verify this. Welcome to the report on the supernatural incident of infants' remains at Guangfu River, Jining. The story unfolds in 2010 on a highway bridge along the banks of Guangfu River in Jining, Shandong. Li Zongping, a chef at a restaurant, was just finishing his shift and passing over the bridge on his way home when he suddenly heard faint cries of infants. Curiosity piqued, Li Zongping paused. Strangely, the sounds grew increasingly distinct. Initially, he assumed some heartless parents had abandoned their child nearby. So he bent down to peer under the bridge. Due to recent rains, the river, which had been dry for a long time, was now swollen with water, yet Li Zongping saw no sign of any infants beneath the bridge. However, the cries continued to emanate from below, and Li Zongping thought that, after all, it was a matter of life. He decided to investigate. Upon reaching underneath the bridge, he discovered that the cries were not from a single child, but sounded as if numerous infants were wailing in unison. The unsettling thought struck him. Had multiple children been abandoned? Questions flooded his mind. Cautiously, he approached the very base of the bridge, and as he arrived, a sight before him sent chills coursing through his body. The stone walls of the bridge were teeming with infants, each clinging desperately to the stones. wailing loudly, their cries echoing far and wide. The eldest appeared to be no more than 1 or 2 years old, while several others looked freshly born, with umbilical cords still attached. It was evident to even the most naive observer that these children were not alive. Were these the spirits of the deceased? At that moment, all the infants fixed their gaze intently upon Li Zongping, their cries growing louder, the piercing sound reverberating within the bridge, drilling into his ears. Terrified, Li Zongping felt his spirit leave him. Realizing he had encountered something unclean, without a second thought, he scrambled up the bank, not daring to look back, and hurried towards his quarters. Having recently arrived in the city, he had heard neighbors mention the cries of infants at night. But he had never believed it until he witnessed that bizarre scene, which truly frightened him to death. Before long, the news spread throughout the city. This highway bridge became a place of dread for the locals. The very next morning, after Li Zongping's eerie encounter, his neighbor, Song Rintu, went out for his morning stroll and unexpectedly witnessed a horrifying sight beneath the bridge. There lay the body of a child, the upper half on the bank, while the lower half remained submerged in the water, its eyes swollen and bulging, one nearly popping out. Even more bizarre, the eye that was about to fall suddenly opened, glaring menacingly at Song Rintu, who was so frightened that he fainted on the spot. This incident quickly alarmed nearby residents, and the number of onlookers grew. The police were informed and rushed to the scene, retrieving the child's body in hopes of locating the parents. However, just as the officers finished handling the body, they stumbled upon another shocking sight. Not far from the bridge, another infant corpse lay on the riverbank, appearing even smaller, seemingly just born. This turned the situation into something far more complex than a mere case of abandoned infant remains. The police promptly cordoned off the area and initiated a deeper investigation. Yet, the horror was far from over. The subsequent events astonished not only the officers present, but also the entire city of Jining. Under this ordinary highway bridge, they unearthed a total of 21 infant corpses. Upon hearing this news, Chief Chin of the Special Investigation Team hurried to the scene. After meticulously examining the bodies, he soon discovered remnants of identification tags on several of the infant corpses. Chief Chin pointed towards a nearby hospital and ordered an immediate investigation into its practices. The officers present were puzzled. How could Chief Chin, who was clearly not from the area, be so certain that the hospital was involved? Taking a drag from his cigarette, Chief Chin remarked, "Just look into those children's eyes, and you will understand." It was evident that all the infants' eyes were fixed intently in one direction, and that direction pointed directly towards the large hospital. These children had been submerged in water for so long. Their resentment must be profound. Over time, issues were bound to arise. Later investigations revealed that these infants had been the unfortunate victims of the nearby hospital's failures. And after collecting processing fees from their parents, they had callously buried them beneath the bridge. Ultimately, the hospital's director was taken away by the police from his office. With that, the story concludes. What are your thoughts on this matter? Dear friends, feel free to share your perspectives in the comments. Chapter 36. The supernatural incident at a Hong Kong tea restaurant. This is the only supernatural incident acknowledged by the Hong Kong police. 4 card players, deceased for 7 days, continued to order takeout at the same time every day. The bizarre nature of this occurrence drew extensive media coverage. This is the shocking takeout supernatural incident at a tea restaurant in Hong Kong. The event transpired in 1989 in the North District of the New Territories at a century-old establishment, Chow Yong GT Restaurant. That afternoon, the restaurant staff member, Song Rintu, received a call to place an order for 4 servings of char siu rice with egg. After noting the address, Song Rintu began preparing the meal for delivery. Soon, he arrived at the building mentioned by the customer. It was a dilapidated old structure. The stairwell was littered with scattered advertisements, which made it quite some time before Song Rintu was able to locate the door number. However, after pressing the doorbell for a considerable time, no one within responded, as if the room were completely uninhabited. Initially, Song Rintu thought he might have misread the address, and after several minutes of fruitless ringing, he reluctantly prepared to leave. Just as he turned to descend the stairs, the door creaked open slowly behind him. It sounded as if the person inside was unlocking the security bolt, leaving only a narrow crack, from which a hoarse voice emerged. "Young man, please leave the takeout at the door. I will take it myself." After saying this, a few Hong Kong dollars were slipped through the GPAT that moment. Song Rintu took the opportunity to glance inside the room, which appeared shrouded in darkness, obscuring the figure of the person within. This peculiar behavior left Song Rintu perplexed, yet he thought little of it, hastily accepting the money and departing down the stairs. After all, in that era, Hong Kong did not accommodate those who dawdled. Later that night, after closing up, the owner, Li Zongping, discovered several Joss paper bills of varying sizes while counting the day's earnings. Initially, he thought it was a mistake made by one of the staff and reprimanded them before tossing the Joss paper into the trash. The next day, as Song Rintu busied himself, he received another call from the client at Jinxiu Garden. The entire delivery process mirrored that of the previous day. He left the food at the door and received the money through the gap. Indeed, that evening, when Li Zongping counted the money after closing, he once again found several Joss paper bills. This time, Li Zongping erupted in fury, chastising the staff. It wasn't until he had raged for half an hour that the individual named Song Rintu finally voiced his perplexities, expressing his concerns that it might be linked to the food deliveries he had sent over the past few days that moment. Li Zongping, albeit somewhat incredulous, could not help but notice the earnest demeanor of Song Rintu, which made him seem less like a liar. Consequently, he resolved to personally escort the deliveries the following day. Indeed, the next day, Song Rintu received the same order, but this time the delivery was made by none other than the owner, Li Zongping himself. Thus, Li Zongping arrived at the residential complex with the familiar dishes. Placing the takeout at the doorstep before receiving the Hong Kong dollars from the customer through the crack of the door, that was only after confirming the currency multiple times, ensuring everything was in order, that he returned to the restaurant, placing the collected money in a separate drawer before departing with a sense of relief. However, when Li Zongping recounted the cash that evening, he was horrified to discover that the money he had meticulously stored in the drawer had inexplicably transformed into several pieces of ghost money. This shocking revelation sent Li Zongping into a frenzy as he hurriedly grabbed his phone, trembling as he dialed the police. The authorities soon arrived at the delivery address based on Li Zongping's account. After knocking fruitlessly on the door for an extended period, they ultimately opted to force their way inside. What they discovered upon entering left all present in a state of dread. Several individuals were found lifeless beside a mahjong table, their bodies emanating a foul stench that lingered in the small room. Scattered across the floor were empty food containers, which forensic examination revealed to be the very takeaway delivered by Li Zongping's establishment. Furthermore, the fingerprints on the ghost money matched those of the deceased, yet the bodies had evidently been dead for many days. How, then, could the explanation for the fast food be reconciled? Ultimately, it was the interpretation of experts that unraveled the mystery. The four deceased had succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning. Although they had perished days prior, their spirits were restless, unable to depart from this world, particularly in the ominous locale of Jinxiu Garden, which seldom saw sunlight. This inability to find peace was the reason they continued to order takeout daily, resembling the living. And thus concludes today's tale, dear friends. Stay tuned for the next chapter, which promises to be even more thrilling. Chapter 37. The bizarre disappearance of 20,000 Japanese soldiers in Changbai Mountain. Legend has it that after Japan's unconditional surrender in 1945, nearly 20,000 troops from the Guangdong Army stubbornly refused to capitulate, taking hostage 10,000 local women and children as they vanished into the depths of Changbai Mountain. Strangely, despite the locals' fervent desire to locate them, multiple search efforts ensued, including aerial reconnaissance, yet no trace of the Japanese soldiers was ever found. Even to this day, tales of the 20,000 soldiers linger in the region, with elderly residents asserting that the Japanese must have offended the mountain deity, resulting in their total annihilation. Some even speculate that there may indeed be a mythical bronze gate hidden within Changbai Mountain. This raises a pertinent question. Why did these 20,000 Japanese soldiers refuse to surrender and instead retreat into the wilderness? Where did they ultimately go? For those familiar with the film Ghost Blows Out the Light, you may recall the protagonist stumbling upon a hidden Japanese military base concealed underground in Changbai Mountain, guarded by spirits of soldiers long deceased. This segment was subtly portrayed, likely to evade censorship, but it was indeed inspired by true events. Let us rewind to 1945 when Japan faced relentless defeats in the Pacific War. And after Germany's surrender, they were pursued by various nations. Yet, Emperor Hirohito proclaimed the slogan 100 million will die, asserting that overthrowing him was impossible, bolstered by years of militaristic ideology and the presence of over 5 million troops stationed in China. In northeast China alone, around 600,000 soldiers were deployed, comprising the elite Guangdong Army, which was among the first to invade Chinese territory during the war. However, the situation was far from straightforward. After enduring 2 atomic bombings, Emperor Hirohito announced Japan's unconditional surrender, while the Guangdong Army continued to prepare for further conflict, even dismissing the surrender notices from the Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army as fabrications. Following the invasion, many Japanese civilians had relocated to the region, with 2 primary objectives: the Guangdong Army's lack of agricultural knowledge and the need for civilians to contribute to the development of Northeast China as a garden for Japan. Having lived there for over a decade, they had come to view the Northeast as their second home. So when they received the news of Hirohito's surrender, tens of thousands of Guangdong troops refused to accept it in August 1945. With Germany no longer a concern, the Soviet Red Army directed all its forces against Japan, aiding China in besieging the Guangdong Army. Within less than a month, the Guangdong Army collapsed entirely, with over 550,000 casualties, prisoners, and deaths, many of whom were taken by the Soviets to Siberia for labor. This historical episode is worth noting, as it appears rather benign. Yet, following the conclusion of the siege, a small faction of Japanese soldiers chose to resist. Unwilling to surrender until death, they initially hid in urban corners before gathering at the base of Changbai Mountain, numbering around 20,000, armed with a plethora of military weapons. These soldiers believed they still had a chance for resurgence. However, as combatants, they were only adept at violence and had no understanding of agriculture or survival. Thus, they sought to enlist the aid of Japanese immigrants in northeast China, forcibly taking many of them hostage, including a significant number of women and children. These civilians instinctively believed they would be returned to Japan, yet this became a one-way journey. Consequently, 20,000 remnants of the Japanese army, alongside 10,000 Japanese civilians, plunged into the heart of Changbai Mountain, never to be heard from again. Despite numerous search efforts by both the Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army and local residents, no trace of them could be found. It was as if the mountain had swallowed them whole. What happened to these individuals? In pursuit of the 30,000 missing soldiers, the Northeast Anti-Japanese United Army, nationalist troops, and local citizens all ventured into the mountains multiple times. Strangely, not a single trace was left behind. Even the nationalist forces deployed aircraft for aerial reconnaissance over Changbai Mountain, yet they consistently failed to locate the vanished 30,000 troops. The nationalist military logs document that they initially established contact with the Japanese via radio. But later, regardless of how the messengers called out, there was no response. Eventually, the Guangdong Army ceased radio communication altogether, opting for silence. When the People's Republic of China was established, the military conducted extensive searches in Changbai Mountain, yet still found nothing. No signs of life, no evidence of combat, not even rudimentary shelters. Even the residents at the foot of Changbai Mountain claimed never to have seen any Japanese emerge from the mountain throughout the years. So, where did these 30,000 soldiers truly go? Could it be that they were indeed consumed by the mountain deity, as local legends suggest? As of today, it has been 78 years since the mysterious disappearance of these 30,000 Guangdong soldiers, and we remain oblivious to their true fate. Presently, there are 3 prevalent theories. The first theory posits that the 20,000 soldiers, along with over 10,000 civilians, entered the primordial forest without proper preparation, lacking adequate survival skills in the harsh northeastern climate, which posed a threat to human existence. The daily sustenance needs for 30,000 individuals would be astronomical. Even if they managed to hunt for survival, it would not suffice to sustain such a large group. Thus, it is believed that these 30,000 Japanese perished from starvation. However, this narrative is fraught with inconsistencies. Even if they succumbed to hunger or cold, there should be some traces of life or remains. This leads to the second theory, which suggests that these 30,000 individuals traversed Changbai Mountain and escaped to Korea, eventually returning to Japan. Yet, experts have deemed this claim untenable, as the anti-Japanese sentiment in Korea was high at the time, aligned with China and the Soviet Union, that if indeed such a large contingent of Japanese soldiers crossed over, it would have surely attracted significant attention. Thus, this theory also falls short. The third theory is particularly intriguing, proposing that these 30,000 soldiers had long since surrendered to the nationalist forces, with 10,000 Japanese civilians either sent back to Japan or dispersed, while the remaining 20,000 soldiers were integrated into the nationalist army. This assertion is not unfounded, as there were numerous instances during the Civil War when the nationalists absorbed Japanese troops. However, whether these individuals are indeed linked to the Guandong Army's disappearance in Changbai Mountain remains unproven, with no concrete evidence left in the Nationalist Military Logs. In 2008, renowned military historian Huang Xianian published a book titled A Collection of Buddhist Periodicals from the Republic of China, which meticulously chronicled this enigmatic history, affirming the veracity of these events. Regardless of the circumstances, the fate of those 30,000 soldiers, whether they fell victim to the mountain deity and were consumed, escaped to Japan through Korea, or were conscripted by the nationalist army, has become inconsequential. What remains paramount is the enduring suffering they inflicted upon us. Let us not forget the national humiliation we endured. Chapter 38. The legendary drought demon and its eerie incidents. It is said that within our nation's folklore, there exist two exceedingly mysterious departments, one being Bureau 749 and the other, Institute 507. Bureau 749 is tasked with addressing supernatural occurrences and those phenomena that defy scientific explanation, while Institute 507 delves into the arcane study of human mystical phenomena. Earning the moniker of the Spirit Medium Corps, legends speak of the personnel within Institute 507, who are reputed to possess extraordinary abilities, capable of vanquishing all malevolent spirits with but a mere gesture. Originally, Institute 507 was situated within a grand courtyard in the Haidian district of Beijing, its walls adorned with verdant vines, its gates perpetually locked against the approach of strangers. The courtyard exuded an aura of the uncanny. Whenever mysterious events transpired in the vicinity, the Institute would unbar its gates and venture forth to resolve the matters at hand. Today, we shall discuss the bizarre cases that this enigmatic organization, once referred to as the Spirit Medium Corps, has managed. Let us rewind time to the 1980s, where a peculiar event unfolded in a small village near Harbin Point 3 months prior. The son of an elderly man named Zhang had departed this world due to an unfortunate accident. Shortly after the burial, the village was beset by a series of strange occurrences. Despite it being the rainy season, an unprecedented drought gripped the area, with not a drop of rain falling for 6 long months. Villagers soon observed that, paradoxically, the soil atop Zhang's son's grave remained inexplicably moist. Whispers began to circulate that Zhang's son might have been buried at a drought-prone site, transforming into a drought demon, which could explain the surrounding desiccation. As the rumors escalated, the villagers, disregarding Zhang's pleas, armed themselves with shovels and made their way to the graveyard, intent on uncovering the truth. In a swift turn of events, the coffin was unearthed, and upon opening it, they were met with a sight that confirmed their wildest fears. The corpse remained intact, covered in green fur, and bore 2 exceptionally sharp teeth, clearly transformed into a drought demon. In an era when science was not yet advanced, the villagers, steeped in superstition, resolved that since they had uncovered a drought demon, they must act quickly, striking it with willow branches or burning it to alleviate the drought. Just as they prepared to drag the body from the coffin for punishment, a thick black cloud suddenly cloaked the once clear sky, followed by a bolt of lightning that struck the corpse, causing it to convulse violently. The villagers were struck with terror. Some, paralyzed by fear, lost control of their bladders, crying out that the drought demon was resurrecting. They hastily abandoned their shovels and fled to their homes. As night fell, a horrifying spectacle unfolded. The dogs of the village howled like wolves, and by dawn, half the livestock had been found dead, victims of unseen forces. The next day, villagers claimed to have seen a creature, a humanoid covered in green fur, attacking their livestock. This continued for several nights, leaving the village in a state of panic, as they speculated that it was Zhang's son, who, having committed wrongs in life, had returned as a drought demon to wreak havoc upon them. The villagers believed that to rid themselves of this drought demon, they needed to offer Zhang's life as a sacrifice. Observing the escalating chaos, the village chief hurried to report the matter to the authorities. Soon after, personnel from Institute 507 arrived, conducting a thorough search of the village. However, they found no trace of the green-furred creature. To protect the villagers, Institute 507 established a perimeter around the village's entrances as midnight approached, just when everyone assumed the creature would not return. A piercing scream erupted from a nearby home. The members of Institute 507 rushed to the scene, only to be met with a gruesome sight. The yard was strewn with the lifeless bodies of cows and numerous chickens, all bearing gaping wounds at their throats. In a corner of the yard stood the feared green-furred creature, baring its teeth and launching an attack on the villagers. In a moment of urgency, a member of Institute 507 produced a peculiar yellow paper and began to chant an incomprehensible incantation. As he concluded, the paper ignited spontaneously, and with a swift motion, he hurled the flaming paper at the creature. The creature, caught off guard, was engulfed in flames. After a prolonged struggle, it collapsed to the ground. Once the creature was subdued, the villagers approached, inquiring if this was indeed Zhang's son transformed into a drought demon. The personnel from Institute 507 responded, urging them to abandon their superstitious beliefs, asserting that there were no such things as demons or monsters. This was merely a wild animal that had become a nuisance. After speaking privately with Zhang, they departed. Curiosity piqued, the villagers asked Zhang what had been said. To their surprise, he remained tight-lipped, staring vacantly at the charred remains. Later, when a villager passed by Zhang's son's grave, they discovered the coffin, which had been unearthed, was now empty. When inquiring if Zhang had interred his son elsewhere, he adamantly denied it. Shortly thereafter, the long-awaited rains finally returned to the village. The true nature of the green-furred creature, whether it was indeed Zhang's son, remains an unresolved mystery. Chapter 39. The eerie legend of the 13 ghostly needles. The 13 ghostly needles in ancient times were considered forbidden needles, utilized specifically to combat malevolent ailments, particularly those involving resurrection or the reanimation of corpses, an act deemed only appropriate for those of great merit. It is said that enlightened masters of antiquity typically employed only 12 needles, reserving the 13 ghostly needles for exceptional circumstances. This technique has been passed down through folklore, with ancient acupuncture texts frequently referencing it. The Song of the 13 Ghostly Needles by Master Sun states, "The 100 evils arise from madness. 13 points must be recognized, the true body first in the ghostly palace. These needles summon the spirits without fail from the head downwards, for men from the left, for women from the right. In reality, the practice of employing such needles has largely been lost, as it is deemed to severely damage one's moral integrity, with dire repercussions for one's descendants. It is a quintessentially malevolent art, effectively sealing one's orifices, allowing spirits to possess individuals, the nature of which, be it benevolent or malevolent, remains ambiguous. That if one cannot confront their fate, they may find themselves beset by numerous strange and troublesome occurrences. The stronger the resentment and emotions of a soul during their lifetime, the more potent their spirit becomes after death. This can manifest in increasingly intense and potentially harmful encounters with the living. What constitutes a malevolent ailment? From the perspective of the I Ching, all things are magnetic fields, categorized into yin and yang. Some magnetic fields are inherently negative, adversely affecting the human magnetic field. When an individual's magnetic field is weakened, they become susceptible to the influence of these negative forces, leading to disorientation, nightmares, or, in severe cases, debilitating illnesses and loss of mental control. Some posit that negative magnetic fields represent human souls. From a Taoist perspective, it is believed that the deceased possess a spirit, commonly referred to as a ghost. However, modern scientific experimentation has yet to definitively prove the existence of ghosts, leaving the scientific community divided. Nevertheless, the I Ching posits that where there is yang, there must also be yin, allowing for the logical inference of negative magnetic field's existence, which encompasses not only so-called ghostly phenomena, but also various adverse magnetic influences, such as the 5 sovereigns qi, associated with celestial movements. For those intrigued, further exploration is encouraged. Traditional Chinese medicine has long recognized a field known as Zhuyu Ku, with historical documentation tracing back to the Sui and Tang dynasties, where such practices existed within the imperial medical institutions. During the Qing dynasty, a female patient, in her late 20s, exhibited extreme mania, demonstrating behavior such as climbing rooftops to worship the moon or consuming live chickens, exhibiting immense strength that required several strong men to subdue her. Her family sought the assistance of lamas and shamans, but to no avail. Upon hearing tales of Master Sun's remarkable medical skills, they sought his intervention. Upon his arrival, Master Sun unleashed a torrent of invective upon the patient, who remained unfazed, ultimately engaging him in a verbal confrontation that he was forced to have his attendants restrain her before forcibly administering acupuncture. Every time a needle is administered, the patient lets out heart-wrenching screams, followed by laughter and curses directed at Master Sun. However, when the needle reached the 13th ghost wind point, that entity shouted loudly, "You are determined to bring about my demise today and ruin my path. I shall not spare you. I curse that in each generation of your descendants, there shall be one afflicted with madness." Master Sun merely chuckled at this, and undeterred, pierced the patient's tongue with the needle, thereby ending that entity's existence at that time. Madame Sun was already with child, and 6 months later, she gave birth to a healthy son. Master Sun mocked the creature, deeming it overly presumptuous. 2 years later, another son was born, and by the age of 3, he was discovered to be afflicted with madness. Various renowned physicians diagnosed it as an internal cause, and despite prolonged treatment, there was no improvement. Through this tale, we learned that one should not be excessively ruthless in their actions. We ought to approach every matter with compassion and tolerance, ensuring that our own path remains prosperous and enduring. Chapter 40. The eerie incident of the King of Hell's Notice. A corpse that had lain underground for a millennium was astonishingly found clutching a letter addressed to the King of Hell, in which it audaciously requested an official position. Experts were astounded to discover that the body remarkably resembled a living person, with skin displaying remarkable elasticity. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Today, let us delve into the sensational King of Hell's Notice incident. How much battery does your phone have? Feel free to comment below, and those with similar battery levels can make new friends. Let us rewind to 1975 in the Phoenix Mountain area of Jingzhou, Hubei Province, where an archaeological team unearthed over 180 ancient tombs. After receiving approval from higher authorities, they commenced excavation. However, upon reaching tomb number 168, an unusual scene unfolded. Upon entering the burial chamber, the team discovered that the coffin emanated ominous black vapors, surrounded by a generous scattering of cinnabar. The archaeologists speculated that, according to folk tales, cinnabar was traditionally used by Taoists to ward off evil. Could it be that a zombie lay within the coffin? While such thoughts crossed their minds, the professional archaeologists remained skeptical of superstitious beliefs. Thus, they proceeded to excavate the coffin. To their astonishment, upon opening it, they found a well-preserved corpse, brimming with vitality. The corpse's left hand rested on its chest, clutching a bamboo slip. Upon inspection, the slip revealed it to be a letter addressed to the King of Hell. This letter was indeed the long-cherished King of Hell's Notice. The contents were as follows. In the 13th year of Emperor Wen of Han, in the 5th month, on the day of Gongxin, the prefect of Zhongling, Su, dares to inform the underworld prefect, along with 28 male servants and 18 female servants, 2 carriages, and 1 ox cart, requesting the scribe to take note. I dare to inform the master. Essentially, the letter conveyed that the tomb's master, in life a martial gentleman from Zhongling County named Su, had reached the end of his lifespan and was preparing to report to the King of Hell. He specifically brought along 28 male slaves and 18 maidservants, as well as immeasurable riches, hoping the King of Hell would grant him a modest position in the underworld. Following the clearing of the ancient tomb, the archaeological team promptly sent the corpse to the laboratory for analysis. They found the corpse to be approximately 1.7 meters tall, weighing 50 kilograms, with intact skeletal and internal structures. There was not a trace of decay, leaving the archaeologists bewildered. Given that the Western Han dynasty was over 2,000 years ago, how could this corpse remain so remarkably preserved? Its body even exhibited elasticity akin to that of a living being. What could account for this? Was it possible that the King of Hell truly granted him a green light upon reading the notice? Ultimately, the archaeological team consulted relevant experts who, after reviewing numerous ancient texts, provided an explanation. It turned out that during the Western Han period, there was indeed a custom of writing the King of Hell's notice within the coffin after death. The ancients believed that placing such a letter in one's tomb would serve as a prior notification to the King of Hell, ensuring special consideration in the afterlife. However, from a contemporary perspective, this is purely superstition. The remarkable preservation of the corpse was actually related to the structural design of the tomb. The true reason for the millennium-old preservation of the body lay in the tomb's three-layered construction, with each layer treated with cinnabar and moisture-proof materials, creating a sealed environment that prevented air circulation. Over time, this unique environment inhibited decay. When the archaeological team first entered the tomb and observed the black vapor surrounding the coffin, experts could not pinpoint the exact cause, perhaps due to the inadequacy of their detection instruments at the time. Well, dear friends, that concludes today's story. See you in the next installment. Chapter 41. The supernatural incident at the Liaoning gas station. This event once shocked the entire nation as the true account of the ghostly gas station in Liaoning. A man in the middle of the night drove a paper effigy car to refuel, only for the next day as staff to discover that the cash he paid with had transformed into ghost money, while the gasoline spilled everywhere. This bizarre incident may surpass your understanding. Please tag your bravest friends to join in. The occurrence took place at a gas station in Chaoyang City, Liaoning Province. Li Ling had worked at this gas station for a decade, and that day, she happened to be on the night shift, idly watching videos. Around 1 in the morning, the lights outside flickered, and a car pulled into the gas station parking area. Seeing a customer, Li Ling hurried out to inquire whether they needed 93 or 97 octane fueled AT. That moment, a man stepped out of the vehicle, keeping his head lowered, and without acknowledging her, merely pointed to the 93 pump. Li Ling thought little of it, as such behavior was not uncommon in the service industry. However, she found the car peculiar. It was a model she had never seen before, lacking a license plate or any identifiable brand. As a gas station employee, she was familiar with many vehicle brands, yet this one gave her an unsettling feeling. After a considerable search, she finally located the fuel tank. As she filled it, she mused about the strange modifications made to the car. Before long, the fueling was complete, and Li Ling informed the customer that it would be 200 yuan. The man, upon hearing this, remained silent and handed her 200 yuan without uttering a word. Li Ling found his taciturnity odd, so she meticulously examined the bills for authenticity, as receiving counterfeit money would leave her at a loss. After thorough inspection yielded no issues, the mysterious man drove away from the gas station. Strangely, the vehicle made not a single sound upon starting. Li Ling paid little attention to this at the time. The next morning, when the day shift attendant arrived, Li Ling needed to tally the previous night's earnings. However, just as the incoming attendant began counting the cash, they discovered 2 notes of ghost money among the stack. They promptly asked Li Ling if she had been deceived, exclaiming, "How did 2 ghost notes end up here?" Li Ling was taken aback, thinking it impossible. She quickly replied, "I checked every single bill last night, and there was no counterfeit money." Left with no choice, the day shift attendant reported the incident to the station manager, who also found it peculiar. However, lacking concrete evidence, they could not simply require Li Ling to cover the loss. Thus, they reviewed the surveillance footage from the previous night, noting that there had not been many vehicles refueling. When the footage reached around 1 in the morning, they saw that strange car slowly approach, followed by Li Ling appearing on the screen, seemingly attending to a customer. Oddly, there was no one in front of her. The footage showed Li Ling going through the motions of refueling as if everything was normal. Then, she reached out into the air, as if requesting payment, and in the next moment, 2 banknotes inexplicably appeared in her hand. The entire refueling process featured only Li Ling, with no one else present, as she appeared to be conversing with thin air. The station manager, who had been intently watching the footage, suddenly exclaimed, "That car looks like a paper effigy vehicle." This statement sent chills down Li Ling's spine. She recalled that the vehicle had indeed not made a sound from start to finish, not even when it was fueled and started. After reviewing the surveillance footage, the station manager said nothing further, yet everyone understood that Li Ling had been tricked by a ghost. Following this incident, Li Ling fell gravely ill and was reluctant to return to work at the gas station. Uncle A Chong solemnly reminds everyone that this story is purely fictional. Please read rationally, avoid superstition, and respect science. Chapter 42. The eerie incident of the Golden Cave in Zhejiang. An unfathomable golden cave was discovered, which, after torrential rains, spewed forth vast quantities of gold, with villagers collecting it for days on end without exhausting the supply. Experts traced the path of the gold to a large cave, where glimmers of gold could be faintly seen within. What kind of cave could this be, and how could it contain such an abundance of gold? However, upon entering the cavern, the relevant experts were horrified to uncover a grim array of white bones, sending shivers down their spines. Was this an otherworldly incident, or was there a human factor at play? The events transpired in 1992 in Suichang County, Zhejiang, and despite the decades that have elapsed since, the villagers remain animated and exuberant when recalling that year's happenings. According to the accounts of those who experienced the incident, an unrelenting downpour lasted the entire night, causing widespread concern that the mountains would unleash a flood, obliterating the village. However, once the storm subsided and the skies cleared, villagers were astonished to discover a multitude of glimmering objects in the riverbed, washed out by the torrential rains. Upon closer inspection, they realized these objects resembled gold, albeit in minuscule fragments akin to grains of sand. Yet, their sheer abundance rendered the riverbed a veritable treasure trove, seemingly endless in its bounty. News of the golden deluge spread like wildfire, and within 20 minutes, the entire village, young and old alike, converged upon the river, eagerly collecting the precious metals that appeared as if the golden flow was inexhaustible, as the current continued to carry forth glimmering sands from upstream. The villagers spent an entire day in this fervent pursuit, and astonishingly, the gold on the ground showed no signs of depleting, much to their delight. Even during the night, they carried lanterns and torches to continue their search for gold. Within 2 days, the tale had reached the neighboring villages, attracting numerous outsiders eager to partake in the quest for riches. However, as the crowd swelled, the quantity of gold began to dwindle, necessitating searches further upstream to yield even a few pieces. Nonetheless, many continued to flock to the site, for even a small amount of gold held significant value. This phenomenon piqued the interest of relevant experts, who hurried to the scene, only to find the situation far more intricate than anticipated. Guided by the villagers, the experts arrived near a cave, discovering a substantial quantity of golden particles in the vicinity. According to the villagers' accounts, the deluge had filled the cave with water, which flowed out incessantly, carrying vast amounts of gold, as if it were a golden cavern, undoubtedly harboring even more treasures within. However, the water was too deep, and no one dared to venture inside. The experts, taken aback by the unusual circumstances, recognized the urgency of exploring this golden cave. After extensive investigation, they found the site peculiar, seemingly accessible only through a single entrance. Evidence suggested that indeed, the gold had emanated from within the cave. Consequently, they resolved to employ a pump to drain the water, anticipating that the true nature of the cave would soon be revealed. To their astonishment, the pump operated for over 100 days, more than 3 months, yet the water level remained unchanged, resembling an abyss that could not be emptied. The experts attempted to measure the depth with a long bamboo pole, but each attempt was futile, reminiscent of chopsticks stirring a large vat, unable to touch the bottom. As the pump neared its limits, the water level stubbornly refused to budge, forcing the experts to abandon the investigation, concluding that with current technology, exploration was impossible, and they would have to return at a later date when advancements could be made. However, that wait yielded no further developments. Aside from the locals, it seemed the existence of the Golden Cave faded from collective memory. Yet a decade later, a team of miners detonated explosives in the area, revealing the true nature of the Golden Cave. With a resounding explosion, the mountain connected to the cave shattered, exposing a massive entrance. Upon investigation, however, they were met with a harrowing sight. Countless skeletal remains littered the ground. Subsequent inquiries revealed that these bones belonged to miners who had perished within, alongside mining tools from the Ming dynasty. Experts promptly delved into local historical texts and county records, and after considerable effort, they uncovered the true identity of this seemingly bottomless golden cave. That it was, in fact, a gold mine exploited during the Ming dynasty. The mine's overseer, eager to impress the court, relentlessly urged miners to extract gold, even compelling them to remove the support pillars that stabilized the mine, all in a reckless pursuit of wealth. The inevitable consequence was a collapse, entombing the miners alive. Following this tragedy, the court abandoned the mine, leaving behind only the unshipped gold and the remains of the miners. Little did anyone expect that a single rainstorm could unearth gold buried for over 4 centuries, bringing forth a long-forgotten tragedy back into the light. In the end, the local villagers voluntarily surrendered the gold they had collected, which was allocated to a miner safety fund, providing security for contemporary miners. The Golden Cave underwent restoration, transforming it into a local tourist attraction. aptly named the Ming Dynasty Gold Cave. Interested visitors may journey to Suichang County in Zhejiang to witness the site, which promises to offer an eye-opening experience. Chapter 43. The eerie incident of the living zombie. It is said that this is a supernatural event so bizarre that even science dares not report it. An elderly man, unable to bear the thought of his poisoned son dying, inadvertently transformed him into a living zombie that if your neighborhood features sealed windows, you ought to be cautious. This incident unfolded in a certain community in Nanjing, Jiangsu province, and is a first-hand account from my friend, Li Zongping, a factory maintenance worker occasionally tasked with plumbing repairs. One fateful evening, while on duty, Li Zongping was clearing a blockage in the workshop's water supply pipes. Oblivious to the fact that the ongoing heat wave had led to a dangerous accumulation of carbon monoxide in the deep well. Before he could react, he felt an overwhelming weakness, and darkness enveloped him as he plunged headlong into the well. It was not until the following morning that his colleagues discovered Li Zongping in the well, his face pale and eyes sunken, lying motionless on the ground. They immediately dialed emergency services, hoping he could still be revived. But alas, he had been submerged for too long. Despite their valiant efforts, the doctors were unable to resuscitate him. Upon hearing the tragic news of his son's demise, Li Zongping's father rushed to the hospital, only to be met with the grim reality of his son's lifeless body. A man who had borne a child late in life, having lost his wife during childbirth, he had single-handedly raised Li Zongping. Now, with the loss of his son, his final hopes were extinguished. The elderly man, with his head of white hair, looked desolate as he uttered a mere 2 words. Go home. Perhaps the doctors did not comprehend his request, for he turned to repeat, I want to take him home. Strangely, after bringing his son's body home, Li Zongping's father did not attend to any funeral arrangements. Instead, he began sealing every window in the house with wooden boards and purchased a multitude of paper effigies from a ritual supply store. Each night, he would burn a paper figure, reciting incomprehensible incantations as he did so, a ritual that persisted for an entire week. His neighbor, Song Rintu, reported that the incessant burning deprived him of sleep, leading to deep resentment. Numerous neighbors approached him to voice their concerns, as living next to a corpse was decidedly unsettling. Yet Li Zongping's father was obstinate, impervious to their entreaties. It was not until the body had remained in his home for over a month that the matter escalated to the local authorities. Officials promptly arrived at his residence, demanding he incinerate the body. To their astonishment, rather than complying, he retreated to the kitchen. Just as the officials were left bewildered, Li Zongping's father slammed a knife onto the table and ominously declared, Anyone who dares mention this matter again shall drink my blood. The street officials, thoroughly unnerved, prepared to leave. That moment, the leading official, almost compelled by an unseen force, glanced back one last time. What he beheld nearly caused him to faint on the spot. Li Zongping lay on the bed behind his father. And astonishingly, nearly a month had passed without any signs of decay. Instead, his skin appeared pale, and both his hair and nails had grown. Witnessing this spectacle, the officials hastily retreated, forbidding curious neighbors from entering, for the implications of such a revelation could be disastrous. Yet, on a fateful night of a full moon, the bizarre truth ultimately emerged. That evening, Song Rintu inadvertently spotted Li Zongping's father wandering the community with his son, who walked in an eerie manner, seemingly inhaling the moonlight, reminiscent of a zombie from a horror film. The unsettling scene quickly gave rise to rumors that Li Zongping had transformed into a bloodthirsty zombie. Children who heard his name would burst into tears, and the incident soon captured the attention of the police. The case was assigned to Officer Feng, who specialized in supernatural occurrences. After hearing the general details, he was visibly taken aback and promptly advised the crowd to disperse. That he alone knocked on the door of Li Zongping's home, where the young man still lay in bed, exhibiting no signs of decay, appearing almost as if in a peaceful slumber. Old Li initially intended to employ his old tricks once more, preparing to fetch a kitchen knife, but unexpectedly, Old Feng halted him and calmly remarked, Elder, when a person passes away, they ought to return to the 6 realms. Your actions will only bring further suffering upon him. Old Feng was aware that Old Li possessed some knowledge of the arcane arts, so he continued to counsel him. Moreover, your disturbance of the peace will tarnish his virtue in the afterlife, adding to his karmic burdens that if he accumulates too many, who knows what he might become in his next life. Is that what you wish to witness? Since the death of his son, Old Li had steadfastly refused to accept reality. Upon hearing these words, he could no longer contain himself and wept bitterly. Shortly thereafter, old Li packed his belongings and, with a limp, departed from the neighborhood alongside Li Zongping. From that day forth, the neighbors never saw Li Zongping again, leading everyone to speculate that old Li had ultimately laid his son to rest. It is presumed that old Li, wishing to avoid returning to this place of sorrow, sought a location where he could live out his days in solitude. That a friendly reminder for this chapter. This story is entirely fictional. Readers are encouraged to approach it with rationality, to eschew superstition, and to respect science. Chapter 44. The paranormal events of Fengmen Village. Have you heard of Fengmen Village? To this day, a sign at the village entrance reads, "The dead seal the door." A village of no return. Wild ghosts and lonely souls roam the skies. It is said to be the most bizarre village in the world. Allegedly, the village's most sinister artifact is an armchair, which is said to serve only the dead, not the living. The state broadcaster has even aired a program investigating the supernatural occurrences in this so-called ghost village. That it is rumored that those who enter the village do not return. When Li Zongping and Song Rentu visited, they encountered some ominous warning signs at the entrance, phrases inscribed that were rather frightening, yet they believed them to be mere attempts to scare visitors. Having visited numerous rumored haunted locations without encountering any spirits, they remained skeptical. Not only did they disbelieve, but they also took photographs at the entrance. Just as Song Rentu was about to snap a picture, he suddenly caught sight of a white figure behind the door through the camera lens. Alarmed, he quickly moved the camera away. Looking back into the doorway, there was nothing there. He glanced again at the camera, and the white figure had vanished, prompting him to take a photo of Li Zongping instead. At that moment, Song Rentu thought he might have merely imagined it, so he dismissed the incident. Thus, they passed through the archway and ventured along a mountain path until they arrived at Fengmen Village. It had been many years since anyone had lived there, and various paranormal bloggers had visited, confirming that there were no ghosts present. The villagers had merely relocated due to inconvenient living conditions. Yet, amidst the desolation of the village, an inexplicable sense of fear lingered, easily inducing tension. Upon entering an abandoned house, Li Zongping seemed to discover something and called Song Rentu over. Upon their arrival, they found a room from which no furniture had been removed. Not even the table, chairs, or the bowls and chopsticks used for meals. That as Li Zongping stepped inside, he accidentally crushed a glass frame underfoot, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the air. The photograph within depicted a family portrait, presumably that of the former occupants. Song Rentu pondered aloud. What could have compelled this family to leave? If, as claimed online, they departed merely due to inconvenience, surely they would not have abandoned their family portrait. After exploring the room, they found nothing else of value. Just as Song Rentu was about to venture outside to investigate further, he heard the sound of running water. Turning around, he saw Li Zongping urinating against the wall, casually remarking that it was of no consequence since no one was around. However, upon closer examination, Song Rentu noticed that Li Zongping's urine was soaking a wooden plaque that appeared to be a spirit tablet. Once he finished, they searched for a clear spot in the village to set up their tent. Sitting by the campfire, they recounted their strange encounters during the exploration while enjoying the beer they had brought. Conversing late into the night before finally crawling into their sleeping bags. Having consumed a bit too much beer, Song Rentu awoke in the night to relieve himself, but upon opening his eyes, he realized Li Zongping was nowhere to be found. Initially, he presumed Li Zongping had merely stepped out to urinate as well, but after searching the vicinity and finding no sign of him, Song Rentu grew concerned. After all, being lost in the wilderness was no trivial matter. Their campsite was not far from the house where Li Zongping had urinated earlier. When he reached the door of that house, an ominous premonition washed over him. Reflecting on it later, Song Rentu considered it perhaps a manifestation of instinct. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if a chill breeze swept through, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end. Steeling himself, he entered the room. Sure enough, he found Li Zongping crouched in the corner, and as he approached, he realized Li Zongping was clutching something, seemingly engrossed in wiping it, despite calling out to him. Li Zongping remained unresponsive. Only when he approached from behind did he discern that Li Zongping was holding a spirit tablet, diligently polishing it. In that moment, Song Rentu recalled that this was indeed the very plaque he had urinated upon earlier. It was unclear how long Li Zongping had been at it, but his hands were bloodied and raw. Just then, Song Rentu felt a presence behind him, as if someone were watching him intently. He spun around abruptly, only to find an elderly man seated in the corner of the previously empty room. The old man sat in the armchair, glaring at them with malevolence. Realizing they were confronting a malevolent spirit, Song Rintu hastily pulled Li Zongping to flee. However, Li Zongping appeared dazed, resembling a lifeless weight, and it took considerable effort for Song Rintu to drag him outside. When he looked back, he saw that the old man had not followed but remained at the entrance. Fixating his gaze upon them, at this moment, Song Rintu could not afford to hesitate. He delivered several sharp slaps to Li Zongping's face, which finally roused him from his stupor. Li Zongping, however, remained oblivious to the strange events that had transpired, merely clutching his head and lamenting a splitting headache. Song Rintu recounted the bizarre experience to him, and Li Zongping soon realized he had fallen victim to malevolent forces, without a moment's pause. The two fled the village without looking back. Yet as they escaped, Song Rintu couldn't resist glancing back toward the village entrance. To his horror, he spotted numerous ghostly figures standing there, waving their hands as if beckoning them to visit again. Terrified, Song Rintu felt his heart race, and he urged Li Zongping to run as they made their escape. Upon returning home, both fell ill, and it took them 6 months to recover. This adventure became the most authentic encounter with the supernatural for Li Zongping and Song Rintu. It is said that if one now approaches Fengmen village, nearing that very wall, they will encounter an elderly gentleman who appears to be in his 70s, that if you inquire, "Sir, are you from this village?" he will respond affirmatively, "Indeed, I am from here." Should you further ask, "Is it permissible to visit Fengmen village?" he will solemnly advise, "Young man, you must not go there that if you inquire about the village's strange reputation." The old man will explain, "Currently, it is too crowded for tents. Perhaps you should wait for the off-season." Today, Fengmen village has transformed into a renowned tourist destination, and the eerie atmosphere of the ghost village has dissipated entirely. Chapter 45. The bizarre events of the five-coffin lotus formation. There are a few unspoken rules that fortune-tellers must adhere to. They do not predict the deaths of others. Do not read the fortunes of colleagues, and do not predict their own demise. As the saying goes, one may calculate the fates of others, but to calculate one's own is to invite death. Yet the fortune-teller in today's tale contravened this very principle by foretelling his own fate. This incident occurred in the 1990s in a neighboring village, where the villagers sought to level a slope on the western hill. However, during the process, an accident occurred when the bulldozer operator exclaimed that he had unearthed something. He called for the accountant Wu to come and take a look. When Wu arrived, he discovered what appeared to be a large coffin. In rural areas, this was not an uncommon sight, so he prepared to have it removed. That moment, workers at other locations on the slope uncovered additional coffins. Once all the coffins were excavated, Wu found himself in a predicament. There were a total of 5 coffins, arranged in a formation resembling lotus petals. Unsure of what to do, Wu summoned the village's feng shui master, Li Zongping, known for his divination skills. Villagers often consulted him when faced with peculiar occurrences. Upon inspecting the coffins, Li Zongping remarked that a heavy aura of malice emanated from them, a sentiment echoed by those present. The coffins seemed to exude a faint black mist. Li Zongping declared, "This is the 5-coffin lotus formation, likely arranged under the guidance of a skilled practitioner to quell the malevolence in the area. The coffins must be returned to their original positions, and a ritual must be performed, or else the village will suffer the untimely deaths of 5 individuals each year." Upon hearing Li Zongping's words, the villagers erupted in panic. At this juncture, someone called for the village chief, Song Rintu, to come over. The villagers quickly relayed Li Zongping's concerns to him. Who would have thought that Song Rintu would vehemently curse, questioning how, in this day and age, anyone could still believe in such feudal superstitions. He scolded Accountant Wu for having summoned idle individuals. Upon noticing the village chief's anger, Accountant Wu hastily lowered his head in apology and then called for a truck to remove the coffins. Li Zongping rushed forward to intervene, but Accountant Wu could only order his men to forcibly take him back. Li Zongping shouted that the coffins must not be disturbed, for disturbing them would result in the death of 5 individuals within a year. Ultimately, he was dragged away by the villagers, and that earthen slope was thus leveled. Yet this was merely the beginning. Indeed, a series of mysterious deaths began to plague the village. Zhang Taizhu, while fishing with electricity in the river, inexplicably met his demise by electrocution. Not long after, Villager Wang Defa was killed when his motorcycle overturned on his way home. The third victim, Lu Sanmiao, appeared to be well the night before, but the following morning, he was found hanging in his own cattle shed. Gradually, the villagers began to recall Li Zongping's words about the 5 coffins and the lotus array. After a discussion among themselves, they decided to seek an explanation from the village chief. Song Rintu and more villagers followed suit upon hearing the news. However, Chief Song Rintu was not swayed by their beliefs. The villagers, fearful of further untimely deaths, implored him to enlist Li Zongping's help to dispel the ominous presence. Song Rintu rebuked them, calling their gathering a disturbance and a promotion of feudal superstitions, ordering them to disperse. Some villagers, dissatisfied, purchased offerings and headed directly to Li Zongping's home. Sensing their intentions, Li Zongping was quick to refuse their request to dispel the 5 coffins and lotus array, insisting he lacked the ability. The villagers misinterpreted his refusal as resentment for their previous actions of driving him away, believing he was unwilling to assist. However, Li Zongping clarified that it was not a matter of will, but rather a lack of capability. They could only hope for their own fortunes. After persistent pleas from a few representatives of the village, Li Zongping reluctantly cast a divination that he murmured about his old age and, for the sake of his fellow villagers, was willing to sacrifice a few years of his life, that he declared that this divination was of great significance and that he must include himself in the calculations. With a heavy sigh, he continued, stating that if they could endure this year, someone would eventually dispel the malevolent energy. However, he could not foresee how it would be done, as he would not live to see that day. That year, 2 more villagers met untimely ends. One was Dogdan, who perished while foraging for herbs in the mountains, and the other was the fortune-teller, Li Zongping himself. Remarkably, that malevolent spot was indeed dispelled, transformed into an execution ground where 5 criminals would be executed annually. A curious coincidence, or perhaps a deliberate act. People occasionally remarked that fortune-teller Li Zongping had unraveled the secrets of fate, exhausting his life's cultivation and even sacrificing his life to break the curse. Chapter 46. The mysterious events surrounding Lin Jing's early demise. It is said that during the filming of the zombie series, Lin Jing encountered a series of bizarre occurrences. Years later, 3 individuals had died prematurely and several others had gone mad. What then transpired during the filming? Why did Lin Jing, in his 40s and at the peak of his life, pass away, and why did he refuse to see his children in his final moments? Today, let us delve into the legendary life of Lin Jing. He rose to fame through the zombie series, becoming a pioneer of Hong Kong's supernatural cinema. Even to this day, his films continue to be played across various platforms, blending humor and horror in a unique non-mainstream style that captivates the public. Clad in a Taoist robe and wielding a peachwood sword, he remains a cherished memory for those who grew up in the 80s and 90s. However, it is rumored that many inexplicable phenomena occurred during the filming of Mr. Vampire. Their truth to these tales. Among the most mysterious aspects of this once popular horror film are the untimely deaths of 3 individuals: screenwriter Huang Ying, lead actor Lin Jing, and supporting actor Su Guanying, each with enigmatic causes of death. Notably, both Lin Jing and Su Guanying passed away on November 8th. Such a coincidence stirs one's curiosity. Could it be the hand of fate? It is well known that those in Hong Kong's film industry hold deep beliefs in the supernatural, adhering to the adage that life, fortune, and feng shui are paramount. Consequently, the folklore within the relatively small region of Hong Kong has surpassed that of the mainland, making supernatural horror films an integral part of its cinematic landscape. During the filming of Mr. Vampire, the crew adhered to traditional practices, including burning a pig to pay homage to the deities for protection, and preparing offerings of fresh fruits during daytime rituals. This was done to establish a favorable relationship with the spirits at the filming location, and sincerity was imperative. It was strictly forbidden for young actors to harbor any disrespectful thoughts. Furthermore, during filming, topics related to spirits and deities were best avoided, as even jokes could inadvertently offend the gods or attract malevolent entities. Lin Jing was particularly devout in his belief in feng shui. Before commencing any new project, he would invite a feng shui master to evaluate the filming location to ensure its suitability and to arrange the surroundings accordingly, especially in desolate outdoor areas or abandoned buildings. If the feng shui master deemed a location problematic, Lin Jingying would not hesitate to invest substantial sums to recreate the set, avoiding such places entirely. Even the timing of the shoot would be meticulously calculated down to the second. He believed that filming during the hour of Chun would ensure a favorable outcome for the day. Moreover, if any injuries occurred during filming, the location could never be used again, for in the minds of the artists from Hong Kong and Taiwan, injuries were seen as disturbances to the local spirits. After filming concluded, all crew members would respectfully pay homage to the land deity before leaving the site. Now, let us return to 1997, when the 45-year-old Lin Jingying succumbed to liver cancer. Not wishing to let others witness his deteriorating appearance, he informed all his friends and family not to visit him during his last month of life. Following Lin Jingying's passing, rumors circulated for a long time, suggesting hidden circumstances behind his death. How could a once-esteemed Taoist priest, who had confronted zombies in films, choose to retire at the height of his career? Was it related to his long-standing involvement in horror films? Today, the once popular zombie genre is no longer mainstream. Yet Lin Jingying and his portrayal of the Taoist priest remain milestones in Hong Kong's horror cinema. Many contemporary horror films are produced by his disciples. And even the pre-filming customs have been passed down through generations. Outside the screen, Lin Jingying's romance with Sister Pomegranate also attracted attention. Even years later, Yuan Qiandun recounted a peculiar incident involving Lin Jingying during a variety show. On the morning of Lin Jingying's death, Yuan Qiandun had planned to audition at the film set with her agent, but upon arriving at the entrance, she suddenly felt dizzy and weak, as if her body had lost all strength, prompting her to return home to rest. During this brief interlude, she dreamt of Lin Jingying bidding her farewell. In her dream, he appeared extraordinarily real. Upon waking, she felt dazed, and just then, a phone call informed her of Lin Jingying's death. Yuan Qiandun was utterly bewildered. The sequence of events felt surreal. First, she felt faint just before leaving. Then, after resting, she dreamed of her boyfriend's farewell, only to awaken to the grim news. Was this a predestined fate? Days later, Yuan Qiandun attended the morning hall as a widow to bid farewell to Lin Jingying for the final time, and on the day of the funeral, another strange occurrence transpired. Hundreds of black butterflies descended upon the funeral site, swirling around his coffin, leaving everyone astonished. Thus, the incident became intertwined with the story of Lin Jingying's rise to fame. It turned out that Lin Jingying was not a formally trained actor. He had not undergone professional acting training, but had learned drama from a troupe in Hong Kong since childhood. He initially aspired to be a martial artist, displaying remarkable talent and diligence, and he was even a junior to Hung Jinbao. His transition to portraying Taoist priests came through a fortuitous encounter. One day, Lin Jingying chanced upon a Maoshan master, under whom he studied Taoist arts for the next 3 years, laying the groundwork for his role in the film Mr. Vampire. However, before passing, the master repeatedly warned Lin Jingying never to profit from his skills, a caution he seemingly disregarded, instead immersing himself in the study of Taoism. Thus, the gestures and props he employed in his films were deeply rooted in tradition, becoming a reference point for future horror films. Yet the popularity of Hong Kong zombie movies lasted for less than 5 years. Following Lin Jingying's departure, they never regained their former glory. In truth, there were numerous inexplicable occurrences surrounding Lin Jingying during his lifetime. Crew members either succumbed to madness or passed away prematurely. Folk belief attributed these events to the horror films themselves. Could it be that filming such movies truly shortens one's life? In Mr. Vampire, Lin Jingying spent over a month in the desolate outskirts of Hong Kong. Yet during that time, he encountered no supernatural incidents. Yet, as the saying goes, those who frequent the riverbanks are bound to get their shoes wet. As we reflect upon the fateful encounters of the cast and crew of Mr. Vampire, alongside the eerie tales circulating online regarding Lam Jingying, one cannot help but ponder whether these occurrences are mere coincidences, or if they are preordained by some unseen force. In the 2 decades following the release of Mr. Vampire, both screenwriter Huang Bingyao and Huang Ying appear to have been ensnared by a curse. It is noteworthy that Huang Bingyao was once celebrated as Hong Kong's most renowned screenwriter, hailed as a predecessor by the likes of Liu Jinwei and Wong Kar-wai. Tragically, in his 40s, he succumbed to a sudden heart attack while abroad, passing away far from home. Meanwhile, the other screenwriter, Huang Ying, who had penned numerous beloved supernatural scripts and had even earned the moniker Ghost King, could not escape misfortune. His addiction to gambling led him to borrow from usurious lenders, ultimately resulting in a brutal beating by creditors that left him grievously injured. Lacking the means for medical treatment, he was left to perish on the streets, discovered only when his body had begun to decay. Remarkably, the two writers' deaths occurred within a year of each other, both before reaching the age of 50 and merely 6 years after the film's premiere. Additionally, Wang Xiaofeng, who gained fame for her role in the zombie films and was affectionately dubbed the Queen of Ghosts, achieved the prestigious title of Best Actress at the Hong Kong Film Awards. However, after marrying, she chose to retire from the film industry and relocate to America. Yet, perhaps due to her deep immersion in her roles, she was later diagnosed with severe depression and subsequently manic disorder, attempting suicide multiple times but was always saved by her family. There was even a harrowing incident where she nearly harmed her husband. Fortunately, through years of treatment, her condition has improved. The character Wen Kai, portrayed by Su Guining, though merely the third male lead in Mr. Vampire, also faced his share of tribulations in real life. Following the film's release, he experienced ongoing discord with Lam Ching, dashing that it was not until 7 years later that they collaborated again. But eerily, Su Guining's date of death coincided with the 14th anniversary of Lam Ching's passing. Perhaps it is all mere coincidence, or perhaps it is something far more sinister. This series of events undoubtedly stirs a sense of mystery, leading one to ponder if there is indeed some divine orchestration at play. Chapter 47. The mysterious and eerie events of the Yellow River. It is well known that the Yellow River is regarded as the mother river of the Chinese nation, yet it is simultaneously enveloped in an aura of mystery. From ancient times to the present, countless bizarre and strange occurrences associated with the Yellow River have been recounted through generations. The river has a long history of floods, but what many do not realize is that during the annual dredging of the ancient riverbed, peculiar artifacts have been unearthed from layers of silt measuring several meters thick, artifacts that modern science cannot explain. The saying goes, when the Yellow River changes course, it can surge for thousands of miles. And wherever it flows, fish, turtles, and even humans are not spared from disaster. Beneath the thick silt lies a trove of untold, eerie tales, laden with unutterable taboos that are almost too incredible to believe. The older generations have referred to such matters as indescribable. There are countless strange occurrences related to the ancient path of the Yellow River, and here I shall recount some of the more recent oddities. 1. The mysterious iron pipe. In the early 1950s, when the Yellow River altered its course, workers unearthed a rusted iron pipe from the long dry riverbed. It was said that the pipe's opening was initially about the thickness of an arm. But as they dug deeper, it broadened significantly, eventually resembling the width of a large water barrel, its surface smooth and shiny as if it had been polished with sandpaper. Alarmed by such a discovery, the workers ceased their excavation, and when experts arrived the following day, they found that the riverbed had mysteriously filled with water overnight, and the iron pipe had vanished without a trace. 2. The eerie bronze bell. In the 1960s, while clearing another section of the Yellow River, workers unearthed a nearly 10-meter-tall bronze artifact from beneath dozens of meters of silt. Upon cleaning, it revealed itself to be an ancient bronze bell, adorned with an array of incomprehensible inscriptions. The workers were captivated, as if they could hear a resonant voice echoing in their ears. However, the bell's opening was sealed, and upon prying it open, they found it filled with countless skeletal remains, intertwined with a multitude of colorful snakes. Despite the experts' extensive research, the purpose of the bell and the identities of the bones remained shrouded in mystery, leading them to ultimately return the bizarre bronze bell to the depths of the river. 3. The river monster. Following the catastrophic floods of 1998, ferry boats in the Yellow River frequently encountered misfortune. Many witnesses reported seeing a monstrous fish, the size of a truck, lurking in the riverbed. This fearsome creature would capsize any ferry that dared to pass, sending its passengers plummeting into the depths of the Yellow River, never to be seen again. 4. The mysterious corpse retrieval workers. The workers who retrieve bodies from the Yellow River are often regarded as the most enigmatic of professions. Many have heard tales of their exploits. They spend their days adrift on the river, fishing for floating corpses, adhering to the unwritten rule of 3 retrieves. 3 refusals to end. No retrieval worker dares break this rule, for it is a matter of life and death. The greatest fear for these workers is encountering a corpse that merely floats on the surface, as submerged bodies are believed to be cursed and forbidden to retrieve. 5. That the giant water snake of the Yellow River. A village woman washing clothes near the shallow waters of the Yellow River suddenly spotted a monstrous creature stirring in the center of the river, sending up great splashes as it approached the shore. Terrified, she fled towards her village, calling for help, but before she could escape, the creature devoured her whole. The villagers soon realized that the colossus was a gigantic snake, and before they could react, it lunged at them, resulting in the loss of many lives. 6. That the giant turtle incident. In 1976, a massive turtle, reportedly 3 stories high, was excavated from the old Yellow River in Shaanxi's Lin County. This discovery startled the authorities and drew the attention of various mysterious organizations, ultimately leading to the turtle's mysterious disappearance and the deaths of several individuals. 7. The Yellow River Dragon Incident. This event occurred during the full-scale War of Resistance and involved Chiang Kai-shek. He ordered the bombing of the Yellow River dikes near Japanese troops, causing floods that breached their defenses. While many Japanese soldiers drowned, this act also resulted in thousands of local civilians becoming victims of the disaster. According to legend, during the bombing, Chiang Kai-shek glimpsed a dragon and fell gravely ill thereafter, with tales suggesting that only 3 dragons exist in the world, and one of them is the very dragon he witnessed. 8. That the Snake Woman of the Yellow River. During the 1998 floods, the Yellow River's banks suffered multiple breaches, and Hunan was no exception. Local farmers constructing dikes in the Zhengzhou area discovered a 1,000-year-old white snake spirit, measuring dozens of meters in length and as thick as a water barrel, its body pure white, reminiscent of the legendary Bai Suzhen. Many villagers came to pay homage to this serpent, believing it to be a deity. However, its presence greatly alarmed the construction team, and despite their efforts to drive it away, the snake remained steadfast. In desperation, the project manager, accompanied by a few brave associates, took a heavy excavator and brutally severed the snake into pieces. Ultimately, these individuals faced dire retribution from other white snakes, leading to their untimely demise. The myriad of strange occurrences surrounding the ancient path of the Yellow River are indeed overwhelming, which may explain why the older generations have objectively concluded that matters concerning the Yellow River are indescribable and unfathomable. Chapter 48. The mysterious disappearance of scientist Peng Jiamu. In 2016, an expedition team discovered a desiccated corpse in the region of Lop Inyu Ardes. The remains had highly weathered. The identity was impossible to ascertain. However, this incident sparked a considerable uproar online, as one would not expect a single corpse to garner such attention. Yet, it was linked to the mysterious disappearance of scientist Peng Jiamu. The Death Sea of Lop Nur. The subterranean remnants of prehistoric civilizations, agencies investigating anomalous events, the Pisces Jade Pendant, and other bizarre keywords collectively formed what became a sensational topic on the Chinese internet. Today, Uncle A Chong shall recount the background and implications of this event, beginning with a platform known as Tianyao Forum. In an era when the internet was not yet fully developed, the popularity of Tianyao Forum rivaled that of any contemporary social media. Let us turn back the clock to June 2nd, 2009, when a netizen posed a question. Does China have an institution dedicated to investigating anomalous events? In the 7th comment of a thread, someone replied, mentioning that following the mysterious disappearance of Peng Jiamu in 1981, our nation established an official investigation agency for anomalous events. All the information in the reply pointed towards a singular location, the Nuclear Weapons Research Institute stationed in the Lop Nur region at that time. It was from this moment that the Peng Jiamu incident began to take shape. As time progressed to the afternoon of June 3 RD, the post had garnered over 100 replies at this juncture. A user named Dazu urged everyone to refrain from reckless speculation. He asserted that even the slightest hint of the truth would lead them to cherish their current lives immensely. Such ambiguous yet neutral remarks instantly captured the attention of netizens, prompting them to encourage him to elaborate. Subsequently, this user further commented on the 174th floor of the thread, advising everyone not to worry, as he would provide an update later that evening. He also stated that the mysterious disappearance of Peng Jiamu had no connection whatsoever with extraterrestrials or hostile forces. In fact, he himself had been significantly affected by the incident, but he bore no grievances against his superiors or the organization, affirming that he would have acted similarly in their position. As the clock approached 7 p.m. that day, the post had accumulated over 200 responses, and Daz Yu arrived as promised. Upon his appearance, he revealed his identity as a veteran who had enlisted in 1995 and served in the northwestern region, even having been awarded a second-class merit once. Half an hour later, he recounted an experience from around August 1996, when his commanding officer summoned him and another comrade to the office, where they encountered an unfamiliar middle-aged man of considerable authority. So esteemed that even the nearby leaders displayed utmost respect towards him. At this point, he abruptly halted his narrative. As the evening clock struck 8:06 p.m., a user with the moniker Daxiaxon replied with a chilling remark. If you dare to speak of anything related to the Pisces Jade Pendant, I will end you. It is crucial to note this timestamp, as it marked the first appearance of the Pisces Jade Pendant on the internet. Following this, both Dazwayu and Daxiaxon vanished from the conversation. However, keywords such as the Death Sea of Lop Nur, the mysterious disappearance of Peng Jimu, veterans, and the official investigation agency for anomalous events had already ignited the curiosity of netizens. 9 months after this post was published, a user named Yu Wangxing emerged, stating in the 468th comment, "Seeing everyone in such a frenzy, I can no longer hold back. After all, my days are numbered, and I no longer care about other matters." He mentioned that herders in Lop Nur had reported sudden weather anomalies and rapid environmental changes that swiftly reverted to their original state, prompting higher authorities to dispatch a team to investigate the area. The leader of this team was none other than Peng Jimu. During their investigation, they made a significant discovery. An undisturbed base facility was found in a certain location. The user, Yu Wangxing, continued, expressing that he lacked the vocabulary to describe the appearance of the base. Yet Peng Jimu's team uncovered a plethora of devices within, some of which had ceased to function and whose specific purposes remained unknown. Nonetheless, a few devices were identified, the most crucial being the Pisces Jade Pendant. Why was this object referred to as the Pisces Jade Pendant? Its design was merely one aspect. The most significant factor was that researchers had discovered it through the medium of a fish. During an experiment, the pendant unexpectedly activated, resulting in a replication of an identical fish. Thus, from this moment on, the most sensational tale in the Chinese internet emerged. Peng Jimu had not merely gone missing, but had been replicated during the experiment. Due to the need for strict confidentiality, the only explanation provided to the public was that he had disappeared. At this point, the so-called mirror person also made its appearance. Thus far, the Death Sea of Lop Nur, the mysterious disappearance of Peng Jimu, the replicable human Pisces Jade Pendant, and the official investigation agency for anomalous events all had a complete timeline. After several hours of organization, Uncle Achong summarized the entire event as follows. Approximately 500 years ago, during the late Xia and early Shang dynasties in our country, many Western Europeans inhabited the Lop Nur area. In 1943, the ancient Lulan Kingdom was discovered in the northwestern region of Lop Nur, and the mummified remains of the Little River Princess were unearthed from this era. For the sake of clarity, Uncle Achong will refer to them as the Lulan people. Legend has it that the Lulan people were the greatest beneficiaries of the Silk Road and possessed treasures left behind by ancient divine beings. Ancient texts mentioned that a small number of these divine beings still resided within the ancient kingdom of Lulan at that time. Fast forward 2,300 years, the Lulan people were invaded by the Yuezhi, quickly becoming the primary beneficiaries of the Silk Road, while being coerced into surrendering all artifacts of the ancient divine beings to this point. The Lulan people decisively refused. About a century later, the Yuezhi were defeated by the even more formidable Xiongnu. The Xiongnu proclaimed that they would obliterate the entire Lulan kingdom to obtain the treasures. Over the ensuing 30 years, the remaining Lulan people faced relentless torment from the Xiongnu. After such a prolonged period, the peace faction among the Lulan people gained dominance within their community. Ultimately, they sacrificed the hidden treasures they had safeguarded for generations in exchange for peace. In 77 BC, Han Dynasty expeditionaries arrived in Lulan, executed the Lulan king without much ado, and reinstated a new ruler, relocating the capital to the mountains. Simultaneously, hundreds of thousands of Han soldiers reached Lulan, ultimately reclaiming the hidden treasures of the ancient divine beings through force. Just as the Xiongnu had been dealt with, Wang Mang successfully usurped power in the Han Dynasty. Time passed another 1,600 years to the early 20th century, when a Swedish explorer named Sven Hedin led a team to uncover the ancient Lulan kingdom amid endless sandstorms. He discovered the 3,000-year-old remains of the Little River Princess that by the 1950s. Tales of the existence of the Sand People circulated in the Lop Nur region. These Sand People were said to be remnants of the Kuomintang forces defeated in battle, who, when pursued by our military, exhibited combat abilities unlike any ordinary human, even being able to detect ambushes at night. Rewinding to after 1955, the 1960s saw atomic bomb testing in the region. At that time, the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, unexpectedly afforded us considerable leeway. In 1964, our nation successfully detonated an atomic bomb in Lop Nur, followed by the development of a hydrogen bomb 3 years later. From this point onward, rumors regarding the Sand People and the Mirror Person abruptly ceased. This constitutes the prologue of the Phung Jiamu disappearance incident. In the 1980s, high-ranking officials organized a geological survey team to enter Lop Nur, led by none other than the self-recommended Phung Jiamu. Officially, the mission was disclosed as a search for potassium mines to produce fertilizers, a strategic resource urgently needed by the nation. However, the roster of this scientific expedition team seemed somewhat inscrutable. While the task was ostensibly geological exploration, Phung Jimu's background was that of a plant virologist, and the majority of the remaining team members were experts in biochemistry, which appeared to diverge from the geological investigation. The subsequent legends also align with the tales from the Tianya Forum in 2009, where Phung Jimu's team supposedly discovered ancient relics in the ancient kingdom of Lulan, among which were some incomprehensible devices that astonishingly remained operational, including the Pisces jade pendant. Simultaneously, they found viruses residing within plants that would rapidly take control of anyone who came into contact with them. The host would experience no fatigue or pain and would even exhibit greatly enhanced physical abilities, explaining the formidable prowess of the Sand People. Subsequently, Phung Jimu took samples of the virus and the Pisces jade pendant, but encountered difficulties on the return journey that he suspected that foreign espionage operatives had infiltrated the team. And to ensure safety, he led the convoy into a perilous situation. On June 16, he sent a distress telegram to his superiors, using a code to inform them of the presence of spies within the team. But a mishap occurred during this process. On June 17, Phung Jimu left a note indicating he had gone out to fetch water. But unfortunately, during the struggle against the spies, he inadvertently activated the Pisces jade pendant, resulting in the replication of two versions of himself. At this point, the unfolding events were beyond resolution. To cover up the matter, the only recourse was to declare that Phung Jiamu had gone missing. To allay imperial concerns, searches were conducted in Lop Nur 6 times. Thus, one might wonder why people would associate Wang Mang of the Han Dynasty with Phung Jimu. Let us rewind to 2019, when an astonishing revelation surfaced online. After the Phung Jimu incident, our country established an organization known as the Official Bureau of Anomalous Events Investigation. Through extensive research, they uncovered the secrets of the ancient Lulan relics, arriving at a conclusion that was utterly mind-boggling. The devices found within the relics could influence our current space-time continuum. Consequently, the Anomalous Events Investigation Bureau devised a plan that necessitated sending an individual back in time to the ancient Lulan era, either to violently destroy it or to conceal it entirely. Following careful consideration, the higher authorities determined that only Phung Jimu, having been replicated by the Pisces jade pendant, met the criteria for this temporal journey. Phung Jimu, after successfully traversing, became the usurper Wang Mang, seizing the ancient ruins of Lulan from the Han Dynasty and devastating them over a protracted period exceeding a decade. Once the task was accomplished, this dynasty, which ought not to have existed, swiftly met its demise, lasting a mere 15 years during this temporal realm. As a sovereign of great renown, Phung Jimu could not restrain himself from enacting measures reminiscent of our nation's 1960s, such as inventing the vernier caliper, liberating serfs, reclaiming land, curtailing land privatization, and promoting policies of equality for all. Even the illustrious literary giant who sure proclaimed that Wang Mang was the world's first socialist, asserting that his ideology and actions mirrored those of our last century. Hence, contemporary individuals link Wang Mang with Phung Jimu, a connection fostered by the Tianya Forum, chronicling the tales from the onset to the present regarding the Death Sea of Lop Nur, the mysterious disappearance of Phung Jimu, the Pisces jade pendant, and the desert food virus. Uncle A Chung wishes to convey that the Pengjiamu incident is a collective creation of hundreds of thousands of netizens. Birthed in the zenith of the Chinese internet era, where each individual is a creator as for the veracity of the tales, consider them mere stories to enjoy rather than absolute truths. Chapter 49. The strange incident of the Yin soldiers borrowing the road in Tangshan. Do you believe in the phenomenon of Yin soldiers borrowing the road? It is a peculiar occurrence that eludes scientific explanation. Shadows appear unexpectedly in the depths of the forest at dawn, and the rescue teams from the Tangshan earthquake encounter bizarre happenings. Shadows of palace maids emerge upon the red walls of the Forbidden City. Any rumors associated with Yin soldiers evoke trepidation. So, what does it mean for Yin soldiers to borrow the road? In desolate woods, the sudden sound of galloping war horses and the battle cries of soldiers echo, and in a moment of confusion, one might glimpse warriors clad in ancient military attire or their steeds, marching in formation along the road. This constitutes Yin soldiers borrowing the road. The phenomenon arises from the countless casualties on the battlefield, generating an excess of malevolent energy. The fallen warriors, believing themselves still alive, continue their combat, thus manifesting the occurrence of Yin soldiers borrowing the road. In Taoism, this is referred to as the six heavens residual qi, where the spirits linger, unable to reincarnate due to their righteous energy. Furthermore, large-scale disasters breed the unwillingness of victims, creating an obsession that persists in the mortal realm. The older generation believes that if one encounters Yin soldiers borrowing the road, one must quickly lie flat on the ground and avoid looking up. Should they be discovered by the Yin soldiers, the yang fire atop their head would be extinguished, leading to a period of misfortune, with the gravest cases resulting in being taken to the underworld. Records of Yin soldiers borrowing the road have persisted through the ages. The Taiping Guangji recounts that during the Tang dynasty, the emperor witnessed tens of thousands of ghostly soldiers traversing in Luoyang every night, which was only quelled by a geomancer with the ability to see spirits. The Nansen-Zhuiging Lu also documents that at dusk, a cacophony of soldiers and horses could be heard from the southeast, and as the common folk searched for the source, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, resembling a mass of riders extending towards the northwest. Clearly, the legends of Yin soldiers borrowing the road are not confined to a single locale. Besides historical records, contemporary whispers about Yin soldiers abound. Perhaps the most renowned instance is the supernatural occurrences encountered by rescue teams during the Tangshan earthquake of 1976. In the early hours of July 28, 1976, a magnitude 7.8 earthquake struck Tangshan, resulting in over 240,000 fatalities. Following the disaster, the first batch of rescue teams received orders to prepare supplies for immediate delivery to the affected area. However, as their vehicles approached the destination, all transport vehicles inexplicably stalled, refusing to start. Technicians could find no issues upon inspection. Amidst the collective anxiety and uncertainty, an eerie scene unfolded. All car lights extinguished, and a command was issued for soldiers to push the vehicles to the side of the road, avoiding the center. After this was accomplished, another order instructed all soldiers to board their vehicles, emphasizing that no matter what transpired, they must remain silent and motionless. Despite their confusion, the soldiers adhered to the command. For military orders are absolute. At midnight, a strange event occurred. Faint hoofbeats resonated from afar, growing louder until carts from the Tangshan disaster area appeared before them. Strangely, these carts were devoid of drivers, and instead of supplies, they bore severed heads. After the carts vanished, all previously stalled rescue vehicles resumed normal operation. Conversations among the soldiers revealed critical information. The number of carts was approximately 200, with the heads totaling around 200,000, nearly matching the death toll of the earthquake. This incident remained classified, with orders issued that no details could be disclosed. Only years later did a retired soldier recount his first-hand experience of this supernatural occurrence. While tales of Yin soldiers borrowing the road are documented, they lack substantial scientific explanations, remaining within the realm of the supernatural. However, with scientific advancements, a rational explanation may one day emerge. Do you believe these supernatural phenomena truly exist? We welcome you to engage in lively discussion in the comments or bullet screen. This story concludes here. Thank you for your viewership, and we shall meet again next time. Chapter 50. The Eerie Incident at Liwan Square in Guangzhou. Here lies one of the most sinister and malevolent places in the country. By day, it is a bustling marketplace, yet by night, it transforms into an eerily desolate graveyard. Since the excavation of 8 coffins during Reconstruction, supernatural events have persisted for decades. What lies beneath the square remains a mystery. Today, Uncle A. Chung will share the renowned tale of Guangzhou's Liwan Square and its underlying feng shui layout. Liwan Square is quite famous in Guangzhou, yet nearly devoid of positive news. Let us first examine the 4 characters of Liwan Square. At first glance, do they not resemble Liwan Market, coupled with the numerous bizarre occurrences in this area over the years? It has left visitors feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. The mysterious deaths of the 4 owners of Liwan Square continue to be a topic of discussion even today. It is said that the first owner, upon taking charge, immediately sought to demolish the nearby residences, opting for the nefarious route of setting them ablaze, resulting in the tragic deaths of over 20 individuals. From that point onward, oddities abounded, with chilling cries echoing through the night. Years later, a new owner took over, but by then, only 2 households remained in the residential area. The second owner proved no better. He not only defaulted on substantial wages owed to workers but also neglected safety measures, leading to numerous casualties during Reconstruction. One day, workers gathered to demand their wages, only to discover that the owner had already perished in his office. In the same year, Liwan Square welcomed its third owner, who was acutely aware of the area's ominous reputation and was not entirely innocent himself, but he aimed to complete the reconstruction safely and, after delegating tasks, went abroad for a vacation. Yet, as if cursed, the third owner tragically fell to his death from a mountain shortly after his departure. The fourth owner was somewhat cowardly. Upon taking over, he boldly declared his disbelief in the supernatural and dismissed the numerous rumors of the past, attributing the misfortunes of his predecessors to their lack of fortitude. One fateful night, after a lavish dinner, the owner insisted on showing clients around the construction site, but the security guard at the entrance did not recognize him. In a moment of embarrassment, the owner attempted to force his way in, resulting in a scuffle. The guard drew a knife and fatally stabbed the owner in the abdomen. He succumbed to excessive blood loss upon arrival at the hospital. The following year, a fifth owner, a Hong Kong businessman, took the helm. S is well known. The wealthy in Hong Kong are often believers in feng shui, and given the series of peculiar incidents, the Hong Kong owner promptly invited a temple abbot to assess the site. After his examination, the abbot warned that any disturbance of the earth would lead to bloodshed. Naturally, the owner was reluctant, for in such a prime location, constructing a square could be tantamount to philanthropy. Aware that a site of great misfortune might have remedies, he enlisted a feng shui master from Hong Kong, who designed the plans according to his specifications while cautiously proceeding with the construction. Thus, half a year passed. Although progress was slow, everything seemed safe, until one day, the workers frantically reported that they had unearthed a coffin while digging the foundation. Moreover, a total of 8 coffins were unearthed in succession. Upon learning this, the feng shui master was visibly shaken, declaring that this was indeed the infamous 8 gates to suppress evil, a grand formation composed of 8 coffins, designed to quell the malevolent energy emanating from the dragon vein. At this juncture in the tale, some viewers may find themselves perplexed. Is not the dragon vein a symbol of auspiciousness? Many aspire to construct buildings atop these sacred lines. How then could they give rise to such sinister energies? The answer lies predominantly in the geographical context of Liwan Plaza, which fortuitously rests upon the dragon vein of Guangzhou. Viewed in its entirety, the location boasts exceptional geomantic qualities. Should commercial enterprises be established in such a prime area, not only would the fortunes flourish, but wealth would also flow incessantly. However, the positioning of Liwan Plaza is rather peculiar, as it is precisely situated atop the 8 dragon fangs of the dragon vein. If the principles of feng shui could be adeptly balanced, it would naturally invite a continuous influx of prosperity. Yet, should the situation be mishandled, the consequences would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Conversely, upon the discovery of the 8 coffins, the Hong Kong proprietor immediately summoned a feng shui master for inspection. After a brief period of contemplation, the master revealed that this formation bore a history of at least a millennium. Crafted by an adept who had employed the 8 gates to suppress evil to seal away all malevolent energies upon the dragon fangs. Consequently, the feng shui master revised the design plans once more. Let us examine the current layout of Liwan Plaza. The elevation difference between the north and south exceeds several meters. This design not only concentrates the malevolent energies, but also actively channels them into the dragon fangs. Furthermore, the vicinity of the plaza is adorned with numerous temples, which inadvertently bolster the 8 gates to suppress evil, thus ensuring a ceaseless flow of auspicious energy to this locale. Now, let us direct our gaze upon the expanse above Liwan Plaza, where we can discern 8 towering edifices encircling the plaza, which in the realm of feng shui can be interpreted as 8 incense sticks. They may also be perceived as 8 nails, steadfastly aiding in the suppression of evil while firmly anchoring the malevolent energies of the dragon fangs. Yet years ago, the workers unearthed the 8 coffins from the construction site, not only disrupting the formation, but also releasing the long-accumulated malevolent energies. It is said that when Liwan Plaza was first constructed, there were no tall buildings in the vicinity, only shanties or low-rise dwellings, a grave transgression in the principles of feng shui. The adage goes, solitary yin does not give rise. Solitary yang does not thrive. At times, standing out from the crowd is not necessarily a boon. The lower levels of the plaza house underground shops, and the open layout results in a constant flow of through breezes, referred to in feng shui as passing hall evil, which carries with it all manner of malevolent energies. Coupled with the surrounding skyscrapers, the accumulation of malevolent energy becomes even more pronounced. Moreover, there exists a saying in feng shui: it is preferable for the azure dragon to soar to great heights than for the white tiger to raise its head. Should the azure dragon be elevated, it would enhance both wealth and official prospects. However, if the white tiger is raised, it could spell doom for lives. This is particularly true for male descendants, often referred to as the white tiger peering out. The guest perishing far from home. Shortly after the completion of Liwan Plaza, Minghui Building sprang up nearby, leading to significant troubles. For Minghui Building occupies the white tiger position relative to Liwan Plaza, and its height clearly surpasses that of the plaza, resulting in a spate of unfortunate incidents. In recent years alone, there have been over 10 instances of individuals jumping from heights. Turning our attention to the interior of Liwan Plaza, feng shui masters have identified 3 critical issues. First, the glass curtain wall at the top resembles a colossal coffin, and such a design fails to effectively disperse malevolent energies. Secondly, the expansive shopping mall astonishingly lacks a central beam, a design typically found only in tombs. Lastly, the 4 large characters of Liwan Plaza, regardless of the calligrapher's identity, have in recent years sparked various controversies. Fortunately, last year it was announced that these 4 characters would be replaced. However, from Uncle Chong's perspective, merely replacing these characters may prove to be a drop in the ocean, as the fundamental issues remain unresolved. What are your thoughts on this matter? Thus concludes today's tale. Dear friends, that we invite you to share your perspectives on this event in the comments section. Chapter 51. The eerie incident at Longjue Temple and Ye Xiaoqian's tomb. An eerie tale emerges from Longjue Temple in Shaoxing, Zhejiang, rumored to be the final resting place of Nie Xiaoqian. Upon the expert's entry into the tomb, which had been sealed for over 1,600 years, the scene within was reminiscent of tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio. Inside lay a darkened Buddhist seat, bizarre vases, and at the center, a pitch-black coffin. When the coffin lid was pried open, a skull and scattered fragments of teeth sent chills down the spines of the onlookers. Soon, the archaeological excavation reached a fevered pitch, with numerous experts filled with excitement commencing their work. As the digging progressed, a pungent odor of decay permeated the air. Within the coffin lay a severely decomposed corpse, having languished underground for a millennium. The flesh had long since disintegrated, leaving only the skull and a few teeth behind, all covered by a thin layer of gauze, likely a personal item of the tomb's occupant. Could this be the burial site of Nie Xiaoqian? After all, legends speak of her beauty rivaling that of celestial beings. How could such a coffin lack even a single piece of jewelry? Who, then, was the true occupant of this ancient tomb, and what untold secrets lay behind it? Let us rewind to a day in September 2006, when the Cultural Relics Bureau of Shaoxing received a notification regarding a tourism development project, primarily tasked with surveying ancient tombs in the area for relocation and preservation. However, just as the staff believed they were merely following a simple protocol, an unexpected scene unfolded. Archaeologists discovered a reservoir named Longjue Temple deep within the mountains. Driven by curiosity, the experts began to interview local residents, only to be met with astonishing revelations. The elderly claimed this was indeed the Lanjua temple depicted by Pu Songling. They pointed to the center of the lake, stating that their ancestors had spoken of a temple once standing there, named Lanjua Temple. Yet upon the reservoir's completion, the temple had inexplicably vanished, with local folk believing it to have sunk beneath the waters. Upon hearing the elders' account, the archaeologists eagerly consulted historical records that revealed a strikingly eerie scene. In Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, it was clearly stated that Ning Kaichen, a man from Zhejiang, was en route to the capital when he sought refuge for the night at Lanjua Temple due to a torrential downpour, where he fortuitously encountered Nie Xiaoqian, leading to an unforgettable night. With a sense of daring, the team remarkably located a place called Jinhua County, a mere 100 kilometers from the reservoir. At this moment, a thought took root in their minds. There might indeed have been a real Nie Xiaoqian, and her burial site could very well have been restored by Ning Kaichen. Should this be true, Pu Songling's tale would surely be reinterpreted by future generations. Yet, just as the archaeologists grappled with these revelations, the thieves who had excavated tunnels reappeared. Historical records indicated that a man named Yang Lian had once visited this area. He was appointed as the governor of education in Jiangnan by the imperial court. Ostensibly overseeing Buddhism in Jiangnan, he operated clandestinely as a thief, specializing in the pilfering of artifacts, considering the stone bricks found in the tomb. It appeared that Yang Lian had orchestrated this, as he had threatened the craftsmen during the tomb's construction to leave a small door for his own convenience in looting. Amidst numerous suspicions, the experts dismissed the notion of Nie Xiaoqian and Ning Kaichen's connection as excavation efforts continued. The archaeological team discovered that Lanjua Temple was not only in close proximity to the royal tombs, but that its occupant might have been a high-ranking official. Among the various conjectures put forth by scholars, the name Zhao Shilu, father of Emperor Lizong of Song, surfaced most prominently, that a descendant of the Song dynasty's founding emperor, Zhao Kuangyin. He was favored by the Wang family at a young age, living a life of opulence and luxury. Furthermore, before his passing, he summoned numerous skilled artisans to construct a grand tomb for himself. Yet he could never have imagined that, a millennium later, his tomb would be conflated with that of Nie Xiaoqian. Despite the ancient tomb spanning 18 acres, with its vast scale and specifications, experts continue their meticulous cleaning day after day. That it is said that even half of the unearthed burial artifacts have the potential to astonish the archaeological community and even gain worldwide recognition in the field of history. Thus concludes this chapter. Until next time, let us meet again. Chapter 52. The eerie incident of Zhu Xiuhua's borrowed corpse. The phrase borrowed corpse for resurrection might evoke images of ghostly films or tales of spiritual cultivation. Or perhaps it brings to mind Tai Guili from 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea. However, an actual incident unfolded in Taiwan during the last century involving such a phenomenon, a case of death and revival that even startled the old Chang. The year was 1949, in the rural township of Miaoliao, Yunlin County, Taiwan, where a woman over 40 named Lin Mingji collapsed while working in the fields, despite the frantic calls of those around her. She remained unresponsive. Her husband, Song Rintu, rushed her to the hospital for emergency treatment. Yet Lin Mingji ultimately succumbed and was pronounced dead. This incident left the family deeply sorrowful and bewildered. Although Lin Mingji had not been in good health, she managed daily chores and farm work without any issues. How could such a vibrant individual simply vanish? On the day of Lin Mingji's funeral, astonishingly, the body within the coffin suddenly sat up before hundreds of onlookers, claiming to be Zhu Xiuhua, who had come back to life through Lin Mingji's body. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Once the initial shock subsided, the resurrected Lin Mingji recounted the circumstances of her death, her original family lineage, and her home address in Jinmen, Fujian. Her husband, Song Rintu, took it upon himself to investigate these claims, and to his astonishment, the details proved accurate. However, the bizarre twist was that after her revival, Lin Mingji seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. Previously, she had been an uneducated, frail rural woman capable only of performing basic household tasks. Yet post-resurrection, she exhibited remarkable literacy and numeracy skills, even adopting a Taiwanese accent, now speaking with a distinct Fujian Jinmen dialect. Her demeanor had also shifted significantly, as she explained that she had lived only to the age of 20 before her untimely demise, thus embodying the spirit of a youthful girl rather than a middle-aged woman. Furthermore, Lin Mingji, who had previously indulged in all types of food, became a strict vegetarian after her revival. In subsequent conversations, she divulged all details about Zhu Xiuhua, including her background, lifestyle, and family address. The incident of Zhu Xiuhua's reincarnation quickly stunned the entirety of Taiwan and soon made waves internationally. Numerous media outlets and experts flocked to interview her, during which the revived Zhu Xiuhua shared her harrowing tale. Zhu Xiuhua, hailing from Jinmen, Fujian, had been a devout Buddhist since childhood and had embraced the faith at the tender age of 15. When the Jinmen artillery battle erupted in 1958, many residents sought refuge either back to the mainland or in Taiwan to reunite with relatives at that time. Zhu Xiuhua was just 18. Her parents had exchanged all their property for gold to secure passage by boat. However, they soon became separated at sea, and Zhu Xiuhua found herself aboard a fishing vessel that was later struck by cannon fire. She drifted for approximately a week before the boat eventually washed ashore on Haifeng Island in Yunlin County. By then, the 30-odd souls aboard were barely clinging to life. Upon seeing Zhu Xiuhua adorned in gold jewelry, the island's fishermen harbored malicious intentions, ultimately drowning her to seize her valuables. Many viewers may find it curious that Lin Mingji died in 1949 while Zhu Xiuhua was murdered in 1958. Could it be that her spirit transcended time? This enigma left even Uncle Chong unable to provide a clear explanation, as the accounts from the individuals involved remain consistent, and the myriad interpretations of the reincarnation phenomenon remain unresolved to this day. With the exposure of the Zhu Xiuhua reincarnation event, a deluge of media, both domestic and international, clamored for interviews, and even years later, local outlets sought to uncover the truth. Lin Mingji grew increasingly averse to the attention, prompting her husband, Song Rin-tu, to relocate the family to the outskirts of Taiwan in an effort to shield her from the media frenzy. By 1971, the once content Zhu Xiuhua had established a temple in Miaoyao Township, known as the Xintian Shanti Temple, also referred to as the Donggong of Miaoyao Township. Given the astonishing nature of the Zhu Xiuhua reincarnation incident, coupled with a relatively small geographic area of Taiwan, which had few similar occurrences, this event inspired numerous creative works. The first was a film titled Borrowing the Corpse to Return to Life, starring Taiwan's first beauty, Huyen Ming, in 1981, though it exaggerated the narrative, portraying Zhu Xiuhua's spirit as a malevolent entity. This led to Lin Mingji taking legal action against the production. In 1996, a television segment on supernatural occurrences, adapted from Zhu Xiuhua's story, aired on a Taiwanese network, followed by another adaptation in 2008. Then on May 23, 2018, Lin Mingji passed away at the age of 97 due to organ failure. However, complications arose during the preparation of her memorial, as her descendants were perplexed. After all, the physical form belonged to Lin Mingji, yet the spirit was that of Zhu Xiuhua. Consequently, the family consulted a spiritual advisor, and the obituary was finally drafted. Lin Shi Zhu Ma Mingji, with the Buddhist name Zhu Xiuhua, thus honoring both identities. Nonetheless, the headstone simply bore the name Zhu Lin Mingji, indicating that the family acknowledged the reality of Zhu Xiuhua's reincarnation while still respecting Lin Mingji's corporeal existence. Thus, the matter reached a conclusion. Yet society remained divided, with two distinct factions emerging: supporters and detractors. The proponents presented various pieces of evidence, highlighting the drastic changes observed in Lin Mingji after her revival, as well as the accuracy of her descriptions regarding her native Jinmen. They pointed out that Lin Mingji had been over 40 years old at the time of her first death, frail and limited to household tasks. Conversely, upon her return, she exhibited robust health and behaviors that starkly contrasted with those of an average rural woman. Furthermore, as a native of Miaoyao Township, she had never ventured beyond the local vicinity. Yet post-rebirth, she spoke fluently in Jinmen dialect and accurately recounted life experiences there, which indeed existed. Finally, her educational background was called into question. Lin Mingji had never received formal education and was considered illiterate, having only learned through her husband and children. Yet following her return, she demonstrated remarkable writing and mathematical abilities. All these transformations suggested a fundamental truth. Before her revival, she was Lin Mingji. Afterward, she embodied Zhu Xiuhua. The The consciousness within that body was not the same individual. In stark contrast, the opposing experts in Taiwan dismissed such claims, positing that Lin Mingji may have suffered from severe delusions. However, this viewpoint was swiftly countered by the abundance of objective evidence supporting her claims. The dissenting experts then proposed a more plausible explanation: dissociative identity disorder, suggesting that Lin Mingji possessed multiple personalities. This theory posited that the long-suppressed persona of Zhu Xiehua emerged as dominant during Lin Mingji's critical condition or near-death experience. In simpler terms, Lin Mingji's identity had perished, yielding her physical form to the second personality, Zhu Xiehua. Yet this assertion drew significant criticism. How could she know about the circumstances in Jinmen? Why had she suddenly acquired literacy and numeracy skills? How did she master the Jinmen dialect? How did her health transform from frail to robust, allowing her to live to 97? How did her overall demeanor shift from that of a rural woman to that of a youthful girl? These queries remained unanswered, leaving experts at a loss. As Uncle Echong penned these reflections, a bold thought crossed his mind. Could dissociative identity disorder be an expression of spiritual possession? Historical records of reincarnation events are not new. They appear in texts such as Taiping Guangji and Yuewei Chaotang Biji. Should humanity one day unravel the essence of consciousness and the soul, we may finally provide scientific explanations for concepts like reincarnation. Past life memories and rebirth. Chapter 53. The Lin Family Mansion Supernatural Incident. Have you heard of the infamous Lin Family Mansion number 27? A haunting case that once captivated Shanghai. The scene of the crime revealed no one. No bodies, only a floor soaked in blood and a host of strange, hidden secrets. One fateful night in 1956, the police station in Shanghai's Putuo district received a mysterious phone call from a man claiming he had committed murder and wished to turn himself in. He provided the address, Lin Family Mansion number 27, before abruptly hanging up. Detective Li Zongping immediately summoned the on-duty officers and sped towards the mansion. Upon arrival, they found the entrance tightly secured, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood. Li Zongping instructed Officer Song Rintu to climb inside and unlock the door. As Song Rintu clambered through the window and jumped down, he slipped and fell into a pool of blood, instinctively letting out a shriek. Hearing Song Rintu's cry, Li Zongping signaled for two officers to force the door open. Once inside, they were met with a shocking sight. They had never encountered such a scene of carnage. After searching each room, they found no sign of the perpetrator or the victim. Thus, Li Zongping commanded the other officers to cordon off number 27 Lin family residence and instructed the Safety Inspection Department to conduct a thorough search. Upon investigation, it was discovered that the residence was inhabited by a man with the surname Yi, along with his wife and two children. Furthermore, forensic analysis revealed that the bloodstains on the floor belonged to at least 6 individuals, raising suspicions that the Yi family had met with foul play. The whereabouts of their bodies remained a mystery. Just as the police found themselves at an impasse, the neighborhood committee of Lin family residents called to report that the sealed premises had been breached. Criminal investigation team leader Li Zongping immediately rushed to the Lin family residence. From a distance, he noticed lights illuminating the second floor, but as they approached, the lights abruptly extinguished. The seal on the door had been torn, leaving it ajar. Cautiously, Li Zongping and his team, armed and alert, entered the residence. The bloodstains had been cleaned, yet a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. As Li Zongping ascended the staircase, he stumbled upon a children's tricycle that had rolled to his feet, inexplicably appearing without any visible force propelling it that moment. Li Zongping signaled Officer Song Rintu to investigate the second floor. The group ascended the stairs, but just as they neared the second floor, a tricycle suddenly hurtled from the darkness towards them. They swiftly evaded, and the tricycle tumbled down the stairs to the first floor. Everyone present distinctly remembered that the tricycle had been on the first floor. How had it appeared on the second? This unsettling occurrence heightened their anxiety. As they cautiously made their way to the second floor, to their astonishment, they discovered a figure sitting in the darkness on a chair. However, as the beam of a flashlight illuminated the figure, it vanished in an instant. Shortly thereafter, eerie laughter echoed from downstairs. Li Zongping darted to the railing to peer down, spotting a woman and 2 children on the first floor. Inexplicably laughing as they descended, the woman and children vanished without a trace. Just as they were processing this bizarre turn of events, Officer Park Wuchang, who had been trailing behind, tumbled down the stairs, colliding with Officer Song Rintu. Park Woo-chong struck his head against the steps, blood streaming from the wound. Leaving him unconscious, Lee Zongping and Song Rintu rushed Park Woo-chong to the hospital. Upon regaining consciousness, Park Woo-chong recounted that he had intended to see what was happening on the first floor when someone had pushed him from behind. He had glimpsed the face of his assailant, Yi Xianghua, the homeowner. The case reached another deadlock point 6 months later, as the Lin family residence area underwent demolition and renovation. A large vat was unearthed while dismantling No. 27 Lin family residence. The vat was filled with water, and within it lay the bodies of Yi Xinghua's wife and children, their faces seemingly vibrant and devoid of any signs of suffering, as if they were merely asleep rather than deceased. This revelation shocked the officers on dash site that Lee Zongping promptly ordered Officer Song Rintu to transport the bodies for autopsy. However, the results indicated that the cause of death for Yi Xinghua's wife and children was indeterminate, with their time of death estimated to be at least 6 months prior. The reason for the remarkable preservation of the bodies remained elusive. At this juncture, the investigation stalled once again that Yi Xianghua, a prime suspect, had been on the run for over half a year. Fortunately, law enforcement apprehended Yi Xinghua's associate, Yin Guangming, a member of a cult organization. During interrogation, Yin Guangming revealed that Yi Xianghua had acquired knowledge of an immortality technique from the cult and had betrayed them. Consequently, the organization dispatched 3 assassins, led by Yin Guangming, to Yi Xinghua's residence. While Yin Guangming kept watch outside, the assassins entered the home, fatally stabbing Yi Xinghua's wife and children. Upon returning home, Yi Xianghua encountered the intruders and exacted revenge. Killing them in turn, Yin Guangming, aware of Yi Xinghua's prowess, fled the scene, expressing his trepidation of Yi Xianghua, stating that cult members had reportedly encountered him at Longhu Mountain. Based on Yin Guangming's testimony, law enforcement successfully located Yi Xianghua and brought him back to Shanghai. That he was interrogated immediately, yet during several days of questioning, Yi Xianghua refused food, drink, or sleep. Ultimately, he presented 2 conditions. First, he wished to see Yin Guangming. Second, he desired to return to number 27 Lin family residence. Should these conditions be met, he promised to confess to all his crimes. The police relented, assigning multiple officers to escort him to meet Yin Guangming. Yi Xianghua merely glanced at him, uttering a farewell before departing. That evening, during a routine check by the prison guards, they discovered Yin Guangming had mysteriously committed suicide. The following day, Yi Xianghua was escorted by a dozen officers to No. 27 Lin family residence. Upon seeing the shattered glass vat, he sighed deeply, lamenting that his wife and children had not resurrected according to his design. Suddenly, Yi Xinghua's hands and feet trembled gently and miraculously. The handcuffs and shackles fell away, clattering to the ground. Lee Zongping promptly drew his firearm, aiming it at Yi Xianghua, who turned to meet his gaze. At that moment, an uncanny phenomenon occurred. Lee Zongping's body became rigid, unresponsive to his commands. Even more astonishingly, the previously demolished number 27 Lin family residence reverted to its original state. Yi Xianghua ascended the staircase with composure, vanishing into a wall on the 2nd floor. Lee Zongping attempted to rush forward, but an invisible force obstructed his path. He ordered his men to fire, but it was too late. Yi Xianghua had already disappeared into the wall. Lee Zongping approached the wall, incredulous that Yi Xianghua could have walked into it. Just then, another bizarre occurrence unfolded. The surrounding environment quaked, and moments later, the building resumed its post-demolition appearance. Captain Lee Zongping was left with no choice but to report the incident as it transpired, ultimately concluding that the case was resolved with Yi Xinghua's suicide out of guilt. 3 days later, Yi Xinghua's body was discovered amidst the ruins of number 27 Lin family residence. But upon autopsy, it was revealed that the corpse was missing its head and internal organs. Lee Zongping continued to believe that Yi Xianghua was still alive and relentlessly pursued the investigation. Chapter 54. The Mysterious Blood Handprint Incident in Xinjiang. Greta, are you familiar with Bureau 749? It is an exceedingly enigmatic organization rumored to deal with supernatural occurrences and phenomena beyond scientific explanation. The personnel of Bureau 749 are shrouded in mystery, each possessing extraordinary skills in their respective fields. It is said that the headquarters of Bureau 749 lies within a secluded valley, its entrance concealed by a massive stone, accessible only to authorized individuals who can navigate the labyrinthine passages leading to this highly classified underground base. Upon entering Bureau 749, one is enveloped by an atmosphere steeped in mystery, with ancient talismans and esoteric scriptures adorning the walls. The corridors are dimly lit, and an otherworldly ambience pervades every corner. How much battery does your phone have? Feel free to share in the comments. Those with matching battery levels can connect with each other. But does Bureau 749 truly exist? Today, let us delve into some of the bizarre events that Bureau 749 has addressed. In January 1980, the Grida border checkpoint in Xinjiang was beset by a fierce snowstorm. Soldiers Li Zongping and Song Rintu stood guard against the harsh elements when, amidst the howling wind, Li Zongping faintly discerned a series of peculiar laughter emanating from a hillside to the west. However, due to the intensity of the wind, he could not ascertain the source of the laughter, which did not sound human. Peering closely, he found nothing amiss. Curious, he inquired of Song Rintu whether he had heard any strange noises. To which Song replied he had heard nothing but the wind. Perplexed, Li Zongping began to doubt his own senses, but after a while, Song Rintu suddenly exclaimed that he too had heard the laughter from behind the hillside. Concerned that someone might be attempting to cross the border, the two decided to investigate the source of the eerie laughter. Just as they prepared to approach the hillside, their platoon leader emerged from the building with hot water. Witnessing the two conversing, did he admonish them for not standing their posts properly? As they were about to respond, a ferocious gust of wind swept through, lifting the snow from the ground, enveloping the area in blinding whiteness. Visibility plummeted, and after approximately 3 minutes, the storm abruptly ceased. The platoon leader hurried to check on the two soldiers, only to find that, apart from a pair of boots and a water bottle, they had mysteriously vanished. In the snow 3 meters away, several vivid red handprints were scattered. Where could the soldiers have gone? What was the significance of the blood handprints? The platoon leader quickly returned to the building to rouse the other soldiers to search for them. When the group reached the hillside, they spotted a pair of crimson eyes glaring at them from a distance, accompanied by a series of eerie laughs before vanishing into the swirling snow. The company commander had served in this location for a decade, yet had never encountered such an event. In his state of confusion, he hastily contacted his superiors to explain the situation. The following day, personnel from Bureau 749 arrived at the camp. Upon their arrival, they swiftly sealed off the area, ensuring that news of the incident remained contained. However, the commander was left bewildered, as he descended into madness after the occurrence. The whereabouts of soldiers Li Zongping and Song Rintu remain a mystery, with no one able to ascertain their fate. Yet, the eerie happenings were far from over. Shortly thereafter, on a day in February, a soldier responsible for procuring supplies heard horrific cries of cattle and humans emanating from the direction of Gelida. Upon returning to the camp to report the incident, the troops immediately mobilized to investigate. To their horror, they discovered that all the inhabitants and livestock had inexplicably vanished. The snow-covered ground bore only fresh bloodstains, while the remains of the livestock lay strewn about, drenched in blood. Not a single survivor could be found in the entirety of Xinjiang's Gelida. Subsequently, Bureau 749 arrived to conduct a sealed investigation. From that moment on, Gelida transformed into a ghost village, abandoned by all. The nature of the entity responsible for the attack was never disclosed to the public. It was later reported by a soldier that the personnel from Bureau 749 referred to this entity as the white-haired phoenix. However, when pressed for further details, the soldier appeared anxious and fell silent. Ultimately, this incident became an unsolved enigma in the eyes of many. Now, dear friends, today's tale has concluded. Until we meet again next time. Chapter 55. The Eerie Legends of Xintang Bay in Zhangjiajie. A supernatural legend has long circulated among the populace, known as the soldiers of the underworld borrowing the path. This refers to spirits from the netherworld manifesting in the realm of the living. Some view this as a mystical event, believing in the existence of supernatural forces, while others scoff, considering it merely an edited video playback. Today, Uncle A. Chong will recount the bizarre occurrences surrounding the soldiers of the underworld. Deep within the Tianzi Mountain Nature Reserve in Sangji County, Zhangjiajie, lies a scenic spot known as Xintang Bay. For centuries, it has been regarded as a forbidden territory, dreaded by locals. The area is shrouded in mystery, with the saying, "Better to tread the path of ghosts than to descend into Xintang Bay," echoing through the community. To this day, no one has successfully ventured to the bottom of the cliff. The exterior of Xintang Bay rises over 900 meters high and is referred to as the Three Incense Sticks. There exists only one gap on the mountainside, through which waterfalls cascade. Aside from this, Anyone peering down from the cliff top is met with a canopy of trees, dense and obscuring. Those who have visited Shintang Bay can attest to the chilling sounds emanating from the valley floor. Many might argue that sounds in nature are commonplace, yet the echoes from the depths of Shintang Bay are unsettling, resembling the clamor of a fierce battle. According to local folklore, it is said that beneath Shintang Bay lies a gigantic serpent and numerous monstrous creatures, along with a mysterious ancient battlefield, which together create the cacophony of war drums. Legend has it that during the Tongji period of the Qing dynasty, two skilled hunters, armed with fine blades, sought to explore the depths of Shintang Bay. However, as they climbed halfway up the mountain, they were enveloped in thick mist that a sudden chill swept through, accompanied by eerie noises. Out of the cliffside emerged a flying beast, terrifying the hunters, who lost all curiosity about the valley and fled in panic, ultimately becoming mentally unstable and succumbing to illness. In 1990, an avid climber intrigued by the legends of Shintang Bay prepared to investigate. Following a recent rain, the climber descended, only to soon hear strange sounds, mixed with human shouts, hoarse whinnies, and the clashing of weapons. However, due to the slickness of the rocks, the climber retreated before reaching halfway. The legend of Shintang Bay captured the curiosity of foreigners as well. In 1994, an expedition team composed of members from the United States, Japan, and Germany ventured into Shintang Bay as they began their descent. They were met with a resounding noise to their horror upon reaching the midway point. They encountered the soldiers of the underworld and fled in terror, in an effort to unravel the mysteries of Shintang Bay and its terrifying legends. A top-tier expert team was assembled for an archaeological investigation in 2012. Despite their extensive experience, they felt the weight of pressure in the treacherous and complex terrain of Shintang Bay. After 4 to 5 hours, they successfully descended over 350 meters to a predetermined landing spot. Aside from hearing peculiar sounds, the experts did not observe any soldiers of the underworld. Upon reaching over 660 meters, they received orders from their superiors to halt further exploration for safety reasons. Although they did not reach the valley floor, the experts noted the valley's topography. According to them, Shintang Bay is semicircular, with sheer cliffs on 3 sides, and only one side being open. The lower diameter is twice that of the upper diameter, resembling a gourd with a narrow top and a wider base. Regarding the strange sounds, the experts explained that as air enters the gourd-shaped gorge, it creates friction noises against the cliff walls. Additionally, the sounds of flowing waterfalls also contribute to the echoes within the gorge, which together form the eerie noises reported by locals. Ultimately, it is a natural phenomenon wrought by the wonders of nature. Today, the mysteries of Shintang Bay continue to conceal many secrets, but the terrifying legends have diminished, replaced by a fascination with the marvels of the natural world. Of course, rumors remain just that, rumors, lacking scientific substantiation. Yet many remain curious about the secrets of Shintang Bay, daring to explore its depths, though they often return empty-handed. Chapter 56. The Eerie Incident at Liaojuntai. Hanan, have you heard the tale from the anti-Japanese war? When the Japanese fired 13 shells at Liaojuntai, only for them to all render as duds. Is this truly, as the folk say, a manifestation of the old Lord's spirit, or is there a scientific explanation? In this episode, Uncle A Chong will delve into the mysterious incident of the shells at Liaojuntai. Liaojuntai is located in the hometown of Laozi, in Lui County, Hunan, and is said to be the place where Laozi ascended to immortality. The construction of Liaojuntai can be traced back to the Han Dynasty, boasting a history of over 2,000 years, having been renovated throughout various dynasties. By the Republican era, it resembled what we see today, a platform rising 13 meters high, with a base area of 765 square meters, accompanied by 32 steps leading up, totaling 33 levels, corresponding to the legendary 33 layers of heaven. Laozi is said to have ascended to in 1938. A contingent of invading Japanese troops set out from Boizhou on Hue towards Hunan. Upon arriving in Lui County, uncertain about the presence of local defenses, their commander climbed a high point to survey the area with binoculars. He noticed 2 conspicuous structures within the relatively low-lying Lui County. One was the corner of the eastern city wall, and the other was Liaojuntai. The Japanese immediately concluded that these sites must be military strongholds, and they quickly set up a mortar to launch an attack. The mortar operator, Meichuan Taro, was highly skilled. And with a single shot, he accurately demolished a section of the eastern city wall, greatly boosting the morale of the Japanese forces. However, when he aimed his cannon at Lei Juntai, an unforgettable and bizarre scene unfolded. Upon firing, the commander observed through his binoculars that Lei Juntai remained utterly unscathed. Initially believing the shell had missed, he ordered Meichuan Taro to fire again. Miraculously, after 12 consecutive shots, Lei Juntai remained completely intact. The Japanese were baffled, especially since they were less than 1,500 meters from their target. When the commander cursed in frustration, he questioned whether the 13 shells were duds. In a fit of rage, he kicked Meichuan Taro aside and decided to take matters into his own hands, launching a 13th shell at Lei Juntai, only to receive no response once more. Strangely, when he redirected the cannon to fire elsewhere, the previously inert shell successfully detonated in other locations. After the Japanese forces captured Louis County, the commander led his men to investigate Lei Juntai, only to discover that it was not a military outpost, but rather the site of Laozi's ascension. Faced with this revelation, they were so struck with fear that they knelt, murmuring about the divine manifestations of the Chinese ancestors. The truth revealed itself. The 13 shells had lodged themselves into Lei Juntai, distributed across the altar before the statue of the Supreme Old Lord, on an open space to the west of Lei Juntai, and even caught in the branches of a cypress tree to the east, totaling exactly 13, that if one shell were to be a dud, it might be attributed to coincidence. However, the occurrence of 13 consecutive duds from the same batch, while other shells from that same lot successfully exploded when fired elsewhere, raises profound questions as to why those aimed at Lei Juntai inexplicably failed. This phenomenon is indeed perplexing. 2 years later, when the displaced populace returned to Louis County, they discovered shells left behind by the Japanese army. They reported the situation to the then president of the Charitable Association, Li Zongping. Subsequently, the shells that were lodged in trees and walls were removed, and today, the marks left by the shelling remain vividly visible, serving as irrefutable evidence of the Japanese invasion of China. Yet, one shell remains unaccounted for until 2003, when a visitor offering incense suddenly heard a loud explosion. Following the sound, they discovered that a wall had collapsed at the southwestern foot of Lei Juntai. During the restoration of Lei Juntai, workers unexpectedly unearthed a rusted shell, which upon examination by experts was confirmed to be the very shell that the Japanese army had used to attack Lei Juntai. It had embedded itself deep into the soil, which is why it had initially gone undetected. Later, the shell was taken away for detonation by specialists, and astonishingly, after more than 60 years, it still exploded with considerable force. This serves as compelling evidence that the shells used by the Japanese army in their assault on Lei Juntai were indeed genuine and not duds. Was there truly divine protection at play back then? No one can provide a definitive answer. Notably, in 1983, the Japanese artilleryman Meichuan Taro, who had shelled Lei Juntai, personally visited to express his remorse for Japan's past acts of aggression. Seeking forgiveness from the spirit of Laojin in 1997, he brought 2 white pillars from Japan, respectfully placing them before Lei Juntai as a gesture of contrition. Each side of the pillars is inscribed in Chinese, Japanese, and English with the same message, wishing for peaceful coexistence among all peoples of the world. Initially referred to as the Monument of Apology, the local populace of Louis County, embodying the magnanimity of the Chinese nation, later renamed it the Monument of Peace. Ultimately, the mystery of why 13 shells transformed into duds upon reaching Lei Juntai remains unsolved to this day. Elders often say that while one may choose not to believe in divine beings, respect is imperative. What are your thoughts on this event? We welcome your comments and discussions in the comment section. This story concludes here. We shall meet again in the next tale. Chapter 57. The eerie events of China's first notorious tomb. The Jisha tomb. It is often said that tomb robbing is a skilled endeavor. And in truth, the techniques required for tomb security are even more demanding. In 2005, an ancient tomb dating back 2,000 years was unearthed in Guizhuang Village, Shaanxi County, Hunan Province, which, due to its exceptional protective measures, had thwarted countless tomb raiders throughout history, leaving them with no return. When archaeological experts began excavating the tomb, they discovered over 120 holes dug by thieves and the remains of more than 80 robbers. What kind of ancient tomb was this, and who could its master be? As the Spring Festival of 2005 approached, the festive atmosphere in Guizhuang village was palpable. Amidst the cacophony of firecrackers, a sudden explosion rang out, startling the villagers and momentarily overpowering the sounds of celebration. Curiosity piqued, they rushed outside to investigate the source of the noise. To their astonishment, amidst the dissipating smoke, a large pit had formed in the ground, revealing an impenetrable darkness below. The villagers quickly reported the incident to the authorities, who, upon arrival, alerted the local cultural relics department, and an archaeological team was dispatched to the scene. The archaeologists discovered that the site was not merely a singular theft, but rather a complex of numerous holes. Some large, some small, indicating recent visits from tomb raiders, while others bore the marks of age, suggesting they had been excavated long ago. The sight of such a dense cluster of thefts weighed heavily on the archaeological team's spirits, as it was nearly certain that the ancient tomb buried beneath had been plundered, resulting not only in the loss of invaluable artifacts, but potentially the destruction of the entire burial site. Before commencing formal excavations, the team conducted preliminary scans of the tomb, revealing a surprisingly vast structure, likely belonging to someone of high status, far from an ordinary individual. As the excavation began, workers soon alerted the archaeologists that they were uncovering not soil but sand, which astonished the experts. Given that the local soil did not contain yellow sand, this indicated that the sand had been transported from elsewhere. After reviewing various relevant materials, the archaeologists uncovered references to a unique type of burial known as a Jisha tomb. As the name suggests, this type of burial requires a significant amount of sand, a common practice among nobles in ancient times. To protect their grand tombs, artifacts, and remains, these aristocrats would opt for such a burial method. It is said that Jisha tombs are filled entirely with fine sand, which is not casually dug up for use. Artisans would first heat the sand to evaporate all moisture, then fill the coffin chamber with it before compressing the surrounding earth. This dried sand, having increased fluidity, would rush into any breach created by tomb raiders, effectively sealing off their escape route and trapping them within the tomb, thus making them unwitting accomplices to the tomb owner. Consequently, many tomb robbers viewed Jisha tombs as cursed, for attempting to plunder such a burial site without sufficient skill was tantamount to a death sentence. As the excavation progressed, the overall outline of the tomb gradually emerged before the archaeologists' eyes, revealing a structure shaped like a character for A facing east, with compacted earth sealing the tomb. After 2 millennia of erosion, the sealing earth still measured 2 meters in thickness, beneath which lay a burial chamber approximately 15 meters long and 17 meters wide, filled with fine sand. Throughout the excavation, the team frequently stumbled upon large stones, some weighing as much as 150 kilograms, while even the smaller ones weighed several dozen pounds. Interestingly, these stones varied not only in size but also in texture, indicating they had been sourced from multiple locations. Furthermore, during the excavation, the team unearthed numerous items that could not possibly date back to the Warring States period, such as thick copper coins and contemporary nylon bags and plastic bottles, as well as over 80 skeletons dressed in garments from various eras. Clearly, numerous dynasties had attempted to plunder this ancient tomb, and not all robbers were fortunate enough to return safely. It appears that the most rampant era for tomb robbing was during the Han Dynasty, as the archaeological team discovered 7 Han-era theft holes to the east of the tomb. Further down, 200 meters deep, they found 2 wooden coffins, yet they were completely empty, surrounded by a few small artifacts. Archaeological experts speculated that these 2 coffins were mere decoys intended to mislead tomb robbers into believing they had found the burial site, thus deterring further digging and protecting the true tomb owner. When the archaeologists circumvented the decoy coffins and continued their excavation, they unexpectedly unearthed numerous red items, which upon collection and examination were identified as patterns popular during the Warring States period. Nobility favored such designs for their coffins. Additionally, the archaeological team discovered several pieces of gold leaf within the Jisha tomb, a highly valuable find. The excitement among the archaeologists surged upon these discoveries, and ultimately, they located the true coffin of the tomb's master. Although it had been visited by tomb robbers multiple times, it still contained many valuable artifacts, including bronze vessels, jade items, and precious gold leaf dating back a millennium. Among the most remarkable artifacts was a circular bronze vessel named Yufu, which is rare in the north but commonly used in the south. Due to the warm climate in the south, people often bathe, with ordinary households using clay pots or earthenware jars for water. While only noble families could afford such bronze vessels for bathing, underscoring the tomb owner's esteemed status. Inside the main coffin chamber, the archaeologists discovered an exceedingly precious bronze sword with a jade handle. Alongside the remains of 13 female attendants aged between 20 and 30, likely the tomb owner's maidens or concubines. The main coffin's lid bore 2 holes on each side, likely left behind by Han Dynasty tomb robbers. When the archaeologists opened the main coffin, they found only half of the tomb owner's skull remaining, while the rest of the remains had mysteriously vanished, likely taken by the robbers prior to this. Among the thousands of bronze wares excavated by the archaeological team, 5 were large tripods. However, experts speculate that there should originally have been 7 such tripods, with 2 having been stolen during the Warring States period. Only the Son of Heaven could wield 9 tripods, and the presence of 7 tripods indicates that the owner of the tomb was at least a member of royalty. Additionally, archaeological experts have discovered striking similarities between this tomb and the tomb of a prince of the Chu state unearthed in Sichuan, Hunan, in 1978. Even the patterns on the previously excavated gold foil pieces are identical to the decorative motifs found within the Sichuan prince's tomb. Experts surmise that the prematurely deceased owner of this tomb must have belonged to the highest echelons of nobility in the Chu state during the late spring and autumn period to the early Warring States period. And it is highly likely that he had a close relationship with the king of Chu, possibly being a grandson of the king. However, due to the extensive theft of burial objects, determining the true identity of the tomb's owner has become exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, as technology continues to advance, with ongoing rust removal and restoration work on the bronze wares, it is anticipated that one day the identity of the tomb's owner will ultimately be revealed. Chapter 58. The mysterious incident of the flying odd vehicle in Guizhou. It is believed that many have recently been inundated with news of unidentified flying objects appearing across the globe. On February 13th, a series of mysterious light points were observed in the sky over Heilongjiang, followed by the sighting of a spherical flying object in Xiamen, Fujian. Just days later, on March 15th, an unidentified object was seen in Inner Mongolia's skies. And on April 14th, a spiral-shaped flying object appeared over Yinshuan, Ningxia. Subsequently, on April 20th, mysterious light points were reported in Tianjin. And on May 2nd, multiple unidentified flying objects traversed the skies above Harbin. Days later, similar mysterious light points were sighted again in Liaoning. And on the same day, numerous identical light points appeared in Daqing. Additionally, on July 27th, a mysterious unidentified flying object resembling an alien mothership was spotted in the same location. The frequency of UFO sightings in 2023 appears to be exceedingly high, and our modern era has witnessed 3 notable UFO mysteries: the Meng Zhaoer incident, the Huang Yinqiu incident, and the peculiar case of the flying odd vehicle in Guizhou. We shall refrain from discussing the first 2 for now, as today, Uncle A. Chong primarily wishes to recount the mysterious incident of the flying odd vehicle in Guizhou, as this event boasts numerous witnesses and objectively existing evidence, and remains a collectively witnessed occurrence that defies scientific explanation to this day. Now, let us rewind to the year 1994. It is worth mentioning that the Meng Zhaoer incident also occurred in 1994, with just a few months' difference, one in the northeast and the other in Guizhou. Could there be a connection? In the early hours of December 1 ST, 1994, around 3 o'clock, residents of Dushi Forest Farm in Baiyun District, Guizhou, were awakened from their slumber by the sound of a train echoing from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Above, 2 enormous fireballs illuminated the night as if it were day. The startled residents, bewildered by the fact that there were no railways for hundreds of miles around, wondered how such a cacophony could arise. Moreover, the source of the noise seemed to be directly overhead at that moment. Li Zongping, the forest farm's manager, and the night guard, Song Rintu, attempted to venture outside to investigate. However, they found themselves unable to open the door, as if it had been welded shut. This peculiar situation befell others as well. Everyone who heard the strange sounds and saw the luminous spheres found their doors similarly immovable until the celestial lights gradually dimmed and the train-like noise subsided, allowing them to finally exit. Upon stepping outside, Li Zongping and Song Rintu reported witnessing 2 massive luminous spheres flashing past from the southwest to the northeast. despite the fleeting nature of the sighting. The thunderous noise persisted. Simultaneously, 6 kilometers away, patrol officers Wang Jun and Luo Weiwan at the Guiyang steel plant also observed the 2 gigantic fireballs approaching from the southwest, accompanied by an increasingly deafening roar. Strangely, they felt themselves lifted several meters off the ground by a force akin to a whirlwind, only to safely land nearly 20 meters away as the 2 enormous fireballs plummeted into the forest. The following morning, locals discovered that within the 260,000 square meters of the Meijiatang forest area of the Dushi Forest Farm, over 400 acres of pine trees had been severed at the trunk, with the damaged area extending 3 kilometers in length and approximately 150 to 300 meters in width. Even more bizarrely, the damaged sections were not continuous, but rather intermittent, with 3 distinct gaps, resulting in 4 separate areas of destruction. Within these 4 zones, all the felled pine trees exhibited a common trait. They were reduced to stumps measuring only 1 to 1.5 meters in height, with a significant portion of the trunks bearing scorch marks. Furthermore, the severed tree crowns all fell in one direction, as if toppled by the hand of a giant. It is noteworthy that less than 50 meters from these forested areas stood numerous 2-meter-tall greenhouses, constructed by local villagers for vegetable cultivation. Curiously, despite the proximity, the greenhouses sustained no damage whatsoever. Meanwhile, the situation at the Guiyang steel plant grew even stranger, as steel pipes near the weighing scales were inexplicably cut with precision, and the cement floor at the entrance of the garage bore signs of intense burning. After the workers cleaned up, they discovered marks resembling propeller imprints. Yet, more astonishingly, a 60-ton truck had mysteriously been pushed uphill by over 200 meters by an unknown force. What kind of strength would be required for such an act? The simultaneous occurrence of such bizarre events soon attracted the attention of the first wave of UFO enthusiasts and paranormal research experts in the country. Local newspapers and radio stations flocked to cover the story, quickly propelling it to national prominence. During media interviews, another peculiar incident transpired. When reporters from Guiyang Television visited the damaged forest area for filming, they discovered that the camera lens cap had become magnetized, sticking to the lens and proving impossible to open. Moreover, film from other cameras had been automatically exposed. As dozens of experts arrived on site with specialized equipment, they found significant magnetic field disturbances in the 4 damaged areas, and the instruments they brought either malfunctioned or were destroyed, with such anomalies not being confined to a single location. Half a month after the bizarre occurrences, the experts stepped forward, claiming that all could be perfectly explained through science. They asserted that the reason the trees had been severed was due to local villagers harvesting pine resin, necessitating incisions in each tree. They argued that a strong wind had swept through that night, causing the trees to break at the cut points, negating the need for any extraordinary explanation. As for the hundreds of witnesses who saw the massive luminous spheres, they attributed it to the wind stirring charged particles in the air, resulting in a rare form of ball lightning that emitted thunderous sounds. Thus, all the strange occurrences were neatly explained by the experts. But were their claims reasonable? The experts' assertions, particularly regarding ball lightning, were met with skepticism, as this exceedingly rare phenomenon has only been documented in videos, with no verifiable instances in reality. Even if ball lightning existed in nature, it would only persist for a few seconds, which bears no resemblance to the massive luminous spheres witnessed by hundreds that night. Additionally, if ball lightning were responsible for the destruction of the forest, one would expect the trees to be charred, yet that was not the case. Furthermore, the experts' claim about strong winds was met with ridicule, as the trees in question were all pines, and while villagers may have made incisions for resin harvesting, only a minority of the trees were broken at those points. The damaged area spanned 3 kilometers, with widths ranging from 100 to 400 meters, and the vegetable greenhouses situated just 50 meters away remained unscathed. Could the winds have been so localized, or were the experts claiming that the winds they encountered were somehow imbued with extraordinary properties? Even if we concede that the experts' explanations of strong winds and ball lightning were valid, how then could one elucidate the abnormal magnetic field disturbances at the site of the broken trees and at the steel plant's garage? Thus, the various explanations provided by the experts were dismissed as mere jest, failing to offer any substantial clarification regarding the incident. Consequently, the incident was categorized as a UFO event, with the country's sole UFO association asserting that the phenomena observed were entirely consistent with the activities of unidentified flying objects. and they even reconstructed the sequence of events from that night. They posited that a UFO encountered issues while traversing above the Dushi Forest Farm, leading to at least 4 emergency landings in the vicinity. Akin to skipping stones on water, corresponding to the 4 damaged forest areas. Subsequently, the UFO flew near the steel factory, lingering briefly before departing. Researchers postulate that the anomalous magnetic field phenomena are attributable to the UFO employing an anti-gravity engine, thus exerting an influence on the magnetic environment of the landing site. This encapsulates the analytical and reconstructive efforts of the UFO Research Association regarding this incident. 3 months later, in February 1995, a third type UFO event re-emerged at the same location. On February 9, 1995, the local UFO Association of Guizhou collaborated with the Chinese UFO Research Association to conduct a second investigation at the Dushi Forest Farm. During an evening event, an unidentified flying object astonishingly reappeared, with all present witnessing a massive rectangular craft emitting a bluish-green hue. The object was estimated to be at least 50 meters in length, occupying a significant portion of the sky, comparable in size to the steel factory itself. However, this time it was utterly silent, gliding past slowly and quietly, in addition to the dozen or so experts on site. Local villagers and patrolling personnel also observed this incident, which, unlike the previous airborne oddity, was shrouded in secrecy for a minimum of 5 years before being disclosed in 2001. Both UFO associations concurred that the two sightings were undoubtedly interconnected. Despite the passage of many years, experts and scholars have yet to provide a scientifically plausible explanation for these events. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chapter 59. The bizarre incident of the Serpent's Tribulation in Anhui in 1995. The strange event of the giant python's tribulation in Anhui unfolded as dozens of heavenly calamities descended from the sky, heralding the ascension of a millennia-old serpent spirit. Ancient texts, such as the Shuangjiezi, describe dragons as the progenitors of scaly creatures, fluctuating in visibility, size, and form, leaping to the heavens during the equinox of spring and submerging into the depths during the equinox of autumn. Throughout China's extensive history, there has been an abundance of dragon lore, yet the existence of such creatures remains an enigma to this day. This has given rise to numerous questions among the populace. Why is the dragon the only creature among the 12 zodiac signs that does not exist in reality? Why have all rulers throughout history revered the dragon as supreme? Why do all representations of dragons appear so uniform? As the saying goes, a giant serpent transforms into a python, the python into an anaconda, the anaconda into a flood dragon, and ultimately the great flood dragon becomes a true dragon. The ancient texts reveal that any being aspiring to become a dragon must undergo tribulation. Today, Uncle Achong recounts the bizarre incident of the Serpent's Tribulation in Anhui from 1995. Over 20 years ago, this event caused quite a stir, yet the news was swiftly suppressed, and we can only glean the truth through sporadic reports that it occurred in a mountainous forest in Anhui in 1995, where a serpent ascended into the sky, witnessed by hundreds of onlookers. And to this day, local tales of the incident persist. Eyewitnesses claim to have seen the serpent struck by dozens of lightning bolts as it underwent tribulation. What omens lay behind this? What was the final outcome? According to local rumors, as the serpent slithered up the tree trunks, many animals in the forest exhibited unusual behavior that a flock of birds flew overhead, while others circled low amidst the pouring rain, and wild rabbits and boars fled in panic. Moments later, the villagers, frightened by these bizarre phenomena, initially attributed it to a potential landslide caused by the heavy rain. Donning their clothes to observe the unfolding events, suddenly, one villager spotted a serpent coiled upon an ancient tree, measuring approximately 20 meters in length, its massive form resting against the trunk as thick as a water jug. The sight sent the villager into a state of shock, nearly causing him to faint. Soon, all the villagers rushed over, with hundreds witnessing the scene. Although they had heard tales of unknown creatures, seeing the serpent climbing upward left everyone astounded. They sought to unravel the mystery. Yet the next bizarre occurrence ensued. Wild boars began to scream, not fleeing into the mountains, but charging toward the village, seemingly unafraid of humans. All the animals began to panic, as if a predator lurked in the mountains, scattering in all directions. Even the villagers' dogs barked incessantly. Following the thunder and lightning, the serpent suddenly accelerated its ascent, swiftly climbing the treetops. mere seconds passed Before the astonished eyes of hundreds, the serpent soared into the sky amidst the torrential rain. As the thunder grew louder, lightning struck the ground repeatedly, and after a resounding crash, the serpent, previously flickering in the storm clouds, was struck by a bolt of lightning, filling the air with a nauseating scent of blood. As the serpent plummeted from the sky, dozens of lightning bolts struck it, and in an instant, it was torn asunder, with pieces raining down like a sanguine deluge. Strangely enough, following the failure of the serpent's tribulation, the thunder diminished, and the heavy rain abruptly ceased. Hours later, as dawn broke, several daring villagers ventured forth to inspect the site, believing the serpent to be no ordinary creature. However, their search yielded no results. The incident quickly spread, garnering media attention and reaching nationwide recognition, leading many to believe it was indeed the serpent undergoing tribulation. Some publications even featured photographs of the serpent being struck by lightning. Yet soon after, the dissemination of such information was strictly prohibited by the authorities. Thus, there exists scant material for reference, and no visual documentation from that time remains. What are your thoughts on this matter? Feel free to share your perspectives in the comments. Chapter 60. The bizarre incident of the tomb raider Yao Yuzhong. Yao Yuzhong has been apprehended. And with this news, the police finally felt a weight lifted off their shoulders. But who is Yao Yuzhong, and why was he pursued by law enforcement? In this episode, Uncle A Chong delves into the enigmatic events surrounding the notorious tomb raider. Yao Yuzhong, born into an ordinary farming family in Dacong Township, Luping County, Guangxi. Yao's ancestors were known for their feng shui practices. From a young age, he accompanied his grandfather in divining fortunes and studying celestial phenomena, thus acquiring the skill of feng shui, which later paved the way for his tomb raiding endeavors. Despite having only a primary school education, Yao Yuzhong engaged in the brazen excavation of over 200 tombs in the past 2 years, amassing a staggering sum of 3 billion in cultural relics. It is said that he could discern the topography and feng shui of a location, employing a compass to pinpoint graves within a 100-mile radius, earning him the moniker of the Grandmaster of Tomb Raiding among his peers. What set Yao Yuzhong apart was his reliance on ancestral techniques rather than modern technology. Each time he ventured out, he carried only a flashlight and a mysterious tool, alongside his finely honed feng shui skills, enabling him to locate ancient tombs with precision. Rumor has it that Yao could even determine the identity of the tomb's occupant based solely on the soil's color. He conducted his tomb raiding operations with utmost caution, only raiding during the lush seasons of spring and summer, using the dense foliage as a natural cover. Once he pinpointed a burial site, he would wait until nightfall to act. After his crew had removed all valuables, he would instruct them to restore the grave to its original state and scatter a layer of wild grass seeds atop, ensuring that the site would soon be overrun with weeds. Over the course of several raids, Yao Yuzhong experienced no failures, and his reputation grew, attracting a following of aspiring tomb raiders. Ultimately, he meticulously assembled a crew of over 200 members. To ensure his safety, Yao established a protocol of tiered meetings, wherein individuals from one level only met with those from the next level. This cautious approach allowed Yao to maintain a nearly 30-year career in tomb raiding without ever being discovered. However, even the most meticulous can falter. After numerous successful heists, Yao Yuzhong grew weary of the slow returns from tomb raiding, and the thrill began to wane, leading him down a path of gambling. He squandered all his earnings from tomb raiding, and at times, even wagered stolen artifacts at the gambling tables. However, his frequent losses accumulated a debt exceeding 1 billion. In a bid to repay his debts, Yao Yuzhong resorted to selling cultural relics, flooding the market with valuable items, which ultimately drew the attention of law enforcement. Following his arrest, a trove of precious artifacts was discovered in his home. In April 2016, Yao Yuzhong was brought before the court by several police officers, standing in the defendant's seat. Following the trial, he was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. However, Yao Yuzhong was profoundly dissatisfied upon hearing the verdict and boldly proclaimed in court, "100 archaeological experts cannot compare to me. On what grounds do you condemn me to death? I will appeal." In 2017, the High People's Court upheld the original ruling. When it was his turn to speak, he did not defend himself, but instead offered, "If you spare my life, I can assist you in locating the entrance to the Qinling Mountains." His words left everyone astonished, Yet they did not alter the course of justice. Regrettably, while Yao Yuzhong's tomb raiding techniques were unparalleled and he was undeniably clever, his intellect led him astray, proving the adage that the law's net is vast and impenetrable. Pursuing a crooked path only leads to one's own demise. Chapter 61. Mysterious and eerie events in Hubei's sinister village. Have you ever heard of such a village? With only 88 inhabitants, local folklore suggests a peculiar cycle. For every birth, there is a death. For every departure, there is an arrival. For nearly a century, the village's population has never exceeded 100. Each time a child is born, another person meets their end. When someone marries into the village, another must leave. Thus, some believe the village is under a curse. Is it truly possible for such extraordinary occurrences to exist? Today, Uncle A. Chong will discuss this eerie village. In Hubei, there are two mysterious villages. One is known as the short-lived village, and the other as the sinister village. The short-lived village is located in Lijiadian, Shiyan, Hubei, where it is said that no one lives beyond the age of 28. The sinister village is in Shimoping village, Nanchang Town, Hubei. For nearly 50 years, the population has remained at 88, adhering to the cycle of one birth for one death, one departure for one arrival, maintaining this peculiar curse for decades. The first to notice this phenomenon was an elder village secretary. One day in 1986, while organizing archives, he stumbled upon the fact that since the founding of the nation, the reported population of Shimoping village had consistently been 88. Decades passed without change, which puzzled the secretary, that he decided to visit Shimoping village. And during his inquiries, he found that whenever a villager died, a newcomer would soon arrive from elsewhere. Thus, the village's population perpetually remained at 88. With no deception involved. The villagers had long grown accustomed to this phenomenon, believing their village was under a curse, and ultimately unable to escape this enchantment. Shimoping village, also known as Shimoping Yangyangzhai, is an ancient settlement hidden deep within the Dahong Mountain. The origin of its name is steeped in a beautiful myth. Long ago, the area now occupied by Shimoping village was a lake. It is said that Guang Qingzi, a figure from the investiture of the gods, practiced his craft there at that time. A local tyrant would often sail about, robbing and terrorizing the neighbors. The To save the people from peril. Guang Qingzi commanded a pangolin to penetrate the mountain and excavate a large opening, draining the lake. Eventually, he captured the tyrant. Once the water receded, the lake bed revealed vast, fertile land perfect for cultivation, prompting many villagers to settle there and establish a prosperous life. Henceforth, the village was named Shimoping village. In a short time, tales of the mysterious and eerie Shimoping village spread like wildfire, attracting adventurers from across the nation, eager to uncover its secrets. But is the truth truly as sensational as the internet suggests, or is there a hidden story? To reach Shimoping village, one must traverse a dimly lit cave and ascend a nearly vertical ladder. A journey that takes about an hour. In earlier years, the cave lacked a ladder and electric lighting, so villagers had to navigate it with flashlights, taking at least 4 to 5 hours to emerge. Due to its remote location, the villagers of Shimoping have lived in near isolation for many years. Yet, despite its geographical seclusion, the village boasts breathtaking scenery, surrounded by lush mountains that evoke the essence of a hidden paradise. Logically, such a beautiful place, abundant in natural resources, should witness a population boom. Nevertheless, it is perplexing that the population of Shimoping village has remained stable at 88, an inexplicable phenomenon. According to the village secretary, Li Zongping, the village has maintained a population of one birth for one death for over a century. You might think that this alone is strange enough, but the story behind this population equilibrium is even more chilling. In 1974, 2 families in the village welcomed new children, and there were neither sickly individuals nor those planning to relocate. The villagers believed they might finally break the curse of 88, however, a mere 10 days later, a robust villager met his demise in a cave collapse while repairing the Huangxian cave. Shortly thereafter, another villager died when a mud brick wall fell on him during lunch at his workplace. In another instance, a villager's son died at the start of the year, and that same year his daughter-in-law gave birth to a child. In 1988, a villager who had been working away from home returned with his girlfriend to celebrate their wedding. And for 2 months, nothing unusual occurred, no deaths, no relocations, until the new bride experienced a difficult labor, tragically losing both mother and child. What are your thoughts on the mysterious events of Shumoping Village? Feel free to share your opinions in the comments. Chapter 62. Supernatural events in the uninhabited areas of the Sichuanabet Highway. How many lives have been lost in the 2,300-kilometer uninhabited zone of the Sichuanabet Highway? This road, hailed as the Heavenly Road, conceals countless supernatural occurrences and unsolved mysteries. The enchanting yet mysterious Qinghaibet Plateau is a dreamlike paradise for many, with the magnificent Potala Palace standing as a testament to human ingenuity and spirituality. Hello, I am Uncle A. Chong. The tale I share today comes from a friend named Li Zongping, a long-haul truck driver who has traversed the Sichuanabet Highway for 12 years, that he began his journey with awe and wonder, only to find it has now become monotonous. Throughout his years on this road, he has encountered numerous eerie events. Sometimes he even spots flattened corpses, remnants of lives long gone. Although this highway has seen its fair share of supernatural happenings, for Li Zongping, they have become commonplace. However, one particular incident from May still sends shivers down his spine. When he first arrived in the area, a Tibetan compatriot gifted him a blessed Buddha pendant. Claiming it would protect him from misfortune, that Li Zongping, skeptical, dismissed it and casually hung the pendant on his rearview mirror, where it swayed for over a decade. Yet, on that fateful day, as he started the truck, the pendant string inexplicably snapped. Assuming it was simply due to age, he placed it in the glove compartment. Every time he drove through the 2,300-kilometer uninhabited zone, it took nearly a day and night to reach the nearest restaurant. On that particular day, for reasons unknown, Li Zongping felt an overwhelming sense of unease. After driving for over 6 hours, he spotted a backpacker on the side of the road. Traveling alone in this desolate area is perilous. So he decided to offer the stranger a ride, that he honked his horn several times. But the backpacker seemed uninterested, not even lifting his head as Li Zongping's truck passed by. He glanced in the rearview mirror, only to find that the backpacker had vanished into thin air. Although surprised, Li Zongping did not dwell on it, and continued driving. That a few minutes later, the very same backpacker reappeared directly in front of his truck. Panic surged through Li Zongping as cold sweat trickled down his brow. At that moment, he glanced at the truck's odometer, and to his astonishment, the needle had not moved at all. It seemed as if the truck was spinning in place. Suddenly, the realization hit him. He was encountering something unclean. Urgently, he pressed the accelerator, but bizarrely, the truck remained completely still. At that moment, the backpacker abruptly turned around, revealing a withered and decayed visage devoid of eyes, standing there while emitting an eerie laughter directed at Li Zongping. Before Li Zongping could regain his composure, the backpacker suddenly leaped forward, ferociously lunging at him. At that instant, the distance between them was merely separated by a layer of windshield, causing Li Zongping to feel an icy chill wash over him. Suddenly, a multitude of bizarre figures began to emerge outside the vehicle, tightly surrounding the truck Li Zongping was driving. It seemed as though they were poised to shatter the windows and devour him alive. Not only was the road outside filled with these uncanny silhouettes, but the expanse stretched endlessly, leaving one to ponder how many restless spirits had perished in this desolate area, in that critical moment of life and death. Li Zongping recalled the consecrated amulet, Ina Flurry. He rummaged through the cluttered box and raised the amulet high above his head. Strangely enough, upon seeing the amulet, these ghostly figures inexplicably vanished into thin air. Slowly lifting his gaze to survey his surroundings, Li Zongping discovered that his truck was no longer on the roadway, but had somehow driven into a boundless expanse of Gobi Desert. Bewildered, he pondered how he had transitioned from the road to this desolate wasteland. Truly, it was an enigma. Since that incident, Li Zongping has refrained from traversing that eerie route along the Sichuanabet line. Chapter 63. The eerie incident at Nanjing's Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum. This place is regarded as one of the most sinister in the country, instilling a sense of dread in all who visit, and is notorious for frequent hauntings. It is said that the underground of Nanjing's Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum is filled with lingering souls. Legend has it that during the construction of the mausoleum, inexplicably, children would vanish, rumored to have their souls seized by sorcerers. What secrets lie behind these tales surrounding the mausoleum, and which of them hold any truth? Keep your curiosity alive and follow Uncle A. Chong as we delve deeper. As the final resting place of Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the mausoleum spans an impressive 80,000 square meters, making it the last mausoleum built during China's tumultuous modern era. in the lead-up to its completion in 1928. An astonishing phenomenon known as the soul-calling incident occurred in Nanjing. To ensure the mausoleum's durability and prevent its collapse, it was deemed necessary to procure the souls of several children to support its beams. In pursuit of these souls, the nationalist government conducted an investigation into household registrations and preschool-age children to document their birth dates. Upon the emergence of this rumor, panic swept through the city of Nanjing. Whispers circulated that individuals were being abducted for soul-calling purposes, and the populace became increasingly uneasy, reaching a point where conversations between acquaintances became fraught with fear, despite the nationalist government's announcement declaring the rumor false. The situation only escalated, with tales growing ever more sensational. Soon, new rumors emerged, suggesting that malevolent women disguised as vendors and beggars roamed the streets, casting spells to seize the souls of both adults and children. One fateful afternoon, a family out shopping with their child encountered such a woman. Suddenly, the world spun, and dizziness overcame them. Remembering the prior warnings, they cried out for help. Fortunately, due to heightened patrols, the woman was apprehended on the spot. Though it remained unclear whether she was indeed a soul stealer, days later, a group of children was playing at their doorstep when a woman approached, feigning interest in directions that as soon as she departed. One child turned pale and rigid. Bystanders, alarmed by the scene, chased after the woman and brought her to the police station, where ritualistic implements were discovered in her possession. In light of these events, parents hastily stitched red cloth onto their children's shoulders, adorning them with talismans made of yellow paper to prevent their souls from being taken. The occurrence of such incidents further solidified the belief among citizens that the nationalist government was attempting to collect children's souls to facilitate the mausoleum's completion, leading to widespread protests and resistance within the city. Consequently, the Nanjing nationalist government was compelled to issue a second announcement, declaring the entire affair a fabrication orchestrated by enemy agents intent on sowing discord in society. They even invited feng shui masters to conduct rituals and oversee the mausoleum's reconstruction. With the successful completion of the Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum, the chilling soul-calling incident that had instilled fear throughout Nanjing came to a close. But why has the Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum become a site of dread, and why is the beamless hall referred to as a haunted abode? This can be traced back to the founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzong. After vanquishing the Mongols and establishing the Ming dynasty, he began the construction of his own mausoleum. During the building of the Ming Shaoling, an astonishing discovery was made: the unearthing of an ancient tomb. This was no trivial matter, and extensive research revealed it to belong to the esteemed monk Baoji. Zhu Yuanzhang took this matter very seriously, not only because Baoji was a revered figure, but also due to their shared surname. Hence, Zhu Yuanzhang resolved to construct a temple to relocate Baoji's remains that he ordered the construction of a pagoda and a beamless hall to shield it from the elements. The area within the mausoleum that harbors the most intense energy is the beamless hall. How does one explain this? The beamless hall, as the name suggests, is characterized by its absence of horizontal beams, rendering it a site of extreme energy within the feng shui realm. Additionally, it is home to numerous strong magnetic spirits. Be it midnight or the broad light of day, standing in the hall's center evokes an inexplicable chill. Night watchmen have reported that at the stroke of midnight, mysterious sounds emanate from within, including the neighing of war horses, echoes of the spirits interred within. In 1933, the nationalist government erected the National Revolutionary Army Martyrs Cemetery on the site of Linggu Temple, transforming the beamless hall into a memorial hall. The grave of the infamous spy King Dai Li lies just behind the beamless hall. However, during wartime, the main structure of Dai Li's tomb was destroyed, further cementing the reputation of this haunted site. According to tales, a restless young man once rode his bicycle to the Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum in the dead of night. Suddenly, on the desolate road, he heard footsteps behind him, yet upon turning, found nothing there. Assuming it was merely his imagination, he continued on, only to hear the footsteps persist. Upon reaching a tomb, he noticed a group of people clad in white garments seated nearby. Initially believing them to be fellow campers, he thought little of it. However, as he descended the hill, he encountered them once more. It was then that he sensed something was amiss. When he glanced back toward the mausoleum, he beheld the group grinning ominously at him. Beckoning him closer, terrified, he let out a scream and fled, abandoning his bicycle in his haste. The The multitude of eerie phenomena surrounding the Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum inevitably conjures memories of the Nanjing Massacre, during which over 300,000 Chinese lives were brutally extinguished by Japanese invaders. There are also claims that Zhu Yuanzhang ordered over 60 concubines to accompany him in death, threatening execution for those who resisted. Scholars suggest a profound connection between these events, thus transforming this site into a gathering place for vengeful spirits, laying the groundwork for the later designation of the Sun Yat-sen Mausoleum as a cursed location. As for the veracity of these tales, we may never know. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that the architectural style of the Beamless Hall is unique and well-preserved, serving as an indispensable example for the study of ancient Chinese masonry techniques. This installment concludes here. We shall meet again in the next story, Chapter 64. The ghostly wedding incident at Guangzhou's Jadeite building. Have you heard of the shocking ghostly wedding incident that captivated the nation at Guangzhou's Jadeite building? A couple was hosting their wedding banquet when an unexpected fire broke out, claiming their lives in the inferno. On the seventh night after their demise, thousands witnessed the ghostly wedding ceremony, a scene so chilling and surreal that it instilled terror and sleeplessness in the hearts of many, becoming a haunting memory for an entire generation in Guangdong. This event unfolded in the 1980s in the Hunan district of Guangzhou. That day, the Jadeite building was booked by a wealthy family to host a wedding. Friends and relatives of the newlyweds gathered, creating an atmosphere brimming with joy. The bride and groom radiated happiness, continually bowing in gratitude to their guests, who relished the exquisite delicacies served at the banquet. Suddenly, a panicked waiter rushed upstairs, shouting, "Fire! Run for your lives!" Upon hearing the commotion, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards the source of the sound, only to witness the flames rapidly spreading to the stairway. Thick plumes of black smoke mingling with a choking stench enveloping the area. The patrons within the establishment were thrown into a state of chaos, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Outside the restaurant, a throng of onlookers quickly gathered, engaging in fervent discussions about the unfolding disaster. Meanwhile, the fire within the establishment intensified, continuously belching forth flames and smoke. Some well-meaning bystanders attempted to douse the flames with buckets of water. Yet their efforts proved futile against the ferocity of the blaze. Many individuals found themselves trapped inside, their cries for help and anguished screams echoing like a scene from the depths of hell. In no time, the entire restaurant was engulfed by the ravenous flames, and by the time the fire brigade arrived to extinguish the inferno, the establishment had been reduced to a mere heap of rubble. This calamity resulted in significant casualties, with the unfortunate newlyweds, who were to celebrate their wedding, tragically perishing in the fire. The incident soon sent shockwaves throughout the city of Guangzhou. 7 days later, on the night of the seventh day, an eerie occurrence transpired. That night, a teacher named Song from a local middle school was at home grading students' assignments when he was suddenly interrupted by a peculiar sound emanating from outside his window. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the haunting notes of a swona, yet he dismissed it, muttering to himself before returning to his work. However, the sound grew increasingly louder, becoming a source of irritation for the teacher burning the midnight oil. Song soon noticed that amidst the swona's melody, there were also disordered footsteps. Curiosity piqued. He rose from his seat and approached the window to investigate the source of the commotion. When he peered outside, he was struck dumb with astonishment. The street was shrouded in thick smoke, and through the haze, he discerned a procession of figures advancing towards him. At the forefront were 2 individuals clad in crimson attire, playing the swona, followed by 4 others similarly garbed, carrying a red bridal sedan chair, reminiscent of an ancient wedding procession. Yet their gait appeared unnatural, defying the norms of human movement, lending an eerie quality to the scene. Intrigued, teacher Song leaned closer to the window, intent on observing further. As the wedding procession approached his window, he was horrified when he finally glimpsed their faces. The figures bore ashen complexions, adorned with garish lipstick, their eyes glowing with an unsettling green luminescence, rendering them utterly terrifying. To his dismay, the bridal sedan chair was empty. In a panic, Song hastily covered his mouth and nose, retreating to the safety of the wall. However, his actions did not go unnoticed. The procession halted, their bodies rigidly turning to gaze into the window. At that moment, teacher Song was paralyzed with fear, his back against the wall as he cautiously peered outside. unaware that the figures were fixated on him. In a state of sheer terror, Song instinctively averted his gaze and crouched back into the corner, too frightened to even breathe. Fortunately, after a brief interval, the sounds of the Swona and footsteps seemed to recede into the distance. Summoning his courage, he dared to glance out once more, and indeed, the wedding procession had moved on. A sigh of relief escaped him. But not for long, as he observed the procession halting beneath the charred remains of the jadeite building. The realization struck him like lightning. He recalled the devastating fire that had captured the attention of Guangzhou just 7 days prior. Anxiety surged within him once more, and he quickly burrowed under the covers, determined to make no sound. Suddenly, the Swona's notes resounded again from outside, and the procession began to retrace their steps. This time the bridal sedan chair was not empty, but rather held a stunning bride. As the procession grew fainter, they gradually vanished from the street. The following day, word of this bizarre encounter rapidly spread throughout the neighborhood, with many claiming they had indeed witnessed the uncanny wedding procession the previous night. And thus concludes our tale for today, dear friends. Until we meet again in the next installment. Chapter 65, The Eerie Legend of the Locked Dragon. Well, dear companions, have you heard of the Locked Dragon well? Is there truly a giant dragon imprisoned within? The earliest tales of the Locked Dragon well are rooted in the grand narrative of Yu's flood control efforts. According to myth, King Yu subdued a flood dragon, as places haunted by such creatures often faced deluges. The Locked Dragon well is said to contain the imprisoned flood dragon, yet there is not just one well of this name. Now, let us explore the various locations that boast a Locked Dragon well. 1. Nanjing Tsangshiang Locked Dragon Well. Originally known as Eight-Clawed Golden Dragon Alley, this tale dates back to the Ming Dynasty. It is said that during the time of the founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's reign in Nanjing, he chanced upon 2 golden dragons battling in a well while wandering in a garden. Terrified, he feared they would usurp his empire. Consequently, Zhu ordered the construction of 72 wells, each locked with iron chains, both at the Eight-Clawed Golden Dragon Well and the 8 nearby alleys, symbolizing the securing of the golden dragons with 72 earth nails, thus giving rise to the legend of the Locked Dragon Well. 2. Jinan Locked Dragon Well. The southern gate of Jinan's old city is called Shuntian Gate, and not far north stands a well named Shuntian Well, which, like the Locked Dragon Well at Beijing Bridge, is also adorned with iron chains. According to legend, this well houses a flood dragon. After Yu completed his flood control efforts, he found the people still beset by water calamities that he promptly joined forces with the citizens of Jinan to combat the floods, only to encounter a rampaging flood dragon. Utilizing all his strength, Yu vanquished the dragon and imprisoned it within this well. 3. Hangzhou West Lake Locked Dragon Well. This well, situated in the renowned West Lake district of Hangzhou, derives its name from a stone resembling a dragon that has been secured within, thus becoming known as the Locked Dragon Well of West Lake. 4. Nanchang Wanshou Palace Locked Dragon Well. As recorded in ancient texts, in front of the Wanshou Palace in Nanchang, Jiangxi, there exists a well with unfathomably dark water, which interacts with the river's flow. An iron pillar is said to be cast by Su Sun, capable of subduing flood dragons. Legend has it that a flood dragon wreaked havoc in Nanchang, causing floods that Su Sun led his disciples to quell the beast, erecting an iron pillar and 8 iron chains in the southern well to contain the dragon. 5. Beijing Bridge Locked Dragon Well. Located at the western end of Dongzhaimen Inner Street, this site falls under the jurisdiction of the Beijing Bridge Subdistrict Office in Dongqing District. In Beijing folklore, a mysterious legend has long been recounted. It is said that beneath Beijing Bridge lies a well where a malevolent dragon is firmly bound by iron chains, having been secured there by Liu Bowen and Yu Fei. This well is thus referred to as the Locked Dragon Well. Another tale claims that the Locked Dragon Well is situated above the sea, leading directly to the Bohai Sea. Anyone who disturbs this sea, I will invoke a great flood. In 1937, during the Marco Polo Bridge incident, the Japanese army occupied Beijing. While scouring the streets, they stumbled upon a peculiar well at Beijing Bridge, which had several long iron chains extending down into its depths. The Japanese believed that Chinese soldiers were concealed within, compelling the locals to pull on the chains. After much effort, the chains were pulled up, filling the entire street. Yet the Japanese remained skeptical and insisted on continuing to pull. Suddenly, dark water surged upward from the well, filling the air with a foul stench, accompanied by eerie sounds resembling cattle moans. Terrified, the Japanese abandoned their orders to pull the chains further and hastily returned them to the well. It is said that later a temple dedicated to Yu-Fei was constructed nearby. Subsequently, during urban development, the well was filled in due to its location within the construction site. After the establishment of the nation, experts provided scientific explanations for the tale surrounding the locked dragon well, revealing that no malevolent dragon existed below and that the well connected to an underground river, thus elucidating why the water surged when the Japanese pulled on the chains. Even to this day, the locked dragon well remains shrouded in an air of eerie mystery. Dear readers, have you heard of any other such locked dragon wells? Chapter 66. The eerie incident of the Leshan giant Buddha weeping. I believe many of you have recently come across the news that the Leshan giant Buddha, the supreme architectural marvel of Buddhism in our country, has been auctioned for 1.7 billion yuan, granting the buyer the rights to its operation for the next 30 years. The reason for this sale is attributed to a downturn in the market, resulting in the attraction's revenues falling short of its expenses. As for this matter, I shall refrain from offering any commentary, as many religious sites have long since devolved into commercial enterprises. Yet this ancient giant Buddha, constructed over 1,300 years ago, has witnessed a multitude of bizarre occurrences in recent years. It is rumored that prior to every major disaster, people often see the Leshan giant Buddha weeping with closed eyes. Could these miraculous signs truly be manifestations of the Buddha's compassion for humanity? Today, I shall delve into the past and present of the Leshan giant Buddha with you all. It is widely recognized that although Buddhism did not originate in our nation, it has amassed countless followers since ancient times. Even to this day, one can find Buddhist temples in bustling first-tier cities as well as in rural towns and villages. The Leshan giant Buddha, being the tallest stone statue of Buddha in the world, has naturally become one of the most renowned attractions associated with Buddhism. Over the years, the mystical legends surrounding it have never ceased. And even today, there are official records documenting 4 instances of the Buddha closing its eyes and shedding tears. The notion of it closing its eyes and weeping may seem absurd, yet such occurrences are often reported just before major calamities, with numerous devotees attesting to them. Before delving into these matters, let us first explore the past and present of the Leshan giant Buddha. The true name of the Leshan giant Buddha is the Mithra stone statue of Lingyun Temple in Jiazhou, standing at an impressive height of 71 meters, nestled at the confluence of the Min River, the Qing River, and the Dadu River in Leshan City. 13 centuries ago, a highly esteemed monk known by the name Haitong descended the mountain to propagate the teachings of Buddhism. His extensive travels led him to the Jiazhou region, where he observed the fierce waters at the convergence of the 3 rivers, which often capsized fishing boats amidst tumultuous waves during the flood season. The waters would rise perilously close to the cliffs, frequently resulting in tragic losses of lives and vessels. Grieved by this, the monk Haidong resolved to construct a monumental Buddha at the foot of Lingyun Mountain to mitigate the raging waters. After 2 years, he finalized the location and construction plan for the statue, but a crucial challenge remained: raising the necessary funds. Historical records indicate that Haidong devoted nearly 2 decades to fundraising, living frugally and soliciting donations from high officials and merchants along his journey. It was not until 20 years later that construction could commence. However, shortly after the work began, officials approached him, claiming that the statue's construction lacked governmental approval and demanding a hefty fine of over 10,000 taels of silver. Not wishing to see his years of toil wasted, the monk Haitong resorted to a drastic measure, gouging out one of his own eyes and presenting it to the officials, proclaiming, "To lose one eye is a small price to pay. The treasures of Buddha are hard to come by." This profound statement can still be found beneath the statue of Haitong in the Leshan giant Buddha scenic area today. Following this act, no officials dared to interrupt the construction. Yet Haidong did not live to witness the completion of the statue. He passed away due to exhaustion when the statue was only completed to the shoulders. Today, what we see as the Leshan giant Buddha has undergone 2 rounds of restoration by subsequent generations, taking over 90 years in total. The original intent behind Haidong's construction of the statue was to alleviate the perilous currents and reduce maritime accidents. Interestingly, it was later observed that the incidence of sunken vessels significantly decreased following the completion of the statue. Upon its completion, the statue instantly became a sacred site for Buddhism. However, It was soon noted that prior to each major disaster, the Buddha would exhibit miraculous signs, with 4 documented instances of the statue displaying such phenomena, all coinciding with catastrophic events. The first recorded instance occurred in 1962 when a devotee, while worshipping the Leshan giant Buddha, noticed a striking change. The Buddha appeared to have closed its eyes with tears streaming down its cheeks. The year marked the onset of the 3 years of natural disasters, a catastrophic famine that devastated the Chinese landscape and displaced millions. The second instance of the Buddha closing its eyes occurred in 1963, mirroring the previous year, with the statue remaining shut-eyed and occasionally shedding tears. The third incident transpired in 1976, coinciding with a devastating earthquake in a northern city, leading many to believe that the Buddha was unable to bear witness to the suffering of the populace. The final recorded occurrence took place in 2000, when observers noticed the Buddha's kind visage once again shrouded in closed eyelids. With the advancement of technology, thousands witnessed this event, capturing it on camera, which sparked widespread commotion, as many interpreted the closed eyes as an omen of impending disaster. Tragically, that same year, the Hejiang boat sinking incident claimed the lives of over 130 individuals. Following these events, the closing of the Buddha's eyes became synonymous with forewarnings of great calamities that in light of this. Experts have offered their insights, suggesting that the incidents of the Leshan giant Buddha closing its eyes and weeping may have scientific explanations rather than being attributed to divine manifestations. According to their research, the phenomenon is closely related to the deposition of acidic substances, essentially resulting from acid rain erosion. Before China entered the industrial era, the natural environment was relatively pristine, with rainfall lacking significant acidic content. However, with recent industrialization and Sichuan's geographical conditions, characterized by high humidity and persistent acid rain, the stone statue has suffered erosion, leading to the gradual loss of black pigment around its eyes, viewed from a distance or at the base of the statue. This gives the illusion that the Buddha's eyes are closed. While the scientific perspective offers reasonable explanations for the Buddha's phenomena, it does not diminish the inherent value and sanctity of the statue itself. How does everyone perceive this matter? Chapter 67. The mysterious events at Fuxian Lake in Yunnan. Have you ever visited a place where mountains and waters intertwine, where the sky and lake blend seamlessly, showcasing an exquisite beauty that even deities find captivating, causing them to forget the way home? This location, often referred to as China's Bermuda Triangle, has been the site of numerous mysterious events, drawing attention from national media and even the 749 Bureau, seemingly adding an air of enigma to its beauty. This place is the Fuxian Lake in Yunnan, known as China's Bermuda Triangle. Have you heard of it? It is said that many strange occurrences have transpired there, remaining unsolved to this day. In this episode, Uncle A Chong will take you on a deep dive into the peculiar events that have unfolded at Yunnan's Fuxian Lake. Fuxian Lake is a mysterious and picturesque freshwater lake in Yunnan, evoking both love and fear. The incident in question occurred in 1990, when a group of tourists from afar were touring the lake by boat. The once tranquil waters suddenly revealed a massive whirlpool, causing the vessel to become uncontrollable, and under the powerful suction, the boat was swiftly drawn into the depths of the lake. In less than 3 minutes, the entire tour boat vanished mysteriously from the surface, leading to the tragic loss of over 100 lives on board. This incident quickly garnered media attention, including from the investigative 749 Bureau, which was equally astonished by the bizarre nature of the sinking. As rescue teams commenced their underwater search, they ultimately recovered a pregnant woman's body 2 days later, who had been missing for over 5 months. However, the remaining passengers seemed to have vanished without a trace, with neither bodies nor the boat itself found. Astonishingly, the recovered corpse was not among those who had been on the boat at the time. Investigations revealed that this body had been missing for 6 years. What was perplexing was that the corpse showed no signs of decay and appeared remarkably lifelike, as if it had just drowned moments before it. If 6 years had indeed passed, the body should have decomposed into mere bones. As confusion reigned, another bizarre occurrence unfolded. The pregnant woman's body, stored in the morgue, suddenly reanimated at midnight, attacking the staff before mysteriously vanishing. Realizing that this case exceeded their jurisdiction, the police promptly contacted the 749 Bureau, which specializes in investigating supernatural incidents. Shortly thereafter, the Bureau dispatched agents Li Zongping, Song Rintu, and Park Wuchang, instructing them to rush to Fuxian Lake to handle the situation. Fuxian Lake is situated between the counties of Chengjiang, Jiangchuan, and Huaning in Yunnan, and is the largest freshwater lake in China. Historical records indicate that during the War of Resistance, a nationalist reconnaissance plane experienced instrument failure while passing over Fuxian Lake, veering off course and ultimately crashing into Eagle Mouth Mountain by the lakeside, resulting in total destruction and loss of life. That a similar incident occurred in the 1980s when a military helicopter also experienced instrument failure while flying over the lake, leading to its mysterious disappearance beneath the surface. That on October 24, 1991, a group of fishermen set out on a boat to catch fish in Fuxian Lake. That as they approached the center of the lake, one fisherman suddenly spotted a golden halo shimmering in the distance, radiant like the sun. The fishermen hurriedly rowed their boat closer, eager to discover the source of the mysterious light. However, the golden halo swiftly sank to the lake's depths, and soon thereafter a massive whirlpool emerged at the lake center. Fortunately, the fishermen reacted quickly and turned back just in time, averting what could have been a tragic incident. To this day, the true nature of that golden halo remains a mystery. It is precisely this strange and enigmatic quality of Fuxian Lake that has attracted over 100 adventurers to explore its depths, only to meet with unforeseen calamity. Tragically, all of them perished. After an investigation, Li Zongping, a staff member of the 749 Bureau, deemed it necessary to venture into Fuxian Lake for further examination. However, the police considered such an expedition too perilous. Undeterred, 3 individuals resolved to proceed, prompting the police to arrange for a fast boat. When the staff of the 749 Bureau arrived at the lake center, Song Rintu, standing at the bow, gazed intently at the surface of the water for an extended period. Suddenly, with a splash, he leapt into the water, startling the other 2. Fuxian Lake is over 150 meters deep, and as Song Rintu dove to the bottom, he was astonished by the bizarre sight before him. Beneath the water, he discovered a cluster of 8 stone structures, grand and towering, the largest of which stood approximately 20 meters high, resembling an underwater pyramid, even taller than some of the Egyptian pyramids. Additionally, there were edifices reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum, measuring about 63 meters wide, with a base standing 3.8 meters tall, surrounded by pathways made of stone slabs, each 7 meters wide. In a corner, Song Rintu also uncovered peculiar patterns and symbols, including a depiction of a human face etched onto a massive stone slab, the expression of which appeared rather sinister. All these revelations draped Fuxian Lake in a shroud of mystery. Shortly thereafter, Song Rintu stumbled upon a mortuary at a greater distance, further adding a chilling and enigmatic aura to the lake. Subsequently, the 749 Bureau contacted local archaeological experts, and as underwater excavation commenced, a live broadcast was initiated. Strangely, the broadcast was abruptly interrupted after 40 minutes. What could have caused such an interruption? It is said that upon diving into the depths of Fuxian Lake, the archaeologists were met with a shocking sight: a multitude of floating corpses. Moreover, at the deepest point of the lake, countless bodies were found standing upright, male corpses leaning forward and female corpses reclining backward, all arranged in an eerie order, as if someone had deliberately positioned them in such a manner. As the water flowed, the bodies swayed back and forth, creating a horrifying spectacle. From where did all these corpses originate? Why do they stand in such a peculiar fashion? Some speculate that this may have been part of a grand sacrificial ritual, while others believe they are bound by some unseen force. Clearly, these theories defy logic, and to this day, science offers no definitive explanation. Thus, Fuxian Lake has been designated a forbidden zone, eventually earning the moniker China's Bermuda Triangle. Chapter 68. The Real Supernatural Event in Shangqiu, Hunan. This recounts a genuine supernatural incident that occurred in Shangqiu, Hunan. One night, a man returned home only to be struck by a sudden high fever and an excruciating headache. Under persistent questioning from his family, he recounted a terrifying experience he had encountered on his way home. The man's name was Li Zongping, and he worked at a cement factory in the local area. On the night of the incident, he had been working overtime, and by the time he finished, it was nearly midnight. As there were no colleagues to accompany him, Li Zongping had to navigate his way home alone in the dark. Fortunately, the factory was not far from his house, and since he walked this route daily, he felt relatively at ease. However, as he passed over a stone bridge, Li Zongping witnessed a peculiar sight. A flickering light emanated from beneath the bridge. Given that it was already past midnight, he wondered who could possibly be lighting a fire at such an hour. Curiosity piqued, he leaned over the bridge to get a better look, but due to the angle, he could only see the gleam of the flames without discerning the scene below. Unwilling to leave it at that, he decided to investigate further. Carefully, he made his way down the steep slope beside the bridge. Cautious not to enter recklessly, that he approached the bridge's arch, held his breath, and peered inside, only to find 4 individuals huddled around a fire. Li Zongping found this odd. It was late summer, and it wasn't cold enough for a fire. Moreover, the attire of the 4 individuals was peculiar. Some were dressed in summer clothes, others in autumn wear, and one even wore a padded jacket. Intrigued, he couldn't help but inquire, "What are you fellows doing here?" Upon hearing his voice, the 4 turned to look at him, laughing and replying, "Just warming ourselves by the fire point." One of the older men urged Li Zongping to join them. That Li Zongping, perplexed, asked, "But it's only early autumn. It's not yet time to warm up." No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of the 4 shifted dramatically, and they all fixed bizarre, accusing gazes upon him. Li Zongping sensed resentment in their eyes, as if his refusal to join them was an affront. Not wanting to offend these strangers, he reluctantly sat down to warm himself. The moment he did, their demeanor softened, and they resumed their idle chatter. One of the older men lamented that he had been trapped in that decrepit bridge arch for 4 years, with no family or visitors to alleviate his solitude. As Li Zongping listened, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. He unconsciously noticed the shadow of the man who had just spoken, which alarmingly appeared to lack a head. Although the man beside him seemed perfectly normal, Li Zongping instinctively understood he had encountered something unclean. Fear gripped him, but he forced himself to maintain composure. The others remained oblivious to his distress, continuing their conversation. After a tense 15 minutes, Li Zongping feigned nonchalance and stood, claiming he needed to relieve himself. Before the 4 could respond, he swiftly made his way toward the bridge exit. The distance from his seat to the bridge's mouth was only 3 or 4 meters, and only after he stepped out did the 4 react. Angrily calling for him to return, Li Zongping paid them no heed, scrambling up the embankment with all his might. Soon, the 4 emerged from the bridge, shouting for him not to leave and to come back. Their cries growing increasingly frantic and haunting. Li Zongping raced home, and the chilling echoes of their voices lingered in his ears, drilling into his mind and intensifying his headache. Upon returning home, his headache worsened. Alarming his parents, who were taken aback by this sudden ailment, as their son had never before suffered from headaches, Li Zongping's mother, a typical rural woman, speculated that perhaps he had encountered something supernatural on his way back from work. Under her persistent questioning, Li Zongping mustered the strength to recount his experience in the bridge arch. Upon hearing his tale, his mother's face drained of color. She explained that although the bridge arch was typically dry, during the rainy season, corpses would wash down from upstream and become lodged there, resulting in a heavy accumulation of malevolence. "You must have been afflicted by something foul there," she declared, insisting on consulting a local shaman. However, Li Zongping's father, skeptical of such beliefs, insisted on taking him to a doctor. Ultimately, Li Zongping lay in bed for over a week before recovering, leaving the true cause of his healing, be it medical treatment or ritualistic practices, a mystery. Chapter 69. The mysterious and eerie incident of the Luban Book. Throughout the 5,000 years of Chinese history, tales of strange occurrences abound. Among these, the most enigmatic is the Luban Book. Often regarded as a forbidden tome, what makes this book so extraordinary? Today, Uncle A. Chong invites you to explore the ancient forbidden text known as the Luban Book. The genuine Luban Book is divided into 2 parts. The first part encompasses legitimate teachings concerning building structures and architectural techniques. The second part, however, delves into a realm of mystery, featuring an array of bizarre incantations and symbols. Legend has it that the Luban Book begins with a directive. To study this text, one must first experience one of 5 afflictions and 3 deficiencies, implying that to learn from the Luban Book, one must choose among the destitute, bereaved, lonely, solitary, or disabled. Thus, the Book of Luban is also referred to as missing a gate. However, upon reflection, there exists an explanation for this nomenclature. Those who aspire to learn from the book must indeed be lacking in one aspect, perhaps as a means to empower those who find themselves at an impasse to acquire a skill for sustenance. This notion adds an air of mystery, possibly to establish authority. Although the book bears the name of Luban, The true authorship remains uncertain, as many of its contents have been attributed to Luban's esteemed name. The extant versions of the book merely provide overarching concepts, devoid of specific details, making it challenging for readers to grasp the meanings contained within. Over time, it has gradually become shrouded in mystique. Luban, born during the late spring and autumn period, was a craftsman from the state of Lu. It is said that upon his birth, a flock of white cranes gathered around his dwelling, filling the air with fragrant aromas, which lingered for several months before dissipating. This phenomenon seemed to herald Luban's extraordinary destiny, prompting his parents to name him Ban, believing he would achieve greatness. However, the veracity of this tale remains to be verified. At the tender age of 7, Luban exhibited remarkable self-learning abilities, and following his coming-of-age ceremony at 15, he embarked on a journey of exploration. During his travels, he became a disciple of Zio and, within a few months, mastered all the skills of his mentor, developing a disdain for other craftsmen, even declaring himself a king. Subsequently, he traveled to various countries seeking official patronage, yet none were willing to employ him. Humiliated, Luban chose to retreat to Mount Tai. Adopting the attitude of not competing for trivial gains, he meticulously documented all he had learned and created throughout his life, culminating in the composition of the Book of Luban, thus pioneering a historical legacy. This work has played a pivotal role across numerous industries in subsequent generations, establishing Luban as the progenitor of various crafts, his legacy symbolizing the wisdom and respect that countless artisans deserve. Yet, why has the Book of Luban been enshrined as a forbidden text? What terrors does this ancient prohibited tome truly harbor? Is it true that anyone who peruses its pages is destined to a solitary existence? It is said that the spells contained within can be mastered in approximately 49 days. However, this rapid learning comes at a price. Legend suggests that prior to delving into the book, a master will escort you up a mountain, during which the master may suddenly inquire if anyone follows you. The implication being that to enter this realm, one must first sever ties with the past. This inquiry serves as a test of your readiness. If you respond that there is no one behind you, you may proceed. The master will then ask if anyone lies ahead, indicating that to study the Book of Luban, one must forsake ancestral ties. Ultimately, your response dictates whether you are to live out your days in solitude or suffer grievous consequences. The latter portion of the book contains a statement asserting that anyone who reads it shall have no descendants and must live alone, a phrase purportedly penned by Luban himself. Folklore recounts that Luban, shortly after marrying, was summoned to the capital to construct a palace, a task that would keep him away for several years. Longing for his wife, he crafted a wooden kite, believing that by riding it and reciting certain incantations, he could soar home to reunite with her and alleviate his heartache. His wife, intrigued by the kite, once seized the opportunity during Luban's return to clandestinely ride it, mimicking his actions and uttering the spells. However, calamity struck unexpectedly. She, being with child, went into labor, and the blood that flowed tainted the kite, resulting in its magic failing. That Luban's wife tragically fell from the sky, perishing alongside their unborn child. Upon learning of this tragedy, Luban was filled with remorse and inscribed at the end of his book that all who study the Book of Luban shall remain childless and alone. Though the book has been passed down through generations, the authentic reason for its prohibition seems to stem from the propensity of practitioners to become consumed by obsession, with few achieving mastery. Additionally, it is rumored to conceal many esoteric and mysterious spells. 1. Construction techniques. The text delineates the methods of building houses and the associated benefits that if carpenters seek to play tricks on homeowners. A mere minor alteration could disrupt domestic tranquility, thereby elevating the carpenter's status. 2. Feng shui. The book details the layout of houses, the orientation of each room, and even the dimensions of windows, all of which are crucial to a family's fortunes. 3. Amulets. It is said that if one is enamored with a maiden, they may place a self-drawn talisman at a crossroads. If the maiden steps over it, she will fall in love with the artist. 4. Invisibility technique. It is rumored that those who master this technique can render themselves invisible, that a certain individual named Song Rintu allegedly employed this skill to exploit over 400 women before ultimately being apprehended. 5. Life extension technique. It is said that Zhuge Liang sought this method for longevity but failed, whereas Liu Bowen seemingly succeeded in prolonging his life by 12 years. However, these tales remain mere folklore. In truth, the Book of Luban is not as enigmatic as it appears. It merely seeks to convey that those endowed with skills must maintain a proper mindset and refrain from pursuing immediate gains that may lead to societal detriment. The myriad mysteries within the book reflect artisans' compliance within reverence for nature's laws over centuries. Chapter 70. The strange events surrounding the tomb of Zhang Suzhen in Daqing. What makes the tomb of Zhang Suzhen in Daqing so peculiar? Why did the contractor experience bizarre nightmares on the night of construction? In his dreams, an elderly woman warned, "If you dare disturb my grave, I shall ensure your family knows no peace. Test me if you wish." Why did the workers collectively faint upon approaching the gravestone? Are these strange occurrences a result of feng shui mysteries or human actions? This tomb, nestled within the Daqing Petroleum Administration compound, is well known among locals. It is rumored that during the early days of Daqing's establishment, to pacify the spirit of Zhang Suzhen, a skilled practitioner was summoned to set up a grand formation, erecting 17 towering buildings around her resting place. The rooftops, sharp as blades, resemble 17 swords from a distance, with the Petroleum Administration serving as the focal point, culminating in 18 structures, aptly named Arhat's Canopy, specifically intended to suppress Zhang Suzhen's spirit. Who was this Zhang Suzhen that warranted such extensive measures? Today, Uncle Chong will regale you with the enigmatic tale surrounding the tomb of Zhang Suzhen, which once captured widespread attention. Please note that the following account remains unverified and is intended for entertainment purposes. Historically, Daqing was known as Anda, a desolate land scattered with graves. It wasn't until the discovery of oil resources that the region was renamed Daqing and developed. Zhang Suzhen, hailing from Gansu, was among the first dispatched to Daqing for oil extraction. Known for her charitable nature and diligent work, making significant contributions to the industry. Following her retirement, she resided in Daqing until her passing in 1979 due to old age. Her family laid her to rest in Daqing. But when the authorities decided to construct the Petroleum Administration, the chosen site happened to be near her tomb. That time, the area was still undeveloped, and locals regarded it as a cemetery. Other graves were relocated after negotiations with their families, who received compensation, yet the contractor was unable to contact Zhang Suzhen's relatives. Pressured by the higher-ups to commence work, the contractor, in his urgency, resolved to use an excavator to remove the tomb, intending to address the situation once her family was located. Upon summoning an excavator, he prepared to commence with Zhang Suzhen's tomb. However, as the machine approached within 10 meters, an inexplicable event transpired. The excavator suddenly stalled and ceased to respond. The operator, perplexed, could not determine the cause of the shutdown. The contractor, dismissing the incident, urged the driver to contact a mechanic for repairs and subsequently called in another excavator. Yet when this second machine reached the same position as the first, it too inexplicably shut down. The operators, witnessing this occurrence, speculated that the spirit of the tomb's occupant was at play, deeming the site to be unnatural. Even if the excavators were repaired, the tomb should remain undisturbed. However, the contractor remained skeptical, proclaiming that there were no such things as ghosts in the world and admonishing them against spreading rumors. It must be that their machines were simply too old. He then summoned a brand new excavator. Upon the arrival of the third excavator, it remained operational, much to the relief of the foreman, who promptly directed the commencement of excavation. However, just as the excavator positioned its bucket atop the tomb, a resounding crash echoed as the machine's arm unexpectedly fractured, instilling a profound sense of fear in the operator. How could a brand new excavator, tasked with digging such a modest burial site, sustain such a catastrophic break? In a state of panic, the driver swiftly maneuvered the excavator away, declaring his inability to proceed with the task, citing the evident abnormality of the situation. Before hastily departing as night fell, the foreman resolved to contemplate alternative approaches the following day and returned home. Yet that night, he was plagued by a most bizarre dream, wherein a sinister old woman admonished him, "Should you dare disturb my grave, I shall ensure your family knows no peace. Test me if you wish." Upon waking from the nightmare, the foreman was drenched in cold sweat, for the visage of the old woman bore a striking resemblance to the photograph on Zhang Suzhen's gravestone. The following day, he hurriedly approached his superiors to relay the strange occurrences of the past few days. Upon hearing his account, the leaders expressed their helplessness and ultimately resolved to preserve the tomb, allowing the project to continue without further incident. However, upon completion, the gravestone was situated within the compound of the Petroleum Administration Bureau, where employees would pass by it daily, voicing their superstitions of impending misfortune. In a desperate bid, the director summoned several daring workers to relocate the tomb to a different site. But as soon as a shovel struck the earth, they experienced disorientation. Even a change of personnel yielded the same result, with some even fainting beside the grave. Thus, the endeavor was abandoned, and no one dared to tamper with the tomb thereafter. Later, during urban redevelopment, higher authorities sought the counsel of a sage, who proposed the construction of 17 towering structures around the Petroleum Administration Bureau, resembling swords poised for battle, culminating in a total of 18 buildings, intended to suppress the restless spirit of Zhang Suzhen. Thus, the tale of the old woman swiftly spread, yet for reasons unknown, many began to visit her tomb to pay their respects, claiming it to possess remarkable efficacy. As for the earlier rumors, their veracity remains unproven, best regarded as mere folklore. Nevertheless, Zhang Suzhen dedicated her life to Da Qing and thus deserves her rightful resting place. Chapter 71. The supernatural event of the Tianjin Daily Building. Those familiar with the phenomenon of jumping from heights will know of a peculiar building in Tianjin, notorious for its strange characteristics, specifically the complete closure of its 14th floor, as if severed in twain. Prepare your adult diapers, for today, Uncle A. Chong shall recount the eerie happenings at the Tianjin Daily Building. A disclaimer: this narrative is purely fictional, and readers are urged to engage with it rationally. Rising over 100 meters, the Tianjin Daily Building stands as one of the city's iconic structures. However, over a decade ago, a series of bizarre incidents unfolded within its walls. The owner sought assistance from various experts. Yet despite their efforts, the malevolent aura persisted. To understand this phenomenon, we must delve into the building's origins, which once housed a hospital where numerous patients succumbed to untimely deaths due to inadequate medical facilities. After the hospital's demolition, the current Daily Building was erected, based on the belief that the square nature of Chinese characters could ward off evil. Hence, many sites of chaotic burials or abandoned hospitals were replaced with schools or news offices that at the building's inception. It was devoid of any surrounding structures, prompting a designer involved in the Olympic venues to suggest placing 2 stone lions at the entrance for protection. Initially, this proved effective, but as time elapsed, their power waned. Employees began to hear the cries of women at night, leading the owner to consult further experts, who revealed the building's location at the convergence of 5 roads, the very entrance of malevolent energies. Suggestions arose to erect 3 flagpoles at the entrance, transforming the building into a signpost-like structure. However, this remedy too proved short-lived. One fateful morning, employees discovered the stone lions inexplicably oozing blood, an unsettling phenomenon. The owner relocated them to the nearby Chonglong Hotel, and mere days later, a supernatural event transpired on the 14th floor. One morning, cleaning Lady Aunt Yang found the floor littered with cigarette butts, despite having cleaned it the night before. Additionally, she often heard the weeping of a woman and the sounds of mahjong games echoing from the 14th floor. Gradually, employees began reporting that the elevator would inexplicably stop at the 14th floor at day's end, only to reveal a pitch-black space devoid of life upon opening the doors. After numerous failed attempts at repair by maintenance personnel, a chilling incident occurred when 2 security guards conducted a nighttime circuit check. Upon entering the elevator, it ascended unbidden to the 14th floor. Despite frantic button pressing, the elevator resisted their commands, as if held by an unseen force. With no alternative, they fled down the stairs, only to witness the elevator door slam shut with a thunderous bang and descend without them. As they navigated the stairwell, they discovered that the typically responsive motion sensor lights refused to illuminate. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, and when they turned, a woman appeared on the staircase of the 14th floor, donning a sinister smile and shrouded from the neck down in black fabric. The guards, paralyzed with terror, fled down the stairs, and from that point onward, numerous employees encountered similar eerie occurrences. Many even dreamt of a woman buried on the 14th floor, inciting widespread panic. Eventually, even the owner experienced the same dream and sought to excavate the 14th floor. To their astonishment, they unearthed a woman encased in cement. Her mouth, nose, and ears filled with the substance. Gasps of horror filled the air among the witnesses. Subsequent police investigations revealed that one fateful afternoon during construction, a female worker had inadvertently stepped into an unguarded area, plummeting onto the freshly poured concrete of the 14th floor. Despite her desperate cries for help, no one came to her aid, and the concrete gradually engulfed her, leaving no trace behind. Unperturbed by these revelations, the owner kept the 14th floor open until yet another peculiar incident occurred. One night, an employee named Li Zongping, while working late, ascended the stairs to retrieve documents from the 13th floor. Upon reaching the 14th floor, he was struck by the sound of a woman sobbing behind him. Turning to investigate, he beheld a woman dragging her upper body across the floor, weeping as she approached him. Before he could react, she reached his side, her face cracked and caked in dried cement. Her eyes nearly dislodged from their sockets. Overcome with fear, Li Zongping screamed and fainted. He was subsequently admitted to a psychiatric ward for treatment. The incident escalated, compelling the building's owner to seal off the 14th floor, barricading it with wooden boards to this day. The 14th floor remains closed, with the official explanation being that it serves as a photo processing room, requiring no direct light. Some have suggested that these tales are mere fabrications, spread by rival newspapers to tarnish the reputation of the daily building. As for the truth, it remains a matter of personal belief. This is Uncle A. Chung signing off. Until next time, dear readers. Chapter 72. The eerie events of Reincarnation Village in Hunan. In Hunan, a village has emerged where over 100 residents possess memories of their past lives, with some even managing to reconnect with relatives from bygone eras. Numerous experts and scholars have visited to investigate, and multiple media outlets have sought to uncover the truth, yet none have succeeded in elucidating the mystery that is this extraordinary phenomenon of fabrication. Or does reincarnation hold some semblance of reality? Pingyang Township, located in Huaihua City, is home to a group of villagers who frequently engage in whimsical discussions. However, they are not merely spinning tales. They genuinely possess recollections of past lives, a phenomenon stemming from the insights of an expert. The man in question is the president of the Huaihua City Federation of Social Sciences, namely Zongping. At a conference, President Li became acquainted with a noble woman, and during their casual conversation, they broached the topic of reincarnation. The woman claimed that many villagers in her hometown possessed memories of their past lives, accurately recounting their previous experiences, occupations, and even causes of death. She assured him of the veracity of these claims and extended an invitation for President Li to verify the matter personally. Upon hearing such extraordinary assertions, President Li immediately rebutted, deeming the notion of reincarnation utterly absurd. As a staunch materialist, he believed that the phenomena of life, aging, illness, and death were grounded in scientific principles. In response to the expert's scorn and skepticism, the Dong ethnic woman refrained from further argument, merely explaining that indeed, there were hundreds of villagers in her community with recollections of their past lives, and that everyone sought a scientifically sound explanation. If he remained unconvinced, she suggested he could go and witness the situation for himself. Intrigued by the prospect of debunking what he considered superstitious beliefs, President Li eagerly mobilized several experts and scholars from the locality to accompany him. Additionally, he reached out to local media, who, regardless of whether the so-called reincarnation village was a case of sensationalism or a genuine phenomenon, were eager to cover the story and promptly arranged for interviews and filming. Upon arriving at the reincarnation village, the first impression was one of isolation, as it lay in a remote and impoverished area, seemingly disconnected from the outside world. The experts began by contacting the village committee, learning that the Pingyang Township had more than 7,000 residents, all of whom belonged to ethnic minorities. Approximately 170 individuals claimed to have memories of their past lives, with a few even locating their previous relatives through these recollections. Such matters were no longer secrets within the village. To validate the rumors, President Li personally visited an elderly man named Song Rintu, directly inquiring about the subconscious cause of his death and his experiences thereafter. Elder Song recounted that at the moment of death, his body felt weightless, his vision blurred, and it seemed as if he were ascending a staircase into the sky. He vaguely remembered an immense throng of people who traversed hills before being reincarnated. He also mentioned that in his past life, he had a son and a daughter, and that he perished during a time of war, recalling that his former home was located several thousand kilometers away in Shaanxi. Taking this account seriously, President Lee ventured to the location described by Elder Song, and astonishingly, all the details and evidence aligned perfectly. Strangers in Shaanxi even acknowledged that Song Rintu was indeed their deceased elder. By this juncture in the investigation of the Reincarnation Village incident, even President Lee, who had previously dismissed notions of spirits, found himself rendered speechless by the revelations. Nevertheless, he continued to harbor skepticism towards the idea of reincarnation. After extensive discussions among the experts and scholars, they ultimately reached a scientific conclusion. The cessation of life signifies the end of existence, rendering the concept of reincarnation implausible and impossible. Thus, the investigation into the Reincarnation Village concluded. Yet the memories of past lives shared by over 100 individuals remained inexplicable, leaving science unable to provide a reasonable explanation. So, do you believe in the concept of reincarnation? Chapter 73. The eerie incident of the Mantis Man in Kunlun Mountains. Have you heard of the Mantis Man? It is said that Kunlun Mountains were once the site of a peculiar incident involving a mantis man consuming humans, a matter seemingly more complex than mere urban legend. There exists a class of beings in the world, discovered by only a handful of individuals but never definitively proven to exist, which we collectively refer to as Unit MSCMA, or Unidentified Biological Entities, abbreviated as Union.in 2013. A news report aired on Zhongtian News in Taiwan, showcasing a police officer surnamed Chun Hu, while patrolling the mountains, captured several photographs. Upon reviewing the images days later, he noticed one that appeared to inadvertently depict a strange creature, translucent in nature, with a triangular head and scythe-like arms. Following the broadcast of this news, members of the local UFO association promptly initiated a covert investigation. Photography experts asserted that the image was not digitally manipulated, and thus the Mantis Man incident became a hot topic in Taiwan. The origins of the Mantis Man can be traced back to the Kunlun Mountains incident of the 1990S. In 1962, an expedition team comprised of elite scientists ventured deep into the Kunlun Mountains, where they discovered the bizarre Mantis Man within a cave. On March 12, after a day of work in the Kunlun Mountains, the team decided to take refuge in a nearby cave as night fell. However, upon entering, they were met with an unsettling series of cracking sounds emanating from the cave entrance, followed by hurried footsteps. That moment, the team members witnessed several massive figures entering, humanoid creatures standing approximately 6 to 7 feet tall, with triangular heads resembling that of a mantis, capable of bipedal locomotion and covered in a hard exoskeleton. These unknown entities moved swiftly, capturing several expedition members, and amidst the chaos, only 2 managed to escape. This incident caused a significant uproar in the region, prompting the military to dispatch a unit of soldiers. However, armed with rifles and nuclear weapons, the soldiers found themselves utterly powerless against the Mantis Man. And ultimately, they suffered heavy casualties. In the end, the military was forced to suppress all information regarding the incident and designate the area as a restricted zone, while domestic rumors about the Mantis Man are scarce and often dismissed as urban myths. Abroad, the creature has gained notoriety due to numerous sightings. Reports predominantly stem from Hackettstown, New Jersey, leading to its alternate moniker, the New Jersey Mantis Man. An organization known as the International NKH was established specifically to investigate unknown biological entities. In July 2011, the organization's head, Strickler, received a report detailing a sighting of the Mantis Man, describing a terrifying encounter experienced by an individual named Paul. In 2006, while fishing along the Musconetcong River in New Jersey, Paul unexpectedly spotted a peculiar giant creature lurking in the woods across the riverbank. Initially, he paid it little mind as its coloration blended with the surroundings. However, upon hearing a series of growls, he scrutinized the area and observed an unknown creature that bore a striking resemblance to a mantis, albeit on a grand scale. Terrified, Paul fled the scene. Upon returning home, he contacted his brother, and they armed themselves before venturing back to the riverbank in search of the creature. They split up, with his brother searching upstream while Paul searched downstream. After hours of fruitless searching, Paul prepared to leave, but suddenly, he heard the familiar growl behind him. Turning around, he was confronted by a towering creature exceeding 2 meters in height, its body of vivid green, with large protruding eyes and a triangular head. Most alarmingly, its lower jaw was incessantly twitching as if it were chewing. Paul was paralyzed with fear, forgetting even to draw his weapon. In a flash, The mantis man lunged at him, its massive claw slicing through his back, causing him to cry out in pain as blood gushed forth. At that critical moment, his brother, who had been searching upstream, arrived with an advanced M1 submachine gun, reputed for its incredible rate of fire and close-quarters effectiveness. Had he arrived a moment later, Paul's life would have been in jeopardy. In a frenzy, his brother squeezed the trigger, and the deafening gunfire echoed through the valley. The unknown creature was struck in the shoulder, letting out a horrified scream before releasing Paul and leaping into the trees, vanishing into the dense forest. Subsequently, Paul was rushed to a local hospital, suffering from severe injuries that nearly cost him his life. This incident stands as compelling evidence of the mantis man's existence as an unknown entity. What are your thoughts on this matter? Follow Chong for daily tales of the extraordinary. Chapter 74. The enigmatic Taoist master Kuka-Ching, he mastered the art of rejuvenation, astonishingly living to the age of 348. He claimed to be the 8th-generation disciple of Zhang Sanfeng, and legends suggest he received the transmission of Taoist secret methods from the supreme Lao Jun himself. Who, then, is this remarkable figure from antiquity? Do Taoist secret techniques truly exist? According to ancient texts, Kuka-Ching hailed from Sichuan, born during the twilight of the Ming dynasty and the dawn of the Qing dynasty in 1643, after spending over 70 years learning the Tao in a Mei mountain. He embarked on a journey throughout the world. It is said that a popular rhyme circulated through the streets and alleys of Unju town in Chongqing, proclaiming, "Kuka-Ching's Tao is profound, passed down by the supreme Lao Jun, a guiding sound he harms not, nor deceives the living, teaching the way, salvation he is giving." Kuka-Ching's medical skills are supreme. His prescriptions surpass those of Li Shizhen, it would seem. For strange ailments and perplexing conditions, just one touch, and he finds the solutions. This rhyme speaks of Kuka-Ching, the Taoist who lived at the extraordinary age of 348, and the reason he settled in Chongqing can be traced back to one of his benevolent deeds. In the 1980s, the reclusive sage Kuka-Ching, having spent a century in seclusion, encountered an elderly man during his travels. That time, the elder was afflicted with a peculiar ailment. A strange, large sore had appeared on his foot. Despite consulting numerous renowned physicians and trying various remedies, he found no relief. Upon witnessing the man's plight, Kuka-Ching decided to administer treatment. He casually scooped up a handful of earth from the ground and, after spitting several times, applied the mixture to the sore. The surrounding villagers watched in bewilderment, questioning how such an unconventional method could possibly yield results. Yet Kuka-Ching uttered not a word, and the onlookers could only depart in resignation. Miraculously, the next day, the sore had inexplicably vanished. The elderly man, having never before encountered such extraordinary healing skills, immediately sought to bow and pay homage to Kuka-Ching, wishing to become his disciple. The villagers, astonished by Kuka-Ching's miraculous cure, knelt in reverence, imploring him to remain with them. Sensing a deep connection to the place, Kuka-Ching chose to settle in Chongqing. Legend has it that he became known as a remarkable figure, with tales of his Taoist rejuvenation techniques spreading widely. According to the village elders, Kuka-Ching possessed a seemingly magical ability to restore vitality. His hair and beard, once streaked with gray, would astonishingly turn black overnight. One villager recounted having seen Kuka-Ching in his youth, when he appeared as an old man, and now, decades later, Kuka-Ching remained unchanged in appearance. Apart from his expertise in Taoist secrets, Kuka-Ching was also renowned for several unique skills, among them the ability to consume needles and thread, as well as to cook pebbles. What, then, are these remarkable feats of consuming needles and cooking pebbles? It is said that Kuka-Ching would instruct individuals to bring him a threaded needle and a fist-sized pebble. He would casually break the needle and thread into several pieces, swallowing them whole while reciting incantations. Miraculously, moments later, he would regurgitate the needle and thread, perfectly intact. In another display of his prowess, he would hold a pebble in his palm, squeezing it tightly until wisps of blue smoke emerged. Upon releasing his grip, the pebble would astonishingly soften to the consistency of a bun, which he would then consume piece by piece. Kuka-Ching's exploits became the stuff of legend, with locals believing him to be a reincarnated deity, that he offered his healing services free of charge, successfully curing a myriad of ailments. On one occasion, when a child accidentally ingested a centipede, Kuka-Ching employed a secret Taoist technique, invoking the 9 dragons bone charm. Armed with pure water, He drew mystical symbols in the bowl and recited incantations. Remarkably, after the child drank the water, he recovered completely. Despite Kyukiking's peaceful demeanor, he faced considerable discontent from some individuals. During the tumultuous 1990s, a time marked by a nationwide crackdown on superstitions, he was apprehended by an expert who deemed him a quintessential example of such practices. However, due to the overwhelming number of patients he had treated, the local populace protested, resulting in his release. Throughout his life, Kyukiking garnered numerous disciples, each of whom received a personally gifted photograph, serving as a token of their apprenticeship. In 1990, while visiting a patient, Kyukiking unfortunately broke his leg. Though he could have recuperated after a few months, he disregarded his own safety to return and assist another patient. Tragically, upon his return, he was caught in a storm, causing his leg injury to resurface. Ultimately, he departed this world on August 7, 1991, at the remarkable age of 348. What then shall we say of this extraordinary figure? Chapter 75. The mysterious incident of the 9-pattern dragon pillar in Shanghai. Have you heard of the mysterious incident surrounding the 9-pattern dragon pillar in Shanghai? Legend has it that beneath the city lies a dragon that obstructed the construction of an overpass, which was resolved only when a high monk offered himself as a sacrifice. But what truly transpired? Today, Uncle A. Chong will recount the origins and consequences of the 9-pattern dragon pillar incident. In the Huangpu district of Shanghai, at the intersection of the North-South Elevated Road and the Yan'an Elevated Road, stands a remarkable pillar, known locally as the 9-pattern dragon pillar. This pillar has a storied past, for during its construction, an event occurred that was once regarded as one of Shanghai's most enigmatic incidents. The older generation of Shanghainese firmly believed that the city, with its advantageous geographic position, was the location of a dragon vein, and with proper development, it would undoubtedly flourish into a great economic hub. As the saying goes, to become wealthy, one must first build roads. Thus, in the mid-1990s, Shanghai launched an ambitious initiative to construct elevated highways throughout the city. The Yan'an Road Interchange project was deemed the cornerstone of Shanghai's future development. Once completed, this overpass would connect the city's roads in all directions, prompting the government to place great importance on the endeavor. They even enlisted the most advanced and skilled construction teams from across the nation. Initially, progress proceeded smoothly, and within just half a month, the framework of the overpass began to take shape. However, when the construction crew attempted to establish a load-bearing pillar at the intersection of Yan'an Road and Chengdu Road, they encountered an inexplicable barrier on the day of piling. The team initially presumed it to be a geological issue, prompting them to consult local experts. Yet, despite repeated investigations, no problems were detected. Strangely, whenever they attempted to drive the piles into the ground, water would inexplicably spout forth, even though there was no visible water source. This unnerved the workers, who hesitated to proceed further. Some suggested that it might be a matter of feng shui and proposed consulting a geomancer for guidance. However, the engineering professionals dismissed this notion, attributing the issue solely to technical difficulties. The following day, the lead engineer brought in additional specialists to tackle the problem, yet to no avail. Witnesses later described how the workers encountered an unseen force while attempting to drive the piles, as if they were hitting something solid. Each time they extracted the earth, it came up mixed with a thick, dark red liquid that emitted a nauseating, rancid odor. To uncover the truth, the construction team sought the counsel of the abbot of the Jade Buddha Temple, Master Jinshan. After hearing the account, the master pondered deeply and requested time to prepare, ensuring that he would be fully prepared before revealing his findings. 3 days later, upon arriving at the construction site, the master observed the area, his expression grave. The project manager, sensing the tension, inquired about the situation. The master simply replied, "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed," and departed. Confounded by this cryptic remark, the manager hurried to seek assistance from the mayor. After much discussion, the master finally disclosed the truth. Beneath the load-bearing pillar lay the habitat of a dragon, which was why the piles were being forcefully ejected. To successfully drive the piles, they would need to do so when the dragon was absent, thereby ensuring that, upon its return, it would mistake the pillar for a fellow dragon and not pursue them. After calculating the dragon's absence, the master performed a ritual. Prepared for the task ahead, he and his disciples arrived at the construction site and, following a specific formation, burned incense and offered prayers for 3 days and nights. Upon completing the incantations, the master informed the construction team of the precise timing for driving the piles. After imparting all necessary instructions, he left, supported by his disciples. Initially, the construction team had sought the master as a last resort. But to their astonishment, they successfully drove the piles into the ground at the designated time, precisely hitting the intended marks. The piling process completed, the construction of the overpass was officially finished. However, 3 days later, Master Jinshan mysteriously passed away, leading many to speculate that he had paid a price for divulging heavenly secrets. Following his passing, the 9-pattern dragon pillar incident became a popular topic of discussion, with tales suggesting that the dragon had been cultivating its power for a millennium. Had the piles been driven during that time, the dragon might have faced annihilation, prompting the monk to sacrifice himself to aid the dragon in its trials. The master had repeatedly instructed his disciples to keep this matter confidential, leaving outsiders unaware of the full story. Today, the only remnant of this saga is the imposing 9-pattern dragon pillar at the intersection of the north-south elevated road. As rumors of the monk's sacrifice for the dragon's trial spread, an engineer involved in the bridge's design publicly refuted the notion, asserting that the construction delays were purely technical. Nevertheless, as the only adorned pillar in Shanghai's elevated roadways, the 9-pattern dragon pillar has undoubtedly become a striking landmark, rendering the origin of its embellishments less significant. Chapter 76. The eerie incident of the woman in red at Mount Changbai. A netizen recounted an experience while traveling at Mount Changbai, where he encountered a woman clad in red. The woman led him into the mountains, only to mysteriously vanish without a trace. In 1996, a young man ventured alone to the Changbai Mountains for a journey. As dusk fell, he decided to spend the night amidst the mountains that in the dead of night. A peculiar shadow with long hair appeared outside his tent, accompanied by haunting cries. He was subsequently frightened away by an eccentric old man who claimed to be a hunter. The old man took him to his home, but the events that unfolded thereafter still send shivers down the young man's spine upon reflection, for the old man turned out to be a member of the legendary by family from Folklore. It is important to note that this story has not been verified and is intended solely for entertainment. The incident occurred around September 2001. On this day, Shaoli received a call from his mother, who expressed her desire to purchase ginseng to infuse in liquor for his father. Upon hearing this, Shaoli remarked, "It just so happens that it is the season for ginseng harvesting in Changbai Mountains. I have no pressing matters at hand and was contemplating a little excursion. Why not visit the Changbai Mountains and see if I could find some quality ginseng?" After hanging up the phone and packing his belongings, Shaoli drove to a small county at the foot of Changbai Mountains. However, after several rounds in the local mountain goods market, he found no superior ginseng. While eavesdropping on some casual conversations, he learned that a century-old wild ginseng had recently been unearthed in the mountains. Intrigued, Shaoli thought to himself that since he had no urgent business and the scenery of Changbai was splendid, he might as well explore the mountains himself in hopes of discovering an older ginseng. Thus, he procured some digging tools, a tent, and provisions from a local agricultural store, and after organizing his gear, he set off into the mountains. To his surprise, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he spotted a woman in a red dress standing motionless by a large tree, with a heart full of goodwill. He approached her to offer assistance. The woman, named Xiao Fong, revealed that she lived at the mountain's base and was also foraging for mountain goods. After conversing for a while, they decided to accompany each other into the mountains. As they walked, Xiao Fong regaled him with tales of the mountains, cautioning him about the many strange occurrences that had transpired there throughout history. Some areas were quite normal, while others were eerily foreboding. She advised him to avoid the shadowy sides of the mountains on his first visit, lest he encounter something unclean. Shaoli, confident in his skepticism towards supernatural matters, replied, "I have never been one to believe in ghosts or demons. I have always been bold, and this is a new era. There's nothing as sinister as you claim." Thus, they ambled along until dusk fell. That moment, Shaoli discovered a ginseng root and knelt down to dig it up. Just as he was about to extract it, Xiao Fong suddenly declared, "It is getting late. I must return home." At that moment, Shaoli was too preoccupied with his ginseng to pay her much heed. Upon finally unearthing the root and looking back, he realized Xiao Fong had vanished without a trace. Assuming she had returned home, he thought nothing of it. As darkness descended, Shaoli considered the refreshing mountain air and decided to camp for the night. Planning to descend at dawn, After setting up his tent and having a light meal, he crawled inside and quickly fell into a deep slumber due to the exhaustion from the day's hike. However, in the middle of the night, he was startled awake by the sound of crying outside the tent. That half asleep, he glimpsed a shadow with long hair slowly approaching the tent. This sight terrified him, and he pondered whether he had encountered something malevolent in the depths of the mountains at such an hour. Waiting for the shadow to draw nearer was not a viable option. So he mustered his courage and shouted, "What kind of creature wanders about at this hour?" To his dismay, there was no response. As the silence persisted, he decided to investigate, but just as he was about to unzip the tent, a stern voice from beside him warned, "Quickly, go back and do not come out." Startled by the sudden voice, Xiao Li hurried back into the tent, hastily pulling the entrance closed. Moments later, he heard the old man outside bellowing, "Get lost! Do not come out to harm others. If I see you again, I will end you." The old man shouted this several times, causing the long-haired figure to vanish into the forest. The old man then instructed, "You may come out now. Quickly gather your belongings and leave." As Xiao Li emerged from the tent, he was met with a barrage of scolding from the old man, who admonished him for daring to spend the night in the mountains. "Do you wish to perish? Hurry and pack up to descend. If I had not happened to pass by, that unclean entity would have taken you." Terrified by the old man's words, Xiao Li inquired about the shadow he had seen. "If you don't want me to stay overnight, what are you doing out here in the dead of night?" The old man, sensing Xiao Li's apprehension, replied, "Do not concern yourself with what you just encountered. It was certainly not a clean being. I have lived in these mountains for many years and fear nothing. Being old, I find it hard to sleep at night, so I come here to hunt. What's wrong with that? You must descend. This place is not suitable for you." With that, he turned to leave. Realizing that descending the mountain alone in the dark would be perilous, Xiao Li called out to the old man, "Sir, I am grateful for your timely intervention. It is unsafe for you to be alone in the mountains as well. Allow me to escort you home, and then I shall find a place to stay at the base." The old man, without objection, allowed Xiao Li to accompany him after hastily gathering his belongings. The old man claimed his home was nearby, just around the bend. Thus, Xiao Li followed him for about 5 minutes, until a thatched cottage suddenly came into view. Confused, Xiao Li thought, "I passed the spot on my way up and saw no signs of habitation. How could a house appear just 5 minutes down?" However, having ensured the old man's safety, he was ready to take his leave. Just as he was about to depart, 2 women, a young and an older one, emerged from the cottage. The elder woman appeared to be the old man's wife, while the younger woman turned out to be Xiao Fong, the very companion he had met earlier. Delighted to see Xiao Li had brought her father home safely, Xiao Fong's joy was evident. The old man, upon realizing that Xiao Li knew his daughter, invited him to stay for the night, suggesting that his wife whip up some dishes for them to enjoy. Soon, Xiao Li and the eccentric old man were drinking together. And to his astonishment, the old man possessed an extraordinary tolerance for alcohol, quickly rendering Xiao Li unconscious. As they exchanged drinks, Xiao Fong sat beside her father. Suddenly, the old man declared, "Our Xiao Fong has yet to be promised to anyone. You seem like a fine young man. Why not become my son-in-law?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Li turned to glance at Xiao Fong, finding her increasingly beautiful and appealing, his heart racing with excitement. He quickly excused himself, saying, "I need to use the restroom." However, as he stepped into the yard, he discovered Xiao Fong had followed him. She approached him and urgently warned, "You must leave immediately. Do not agree to anything. The meal you just had was not food, and the drink was not wine. You need to get out of here. This place is not what you think it is, and no matter what you hear or see, do not look back. Just run." Upon hearing Xiao Fong's frantic words, a chill ran down Xiao Li's spine, and he began to understand the gravity of her warning. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted down the mountain, by the time he reached the base, dawn had already broken. After descending, he found a guest house to stay in and recounted the previous night's events to the proprietor, Uncle Zhang. To his surprise, Uncle Zhang remarked, "Young man, you must have encountered a member of the Bai family in the mountains. However, meeting them is a form of fate. You should express your gratitude, for they aided you." With Uncle Zhang's guidance, Xiao Li procured some wine and food and ventured back into the mountains. Yet, upon returning to Xiao Fong's house, he was astonished to find that what had appeared to be a thatched cottage was, in fact, merely a cave. Inside the cave, he discovered 3 large hedgehogs. After placing the food inside and expressing his gratitude, he departed, and so, the tale concludes. As for the truth of this story, there is no need for speculation, for like a novel, it holds no veracity. Let everyone simply enjoy it as a story, without taking it too seriously. Chapter 77. The Mysterious Cave and Eerie Incidents. An outdoor exploration host inadvertently discovers a cave echoing with the cries of an infant that is there an abandoned child within. However, the guide asserts that the crying is certainly not that of a child. For this cave has been known for decades to emit such sounds, and passers-by often hear the wails of a baby. Not only that, but there exists a peculiar legend regarding the cave in the area. Once, a boss from afar, skeptical of superstition, contracted the cave with the intention of establishing a drinking water factory locally. The boss recruited numerous workers, preparing to extract groundwater from the cave. However, less than a year into the endeavor, the boss mysteriously vanished. To this day, remnants of the water pipes from that time remain within the cave. Upon hearing the guide's account, the young man immediately realized this was an exceptional site for adventure. He resolutely decided to venture into the cave to uncover its mysteries, and as he explored, the secrets of the cave began to unfold. As the camera panned, one could clearly observe vast expanses of stalactites within the cave, shimmering with a beautiful luster under the illumination. Advancing further, they distinctly noticed several robust drainage pipes laid across the cave floor. At this point, the young man understood that the guide had not been spinning tales. Yet, before he could thoroughly inspect the pipes, a sudden sound resembling an infant's cry emanated from the depths of the cave, instilling fear in the only female assistant in the group. After a brief moment of reassurance from the young man, she calmed her nerves, and the group continued onward, determined to discover the source of the sound. They pressed deeper into the cave, and as they advanced, the temperature within the cave plummeted. It became evident that when the young man and the assistant spoke, wisps of vapor escaped from their mouths. Nevertheless, they were undeterred by the chilling air, for they had journeyed this far without locating the source of the infant's cries. Just as the assistant felt she could endure no more of the cold and suggested returning, the infant's cry echoed once more from nearby, invigorating the group. They quickly discerned the direction from which the sound originated, and after a brief rest, they proceeded towards it. This time, they did not walk far before encountering the source of the sound. To their astonishment, it was not the bats or infants they had anticipated, but rather a massive giant salamander. The discovery of the salamander filled the young man with exhilaration as they cornered it against the wall. He eagerly pointed his camera at the creature, thrilled because the giant salamander, also known as the Chinese giant salamander, is a nationally protected species. Wild giant salamanders are exceedingly rare today. After playfully engaging with the salamander for a while, the group retraced their steps back to the cave's entrance. Upon emerging, the young man squinted as the intense sunlight was somewhat blinding. The local guide had been waiting outside for their return, and upon seeing the young man, he rushed forward to inquire about the situation inside the cave and the source of the infant's cries. Faced with the guide's questions, the young man hesitated to reveal the truth. As the salamander was a protected species, and its wild population is critically low, if he disclosed the presence of a wild salamander in the cave, and the guide shared this information with the villagers, it could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially involving him in legal ramifications. Hence, to prevent further awareness of the salamander's existence, the young man merely smiled and refrained from elaborating at that moment. He comprehended why the water factory owner had abandoned the project midway. It seemed he too had discovered the salamander's presence. To prevent online enthusiasts from locating this site, the young man promptly contacted the relevant authorities the following day and shared the video he had captured of the salamander. Consequently, the cave was designated for protection by the authorities, and the mystery of the eerie infant cries was finally resolved. Chapter 78. The cat-faced old lady supernatural incident in 1995, a news story from Harbin shocked the entire nation. Said to be a haunting memory for all those born in the 80s and 90s in northeast China. This is the true supernatural event involving the cat-faced old lady of Harbin. On the day the elderly woman passed away, she miraculously revived, only to transform into a monstrous being with half a cat's face, preying on the internal organs of children. Following this incident, schools simultaneously dispelled rumors while warning students against venturing out alone at night. And it was said that only the military's intervention could quell the ensuing panic. The story unfolded in the Daoka district of Harbin. That day, Song Rintu, as usual, was returning home from the cotton factory when he was startled by a scene that made his eyes widen in terror. He witnessed an old lady collapsed in the middle of the street, beside her a basket of vegetables and a black cat, which was licking something on her head. Gathering his courage, Song Rintu approached slowly, only to find the black cat feasting on the blood flowing from the old lady's head, and half of her face was already a bloody mess. It was unclear whether the cat had bitten her, or she had fallen and injured herself. This bizarre sight caused Song Rintu to plop down in fright. The black cat, startled by the commotion, leaped onto the wall and fled. Quickly, Song Rintu called the police, who soon confirmed the woman's identity and contacted her son. It was said that the old lady lived alone due to a poor relationship with her daughter-in-law. Later, her son, Li Zongping, retrieved the body and hastily arranged the funeral, placing the corpse on the bed where the old lady often slept, adhering to local customs that required the body to remain overnight. Consequently, Li Zongping and his wife sat in the yard to keep vigil. However, in the dead of night, a sudden cat's cry from within the house startled the couple. It was believed that the deceased should not be approached by cats or dogs, lest they return from the dead. They hurried inside to check on the situation, finding the old lady's body still lying on the bed, unchanged, which put their minds at ease. The couple exchanged glances and decided not to dwell on it further, turning to return to the yard to continue their vigil. Yet, at that moment, the old lady's corpse suddenly sat upright. Hearing the rustle behind him, Li Zongping turned around just in time to see his mother sitting on the bed. As the corpse slowly turned its head, he realized that the once bloody half of her face had mysteriously healed. Upon closer inspection, the flesh that had grown back bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a cat. Li Zongping was utterly petrified by the surreal scene before him. His mother had truly returned from the dead, transformed into a half-cat, half-human monster. Terrified, the couple fled the house in a frenzy. However, the old lady's agility had increased remarkably, and she swiftly pounced behind her daughter-in-law, who was paralyzed with fear and unable to scream. Li Zongping, witnessing the horrifying scene, did not stop but fled outside, soon summoning several brave neighbors to rescue his wife. Yet upon entering the room, the neighbors were met with a chilling sight. Li Zongping's wife lay in a pool of blood, her abdomen slashed open, her insides exposed, that a nearby window had been shattered, leaving behind several footprints, clearly indicating that the cat-faced monster had escaped. The neighbors, horrified by the incident, were left in dread, uncertain who the cat-faced monster would target next. The terrifying news spread rapidly throughout Harbin, casting a shadow of fear over the entire northern city. Whether by coincidence or fate, reports of missing children began to surface frequently, and initially, no one connected these incidents to the cat-faced old lady. It wasn't until one day, when Park Guochang encountered a horrifying experience, that the connection was made. That day, while passing through an alley after work, Park Guochang inadvertently spotted an old lady crouching in the corner. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a small boy who had been disemboweled nearby, and the cat-faced old lady was gnawing on the boy's intestines. Park Guochang was so horrified that his legs turned to jelly, and he intended to slip away unnoticed. However, the cat-faced old lady had exceptionally keen hearing. She turned to him and lunged forward. Park Guochang, unable to evade her grasp, found himself caught tightly by the neck. A chill ran down his spine as he realized his life hung in the balance. In that critical moment, a security team from a nearby school arrived. Wielding electric batons, one brave young man charged forward, striking the cat-faced old lady's hand with his baton. A sharp crack echoed, and sparks flew, demonstrating the formidable power of the high-voltage baton. The cat-faced old lady let out a horrific shriek and released Park Guochang, swiftly scaling the wall to escape. Soon, news of the cat-faced old lady made headlines, inciting widespread panic throughout Harbin. It was later reported that military forces were deployed to capture the cat-faced old lady, who was ultimately shot dead by the army, bringing a sense of relief to the people of Harbin. This incident subsequently became a chilling tale, often recounted in hushed tones during mealtime conversations. Chapter 79. The Mysterious Incident of Mount Kailash in Tibet. Today, let us discuss the enigmatic Mount Kailash in Tibet. Mount Kailash is universally recognized as a sacred mountain, characterized by its sharply defined contours and symmetrical shape. The southern face, basking in sunlight, remains perpetually snow-capped, while the northern side, in stark contrast, accumulates minimal snow. Its twin ridges resemble arms, embracing the surrounding peaks and presenting a lotus-like appearance, evoking an aura of both mystery and holiness. Historical accounts reveal that a golden palace astonished climbers at the summit of this Tibetan holy mountain, with all expedition members succumbing to the ravages of age and death, leading to the astonishing fact that no one has ever reached its peak to this day. Legend has it that Mount Kailash possesses the enigmatic power to warp time and space. Those who find themselves within its confines may cleanse their sins and attain blessings. The truth of this claim remains elusive. The name Kailash carries significant meaning, with Kailash denoting snow mountain, while Kong suggests rebirth, adding an additional layer of mystique to the locale. While Mount Everest soars to an elevation of 8,848 meters and is frequently summited, Kailash, at 6,656 meters, has yet to witness a successful ascent. The reason for this disparity lies in the mountain's designation by Tibetan Buddhism, Hinduism, and being as the center of the world and the most sanctified place for purifying the soul. Thus, they believe that such a hallowed site should not be traversed or climbed casually, as doing so may invoke divine retribution. Events that transpired subsequently lend credence to this belief that in 1994, Russian scientist Moldav led an expedition to Mount Kailash for research purposes. Upon arriving at the mountain's base, local lamas warned the team against ascending the sacred peak, cautioning that dire consequences would ensue. Heeding this advice, the expedition members confined their exploration to the surrounding mountains. Meticulously studying the shape and structure of the holy mountain from a distance, they noted a striking resemblance between Kailash's structure and that of a pyramid, if a pyramid indeed lay within. Kailash could potentially be the largest trapezoidal pyramid in the world that as they ventured into the surrounding mountains. Each team member reported feeling invigorated and refreshed, experiencing no hunger even after a day without food, an extraordinary phenomenon. Their gaze inevitably turned towards the summit of Kailash, where they speculated answers might reside. After a moment of contemplation, the Russian team resolved to seek answers atop Mount Kailash to validate their hypotheses. Following their field research, the collected data revealed pyramid-like traces on the sacred mountain. What transpired next was remarkable. The team discovered the equivalent of over 100 scattered pyramids and several small monuments. Albeit severely eroded by time, to further substantiate their theory, the expedition prepared to ascend the peak, having long since forgotten the lama's warnings. Little did they realize that this decision would haunt them for the rest of their lives. As they climbed halfway up the mountain, they were astonished to witness rapid aging within the group. Nails and hair grew at an alarming rate, and their internal vitality seemed to diminish like a deflating balloon. The higher they ascended, the more pronounced these symptoms became. Once youthful men in their 20s now appeared as if they were in their 60s, their faces aging dramatically. Faced with this alarming predicament, panic ensued. Moldav had no choice but to order an immediate retreat. Upon returning to their homeland, the expedition team underwent medical examinations, only to discover widespread organ failure among them. Over half of the members succumbed to organ failure within a year, while the remaining individuals gradually fell ill with various ailments, ultimately leading to their untimely deaths within the subsequent 2 years, none escaping this fate. This incident spread among the populace, leading many to abandon their aspirations of climbing the mountain. However, some speculated whether this misfortune was linked to the Golden Palace atop the mountain. According to legend, a deity resides in seclusion atop the mountain, revealing the Golden Palace to those deemed worthy. An adventurous soul previously shared a photograph online, depicting a palace atop a golden mountain, shrouded in mystery. Claiming it was sourced from Mount Kailash, he further noted an overpowering stench emanating from the palace. And as time passed, interest in this matter intensified. The TO investigate the legend of the Golden Palace. Relevant authorities organized an expert team for exploration. Could the Golden Palace be connected to the misfortunes encountered by the Russian expedition? Thus, a team of experts from our country hastily journeyed to Mount Kailash. However, after an extended wait at the mountain's base, they saw no sign of the Golden Palace, just as they prepared to leave empty-handed. The detectors suddenly reacted. From a distance, the gray mountain at sunset transformed into a golden hue, resembling a golden mountain standing majestically. Yet, the experts pondered the connection between this golden mountain and the palace. To uncover the truth, they inquired with local Tibetan residents, who revealed that one must venture into the mountain to behold the Golden Palace. Early the next day, the expert team, accompanied by a guide, entered the mountain in search of the palace. Upon arrival, they indeed discovered remnants of the palace. After thorough investigation, they learned that this site was once the realm of the Gyuj kingdom. This expansive, deserted ancient city was dotted with cave-like structures, seamlessly integrated into the terraced earth formations, rendering it nearly invisible from a distance, thus giving rise to the legend of the Golden Palace that the experts approached. They detected the foul odor within the palace, soon uncovering a cave emanating the stench of decaying flesh. Inside lay 3 interconnected chambers, housing numerous headless mummies that had not succumbed to decay. Extensive research revealed these mummies belonged to high-ranking officials of the Gyuj kingdom, executed following the collapse of their regime that in a single night, this once flourishing kingdom vanished, leading to the creation of the Golden Palace within Mount Kailash. Thus, the mystery of the palace's foul odor was resolved. However, the cause of the aging phenomenon experienced during the ascent remains an unsolved enigma. Does a mysterious force truly reside within the mountain? With advancements in technology, it is hoped that such mysteries will gradually unveil their secrets. This chapter concludes here. We invite you to share your thoughts in the comments section. Until next time, the text recounts that both the injured men and women were found completely naked, with no explanation as to why. Furthermore, subsequent reports indicated that a significant quantity of clothing and jewelry was discovered approximately 30 kilometers outside the capital in Chongping. This leads one to ponder the immense power of the Tianqi explosion. At that moment, what was happening to the Ming Emperor Shizong in the Forbidden City? According to ancient texts from the Tianbian Di Chao, during the catastrophic explosion, Emperor Shizong was dining when he suddenly felt the earth shake violently. Being an aficionado of woodworking, he presumed the hall was collapsing and hurriedly fled. Tragically, during this chaos, his infant son, Zhu Zizong, succumbed to fear and passed away. This raises the question, what exactly caused this explosion? Comparable in force to an atomic bomb. It is rumored that 2 years prior to the explosion, a series of unusual events transpired, beginning with a prolonged drought in the north lasting 2 years, during which a creature known as the nine-headed bird, said to be the embodiment of the fire god, was sighted across the nation. Strangely, 13 days before the explosion, temperatures in the north, which had already entered summer, underwent a drastic change. These peculiar phenomena were interpreted by the populace as ominous signs preceding the explosion. However, these remain merely folklore. For over 400 years, scholars have investigated this incident, arriving at 3 plausible hypotheses: an earthquake, a meteorite impact, and an explosion of gunpowder. Let us first consider the earthquake theory. Historical records indicate that Beijing experienced hundreds of earthquakes during the Ming Dynasty, leading some scholars to theorize that the Tianqi explosion might have been a seismic event exceeding magnitude 5. However, this explanation fails to account for why the victims were found unclad or how wooden debris was propelled dozens of kilometers to the Miyun district, not to mention why stone lions weighing thousands of pounds were blasted outside the city. Thus, the earthquake theory has largely been dismissed. The second hypothesis posits a meteorite impact. I, Uncle A. Chong, wish to express my personal view that this theory is fraught with inconsistencies, that a thorough review of all available literature reveals no evidence of meteorites or impact craters. It is noteworthy that during the Ming Dynasty, the concept of meteorites was already well understood, commonly referred to as stones from beyond. Consequently, many scholars studying the Tianqi explosion are skeptical of the meteorite impact theory. The final theory concerns an explosion of gunpowder. This hypothesis is documented in the official annals of Emperor Shizong, which mention that following the explosion, the emperor was greatly alarmed, fearing it was divine retribution, prompting him to issue a self-reproach edict. Simultaneously, he ordered the Ministry of Justice to investigate the matter. The investigation revealed that the explosion resulted in the collapse of over 10,900 structures and caused more than 6,000 casualties. The cause was suspected to be unauthorized burning of gunpowder, as the Ming Dynasty had begun stockpiling gunpowder since the reign of Emperor Qingzhou, establishing 3 major military camps in the capital, including Wanggongshan, the largest gunpowder depot within the Forbidden City. Thus, many scholars believe that during Emperor Shizong's reign, the Ming Dynasty was embroiled in both internal strife and external threats, likely implicating some grassroots uprising organizations. Nevertheless, to this day, The true cause of the Tianqi explosion remains an enigma, with scientific inquiry yielding no satisfactory explanation. What do you think about this matter? Chapter 81. The mysterious incident of Eastern Airlines flight MU-5735. What is the cause of the nationally shocking Eastern Airlines MU-5735 crash? And why has no conclusion been announced to this day? On March 21, 2022, in Mola Village, Langnan Town, Tung County, Wuzhou City, Guangxi, a catastrophic aviation disaster occurred. The Eastern Airlines MU-5735 crash. This incident marked one of the most tragic air disasters in recent years in our country. The aircraft plummeted nearly vertically from an altitude of 10,000 meters, resulting in the loss of all 132 souls on board. The impact was so severe that not a single piece of intact human tissue could be located. Bereaved families could only sorrowfully depart with a handful of earth. The tragedy resonated deeply within the hearts of every Chinese citizen. To this day, the authorities have yet to announce the cause of the accident. Let us rewind to March 21, 2022, at 13:16 Beijing time. Flight MU-5735, under the guidance of ground staff, took off from Kunming bound for Guangzhou, with an expected arrival at Baiyun Airport around 1500 hours. Yet, unexpectedly, merely 1 hour after takeoff, as the plane entered Guangzhou airspace, its altitude began to plummet uncontrollably. Minutes later, radar completely lost track of MU-5735, and despite numerous attempts, there was no response. All personnel at the control center were left anxiously awaiting news of the flight. Tragically, the aircraft crashed into a ravine, observed by the villagers of Mola, descending almost vertically. All 132 individuals on board, including 9 crew members, perished without a single survivor. The circumstances surrounding the incident are riddled with questions. Nearly 2 years have passed, yet why is there still no resolution? The crash immediately garnered national attention, prompting the central government to activate emergency protocols and launch a full-scale search and rescue operation. In the aftermath, all airlines mandated that pilots undergo psychological counseling prior to flights. However, investigations continue without a definitive conclusion. The entire incident is shrouded in mystery to begin with. The aircraft was a Boeing 737, which was operating at its peak performance, and the pilot had decades of flying experience. Yet the plane descended in an extremely peculiar vertical manner. Furthermore, after the abrupt altitude drop, the pilot increased throttle to gain altitude and successfully ruled out any malfunctions. Strangely, the aircraft continued to plunge in a manner reminiscent of a fighter jet in a dive. What transpired aboard the aircraft? Could this incident have been deliberate? If not, why was there no distress signal sent to the control tower throughout the entire descent? Some have speculated that the captain may have been mentally unstable, seeking to take his own life while bringing others down with him. However, subsequent analysis of the black box and investigations have dismissed the notion of a pilot's suicide pact. Currently, the most credible theory suggests that a sudden failure of the aircraft's elevator during high-altitude flight led to the crash into the ravine, unfortunately, due to the depth of the crash site. Search and rescue efforts have proven exceedingly difficult and time-consuming, resulting in incomplete analysis of the black box. Thus, the true cause remains unannounced, leaving many internet users to patiently await further developments. What do you think is the cause of this incident? Chapter 82. The 3 Great Sorceries of Xiangxi. It is said that the mysterious and eerie region of Xiangxi is home to 3 great sorceries: corpse driving, poison sorcery, and the cave woman of falling flowers. Over the years, these 3 sorceries have been imbued with a great deal of mystical allure. Some claim that a single corpse driver can lead an army of thousands, while others assert that poison sorcery is the most malevolent of arts. Additionally, it is said that the cave woman represents a tragic intersection of humanity and divinity in feudal society. Today, Uncle A. Chong will elucidate these bizarre and enigmatic sorceries one by one. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, the Miao ancestors, led by Qiyu, fought against enemy forces along the Yellow River. Many soldiers perished in battle, and Qiyu, unable to bear leaving their corpses to rot in the wilderness, commanded his subordinates to devise a way to return them home. His subordinates concocted a plan to have a soldier bearing a talisman lead the way for the army. Astonishingly, the deceased soldiers rose from the dead, following the talisman's guidance back to their homeland. This tale marks the origin of the legend of corpse drivers in Xiang 11. To this day, we remain unable to verify the authenticity of corpse driving. Yet we can glean insights through films and literature. Upon hearing the phrase corpse driving, one might instantly envision a leaping, Qing dynasty-clad zombie, a testament to the indelible impression left by Lin Jingying's films. However, these cinematic portrayals contain both truth and embellishment. While corpse driving indeed flourished during the Qing dynasty, it was predominantly practiced among impoverished families, and officials clad in formal attire would not engage in such practices. Thus, the question arises, does corpse driving truly exist? Can corpse drivers genuinely animate the dead through talismans? It is essential to recognize that once a person dies, they possess no awareness, let alone the ability to stand or walk. Yet, various texts document its veracity. Could it be that the talismans capable of animating corpses have been lost to time? In an effort to uncover the underlying mysteries, in 2010, the exploration team of CCTV's Expedition program produced a documentary detailing a genuine corpse-driving event that occurred in the 1950s. The documentary chronicled a four-person team in the mountainous regions of Xiangxi, walking in a single file, wearing straw hats and gray-white robes, emerging by day and retreating by night. Locals, upon sighting them, would scatter and refrain from uttering any disrespectful words, for they knew that those leading the procession were corpse drivers. Soon, the small team ventured deep into the mountains. Due to the numerous requirements involved in the process of transporting corpses, one must first strive to avoid unnecessary detours, thereby preventing the deceased from becoming tainted by the essence of the living. Furthermore, traveling during the sweltering heat of the day is strictly prohibited. Even with the application of embalming techniques, the body is prone to decay and emit foul odors. Additionally, the corpse must be adorned with a bamboo hat and clothed in a long-sleeved, knee-length gray robe that, if possible, one should prefer to traverse mountainous paths, as even in summer, the night forests serve as a natural refrigerator, aiding in the preservation of the body. That on one fateful day, two soldiers happened upon this mountain and, at a distance, spotted a small group of four individuals. However, being outsiders, the soldiers were entirely oblivious to the local customs and mistook the group for a smuggling ring. Thus, they followed closely behind until they arrived at a nearby town. The soldiers observed as the four-person team made their way directly to an inn, where the proprietor appeared to be on familiar terms with them, even waiving the room fee. This led the soldiers to conclude that the innkeeper was complicit with the group. After a series of inquiries, they learned that only the foremost individual was alive. He was, in fact, a so-called corpse transporter. The reason for the absence of a room charge was that they were long-standing patrons with a designated room, and their fees were settled only once a year. Consequently, the actions of the two soldiers were documented, marking the singular modern instance of a recorded incident involving corpse transporters. Later, a reporter interviewed Mr. Zhang, a researcher from the local folklore cultural station, primarily inquiring why corpse transporters have vanished in contemporary times. Mr. Zhang provided a precise response. Firstly, the selection and training of corpse transporters are governed by strict criteria. One must possess great courage and pass the master's tests, often involving guardianship of the graveyards at night. Secondly, one must maintain good health, as the journey often involves traversing rugged mountainous terrain. Without a robust physique, such a task is insurmountable. Lastly, an unattractive appearance is essential, for once one becomes a corpse transporter, the prospect of a family life is nearly extinguished. Mr. Zhang further noted that those who once undertook this role were predominantly impoverished individuals unable to secure a livelihood. In today's world, numerous avenues for income exist, and young people are unlikely to endure such arduous labor. They might as well engage in live streaming or competitive gaming. Thus, this profession has gradually declined. Now let us turn our attention to the second of the great malevolent arts, the art of poison and sorcery, known as Gu poison. This so-called world's foremost malevolent art raises curiosity. What precisely does it entail? Legends tell of ancient practitioners of Gu who could inflict harm without detection. To comprehend this, let us examine the characters of the word Gu. The top symbolizes a worm, while the bottom signifies a vessel, collectively implying the act of placing a poisonous insect within a container. For aficionados of martial arts novels, the concept of using Gu to harm others may seem familiar, as it involves manipulating Gu insects to infiltrate the victim's body, compelling them to obey or causing their physical and spiritual decline. Numerous films depict victims of Gu suffering excruciating pain, often culminating in death. But does the legendary Gu poison truly possess the power to control another's life? Historical documents reveal that gu refers to controllable harmful insects or the practice of utilizing such insects for malevolent purposes, often involving breeding highly toxic species. Initially, practitioners of gu must capture a multitude of venomous creatures, such as snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and toads, and confine them within a single vessel, withholding nourishment to incite mutual predation until only one remains. This survivor is deemed the gu insect. However, the process is far from mystical. Practitioners typically repeat this endeavor, collecting dozens of toxic specimens and allowing them to fight until the strongest emerges as the gu insect. The act of employing gu is not as fantastical as portrayed in dramas. The practitioners might crush the bred gu insects and mix them into the victim's food or apply the poison to the victim's wounds, lacking the miraculous attributes often depicted on screen. What reactions can one expect from a poisoning victim? According to the chronicles of gu poison in Xiangxi, victims typically manifest various ailments, including rashes, chest discomfort, vomiting, diarrhea, and swelling of the limbs. If the individual is frail, they may experience bleeding from orifices or even meet their demise. In ancient times, such occurrences were deemed inexplicable phenomena, leading the populace to attribute them to sorcery. This gave rise to the concept of the shaman, whose role initially encompassed both curses and blessings. Over time, as the efficacy of curses diminished, the art of gu poison emerged as a branch of this practice, enhancing curses through the use of toxic insects. With millennia of development, numerous varieties of gu have emerged. One such type is the mud loach gu, whose ingredients include gu medicine and mud loach. It is said that if ingested, it feels as though several loaches are writhing within the victim's body, leading to inevitable death if not promptly addressed. Another variant, known as corpse gu, involves placing a collection of corpse insects in a vessel to fight until the most toxic survives. If ingested, the victim's insides may dissolve into a pool of blood. Moreover, even a simple stone can be transformed into a gu insect. By invoking a curse upon it and placing it on a thoroughfare, any pedestrian who crosses its path would fall under its malevolent influence. Additionally, a particularly notorious type of gu poison is the love gu, commonly referred to as the flower of love gu poison. It is said to be exclusively used by ancient Miao women, requiring human blood for its creation from a young age. Once prepared, if a woman takes a liking to a man, she would mix the gu insect into his food, thereby effortlessly winning his heart. Why is it that only the gu poison of Xiangxi is renowned worldwide? This is closely linked to the ancient Miao culture of yin and yang, which has been extensively studied, coupled with the Miao people's commitment to preserving their traditions. Consequently, when modern individuals discuss gu poison, the name Xiangxi invariably springs to mind. Now, let us discuss the third malevolent art, the fallen flower cave maidens. What do these seemingly beautiful four characters signify? Should you ever find yourself traveling in Xiangxi, it is imperative to steer clear of such caves. For throughout a millennium of feudal society, countless fallen maidens have met their demise within these caverns, their bodies interred therein. In contrast to the arts of corpse transportation and gu poison, the term fallen flower cave maidens may not initially evoke terror. However, it stands on equal footing with the aforementioned malevolent practices, even ranking among the most fearsome. The tale of these young, beautiful Miao maidens conceals profound tragedy. The term fallen flower cave maidens is a misnomer. It should more accurately be referred to as fallen cave flower maidens. Here, fallen does not imply a physical fall, but rather a loss of spirit and vitality. Fallen cave flower maidens signifies young women whose souls have been lured away by the spirits of the caves. The local author Shun Kongwen once wrote that women in ancient Xiangxi experienced three life stages. Those who were young but not beautiful became gu women. Those who aged and were unattractive became witches, while the young and beautiful were likely to become cave maidens. Their beauty rendered them susceptible to the allure of the cave spirits, who would ensnare their souls. Shin Kongwen provided a vivid description of these girls, noting their bright eyes, gentle demeanor, intelligence, and beauty. Unmarried and self-respecting, they might inadvertently pass by a cave and catch a glimpse, thus attracting the attention of the cave spirit. Local elders assert that these maidens are typically the most stunning girls from nearby villages, and it is precisely this allure that draws the spirits to them. It is said that once chosen, their souls are taken, leaving behind a soulless body, akin to a living corpse, within months or At most 2 years, these girls, bereft of their spirits, are destined to perish. During this time, they are often seen gazing at the cave, conversing with themselves, and meticulously adorning their appearances, seemingly awaiting their spirit's return. When the spirit finally arrives, the cave maidens pass away with smiles upon their faces. The families of these maidens believe this to be a propitious day chosen by the cave spirits, resulting in the absence of traditional funerals. Instead, the maidens are escorted to the cave for a ceremonial wedding. The stories of the fallen cave maidens extend far beyond this singular narrative. The local elderly community possesses a wealth of first-hand accounts, each varying yet rooted in personal experience. In 1999, a Xiangxi girl, married for 2 years, ventured out to farm. Seeking respite from the sweltering heat, she took refuge in a cave. Upon returning home, she became disoriented, speaking incoherently and neglecting food for several days. Villagers speculated that her extraordinary beauty had led her to marry a mere mortal, inciting the cave spirit's wrath, which resulted in her soul being taken. Her family, consumed by anxiety, summoned a witch. After a thorough examination, she ascertained that the girl had fallen into the pit and instructed the family to prepare a sheep and fruits to be placed outside the cave. The witch then leaped about, voicing the girl's shortcomings, implying that the young woman had already married and lost her virtue, rendering her unworthy of the cave spirit, and pleaded for the spirit to release her. Remarkably, just 3 days later, this girl, who had fallen into the pit, was indeed unharmed. The woman, restored to her soul, seemed as if she had merely awakened from a dream, having forgotten everything she had said and done just days prior. Although her body had recovered, the whispers of society were fearsome. She could never return to her former life, for in the eyes of others, she had become the woman of the cave spirit. Had this girl perished and been entombed within the cave, she would have faced no discrimination. Yet, having regained her soul and intellect, she would eternally be denied respect by the locals. Ultimately, this woman, having reclaimed her life, could only seek refuge in distant lands. And this indeed is a true tale that transpired in Xiangxi. What are your thoughts on the matter of the fallen girl of the cave? Chapter 83. The Mystery of the Water Monster at Tianqi Lake. Changbai Mountain. Today, we shall delve into the enigma surrounding the water monster of Tianqi Lake. Changbai Mountain is an active volcano in a state of dormancy. Located in the southeastern part of Jilin Province, bordering North Korea, atop Changbai Mountain lies a volcanic lake formed by accumulated water, the legendary Tianqi. The lake is shrouded in numerous unsolved mysteries, such as the source of its vast waters. For the local rainfall alone cannot sustain such a grand lake, rendering its origin a conundrum. However, what truly catapults Tianqi into fame is the water monster residing within its depths. This creature has become one of the most mysterious enigmas of the past few centuries. Since the last century, and especially in the past decade, this mischievous water monster has frequently appeared before the public, with witnesses numbering in the thousands. Descriptions from numerous observers vary. Some liken it to a long-necked dinosaur, others to an otter, while some speculate it to be an ancient organism. And even more bizarrely, there are claims of extraterrestrial origins. Despite the numerous sightings, photographs and videos captured are often unclear due to distance. Some may argue that whenever peculiar occurrences arise, the clarity of visuals seems to regress to the level of 2G. I can anticipate your inquiries, so allow me to preemptively address them. Given the multitude of sightings of the Tianqi water monster, I shall share a few of the most credible accounts. In August 1976, during a midday meal by the shores of Tianqi Lake, a group of tourists from Beijing was startled when a female visitor exclaimed, "Come quickly! What is that in the lake?" Upon hearing her cry, everyone turned to gaze at the water's surface, where they spotted a dark-furred water monster resting on a large rock. Upon noticing the crowd's astonishment, the creature glanced at the onlookers before plunging into the lake with a splash, leaving behind rippling waves. Fast forward to June 17, 1981, when the water monster made another appearance at 2:40 p.m. Staff members from the Changbai Mountain Nature Reserve were taking photographs when one pointed excitedly at the water, exclaiming, "Look, there is something white in the lake." The others hurriedly turned to see a white dot moving about in the water. But due to the distance, no one could discern what it truly was. They fetched binoculars and discovered that the white dot was astonishingly a 2-meter-long, unidentified creature with a large, round head resembling that of a seal. its body a pale yellow except for its white forehead and crown, lazily floating on the surface as if sunbathing. Time swiftly progressed to July 6, 2002, when the monster surfaced yet again, this time spotted by two locals. On July 25th of the same year, Mr. Dong, who operated binocular rentals at the summit, also witnessed the creature. According to Mr. Dong, the water monster frolicked in the lake, seeming to play in the water for approximately 10 minutes. Witnessed by over 100 tourists present at the time. However, in the aftermath, eyewitnesses struggled to accurately describe the creature's appearance, with the only consensus being that it was certainly not a fish. Through these accounts, it appears that the initial sightings were predominantly reported by locals, including nature reserve staff and binocular rental proprietors, creating an impression akin to an elaborate marketing scheme. Yet with so many witnesses, it is difficult to dismiss the notion that a water monster truly inhabits Tianqi. If such a creature does exist, I believe it deserves to live peacefully in its domain, as the pristine sanctuaries of this world are few and far between. However, one must ponder how such a colossal, unknown organism sustains itself in the frigid waters, given the scarcity of living organisms in Tianqi. Could there be an entire colony of water monsters lurking beneath the surface? The vastness of the world is filled with wonders, and as of now, science has yet to provide a satisfactory explanation. What are your thoughts on this matter, dear friends? Chapter 84. The Strange Events at Qixinggang. Chongqing, the specter of haunting at Qixinggang in Chongqing, where the Jinggang Tower wards off malevolence, unfolds amidst the expansion of the city, revealing a grim discovery of 400,000 scattered bones. Local authorities urgently commanded the summoning of a living Buddha from Tibet. This phrase has been passed down through generations among the older populace, with a plethora of similar rhymes emerging. Yet, they all revolve around the central figure of Qixinggang, a place steeped in local lore and infamous for its hauntings. Unmatched by any other site, for it was once the largest mass grave in Chongqing. Historical accounts reveal that during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, the rebel leader Zhang Xinzhong besieged Chongqing, resulting in staggering casualties that in a fit of rage. He ordered the massacre of the city, transforming the area into a veritable hell on earth, a scene of unimaginable carnage. Consequently, anyone passing near the vicinity would feel an unsettling chill. As the residents of your recounted hearing incessant cries emanating from Qixinggang during the night, those brave enough to investigate reported terrifying encounters, witnessing ethereal figures drifting amidst the graves. The tale spread like wildfire, inciting fear among the locals who chose to vacate the area, resulting in a desolate wasteland over time. During the Republican era, the then mayor of Chongqing, Pan Wenhua, resolved to expand the city, necessitating the relocation of Qixinggang. Some claimed he targeted the unclaimed graves, believing there would be no uproar, while his aide, possessing some knowledge of feng shui, advised seeking counsel from a few geomancers. However, Pan Wenhua, a man forged in battle, dismissed such beliefs, and the relocation commenced without hesitation. Between 1927 and 1933, over 130,000 skeletons were unearthed, a sight the locals had never witnessed before. Rumors circulated about the disruption of graves and the unearthing of bones, angering the spirits. Initially, Pan Wenhua remained unconcerned. Yet as the number of remains escalated, he too felt a sense of trepidation. To quell the growing unrest, discussions among the upper echelons led to a decision to invite the living Buddha, Luana from Tibet. Accompanied by dozens of disciples, Luana recited scriptures and prayed for half a month, creating an impressive spectacle that in the aftermath, to fully assuage the concerns of the populace, Pan Wenhua and Luana agreed to construct the Jinggang Tower, symbolizing the dispelling of calamities and the transcendence of souls, thus giving rise to the Jinggang Tower of Souls. Even today, we can still witness this tower in the vicinity. It is said that a gravestone lies buried at its base, serving as the true key to warding off evil, though the existence of this gravestone remains unverified, merely a tale to entertain. Legend has it that since the completion of the Jinggang Tower, the area has experienced relative peace. However, in recent years, many eerie stories have emerged, the most notorious being the tragic incident of the 711 bus plunging from a bridge on October 1, 2006, resulting in the loss of 29 lives. Strangely, on the seventh night, October 8, many passing drivers and pedestrians reported hearing a tremendous crash, leading them to believe another accident had transpired, yet everything remained tranquil. This incident evoked memories of the 711 bus tragedy, as if it were unfolding anew, and it remains a tale known only to the locals, for no other anomalies were reported. Until now, the Seoul Tower in Kixingang has remained a place of trepidation in the hearts of the people of Chongqing, exuding an aura of profound unease. Dear friends, have any of you ventured to Kixingang in Chongqing? Chapter 85. The mysterious and eerie events of Ileo Mountain in 1992, for geological surveyors ventured deep into Ileo Mountain, only to mysteriously vanish without a trace. When the official search and rescue team eventually located them, they were astounded to find the corpses adorned with peculiar smiles. The official explanation suggested that the four had succumbed to exhaustion due to their prolonged descent, compounded by the sudden drop in temperature at the wind-swept location, leading to tragic fatalities. However, this rationale feels rather contrived, as one must question why these individuals bore smiles in such frigid conditions. Local villagers have long maintained that bizarre and mysterious occurrences have plagued this vast mountain for centuries. It is believed that these geological surveyors must have unwittingly trespassed upon some forbidden taboo deep within the mountains, ensnared in a hallucinatory realm, which led to their extraordinary demise. To this day, numerous supernatural death incidents have transpired within the enigmatic Ileo Mountain, instilling fear among the local populace, who firmly believe that countless secrets lie hidden in its depths. A tale has circulated, asserting that within the forbidden grounds of the mountain lies an ancient tomb, believed to contain the immense wealth of the notorious bandit Li Ruinji. Locating the entrance to this tomb could lead to immense fortune. However, it is said that a gigantic python guards it. Anyone daring to set foot into the tomb will become its next meal. Rumors surrounding Ileo Mountain abound, as documented in ancient texts such as Huayangguoji and the Book of the Later Han. Ileo Mountain's origins trace back to the Qin and Han dynasties, after which the Dai people established a formidable regime known as Ileo Kingdom. At the zenith of its glory, Ileo Kingdom boasted a population of 570,000. Yet, for reasons unknown, it fell into decline within a mere century, leading the surviving populace to seek refuge deeper within Ileo Mountain, gradually giving rise to various ethnic minorities, including the Dai, Hani, and Miao. Ultimately, these minorities were unified under the Dai rule. During the Song dynasty, the king of the Dali kingdom in Yunnan, recognizing that the Dai chief Yin Wang was known by name only, conferred upon him the title of Tusi, after centuries of continuity. During the Ming dynasty, a general named Li Shangzhong led an army of 10,000 to garrison Ileo Mountain. Later, in the 33rd year of the Qianlong reign, Li Shangzhong's descendant, Li Yufeng, was honored by the Qianlong emperor for quelling a rebellion in Ileo Mountain and was appointed as the commander of the Yunkai. Concurrently, the Tusi title of the Dai chief Yin Wang was bestowed upon the Li family, granting them hereditary authority over Ileo Mountain, by the time the title reached the sixth-generation heir Li Ruinji. The family had amassed considerable wealth. Yet, Li Ruinji, ambitious and dissatisfied with his status, exploited his position as Tusi to engage in the opium and arms trade, amassing a fortune in the process. Later, an official named Yun Long from the Kuomintang, having achieved victory with arms supplied by Li Ruinji, was appointed chairman of the Yunnan government by the Nanjing government. To express his gratitude to Tusi Li Ruinji, he appointed him as the commander of the 5th Independent Regiment of the Yunnan Army, as well as the Joint Defense Commander for the counties of Xinping, Jingdong, Shuangbai, and Majiao. With military and political power in hand, Li Ruinji became increasingly unscrupulous, establishing a regime that intertwined officialdom, banditry, and commerce, amassing wealth without restraint. While local residents dared not voice their dissent, Li Ruinji effectively became the local emperor of Yunnan, monopolizing nearly all profitable industries, with every commercial venture in the vicinity of Ileo Mountain somehow tied to him. Merchants passing through Ileo Mountain were compelled to visit him, paying hefty sums for a small yellow flag, allowing their caravans safe passage through the treacherous terrain. Failure to comply would result in violent retribution from the bandits that roamed the mountains. However, as the saying goes, the scales of justice eventually tip in favor of righteousness. In March 1954, on the eve of China's liberation, Li Ruinji was apprehended by the People's Liberation Army. On March 20th, the government announced a public trial to be held on the 25th in Xinping, culminating in his execution on the playground of Xinping County with a single gunshot. Following his death, a rumor emerged that he had hidden over 300 boxes of gold prior to his arrest, intending to recruit soldiers for a potential comeback. Yet, despite extensive searches conducted by many, no trace of the gold was ever discovered. Subsequently, some ventured into Ileo Mountain to search for Li Ruinji's hideout. But the results were, as one would expect. Nothing was found. Later, a self-proclaimed servant of Li Ruinji claimed that he had transported numerous large boxes to a place called Nanda using a multitude of horses. And that Nanda lay deep within Ileo Mountain's forbidden zone, where a grand ancient tomb stood. These boxes are said to remain within the tomb, but whether they contain gold bars remains uncertain. As word of this tale spread, many were drawn into the depths of Ileo Mountain in search of the ancient tomb. Yet upon reaching the vicinity of Nanda, strange phenomena began to occur. Thick fog would suddenly envelop the area, ensnaring individuals in a hallucinatory state. While many embarked on this journey, few returned, emerging as mere shadows of their former selves, claiming to have encountered a serpent as thick as a water vat, adorned with 2 horns and lantern-like eyes, which devoured anyone it encountered. As the legends grew increasingly outlandish, fear gripped the hearts of would-be explorers, and few dared to venture into the depths of Ileo Mountain ever again. To this day, the existence of the Tusi treasure within remains an unsolved mystery. However, one must ponder the true intentions of the 4 geological surveyors who delved into the depths of Ileo Mountain. If their mission was merely for routine geological exploration, why would they venture so far into the mountain's core? Could they also have been seeking the treasure hidden within that ancient tomb? What are your thoughts on this matter? Chapter 86. The Supernatural Aviation Incident of China Airlines Flight 611. Have you ever received a voice message from a ghost? Have you ever answered a call from the deceased? I don't want to die, sob sob. Am I truly destined to perish? Sob sob, please come to save us. Sob sob, don't let us die. This eerie and tragic recording has been dubbed the voice of the ghost from China Airlines. The incident unfolded in May 2002 when Flight 611 of China Airlines was operating normally, as it flew over the Penghu Islands. The aircraft inexplicably disintegrated in midair without any warning, scattering debris across the sky. All 255 souls on board, including the crew, tragically perished. That on the eve of the 7th day following the accident, the families of the victims received this chilling voice message, casting a mysterious shadow over the entire event. The truth behind the incident is beyond imagination. Let us rewind to the afternoon of May 25, 2002, when Flight 611, departing from Taipei, Taiwan, en route to Hong Kong, flew along a crucial golden route that fostered economic exchange between the 2 sides of the strait. Operating under intense demand, with a flight duration of over 1 hour and 40 minutes, most passengers were compatriots returning home, and due to its significance, the flight was manned by an elite crew aboard one of the most advanced aircraft of its time, the Boeing 747. However, less than 50 minutes after takeoff, the aircraft vanished entirely from radar while climbing to an altitude of 8,000 meters, preparing to cross the Taiwan Strait. The control tower, upon noticing the anomaly, attempted to establish communication repeatedly, but to no avail. Ultimately, it was confirmed that the aircraft had suffered mid-air disintegration and crash-landed. The nation promptly initiated a challenging search and rescue operation. Investigations later revealed that the cause of the accident stemmed from human negligence 2 decades prior. Various theories have circulated regarding the crash of Flight 611, with some alleging the presence of flammable or explosive materials on board, while others claimed it was attacked by foreign fighter jets. However, these theories were systematically dismissed by official investigations. The true cause was human oversight, folly, and irresponsibility. Allegedly, the Boeing 747 of Flight 611 had suffered significant damage during a landing incident 20 years prior due to improper handling, resulting in severe impairment. Given the flight's importance and the substantial economic value it generated, maintenance would require grounding the aircraft. Consequently, staff at China Airlines merely covered the damaged area with aluminum sheets without replacing the parts and falsely recorded in the maintenance logs that the aircraft had been serviced and was in proper condition. To comprehend the passage of 2 decades, this Boeing 747 has undoubtedly soared through the skies countless times. Relying solely on a few aluminum panels, it is only a matter of time before it succumbs to the immense pressure and fractures. Ultimately, the 255 souls aboard China Airlines Flight 611 paid the ultimate price for this folly and negligence with their lives. It was only after this tragic incident that China Airlines revamped its inspection protocols. However, the families of the victims were left with nothing but interminable waiting, gazing longingly at the relentless waves, reminiscing about their loved ones. Just 6 days after the calamity, on the eve of the 7th day, Mr. Zhang, a relative of one of the deceased, received a mysterious voice message, ominously referred to as a communication from the spirits. The chilling message was, "I don't want to die, sob sob. Must I truly perish? Please come save us, sob sob that I cannot die, sob sob, da dio not let me die, sob sob." The tone was steeped in despair and terror that the Telecommunications Bureau failed to trace the source of the signal. Some speculated that this recording emanated from the souls of the departed, unable to find peace. That do you believe in such claims? Chapter 87. The mysterious incident at the 9-story Demon Tower in Shanghai. In Shanghai, a remarkable discovery was made of a necropolis comprising 300 tombs, forming a hot spring burial complex. The grave was lined with gold and silver, and the value of the recovered stolen artifacts reached an astonishing 180 million renminbi. Deep within the tomb, there stood a 9-story demon tower, presided over by 5 deities, constructed with cedar beams. Legend has it that no one who entered could emerge alive. Experts managed to excavate only 2 levels before being terrified into retreat. What secrets does this 9-story demon tower conceal? Could the tomb's occupant be the legendary King Geezer, known for sealing away malevolent spirits? This narrative begins with a shocking tomb raiding case, distinguished by the involvement of as many as 20 perpetrators, whose methods were alarmingly proficient, utilizing an array of specialized tools. Upon apprehending these individuals, the recovered artifacts were astonishingly valued at 180 million RMB. Yet, during interrogations, it was revealed that they had entered a 9-story demon tower. According to legend, the ancient Tibetan hero King Geezer once used this tower to subdue evil spirits. This tale seemed confined to novels and films. Could it truly exist in reality? Consequently, the local Cultural Relics Bureau dispatched an archaeological team to the site indicated by the tomb raiders. Upon arrival, the archaeologists were astounded by what lay before them. Utilizing satellite detection devices, they discovered that this was not merely a singular ancient tomb, but a grand necropolis containing over 300 small to medium-sized accompanying burial sites. Based on the raiders' descriptions, they had entered the largest square tomb in the complex, designated as Tomb Number 1, that despite its grand scale, experts remained skeptical about the presence of artifacts within. Notably, 646 stolen items had already been recovered, suggesting that little remained inside. However, experts were unprepared for a significant discovery during the initial excavation. An unassuming golden sheet emerged before them, which upon extraction revealed a pure gold statue adorned with green gemstones, leading the experts to deduce that the tomb's occupant must have been of extraordinary nobility. In ancient times, this region was home to elephants, and with the advent of the Silk Road, these majestic creatures became symbols of prestige. The statue was unearthed in the burial passage, indicating that the artifacts within the burial chamber might be even more precious. Upon further examination, experts found that the tomb comprised 5 chambers, 1 large and 4 small, corresponding to the legendary 5 deities hall. This revelation intensified their curiosity regarding the occupant's identity. Subsequently, while excavating a plot of land scarcely larger than 1 square meter, they uncovered a trove of various treasures, gold and silver jewelry, and exquisite vases crafted from pure gold. Experts surmised that these artifacts dated back to the Tubo period. Considering the abundance of relics and the high-caliber nature of the burial site, they initially hypothesized that the occupant might have been a Tubo king. Soon after, they discovered a pure gold necklace beneath the coffin board, encrusted with numerous pearls, agates, and turquoise, preliminarily estimated to weigh over 700 grams, accompanied by a plethora of finely crafted gold ornaments. The craftsmanship was such that it would be nearly impossible to replicate today, transforming the space of merely 8 square meters into a veritable treasure trove. Based on the unearthed artifacts, experts speculated that the occupant was likely female. However, during the Tubo period, there were no female rulers. To unravel the mystery of the occupant's identity, the experts resolved to continue their excavations. During the slow process of digging, a sudden discovery was made by one of the workers, who unearthed a mysterious object that resembled a chessboard. A luxury item in that era. Yet the experts, having grown numb to the impact of the artifacts, were solely focused on uncovering the occupant's identity. Suddenly, an alarming incident ensued, causing the archaeological team to flee in terror. The experts insisted on permanently sealing the site. What terrifying events transpired? As they endeavored to ascertain the occupant's identity, a dread-inducing occurrence abruptly unfolded. Upon reaching the second layer of excavation, a peculiar odor enveloped them, rendering everyone weak, with some team members collapsing in a profuse sweat while others foamed at the mouth and fainted. In this dire situation, the experts found themselves helpless and filled with trepidation, as no such occurrences had ever transpired in previous archaeological endeavors. Most team members were Tibetan, well acquainted with the legend surrounding the 9-story demon tower, and given the current circumstances, they feared they may have offended the spirits. This left the experts in a state of bewilderment. Although they did not believe that deities would interfere with archaeological work, they were unable to explain the phenomena before them. To safeguard the artifacts, the experts ordered the excavation to cease, as many artifacts would deteriorate upon exposure to oxygen. Akin to the famed terracotta army of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, which initially did not exhibit its current coloration due to changes caused by air exposure. Thus, the experts resolved to permanently seal this location to prevent the recurrence of similar incidents. Despite the cessation of the archaeological efforts, the artifacts unearthed still contributed significantly to the field of archaeology. With the advancement of technology, it is believed that the secrets of this hot spring burial complex will ultimately be unveiled, marking a monumental breakthrough in archaeology. What are your thoughts on this matter? Feel free to share your insights in the comment section below. Chapter 88. The eerie incident at the Baipuxi Temple in Mintigu. This place is dubbed the nation's most malevolent temple, characterized by statues with wide-open eyes and bizarre designs, with some claiming it is dedicated to the worship of spirits. What mysteries lie within? Typically, temples evoke a sense of solemnity and reverence. Even a humble shrine in a remote location emanates an aura of sanctity, allowing visitors to feel enveloped by the essence of Buddhism. However, the Baipuxi Temple presents a stark contrast. Nestled in the mountainous region of Beijing's Mintigu, it is surrounded by towering peaks. The temple's Buddhist statues are predominantly grotesque in appearance, their fierce visages glaring at visitors, creating an unsettling atmosphere reminiscent of a den of malevolent spirits. Yet the Baipuxi Temple was not always this way. Established during the Liao dynasty, it initially bore no distinction from ordinary temples. However, due to its remote location, it attracted no devotees, resulting in a prolonged absence of worship. Over time, it fell into ruin. It was not until the Ming dynasty that a monk from India arrived, seeking a place to rest during his long missionary journey, that he raised funds to restore the temple. In the process of excavation, an oddly shaped stone was unearthed, remarkably smooth and appearing entirely natural, devoid of any signs of carving, yet inscribed with Buddhist scriptures. The Indian monk was overjoyed, promptly designating this stone as the cornerstone for the temple's construction. Unbeknownst to him, this stone had a notorious past, as the temple had become a haven for spirits after its decline, causing locals to shun the area for a considerable time until the destruction of the temple in the Ming dynasty. Legend has it that the stone excavated by the Indian monk harbored a trace of malevolent spirit. After the completion of the Baipuxi Temple, local residents came to pay homage, but upon encountering the grotesque and sinister statues, many were left terrified, with some collapsing to the ground. Moreover, the rumor that the cornerstone was tainted by evil energy further deterred nearby worshippers from approaching. After some time, a notably strange monk arrived at Baipuxi Temple, his countenance dark and his demeanor taciturn. Although he donned monk's robes, he exuded no aura of spirituality. The Indian monk, upon seeing this individual, felt as though he had encountered a malevolent spirit from a century past. And in a fit of madness, he bound the stranger with ropes and buried him alive beneath the temple. After committing this horrific act, the Indian monk quickly regained his senses, horrified by his own actions. Feeling unworthy to continue his practice within the temple or to share Buddhism with the world, he chose to end his life by drowning in the river that very night. In the wake of this tragic incident, Baipuxi was reduced to a desolate ruin, and the local populace regarded the site with an air of avoidance, seldom speaking of IT was not until the year 1998 that a monk arrived at the remnants of Baipusi, investing a considerable fortune to reconstruct the temple upon its original foundations. Yet, inexplicably, the layout and architecture of the temple exuded an indescribable eeriness, unlike traditional temples that typically house Buddhist statues indoors. Baipusi defied convention by doing the opposite,